This audiobook contains 1 censored sentences and 194 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Synopsis. I, Roland, was reborn into the world of fairy tale, and I started the game with a cheat that stood above all others, the sin of pride, as scanner template. Accompanying it was a daily task system. As long as I completed the simple tasks issued every day, I could get all sorts of unbelievable rewards and even unlock new templates. A shrinking lamp, a gourmet tablecloth, the Zampakitsodi no Shiryuki, a Pokemon egg, the noble Phantasm Knight of Owner, the cursed Sword Songa. The rewards were amazing. The tasks were usually simple. Special task. The She-Devil's date night description. Please meet Mira Jane Strauss before midnight tonight and complete the special request. Task reward. A daughter 9 months later. Staring at the newly refreshed task, Roland fell into a deep, profound silence. System, are you sure this task and its reward are correct? Chapter 1. The Arrogant Son, picked up and taken home by Levi. Fiore Kingdom, Magnolia Town. An early spring breeze, carrying the gentle scent of post-rain earth, blew softly. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, dappling a park bench. So, I really have been transported. Roland sat on the bench, gazing at the sky, which was as clear as if it had been washed clean, and sighed with a complicated expression. After all, just a few minutes ago, he was lying in his dorm room, scrolling through his phone. The next time he opened his eyes, he had abruptly appeared in a strange park. Not only that he discovered his height seemed, no, it was more like his age had regressed. He looked to be about 14 or 15 years old now. But since something as unbelievable as transmigration had already happened, a change in his physical body was, by comparison, not unacceptable. On the bright side, at least he would get to live a few more years. In any case, I should first figure out where I am. Roland adjusted his mindset and carefully observed his surroundings. The afternoon park was filled with intimate couples, playful children, and strolling elderly folks. On the surface, it was no different from any park he knew, but the distinctive clothing of the people around him, along with their varied and natural-looking hair colors, all served as proof that he had indeed been transported. The faint sound of chatter from a distance reached his ears, but he couldn't understand a word of it, which made Roland even more melancholic. In web novels and anime, don't all transmigrators come with a language patch and a system? Why don't I have one? Is this a nightmare start? Daily quest system loading complete. As Roland was staring blankly at the medieval-style wood and stone residential buildings across the river, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. A system? But before he could process it, the voice sounded again. This system will refresh quests daily at 6 a.m. Upon completion, you will receive unique rewards from various worlds, as well as a character panel. Today's quests have been refreshed. Quest 1. First Arrival. Quest Description. Welcome to a brand new world. To ensure the host can live safely and complete future quests, please claim your gift. Quest Reward. Welcome Gift. Randomly obtain 3 abilities items. A newbie pack. Looking at the semi-transparent panel that appeared before his eyes, Roland's eyes gradually lit up. Claim Quest Reward. He tried reciting it silently in his mind. The next moment, a deep red gift box tied with a pink ribbon appeared out of thin air in Roland's hands. The gift box wasn't very large, and since he was in a corner of the park, it didn't attract anyone's attention. Open the gift box. Open. A semi-transparent prompt appeared on the box. Without much hesitation, Roland gave a command. In the next instant, the pink ribbon untied itself, and 3 flashes of different colored light burst forth. Simultaneously, the system's voice sounded once more. Ability acquired. Love Spot from the world of Fate Zero. Ability description. A beauty mark bestowed by the god of love upon Darmuid Ue Duibni, which can be used to charm the opposite sex. Any woman who comes face-to-face with its owner will develop intense feelings of love. If I remember correctly, this ability was the main cause of Diarmuid's tragedy, wasn't it? Looking at the first ability he had obtained, Roland's expression was a bit strange. It wasn't that it was useless. It was far too useful. In a sense, it was no different from being an incubus. Item acquired. Translation Konjac, from the world of Doryman. Item description. Resembles a block of rice cake. After consumption, it allows the user to communicate barrier-free with speakers of any language. It is also effective on written text. Character template acquired. Sin of Pride Escaner, from the world of the 7 deadly sins. Template description. Possesses the grace of the sun. His power and personality will grow stronger and more arrogant as the sun rises, reaching their peak at noon. Correspondingly, his power will diminish as the sun sets. Note: after the character template is integrated, it will be reasonably adjusted according to the host's physical condition. Roland, who had just been pleasantly surprised by the translation Konjac, was completely stunned after seeing this character template. The bustling noise of the crowd in the park turned into a humming white noise. His breathing hitched, and all that remained was the sound of his gradually accelerating heartbeat. Roland took a deep breath and took a long moment to recover, the light in his eyes growing brighter and brighter. Isn't this being invincible right from the start? Although this template had its side effects, it could only be used during the day. His personality would become arrogant, and he would likewise become timid at night. But compared to a power so great, it could be called invincible. These side effects were simply insignificant. Claim rewards? Claim all. As his voice fell, a black mole appeared at the corner of Roland's left eye. The red gift box in his hand dissolved into light and disappeared, replaced by a piece of gray konjac. The most obvious change was to his body. Beneath his black shirt were sharp, chiseled muscle lines, and within him was a scorching magic power ready to erupt, as well as a strength powerful enough to destroy anything. The power of the sun? Roland whispered, feeling the surging magic power within him. Even though it was almost evening, his power was already this immense. He didn't dare to imagine to what extent his power would swell at high noon. But why hasn't my body size increased? Feeling the changes in his body, Roland frowned and muttered to himself in confusion. He remembered that this ability affected one's physique, causing one to become muscular from the morning onwards, with a height that could reach an exaggerated 3 meters at noon, only returning to normal at night. It was currently sunset, so logically, both his personality and physique should be undergoing significant changes, yet he felt nothing of the sort. This character template has been adapted. Your body size will not change, and the personality aspects will also vary from person to person. I see, that's really thoughtful. Roland couldn't help but praise. After taking a moment to adapt to his immense power, he remembered he still had the translation konjac to eat. He looked at the springy, jelly-like konjac in his hand. Before he could put it in his mouth, a small raindrop landed on it. Is it raining? He subconsciously looked up at the sky. The clear blue sky had become overcast with dark clouds at some point, and a fine, needle-like rain poured down, splashing on the ground. It started as a drizzle, but the rain quickly grew heavier, blurring the scenery in the distance. However, as soon as the raindrops neared Roland, they were evaporated into vapor by the magic power emanating from him. Although he wasn't getting wet, this wretched weather still made him frown. Since the sun hadn't completely set, he could use his magic power to block it for a while. But what about after the sun sets? Don't tell me he'll have to sleep under a bridge. He had just solved the problems of language and power, only to be stumped by the question of where to sleep. At this, Roland couldn't help but sigh. Are you all right? With this weather, it's probably better to head home. You know? A young girl's voice suddenly sounded from his side. It was clear and pleasant, with a hint of concern in its tentative tone. HM? Roland was slightly taken aback, then turned his head to see a blue-haired girl standing beside him, holding an umbrella in one hand and a book in the other. The girl could be described as petite, with a very cute appearance. Her sky-blue hair was tied with a dark green headband, and her light yellow, off-the-shoulder dress gave her a lively and cheerful look. If I could, I would go home. Roland first complained helplessly, then returned the girl's gaze with a smile. But, thank you for your concern. Ah, no, it's nothing. As the blue-haired girl looked at the boy's delicate face and the mole at the corner of his eye, her eyes widened slightly, and her heartbeat couldn't help but quicken. What a strange feeling. Excuse me, are you in some kind of trouble? The girl, who should have been heading back to the guild dorms, hesitated for a moment before she couldn't resist asking. Trouble? Roland looked at the girl's gradually blushing cheeks and understood instantly. The love spot is really something else. Although he felt a bit bad about deceiving a kind-hearted girl who was trying to help, it was better than sleeping under a bridge tonight, eh? You were scammed out of all your money while traveling. How could someone be so awful? After hearing Roland's tragic story, the blue-haired girl indignantly puffed up her cheeks in condemnation. Yes, so I don't know where he'll sleep tonight. In this weather, he'll probably have to find a bridge to sleep under. The blue-haired girl looked at the curtain of rain in the distance and said subconsciously, if you really have nowhere to go, you could stay at my place for the night. Wait, what did I just say? After the words left her mouth, the blue-haired girl immediately realized what Shed said. A wave of shyness washed over her, and she turned bright red, using the book in her hand to hide her face. Is that really okay? Man. Roland feigned hesitation upon hearing this. It's fine, you don't look any older than me, the blue-haired girl said in a small voice, sneaking a peek at him. A boy your age isn't really a man yet, right? In that case, he'll be in your care. Roland ignored her quiet mumbling and extended his hand with a smile. My name is Roland, a traveler from a faraway place. It's a pleasure to meet you. E.M. Levy McGarden. Chapter 2. The Enchanted Levy, the Shadow Con? Levy, that sounds familiar. Sharing an umbrella with the girl he had just met, Roland walked along the wide, stone-paved street, a thoughtful expression on his face. So, Roland, did you just arrive in this town today? Levy tilted her head slightly, her shoulder-length blue hair falling to one side, her eyes secretly staring at him. Her other hand, which was holding a book, quietly pressed against her flat chest. Even now, she could still feel her heart pounding intensely. She couldn't even bear to look away. This isn't right. Acting like this, could this be the love at first sight from books? At this thought, Levy's breathing grew heavier, and the blush on her cheeks deepened, as if she were intoxicated. Ah, if only I hadn't just been scammed. Roland noticed the girl's strange behavior beside him, but didn't ask about it. He decided to spare the girl before him some embarrassment. The distance from the park to where Levy lived wasn't too far. The two chatted as they walked, and soon arrived in front of a large residential building on a hillside. Fairy Hills, looking at the wooden sign hanging above the main entrance. Roland subconsciously glanced at the girl behind him and asked with some uncertainty, "Is this your home?" "No, this is the girls' dormitory where I rent a room." Levy quickly shook her head. "A girls' dormitory?" Roland forced a smile and continued to ask, "Don't girls' dormitories here prohibit men from entering?" "Of course they do." But Levy first glanced cautiously at the dormitory entrance, then whispered, "It's fine as long as Granny Hilda doesn't find out. Besides, I can get in through the second floor. This feels like a secret rendezvous." Before Roland could speak, Levy handed him the umbrella. Her slender index finger moved gracefully in midair, as if writing characters. Solid script. Float following her soft chant. 5 semi-transparent letters appeared out of thin air in the rain, floating lightly like balloons in the sky. As Roland held the umbrella and watched this incredible scene, he suddenly realized something. His gaze instantly swept over the girl's exposed fair skin, and he quickly found a special white emblem on her smooth left shoulder blade. The meaning represented by that emblem was the guild named Fairy Tale. Fairy Tale. No wonder the girl's name sounded so familiar. Roland couldn't help but widen his eyes. He really hadn't expected to be transported to this world. After calming down a bit, he let out a light breath and immediately began recalling information about this world in his mind. In terms of danger, Fairy Tale was no less perilous than the other 3 great shonen manga. Just then, the girl's cheerful voice came from his side. "All done. Having cast her magic, Levy clapped her hands, a cute smile on her pretty face. Now, if you touch the letters in the air, you'll be able to float, is that so? Pushing his thoughts aside, Roland, experiencing the magic of this world for the first time, reached out with curiosity to touch the row of characters shimmering with white light. The next moment, he felt his body slowly drift upwards, as if he had escaped the pull of gravity. The girls' room was in a corner on the second floor of the dormitory. As soon as Roland entered the room through the window, the first thing he saw were rows of dark blue bookshelves. The floor was completely covered with scattered books, leaving no place to step. It was less a room and more a small library. I was in a hurry when I left this morning. Having just closed the window, Levy also noticed the messy state of her room. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she scratched her cheek with a fingertip, trying to salvage her image. So I didn't have time to tidy up, although it probably wouldn't have looked much different even if she had. Not at all. A room like this has more character. Roland casually picked up a book from the floor, a gentle smile on his face. The interpretation and deciphering of ancient scripts. Looking at the book in his hand, he casually flipped through a few pages. Thanks to the translation konjac, he could get the gist of the content with just a glance. What was even more amazing was that he could also understand the images of ancient scripts listed in the book. That book, are you interested in ancient scripts too? Seeing the book in his hand, Levy immediately shuffled closer, her eyes glittering with a certain light. She looked exactly like someone who had found a kindred spirit. Because of my travels, I know a little about ancient scripts, Roland explained, noticing the girl's excited expression. That's amazing. Levy sat backwards on her chair, resting her chin on her hands, her tone full of admiration. You're so young, yet you've already been traveling all over. That's incredible. Not all. So far, I've only traveled to 3 or 4 countries. Roland sat on a chair and shook his head, the corner of his eye glancing at the rainy night outside the window. As the sun completely set, the immense magic power within his body dissipated entirely, and he became like an ordinary person again. 3 or 4 is still a lot. Unlike me, who's never even been out of the country. Levy suddenly perked up and asked eagerly, since you've traveled to so many countries, Roland, you must have read many books, right? Well, yes. Then can you tell me about them? Seeing the ever-brightening light in Levy's eyes, Roland knew he wouldn't be getting to bed early tonight. So, he simply agreed with a smile. After all, telling stories to a kind and cute girl who had taken him in wasn't so bad. The next day, the morning sunlight filtered through the window into the room, gently scattering across the numerous books. Levy rubbed her eyes and yawned, covering her mouth. A crystal tear welled up in the corner of her eye. When her blurry vision cleared, the first thing she saw was Roland, who was also asleep, slumped over the table directly across from her. His soft, dark hair, his delicate and perfect features, combined with the black mole at the corner of his left eye, gave him a unique, enchanting charm. As she carefully studied the boy before her, Levy's face unknowingly turned red. Is this what it feels like to like someone? Feeling her heart beat more and more intensely, she became even more certain of an unbelievable fact. She had fallen for the boy she had only just met. Good morning, Levy. Sensing the intense gaze from across the table, Roland half opened his eyes and gave a friendly greeting. Before Levy could respond, the system's quest log suddenly appeared before him. Today's quest has been refreshed. Quest 1. Welcome, new guild member. Quest description. Having come to a world where mages are the mainstream, how can you not find a like-minded guild to join? Please find a suitable guild and join it. Quest reward. ShadowCon. From the world of Jackie Chan Adventures. Chapter 3. New guild member. The magic of the sun. Join a guild? Looking at the newly refreshed quest for today, Roland raised an eyebrow. Although the quest didn't specify which guild to join, since he was already in this world, Roland subconsciously glanced at the shy girl beside him, who was hiding her face with a book. Fairy tale seemed the most suitable choice. Wait, you're planning to join a guild? Hearing Roland's plans for the day, Levy's eyes widened instantly, a mix of secret joy and nervousness rising in her heart. Could it be because of me? Although Levy felt she was being a bit presumptuous, she couldn't suppress the thought deep down. Yes, I've been traveling for long enough, and the scenery in this town is quite nice, so I plan to stay here for a while. Standing before the open window, enjoying the morning sunlight and a magic power surging within his body, Roland couldn't help but smile. He could clearly feel that his power at this moment far surpassed what it was yesterday afternoon. This magic power of the sun was rapidly growing with the passage of time, as if it had no limit. Hey, a while? Sitting on her chair, Levy's smile froze. She quickly took a deep breath and mustered the courage to ask, "Excuse me, how long does a while mean? There are many guilds near this town. If you have a specific time frame, I can also help you find a more suitable guild." Hearing the girl's quickly fabricated excuse, Roland shook his head in amusement. He then pinched his chin, pretending to think seriously. 5 or 6 years, perhaps. Of course, if I find a suitable partner, I might not leave at all. A partner? Levy, who had been a bit disappointed by the first half of his sentence, her eyes instantly lit up after hearing the last part. Is that so? In that case, the girl suppressed her excitement, raised a slender, white index finger with a slight smile, and said in a serious tone, "Then you should definitely join Fairy Tale. As the only top-tier mage guild in Magnolia, besides the various quests with high rewards, its lively atmosphere is also unmatched by other smaller guilds." At this, Levy turned slightly to the side, revealing the emblem on her left shoulder blade. She hummed lightly with a slight smile. "I'm in that guild too. If you want to join, Roland, I can help." Fairy Tale, huh? I was waiting for those words. Under the girl's expectant gaze, Roland nodded with a smile. "Then I'll be counting on you, Miss Levy." Since they were in a girls' dormitory, the two didn't linger long in the library. The guild opens at 7. "We have an hour, so we'll take you to the town center to get familiar with the area and grab some breakfast." Wearing her off-the-shoulder dress, Levy stood with her hands behind her back, a bright smile on her face. Roland naturally had no objections to this arrangement. After all, he hadn't had even a sip of water since he arrived. "Once I have money later, I'll pay you back slowly." The boy's gentle, smiling voice sounded from his side, making Levy's small body tremble slightly. She subconsciously paused and quickly waved her hands. "No, it's fine, it's just a little money." Seeing Levy's flustered state, Roland chuckled. "You're really cute, Miss Levy." Walking on the white marble-paved street, Roland looked around with curiosity, but he soon noticed something was off. Several women and young girls who had just made eye contact with him had all stopped in their tracks, their faces slightly flushed as they secretly glanced at him. One girl even hesitated for a moment before quietly starting to follow them. The power of the love spot is really too much. Roland lowered his head and thought to himself. Inside the restaurant, considering Roland hadn't eaten yesterday afternoon or evening, Levy specially ordered a lot of croissants and steak, as well as 2 strawberry cakes for dessert. After breakfast, it was the moment Roland had been most looking forward to. Walking through the crowded streets, they soon saw a large, 3-story guild hall built of wood and stone, located in the center of town. Above the main entrance hung a colorful guild emblem flag fluttering in the wind, and a huge silver sign Fairy Tale. "Let's go. We'll take you to find Mira," Levy said happily, then took his hand and quickly walked into the guild. The spacious hall of the guild was filled with wooden tables and chairs. A request board covered with quest flyers was placed to the side, and there was a bar in the distance. Overall, the place looked more like a bar than a guild. Since the guild had just opened, there was almost no one in the hall, only a white-haired girl in a dress standing behind the bar. Seemingly noticing their arrival, a gentle smile appeared on her exquisite face as she greeted them with a laugh. "Good morning, Levy." "Good morning, Mira." Levy smiled and pushed Roland in front of her, introducing him. "This is Roland, a traveler from another continent. He wants to join our guild." "Hello, Miss Mira Jane." Roland nodded with a smile. Upon seeing the young man before her, Mira Jane was first taken aback, then her eyes widened instantly. She could feel her breathing and heartbeat uncontrollably quicken. This strange feeling, is it magic? She covered her mouth with the menu in her hand, her eyes subconsciously drawn to Roland. But she didn't feel any magic power leaking from him. As a former S-class mage, she could tell whether someone was using magic or not. If she wasn't under a spell, then where did this strange feeling come from? Although confused, Mira Jane suppressed her inner shyness and put on a smile as bright as the sun. "Mr. Roland, are you planning to join our guild?" "Yes." Looking at the blushing barmaid, Roland thought it might be a good idea to buy a pair of glasses. Otherwise, by the afternoon, probably every woman in the guild would have been charmed. "Don't cause me so much trouble. May I ask if you're a mage?" Mira Jane blinked and asked softly. Hearing this question, Levy also looked over curiously. "As a traveler, Roland, you must know a lot of magic, right?" "I am a mage, but I don't know many types of magic," Roland nodded. Currently, the only magic he knew was one called Sunday. But that was enough. "Then, do you have a preferred color, and where would you like the guild mark stamped?" After a simple registration of his information, Mira Jane took out a stamp from behind the counter and tilted her head with a sweet smile. "She's a little cute." Roland coughed lightly, trying not to look at her. "On the left arm, please. As for the color, gold will be fine." As Mira Jane gently pressed the stamp on his left arm, a brilliant golden emblem appeared on his skin. The process of joining a guild is surprisingly simple, or is it because Levy introduced me? Roland couldn't help but wonder. At the same time, the system's voice sounded again. "Welcome, new guild member. Has been completed. Please claim your quest reward." Detecting that the host has joined a guild, the other 2 quest slots have been unlocked. 3 quests will now be issued daily. Chapter 4. Levy, I can team up with you. Even though Levy had explained the process of joining the guild beforehand, it wasn't until the moment he actually joined that Roland realized how truly simple it was. "What type of magic do you use, Roland?" Looking at the golden emblem on his left shoulder, Levy blinked and asked with curiosity. Mira Jane, who was handling the registration nearby, heard the question and also looked over, equally curious. "My magic is a bit peculiar. It's related to shadows." Noticing their gazes, Roland, who had just claimed his reward, smiled and answered naturally, "The Shadow Con." The next moment, all the shadows in the guild began to twist and grow, spreading wildly across the walls like tentacles. Dozens of pairs of glowing crimson eyes gradually appeared within them. One by one, pitch-black ninjas slowly emerged from shadows. They were dressed in black ninja attire, their faces wrapped in hoods with only a pair of red eyes showing, looking extremely eerie. These Shadowcon knelt on one knee, bowing their heads in Roland's direction, silently awaiting their master's command. Levy stared at the figures in the corner of the guild, her mouth agape. Hey, what are those things? Don't tell me a dark guild is attacking." The sudden appearance of the Shadowcon startled the other people in the guild as well, and they all cried out in alarm. Seeing the commotion growing, Roland waved his hand to the Shadowcon, silently giving the command to retreat. Upon receiving the order, the Shadowcon ninjas didn't hesitate for a moment and melted directly into the shadows on the ground. Mira Jane, coming back to her senses, explained the situation to everyone present, so it didn't cause too much of a disturbance. "Phew, Mr. Roland, your magic is truly unique." Seeing the shadows in the guild return to normal, Mira Jane couldn't help but say in surprise, "I've never seen magic like this before." Levy murmured softly. She was confident she had never seen similar magic in any existing ancient books. As an avid reader, she had faith in her own knowledge. "So that's it. Those strange people just now were your magic." Just then, an old yet very energetic voice came from behind. Roland turned around, and his eyes fell upon a short old man wearing a circus clown hat with a kind smile on his face. "Yo, nice to meet you, newbie." Noticing his gaze, the old man smiled and extended a hand in greeting. "This is the master of fairy tale Makarov," Mira Jane introduced with a smile. "Good morning, master," Roland greeted with a light laugh. Although his memory of the fairy tale plot was a bit fuzzy, He remembered the identity of the old man before him clearly. Makarov Dreyer, the third guild master of Fairy Tale, and also one of the 10 wizard saints. At that moment, Levy told Makarov of his identity. "You've been traveling alone since you were a child?" Makarov gave him a surprised look, then nimbly hopped onto a high stool nearby. With a kind smile on his face, he reached out and patted Roland on the shoulder, laughing heartily. "That must have been tough. But now that you've joined the guild, just think of this place as your home. No need to be so formal." Seeing the guild master, who was as kind as a grandfather, Roland's mood relaxed a bit. Then, in the next moment, bang, a wooden bench flew over without warning, smashing the laughing Makarov directly behind the bar. Roland subconsciously turned his head, then fell silent. At some point, the guild hall had erupted into a brawl. Broken tables and wooden barrels flew everywhere. Colorful magic circles flashed one after another. Purple smoke burned, and clouds of smoke rose. "No, it's not like that." Seeing the silent Roland, the smile on Levy's face became strained. She stammered, trying to explain, "Everyone is just having a daily exchange." Before she could finish, a muscular figure suddenly flew from the distance. Just as it was about to hit Levy, Roland, who was standing beside her, sighed and pulled her into his embrace. Makarov, who had just jumped back up, wasn't so lucky. He lost his footing and was smashed down again. "That's enough, you damn rats." Unable to bear it any longer, Makarov activated his giant magic. A huge arm tossed Elfman, who was pinning him down, aside, and he roared as he charged into the crowd. MMPH. Pulled into his embrace, Levy's cheeks instantly flushed red. Her small, cute body suddenly felt weak. "I'm being held. Are you okay?" Looking at the girl, breathing rapidly in his arms, Roland couldn't help but stroke her head. Her blue hair was soft and smooth, very comfortable to the touch, and there was even a faint fragrance that tickled his nose. Just like petting a cat. But unlike a cat, which would purr when petted, Levy, seeing the girl's eyes gradually glaze over. Roland felt a strange sense of guilt and stopped stroking her head, turning to look away. He ended up seeing Mira Jane staring at the two of them with a curious expression. Realizing she had been noticed, she put a hand to her mouth, coughed lightly, and whispered to him, "I wasn't looking at all." Liar. Fortunately, thanks to Mira Jane's interruption, Levy also realized the situation was inappropriate. She quickly got out of his embrace and stood to the side, her face bright red, fidgeting with her index fingers behind her back. "Mira, may I take a quest now?" Ignoring the girl's blush, Roland asked with a serious expression, because after completing the guild-joining quest, the system had also unlocked the remaining 2 quest slots. Quest 2, the first pot of gold. Quest description: earn your first sum of money in this world. You can work, beg, steal, or rob. Quest reward: gourmet tablecloth from the world of Doryman, Quest 3. S-Class quest. Quest description: complete 1 S-Class quest. Be careful not to go out at night. Quest reward: Zoan-type devil fruit from the world of One Piece. Right now, I should only be able to complete the first one. Of course you can, but as a newcomer, I'd recommend finding a temporary teammate. Mira Jane glanced at Levy beside them and smiled sweetly. "Is that so? Then could I trouble you?" "Mira, wait. I can team up with you." Chapter 5. The midday sun lacks his provocation, this guy. He's doing it on purpose. Seeing Roland extend an invitation to Mira Jane, Levy pouted her cheeks in jealousy. "I was the one who brought him to the guild, so naturally I should be the one to guide him." "Oh my, are you two going to team up?" Mira Jane gently pressed a finger to her lips and tilted her head to remind him. "But I remember Levy already has a team. Doesn't she? If Jet and Droy find out." "Honestly, Mira, don't say things that could cause a misunderstanding. The two of them and I are just ordinary friends." Levy subconsciously glanced at Roland beside her. Seeing no change in his expression, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She couldn't let Roland misunderstand something like this. Ill-explained things to Jet and Droy compare to them. Roland, who just joined the guild, needs more help, right? Levy scratched her blushing cheek with a fingertip and explained, especially since she was the one who brought this newcomer into the guild. She felt even more obligated. Faced with the cute blue-haired girl's invitation to team up, Roland naturally accepted with pleasure. Well then, if you want to take a quest, you can go to the request board over there. After you found a suitable quest, just come to me to register it. Mira Jane reminded him gently. Thank you, Miss Mira Jane. Roland nodded politely. It's nothing. Also, you could just call me Mira. Everyone in the guild calls me that. Mira Jane waved her hand. While they were discussing quest-related matters, the brawl in the guild hall had long since died down. Most of the guild members were lying around in disarray on the floor, surrounded by broken chairs and barrels. Makarov, the guild master, was sitting cross-legged on the second-floor railing, a pained expression on his face. This guild is more lively than I imagined. Roland thought to himself as he glanced at the request board nearby, which was covered with all sorts of quest flyers. Subjugating Vulcans on MT Hakob, catching precious flying fish, repelling bandits, finding a lost book. From helping residents with chores to subjugating monsters on a snowy mountain. They had everything. The rewards for the quests varied according to their difficulty, ranging from a mere 500J to as high as 600,000J. He even saw a few familiar-looking requests on it, which meant the start of the main story wasn't far off. Roland took the quest to subjugate the Vulcan snow monster and couldn't help but think, yeah, you're going to take this quest. Levy stood on her tiptoes, and when she saw the request he had torn off, she couldn't help but advise against it. Those snow monkeys are social creatures. It'll be easy for the two of us to get overwhelmed. I don't intend to take it. Roland looked at the 400,000J reward listed below and shook his head. The reward for this quest is too low. 400,000J might seem like a lot, but in this town, it was only equivalent to 2 months' rent. After factoring in food and other expenses, it was simply not enough. That's quite a lot, though. At least we can rent, eh? Levy's words trailed off, then she abruptly stopped. Looking at Roland, standing in front of the request board, she didn't know if it was her imagination. But Levy felt that his demeanor was a bit different. HM. Noticing the girl's strange behavior, Roland turned his head slightly, his gaze meeting her slightly surprised eyes. As their eyes met, Levy realized what was wrong. Roland's eyes no longer held any gentleness or amusement. Instead, there was a natural indifference. Arrogant, conceited, and condescending, it was a complete contrast to his previous humble and polite demeanor, as if he had become a different person. So, Roland? She called out uncertainly. Roland looked at her worried expression, stunned for a moment, then immediately understood. Has my personality been affected by the sun? He could feel his power rapidly increasing as noon approached, and he hadn't expected his personality to be subtly changing as well. Yesterday, when the sun set, Roland had thought his personality wouldn't be affected. Now it seemed that while he hadn't inherited the timid personality, the arrogant side remained. Sorry, it's because of another one of my magic abilities. My personality changes a bit at noon. Understanding the reason, Roland explained. Is it a side effect of your magic? Hearing his explanation, Levy relaxed a little. Could magic really change a person's personality? To make such a polite person so arrogant? Looking at the arrogant expression in Roland's eyes, an unusual feeling involuntarily rose in her heart. Levy quickly shook her head, suppressing the inappropriate emotion that had just surfaced. What was I just thinking? So, are there any quests with higher rewards? Ignoring the infatuated girl beside him, Roland pinched his chin and muttered to himself. Perhaps influenced by his current state of mind, he felt a strong resistance to taking on such boring and worthless quests. Just then, a slightly mocking voice sounded from the second floor. Just a mere newcomer, and you're already so arrogant. Roland calmly looked up at the blond man sitting near the railing on the second floor. He had a prominent lightning bolt-shaped scar over his right eye, wore a pair of headphones on his head, a black shirt, and a fur-lined coat over it. Laxus? Levy subconsciously called out the man's name. To think they'd even accept a good-for-nothing who doesn't know his own place. Has the guild really fallen this far? Laxus didn't bother to reply to her, instead leaning against the railing with a malicious smile. You want a high-reward quest, don't you? Why don't you take a look on the second floor, newbie? Roland, don't listen to him. Mira Jane frowned and looked up. Although Roland is a new member, he is also a comrade of the Fairy Tale Guild. How would acknowledge such a weakling as a comrade? There are enough weaklings in the guild already. Laxus looked down from above, a disdainful smile on his face. Do I really need to consider these weaklings as my comrades? His words instantly angered more than half the people in the guild hall. Damn it, that Laxus, so arrogant. Bastard. Laxus, is it? A smile spread across Roland's lips. He ruffled the blue hair of the girl beside him and turned to walk towards the stairs. It was currently noon, and he was finding it a bit hard to contain the immense power within his body. He might as well use this guy to test his strength. Wait, Roland. Chapter 6. Laxus, was it? You are so weak. Seeing Roland walk towards the stairs, Levy quickly hurried after him. You can't go up to the second floor right now. According to the Master's rules, only S-Class mages are allowed up there. However, she had just finished speaking when Roland's figure disappeared from the stairs. Rules are the kind of thing that become meaningless if you're strong enough. Roland didn't even turn his head as he took the next step onto the landing. He could feel his personality had undergone a drastic change. But so what? He had absolute confidence in his strength. So what if he was a little more arrogant? The other guild members weren't too surprised by this scene. After all, there are always some hot-tempered individuals who couldn't stand Laxus' provocations and would try to charge up to the second floor. The result, naturally, was being thrown back down by Guild Master Makarov. TCH, that Laxus guy is always so arrogant every time he shows up. Sitting on a repaired chair, a bruised and swollen Wakaba held a cigarette and clicked his tongue in annoyance. Well, what can you do? He was so well-behaved when he was a kid. Macau stroked his chin as he watched the newcomer walk up the stairs. Isn't Natsu around? Nah, he went out on a job yesterday morning. No wonder I felt like something was missing. If Natsu were here, he could have served as a bad example for the newcomer. That was a good line just now. I wonder if you have the strength to back it up. A playful smile appeared on Laxus' lips as he glanced at his grandfather, who had fallen asleep at some point, clutching a wine bottle. It's about time you woke up. Just as Roland was halfway up the stairs, the drunken Makarov woke up. Laxus, can't you just behave yourself? Looking at his grandson, Makarov had a helpless expression. He was always causing a heap of trouble, and now he wouldn't even let newcomer off the hook. Sylvie, hold on. It's all my fault that Laxus is like this. Please don't mind him. Makarov sighed. A golden magic circle flashed in front of his palm, and a giant hand reached towards Roland. He was preparing to bring him back down. After all, he was a newcomer who had just joined. It was normal for him not to know the guild's rules. However, the giant hand he extended grabbed nothing but air, leaving Makarov stunned. When he looked towards Roland's position again, the other was already standing in front of Laxus. Wait, what did he get there? Not only Makarov, but the other guild members were also shocked. Someone actually managed to break through the master's defense and get to the second floor, and it was a newcomer who had just joined the guild. Hey, you're a bit interesting. Laxus was stunned for a moment, then stood up from his chair and said nonchalantly, I happen to have some time. I can show you just how big the gap between us is. On what grounds? Roland looked at him calmly, the arrogance hidden beneath his gentle exterior gradually baring its fangs. Although his power came from Escaner, because they were different individuals, the manifestation of their arrogance also differed. Escanor's arrogance was one of pity, pitying all who were weaker than him. His was simply looking down on everyone. The brilliant, golden sunlight streamed into the room, illuminating his body. Tiny golden flames slowly ignited in his hair, making him look as dazzling as if he were gilded. Fire magic? I hope you're not all show and no substance like Natsu and Macau. Seeing the flames rising from his body, Laxus laughed arrogantly and extended a hand, crackling arcs of electricity wrapping around it. Who are you calling all show and no substance, you bastard? Down below, Macau's face darkened. Master, Aren't you going to stop them? Mira Jane asked worriedly. No need. Makarov's expression was a bit strange as he looked at Roland's back, unsure of what to say. Isn't this newcomer's magic related to shadows? Why is the magic power he's leaking now so strong? Its intensity was continuously increasing, to the point where even he felt a sense of danger. Something's not right. I hope Laxus can rein in his personality this time. Ahem, go easy on him. Knowing his grandson's strength, Makarov couldn't help but remind him. Huh? Laxus' mind couldn't quite process it. Normally, when something like this happened, shouldn't the old man stop them? Why was he telling him to go easy this time? Although he was confused, Laxus waved his hand and said, Don't worry, I won't kill him. Mira, what should we do? Hearing the conversation on the second floor, Levy's eyes widened, and she looked at Mira Jane helplessly. Don't worry. The master must have his reasons for doing this. Mira Jane stroked her head and comforted her softly. She believed the master wouldn't let a member of his own guild be put in danger. Is there any possibility that the master was talking to me just now? Roland reminded him. Don't flatter yourself. Newbie. Laxus rushed forward, lightning wrapping around his arms. His charged fist shot towards Roland's abdomen like a cannonball. Roland stood motionless, letting the fist land on him. Seeing this, Levy subconsciously closed her eyes. But you've got to be kidding me. That newcomer is still standing? That's Laxus we're talking about. Is this newcomer a monster? Cries of astonishment instantly swept through the entire guild, making Levy unable to resist looking up at the second floor. That didn't hurt at all. Under Laxus' stunned and disbelieving gaze, Roland reached out and grabbed his wrist. Apart from his clothes being torn, his body was almost completely unharmed. Witnessing a strength far beyond his own, Laxus' composure began to waver. He tried to pull his arm back with all his might, but it wouldn't budge. Taking a deep breath, he aimed his other hand at Roland, and a brilliant golden magic circle instantly appeared. Lightning dragons roar. Dense golden lightning rained down from the sky, soon completely burying Roland's figure. The wooden floor of the guild was also blasted open, leaving a large hole. As the smoke and dust cleared, a scornful voice sounded. Is this all the strength you have? You're kidding? Hearing the voice beside his ear, Laxus' eyes widened. He then clenched his teeth in frustration, the magic power in his dragon slayer lacrima surging wildly. You are just a newcomer. His body began to grow, his muscles bulging, and golden, scale-like markings appeared on his arms. However, before he could react, Roland's magic power began to rise violently, even forming a tangible pressure that covered the entire guild. The surrounding floor, walls, and furniture were all incinerated. Unable to escape, Lax's face turned pale, and a sense of powerlessness quietly rose in his heart. I can't when I can't possibly win. Fortunately, this pressure only lasted for about 10 seconds. Laxus, was it? You are so weak. Roland looked at the scorched Laxus and said with a nonchalant tone. Chapter 7. New guild member? Guild monster. A smile played on Roland's lips as he released his grip. Laxus, having lost all his strength, knelt on the ground. The fur coat and shirt he had been wearing were burned to ashes by the magic, leaving only his pants. His exposed skin was covered in numerous burns. It would take a month or two in bed to recover, and this was the result of Roland holding back considerably. He had a feeling that if he hadn't controlled himself, the entire town of Magnolia would have been vaporized. As the battle ended, everyone present fell into a strange silence. Clearly, no one had expected a newcomer who had just joined to be able to defeat Laxus, and with such an overwhelming display of power. What new guild member? This was a guild monster. Makarov was the first to react, quickly rushing to Lax's side. Looking at his grandson, who was lying on the floor, scorched black, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he looked frightful, most of his injuries were minor. Sending him to poorly Yusuka's for a while would be enough. I hope this incident will make him tone it down a bit. Makarov muttered helplessly to himself. As noon passed, Roland's personality returned to normal. The feelings of conceit and arrogance in his heart vanished. Most of the second floor had been destroyed, with the remaining wooden planks smoldering and emitting thick smoke. Looking at the fire-ravaged scene before him, Roland discreetly took a step back. The guild master won't ask me for compensation. Will he? He was currently penniless, and even owed Levy a considerable amount of money. If he incurred another debt, he would probably have to sleep under a bridge. As Makarov had Elfman take Laxus to the infirmary, the people below also came to their senses, and a heated discussion erupted, the noise deafening. Did you see that? That Laxus was completely powerless in the hands of that newcomer. A young man with golden, center-parted hair shouted excitedly. It's Roland, Roland. Remember people's names, Macau. Levy clenched her fists in excitement and quickly corrected him. That was terrifying. That pressure, just now Macau took a deep breath. Even now, his heart was still pounding wildly. Yeah, with that kind of strength, he'd be an S-class mage in any guild. Wakaba, holding a pipe, couldn't help but chime in. I wonder who's stronger, this kid or Guildarts? Everyone's eyes were on Roland, and the lively discussion continued unabated. All right, everyone. Makarov jumped onto the railing again, coughed twice, and drew everyone's attention. Everyone present, first clean up the guild. Also, Roland, you come with me. Not only had the second floor been destroyed by Roland and Lax's fight, but the earlier brawl in the guild had also broken many things. This was also a form of punishment. As his words fell, the enthusiasm of the people present instantly deflated. Many tried to use the excuse of going on a quest to leave early. Seeing Levy's smile also freeze, Roland snapped his fingers. The shadows gradually twisted, and one by one, ShadowCon emerged from them. They began to tidy up the messy guild on their own, moving with great speed. Seeing these familiar ninjas, the blue-haired girl looked up at the second floor and saw the young man smiling and tilting his head at her. He likes me too. At this, Levy clutched her flat chest, a sweet smile on her face. Following Makarov into a room on the second floor, Roland was, as expected, questioned about his state earlier and the magic he possessed. Towards this guild master who cared for his children, Roland didn't continue to hide it. After all, if he spent a long time with the other guild members in that state, they would eventually figure it out anyway. So, that appearance earlier was a side effect of your magic? After learning about the magic called Sun, Makarov looked dazed. As expected, is this a lost magic? To be able to use even the magic power of the sun. What incredible magic! After a brief moment of awe, Makarov's gaze returned to Roland, who was sitting opposite him, drinking hot tea. Wait, where did that tea come from? As if sensing his thoughts, Roland pointed to the gourmet tablecloth spread on the table and said with a light laugh, "This tablecloth can produce all sorts of delicious food. Would you like something to drink, master?" "Oh, you have such a convenient magic item." Hearing this, Makarov's curiosity was piqued. He leaned in and asked in a low voice, "Can it produce fine wine?" His alcohol was strictly monitored by the barmaid downstairs. Except for parties, it was difficult for him to drink to his heart's content. How about wine? Roland thought of a famous wine from his previous life and snapped his fingers. A bottle of Lafite. As his words fell, a bottle of high-quality red wine appeared out of thin air on the table. He couldn't sense any magic fluctuations at all. "I've never heard of this wine." Makarov looked at the bottle of red wine with unfamiliar writing on it. He tentatively took a sip, and his eyes instantly lit up. He had expected it to taste bad, but the actual taste far surpassed most of the red wines on the market. This tablecloth must also be. That's right, I obtained it by chance during my travels. Roland nodded with a smile. The explanation for his sun magic was the same. He had obtained it during his travels. There was no more perfect explanation. Imzo en views. If I had known, I would have traveled more when I was young. Makarov hugged the wine bottle and took a swig, speaking in a drunken stupor. When Roland came down from the second floor, before Levy could even greet him, she was pushed aside by the other guild members. "Hey, little Roland, interested in having a few drinks with this old man? You're amazing, newbie." The newbie looks cute. Big sister likes your type. Want to go on a date with me? Shut up, Kana. It seems being too popular isn't always a good thing. Looking at the enthusiastic guild members surrounding him, Roland couldn't help but take a couple of steps back. Chapter 8. The Working Shadow Con. Team Shadow Gear. Quest the first pot of gold has been completed. Please claim your quest reward. The column that originally listed 3 quests now had 2 grayed out, leaving only the S-Class quest uncompleted. But what made Roland feel strange was, how did I complete this quest? He clearly hadn't accepted any quests. He had only crushed Laxus. Just as he was wondering, a Shadowcon ninja appeared silently beside him, knelt on one knee, and respectfully handed him a small bag of coins. Taking the bag of money, Roland had a blank expression. They didn't steal this, did they? But he hadn't given any order to steal. That's their payment. After all, your shadow magic was a huge help, Roland. Mira Jane said with a smile, placing a glass of orange juice in front of him. They need to rest and eat too, right? In a way, it's similar to celestial spirit magic. No, it's completely different. Although the Shadowcon could work for 100 years straight without eating or drinking and still not die, looking at the gentle smile on Mira's face, he didn't say it out loud. If he said something like that, wouldn't he be a complete monster? Silently accepting the coins, Roland took a sip of the iced orange juice, the cool, sweet and sour taste spreading in his mouth. By the way, Mira, is the guild hiring servers? Roland asked thoughtfully, looking at the Shadowcon bustling about their work in the guild. In any case, since he could summon the Shadowcon and there were no distance limitations, leaving 2 or 3 of them here to work and earn some extra cash would be a good idea. Are you planning to work part-time here, Roland? Mira Jane, clearly not expecting such a question, blinked in a daze. Putting other things aside, with the strength he had just displayed, he could easily take on S-Class quests. You have to understand, the minimum reward for an S-Class quest is 7 or 8 million J, which is equivalent to an ordinary person's annual salary. Currently, Mickey and I are the only servers. When it's a holiday or we have a party, it does get a bit hectic. Although she was confused, Mira Jane answered seriously. It's just a part-time job. In a way, my magic is quite suitable for this kind of work. Roland said with a light laugh. Well, that's true. Mira Jane glanced at the diligently working Shadowcon. After some thought, she held up a finger and kindly reminded him, but the salary for this job is low. Only 200,000 J. After paying rent, that amount would barely be enough for daily expenses. As for buying magic items, that would be out of the question. No problem. Also, could I get a month's salary in advance? Sure, you can, but are you sure on money? Because he was scammed out of all his money yesterday morning. Levy, who was quietly drinking her orange juice beside him, said in a small voice. He ran into a scammer? Mira Jane's eyes widened in surprise. Then, she thought of something and couldn't help but ask. Then where did Roland stay last night? Cough before she could finish. Levy, knowing what was coming, became visibly flustered. In her panic, she choked on her drink and couldn't stop coughing, covering her mouth. Noticing her intense reaction, a wild guess suddenly formed in Mira Jane's mind. She looked at the two of them with a peculiar expression, her mouth slightly open, at a loss for words. In the end, she could only give Levy a knowing smile. I never thought the usually shy Levy would be so bold in such matters. Bringing a man she had known for less than a day back to her room. In the girls' dormitory, no less. What does that smile mean? Mira. Levy's face was bright red as she glared, both embarrassed and angry, at Mira Jane, who was covering her mouth and chuckling. All right. He'll go get little Roland next month's salary in advance. Seeing the blue-haired girl's face was about to explode with redness, Mira Jane stopped teasing, left that sentence, and walked towards the counter. As the barmaid left, Levy slumped onto the table as if all life had left her. A young girl's shyness made her instinctively bury her face in her arms. Roland couldn't help but chuckle at such a cute display. Hearing the chuckle beside her, Levy tilted her head slightly, her moist eyes sneaking a peek at him. Want some Xylong Bayo? My treat. Roland said with a smile. Xylong Bayo. A flicker of confusion appeared in Levy's eyes. She couldn't help but ask, "What's that?" "It's a staple food from my hometown. If I had to describe it, it's kind of like the Phil buns here." "Are you going to make them?" Levy asked, blinking. "No, it's a magic item I got during my travels. It can generate all kinds of food in unlimited quantities." Roland shook his head. Hearing of such a magical item, Levy's curiosity was piqued. Under her expectant gaze, Roland took out a pure white tablecloth with a symmetrical pattern from thin air and unhurriedly spread it on the table. "Whatever you want to eat, just say it to this gourmet tablecloth. Then I want a strawberry cake." Hearing this, Levy gave it a try and called out. The next moment, under her incredulous gaze, a huge strawberry cake suddenly appeared on the table. "No way," Levy murmured in disbelief. However, that sense of absurdity vanished completely after she tasted a bite of the cream. "It's delicious. Compared to the strawberry cake sold in cake shops, the texture and taste are just as good." Popping a strawberry into her mouth, Levy praised it subconsciously. If Urza knew about this item, she'd probably be pestering you for cake every day. "Urza, the Titania." Roland propped his chin on one hand. "Jo, Levy, I found a good quest, want to go?" Just then, a cheerful voice called out from not too far away. Roland looked up and saw a man with orange hair wearing a cowboy hat and a coat walking over, followed by another tall, slender figure. "That's Jet and Droy. They're my teammates." Levy wiped the cream from the corner of her mouth and quickly explained. Her nervous expression seemed to show she was afraid he would misunderstand. Chapter 9. Damn it, give Levy back to us. Team Shadow Gear. After Mira Jane's explanation, Roland also learned that there were many small groups within the guild. Among them was the Thunder God tribe, led by Laxus. While Levy was making introductions, Jet and Droy also noticed the young man sitting beside her, and both were stunned. "Jet, Droy, these are my good friends whom I've known since I was a child." Levy paused, then looked at Roland beside her, and said with a smile, "This is Roland, a newcomer who just joined the guild today." "Hello," Roland greeted in a gentle tone. "A newcomer who just joined today?" The two looked at each other, their expressions grave. There's no mistaking it. This kid has his eyes on our cute Levy. "An enemy," Jet muttered to himself in a low voice. "Yeah, looks like we'll have to call a temporary truce." Noticing his exceptionally handsome face, Droy felt an inexplicable pressure, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Damn it, where did a guy who's on par with Loke suddenly appear from? It was obvious the person before them was the greatest threat to their pursuit of Levy. "You two are being too rude, aren't you? He was just greeting you." Seeing the two of them not responding at all, Levy narrowed her eyes in annoyance. "These two, sorry, I'm Sarasuk, but everyone in the guild calls me Jet." Seeing the dangerous look in Levy's eyes, Jet quickly stood at attention, pressed his hand on his wide-brimmed hat, and introduced himself. "I'm Droy. It's a pleasure to meet you," Droy said, somewhat reluctantly. After all, seeing the girl you have a crush on laughing and talking with a strange man, who will be in a good mood. After a simple round of introductions, Levy suddenly remembered the matter of teaming up. She scratched her cheek with her index finger and said with an embarrassed tone, I have something I need to discuss with you." "What is it?" Jet asked curiously. Levy began to hesitate. After a long pause, she revealed an awkward yet polite expression. "He'll be leaving the team for a while. For the upcoming quests, ITLL, just be the two of you." "What? Wait. You're quitting the team?" Droy and Jet stood frozen as if struck by lightning. Their expressions went from disbelief to pale, and their lips trembled so much they couldn't speak. "Why? Our team, since its formation, has never asked Miss Levy to team up with me." Before Droy could finish, Roland interrupted. "Because I'm new to this town and not familiar with the quest procedures, I asked Levy to team up with me for a while." He still had a smile on his face, and his gentle voice made Levy pause. "That's not right. I was the one who asked to team up." "No, it's not like that. I was the one who offered after hesitating for a few seconds." Levy decisively opened her mouth to explain, but before she could get halfway through her sentence, she felt her left hand being held. The firm touch and warm temperature made the girl's breath catch. That's the truth. If you two seniors have any dissatisfaction, you could take it up with me. No, it's not that we're dissatisfied. Seeing him say this, Jet clutched his head, feeling a headache coming on. Since he's already put it like that, what else can we say? If they continued to press the issue, it would be a greater loss if they ended up making Levy dislike them. Then please take care of Levy, Droy managed to say with great difficulty. But he felt something wasn't right and added through gritted teeth, if she gets hurt during a quest, I won't let you off. Don't worry, they'll take good care of her. Roland squeezed the soft, smooth little hand under the table and said seriously. Levy lowered her head, trying her best not to let her former teammates see the blush on her face. At this moment, Mira Jane walked over with his advance salary. Seeing the 4 people present, she blinked, not understanding the situation. What's going on? Why does the atmosphere feel so heavy? Here, your 200,000, Jay. Although she was curious about what had happened, Miss Mira Jane first handed over the bag of coins. Thank you. Roland took the money bag, the heavy weight reassuring. Now that he had his salary, the next step was to find a nice place to live. A place like the Fairy Hills Girls' Dormitory only cost 100,000 J a month, the cheapest price in town. For an ordinary person to rent a place, it would cost at least 150,000 J or more. Mira, they'll be leaving this afternoon. As for work, Roland casually called over a ninja carrying drinks and said to Mira Jane, the Shadowcon won't disappear without my command. They can work until the guild closes. Are you going to look for a place to rent? Mira Jane placed a finger on her chin and said thoughtfully, there's a resident near my house who's looking to rent out a room. You could go take a look. Unlike the other women in the guild, she didn't rent a room in an apartment. She had used the money earned from quests to buy a house in town, where she lived with her younger brother. By the way, the scenery around there is quite nice, I understand. Thank you, Mira. Roland looked her in the eyes seriously and said softly, it's nothing. Mira Jane unconsciously averted her gaze and tucked a strand of her silver-white hair behind her ear, trying to hide her blushing cheeks. She said in a feigned, casual tone, we're comrades, after all, aren't we? There's that feeling of my heart racing again. Why do I have such a strange reaction whenever I look at Roland? The girl who had never been in love couldn't help but wonder. They'll be going, putting away the gourmet tablecloth. Roland and Levy walked side by side towards the guild entrance. They left behind Mira Jane, who was wondering if there was something wrong with her, and the crestfallen Jet and Droy. Staring at the 2 departing figures, Droy slammed his fist on the table in frustration. Damn it, give Levy back to me. Chapter 10. The girl's innocent first kiss. After leaving the guild, Roland naturally took the slender, fair hand of the girl beside him. Levy looked at the street beside them nonchalantly, allowing her hand to be slowly held tighter. Feeling the warmth between them, her heart began to pound, and it felt as if her blood was boiling, making her entire body feel hot. Levy took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, but the rising heat had already made her mind fuzzy, and she could only let him lead her along like a doll. Just then, that familiar, gentle voice suddenly sounded. By the way, which way is Mira's house? To the left. Suppressing her inner shyness, Levy subconsciously pointed to the fork in the road on the left. After all, having lived in this town for so many years, she could give directions without a clear head. The afternoon sun wasn't glaring. Roland looked up with a slight smile, clearly feeling the power in his body fading away. But it didn't affect his pleasant mood. Admiring the various medieval fantasy-style buildings and smelling the aroma of baking bread wafting through the air, everything was so new and fascinating to Roland, especially with a cute, blue-haired girl by his side. This world is really nice. Hearing the whisper beside her, Levy, who hadn't heard clearly, asked subconsciously. Perhaps she had gotten a little used to it. Although she was still shy, it was better than at the beginning. At least she didn't have to walk with her head down the whole time. I was saying, Levy is really cute. Roland smiled slightly, lightly pinching his chin. No wonder Jet and Droy like you so much. Goo. Am not. Levy's eyes widened as she quickly waved her hands. However, she couldn't suppress the smile on her lips, which revealed the joy in her heart for all to see. The way the two of them were laughing and talking, from the perspective of many passers-by, they looked just like a couple in love. Mira Jane's place wasn't far from the guild. After walking for about half an hour, Levy stopped, and Roland curiously observed their surroundings. The originally wide street was divided by a river, with tall trees bearing flower buds planted on both sides. Every so often, there was a flat bridge made of white stone. The residential building where Mira Jane lived was on the north side of the river. The buildings were arranged in neat rows, giving them a unique, symmetrical, and delicate feel. Across from the residential area was a huge park filled with unknown trees. It seemed it was not their blooming season. Those are cherry blossom trees over there. The Guild's Cherry Blossom Festival is always held there. But unfortunately, it's not the blooming season right now. Levy explained cheerfully with her hands behind her back. I see. No wonder Mira said the scenery here was nice. Roland nodded. Although he didn't know why there were things like cherry blossom trees, he imagined that when they bloomed, the entire street would be enveloped in a sky full of petals. Let's go. I found the uncle who's renting out his house, Levy said with a smile, tugging on his sleeve. The person renting out the house was an uncle in his 30s. The reason for renting was that he was taking his wife on a trip for a year or two. After hearing the reason, Levy couldn't help but exclaim, "That's so wonderful. Your wife is so lucky to have a husband like you." If she married Roland, she wondered if they would one day go on a trip together. She couldn't help but think about it, because he was in a hurry to rent it out. The girl managed to bargain the monthly rent down to 130,000 J, on the condition that they pay half a year's rent in advance. That was 780,000 J. Levy paid it for him without a second thought. After all, every time she completed a quest, she only used a small portion of the reward money to buy necessary books and such. She rarely splurged, which resulted in her savings exceeding those of most people in the guild. I feel like I'll never be able to repay you. Roland sighed, with a complicated expression. She provided a place to stay, food, and now even half a year's rent. Should I just repay her with my body? After signing the contract, the two walked into the newly rented house. It was a 2-story wooden house. The first floor was mainly the living room and kitchen, while the bedroom Roland rented was on the second floor. There was also a bathroom and toilet in the hallway. It had everything. Plus, since the landlord's whole family was going on a trip, it was equivalent to renting an entire house for 130,000 J. By the time they saw the original owner and his wife off in a horse-drawn carriage, it was already evening. That's great. Now you have a place to live. Levy pumped her fist happily. With that excited expression on her face, anyone who didn't know better would think she was the one who had rented the house. This has been a lot of trouble for you, Levy. Looking at the key shining with a metallic luster in his hand, Roland spoke from the bottom of his heart. Although he knew that Levy was most likely helping him so much because she was influenced by the love spot, but who could blame his good luck for meeting such a cute girl? Roland shook his head, pushing these thoughts to the back of his mind. Let's go in first. They'll treat you to a different style of dinner tonight. Oh, is it that Xylong Bayo? Pan-fried dumplings, ramen, hot pot, salt-baked snails, fruit pudding. You can have whatever you want to eat. Wait, wasn't there something strange mixed in there? Snails are edible. Just the thought of it made Levy's scalp tingle. The moonlight tonight was exceptionally bright. After enjoying an apple pudding for dessert, Levy lay on the sofa with a satisfied expression, gazing at the night scenery outside the window. A slight smile touched her lips. She then sat up cross-legged on the sofa and stretched. Thank you for the meal. We'll be heading back for today. Actually, it's fine if you sleep here too. Roland put down the history book he was halfway through and said, half-jokingly, "Dat impossible. At least, not until later." Levy rubbed her reddening cheeks, then quickly got up and walked to the door. As she pushed open the door, a cold wind suddenly blew in, making the girl, who was only wearing an off-the-shoulder dress, quickly wrap her arms around herself. But in the next moment, a black long-sleeved jacket was draped over her shoulders, and the chill dissipated considerably. Thank you. Levy held the collar of the jacket and turned to look at Roland, who was standing at the door. The bright moonlight shone down leisurely, falling on Roland's face. His gentle and delicate features made her heart flutter once again. Roland. Levy lowered her head slightly and said in a small voice, "HM, can you close your eyes just for a little while?" "Sure, I can, but why?" Roland raised an eyebrow, somewhat confused. "Please." Although he was full of questions, based on his trust in the girl, Roland closed his eyes. What followed was a gentle and moist sensation on the corner of his lips, along with a faint taste of apple. That is a kiss? At that moment, only one thought remained in Roland's mind. Chapter 11. Mini Dora and the Secret Sword. Swallow reversal. Her soft, cherry blossom-colored lips, her breathing growing ragged. After a moment of silence, sensing that Levy was about to pull away, Roland didn't hesitate to embrace her small, cute body, assertively savoring her taste. Stunned by his move at first, Levy then subconsciously stood on her tiptoes, clumsily responding in kind. The faint, fresh scent from her blue hair, the soft, jelly-like touch of her lips, and their breaths mingling together. Everything was so intoxicating. MMPH soon, Levy couldn't take it anymore, patting his back with all her might. I'm going to suffocate." Although her light taps felt more like a caress to Roland, he realized what was happening when he saw her face turning red from lack of air. As they parted, Levy gasped for fresh air, her amber eyes now misty. The dizziness from the lack of air left her weak, and she could only lean helplessly in Roland's embrace, her cherry blossom-colored lips glistening under the moonlight. Seeing the glistening trailhead left, Roland couldn't resist reaching out with his index finger to wipe it away. However, before her mind cleared, Levy, seeing his outstretched finger, tilted her head in confusion and bit down on it. Or rather, held was a more accurate term. He felt no pain, only the sensation of his fingertip being licked by her soft, wet tongue. It tickled. "What are you doing?" Roland asked with a strange expression, stroking her short blue hair as if petting an animal. Levy was visibly stunned. She quickly released his finger and whispered in embarrassment, "I saw in those books that after kissing, a lot of women do this. Can I borrow them to have a look?" Roland became somewhat interested in the books she mentioned. Those allude to him. Those books were borrowed by Urza not long ago. Levy, who had almost let it slip, coughed lightly and shook her head. As for the last part, she wasn't lying. After she bought those adult books, Urza had borrowed them all. That fairy queen actually likes to read that kind of book. Roland pinched his chin, his tone surprised. Levy thought so too. After all, it was normal for a literature-loving girl to be curious about that sort of knowledge. But she really hadn't expected Urza to read them as well. "You must not mention this to Urza, or he'll be in for it." As if recalling the fear of being dominated by Urza, Levy quickly reminded him. After resting for a little while longer, she had regained some of her strength, but chose not to leave Roland's embrace immediately. Instead, she lingered, seeming to covet the warmth. "Actually, you don't have to leave tonight." He said the same words again, but unlike the half-joking tone from before, this time was clearly much more serious. "No, it's too soon for that." As expected, Levy refused his request to stay, her face red. "At the very least, we need to get to know each other for a while." After all, they had only known each other for 2 days, and she had already given him her first kiss. The pace of their relationship was abnormally fast. Hearing her quiet mumbling, Roland didn't press the issue, respectfully giving the girl time to prepare herself. "All right, I'll ask again later." He ruffled her sky-blue hair and helped her stand steady on the ground again. As the solid feeling of the ground returned, Levy gradually steadied her swaying figure, lightly biting her pink lip. So this is how wonderful kissing is. As she thought this, her gaze couldn't help but drift to Roland's lips. "Just one more time, and then I'll go back and sleep." "MMPH, wait. You can't do that there." Faced with Levy's second assault, Roland narrowed his eyes, preparing to collect some interest from this disobedient girl. The end result was Levy letting out an embarrassed cry, clutching her flat chest as she quickly fled. Though her size wasn't obvious, they felt surprisingly good to the touch. Roland extended his fingers and made a grasping motion in the air twice, looking thoughtful. Back in his bedroom on the second floor, Roland lay on the soft bed, his gaze fixed on the moon outside the window, his mind gradually going blank. The second night in this world. It had to be said, without Levy's voice beside him, he felt a little unaccustomed to it. A smile formed on his lips as he recalled the girl's shyness tonight and the softness of her lips. With anticipation for the next day, Roland slowly closed his eyes. At 6 in the morning, a cool breeze flowed in through the window. As the curtains were drawn, sunlight fell upon the empty bed. System, show me today's quests. Taking a bite of a crispy, toasted piece of bread, the system's quest log appeared before Roland's eyes. Today's quests have been refreshed. Quest 1. Quest Master. Quest Description. As a member of the guild, the natural way to show your strength is to complete enough quests. Please complete any 5 quests within 1 day. Quest Reward. Tom Riddle's wand from the world of Harry Potter. A wand from that world would be useless here, right? Roland calmed his mind and continued to look down. Quest 2. Protagonist. Not so much. Quest Description. Please defeat Natsu Dragneel with overwhelming strength today. Quest Reward. Secret Sword. Swallow Reversal from the world of Type Moon. Seeing the reward for the second quest, Roland's eyes lit up. This was a sword technique that reached the realm of magic, a multi-dimensional refraction phenomenon. As long as he drew his sword, it was impossible for the opponent to dodge. Quest 3. Hidden Love. Quest Description. Your love spot has successfully charmed the barmaid, but due to her personality, she has been suppressing these emotions. Please have a host make her reveal them. Quest Reward. Mini Dora from the world of Doraemon. Chapter 12. Natsu, Laxus, how did you end up looking like this? Roland sat quietly at the table, finishing the last half of his toast. He looked with a peculiar expression at the quest panel only he could see. The third quest slot, he already knew that Mira Jane had been affected by the love spot when they first met. After all, it was an ability bestowed by the god of love. But more than the quest itself, the reward for this quest was the main point. Minidora, a cat-type robot from the 22nd century. It looked like a miniature version of Doraemon, and likewise, the gadgets in its pocket and their effects were also miniaturized. But even if they were miniature, just a few of those gadgets would be enough to change this world. I wonder if the Minidora reward comes with its own gadgets. It would be interesting if it came with gadgets. With that thought, Roland closed the system panel and walked to the full-length mirror to adjust the clothes he had just bought yesterday. His soft, dark hair, his calm and gentle eyes, and his handsome face, coupled with the mole at the corner of his eye, gave him a unique charm. I should wear glasses before I go out. Recalling how he was approached by various women on the street yesterday, Roland let out a light breath and put on the black frame glasses that Levy had carefully selected for him. The frame just happened to cover the mole below the corner of his eye. Although he had a face that was very attractive to women, covering the mole would at least prevent pregnant women from hitting on him. He still remembered the way Levy gritted her teeth in anger when a pregnant woman had winked at him. Well then, he'll leave the cleaning of this house to you. With a snap of his fingers, several ninjas emerged from the shadows and began to tidy up the room with swift and efficient movements, while Roland headed downstairs. I hope I can run into Natsu at the guild today, he muttered to himself. Whether it was the secret sword, Swallow Reversal, or Minidora, he wanted the rewards for both quests. As for that wand, which had no use other than as a collector's item, instead of spending time on 5 quests, wouldn't it be better to hold little Levy and discuss some knowledge? Good morning, newbie. Just as he stepped out the door, a rough voice sounded from behind. Roland subconsciously turned his head. The first thing that caught his eye was the very conspicuous white hair, followed by a very muscular build and a fierce-looking face with a scar. Elfman? Roland called out his name, but couldn't help but wonder. Are he and Mira Jane really siblings? Apart from the white hair, there was no resemblance in their appearances at all. Wait, you know my name? Elfman gave him a surprised look and couldn't help but ask. He didn't remember ever greeting this terrifyingly strong newcomer to the guild yesterday. Mira told me. It's a pleasure to meet you, Elfman Senpai. Roland still wore a gentle smile. This humble and polite personality made Elfman feel a bit of goodwill towards him. "So my sister told you?" He scratched his head, having not yet introduced himself. "I'm Elfman Strauss, Miris' younger brother. My name is Roland. I don't have a surname," Roland said with a light laugh. "Roland, that's a manly name. You'll remember it. By the way, are you heading to the guild?" Elfman was long used to people not having surnames. After all, there were several comrades in the guild without one. "Yes, I'm a server now, just like Mira." Although he didn't see what his name had to do with being manly, Roland didn't press the matter. He remembered from the anime that Elfman was a character who always had manly on his lips. It was probably some kind of verbal tic. "Shall we go together?" Pushing those jumbled memories to the back of his mind, Roland extended an invitation. "No problem. I was just about to take a quest a real man has to work hard to support his family." At the end, Elfman couldn't help but clench his fists. "So, in what way do they look like siblings?" Roland, walking in front, half closed his eyes. By the time they reached the guild entrance, it was past 9 in the morning. The noisy atmosphere in the hall could be heard clearly even from outside. This group of people is really full of energy. Pushing open the door, the first thing he saw were more than a dozen guild members. Some were drinking heartily from wooden mugs early in the morning. Some were carefully selecting quests from the request board, and others were slumped over tables, yawning listlessly. "Didn't you sleep well last night?" After greeting Elfman, Roland skillfully sat down next to the sleepy girl. The moment he sat down, Foreshadowcon emerged from the shadows and began to do chores in the tavern on their own. "I couldn't fall asleep after I got back yesterday." Hearing the familiar voice beside her ear, Levy looked up resentfully. There were faint dark circles under her eyes. Before she could say much more, the blue-haired girl covered her mouth and yawned, crystal tears slowly welling up. "That's why I told you to sleep at my place," Roland shrugged. "Pervert. I should be the one calling you a pervert. Don't forget, you were the one who kissed me first last night before he could finish." Levy quickly jumped up and covered his mouth in a panic. "Don't talk about that outside." She puffed out her cheeks in anger, clearly a girl with a sense of shame. If anyone found out that she had kissed a boy she had only known for 2 days, there would be no reason for her to stay in this town. Bang just then. With a loud bang, the guild door was kicked open. "Yo, everyone in back." A pink-haired boy walked into the guild, his energetic voice echoing. "Natsu, don't be so loud this early in the morning," Mikao said helplessly. "Shut up." Natsu sat down on a chair nonchalantly. Following behind him was a blue cat with wings, carrying a bundle on its back. "So noisy." A familiar, deep male voice came from the second floor, making Roland turn his head to look. He saw Laxus, wrapped in bandages from head to toe, sitting by the railing on the second floor, looking down with a gloomy expression. His gaze finally rested on Roland, and he clenched his fists in frustration. "Laxus, you're just in time." Natsu's words were cut short as he suddenly fell silent, his eyes fixed on the bandaged, blond young man on the second floor. "Strange, I could have sworn I heard Laxus' voice." "The one up there's Laxus," Mira Jane kindly reminded him, placing a beer in front of him. "Well, that's Laxus." Natsu had a look of disbelief on his face and couldn't help but ask curiously, "How did you end up looking like this?" Chapter 13. Defeat me, and he'll tell you about the Dragon Slayers. It wasn't Natsu's fault for not recognizing him. Laxus was currently wrapped in white bandages from head to toe, with only a pair of cold eyes and a head of badly scorched blonde hair visible. From a distance, he looked just like a bandaged monster. Was I a little too rough yesterday? Roland couldn't help but wonder. After all, in less than a day, he was able to get out of bed and walk, and his voice was even full and resonant. He didn't seem like a patient with burns all over his body at all. Wait, Laxus was beaten up by a newcomer yesterday. At that moment, Natsu, who had just gotten the news from Mira Jane, his eyes widened as he shouted in astonishment. "That idiot sitting upstairs." Laxus heard him loud and clear. His face instantly darkened, and he glared at Natsu with murderous intent. "What's that look for? Want to fight?" Natsu taunted provocatively. Since he knew Laxus had been beaten into this state by a newcomer, there was nothing to worry about. "You should keep training." Come find me when you can beat Urza. After being stirred up by Natsu, Laxus was in no mood to stay. He stood up, intending to head back to the infirmary on the second floor. But before he left, he specifically looked at the newcomer who had effortlessly crushed him. Roland, was it? Just you wait sooner or later. He'll pay you back for yesterday's defeat. He'll be looking forward to it. Roland replied with a light laugh. His demeanor, which was the complete opposite of yesterday's, made Laxus pause. But he didn't pay it much mind. After a cold snort with a gloomy face, his figure disappeared from the second floor. As Laxus left, the crowd, who had thought there would be another show to watch, uninterestingly averted their gazes. Those who were drinking went back to drinking, and those who were chatting went back to chatting. By the way, I didn't expect your strength to be so incredible. You even beat that Laxus. The shocking pressure from yesterday had made the sleepiness on Levy's face quietly dissipate, replaced by a thick curiosity. You have to know, among the S-class mages in the guild, besides Gildarts, who was on a century quest, and the mysterious Mystigan, who had never shown his strength, Laxus was undoubtedly the strongest. Roland, who had easily defeated Laxus, just how strong was he really? The girl's curiosity was piqued. If we're talking about that, destroying the entire continent should be no problem. Roland stroked his chin and gave a serious answer after some thought. That's a bit of an exaggeration. Levy slumped onto the table and rolled her eyes speechlessly. Seeing that she wasn't going to get the answer she wanted, she simply closed her eyes, rested her little head on Roland's arm on the table, and prepared to catch up on some sleep. What happened last night was a bit too stimulating for a virgin like her. So much so that when she returned to the dorm, she couldn't sleep even when lying in bed. The moment she closed her eyes, she could feel her body heat up and her mind gradually grew warmer. In the end, unable to sleep, Levy could only sneak into Urza's room and take back the few books she had lent her. With a very serious attitude, she read them carefully. The result, she didn't sleep all night and came to the guild early in the morning to wait for Roland. However, just as Levy closed her eyes, an excited voice suddenly woke her up. You're that Roland Mira was talking about. Right to be able to beat Laxus. Your strength must be amazing. Natsu strode up to them, his spirits high. What a terrifying newcomer. The blue cat, who at some point had grown a pair of white wings, was now floating in midair, sighing in agreement. So noisy. Levy looked up, feeling lifeless. She shook her groggy head and covered her mouth with a yawn. Although she wanted to curl up in Roland's arms and sleep, breathing in his pleasant scent, she dutifully made the introductions. This is Natsu Dragneel. The magic he uses is quite peculiar dragon slayer magic from the ancient spells. The blue cat behind him is also a member of the guild. His name is Happy. I didn't expect to actually run into Natsu today. With a head of pink hair, wearing a black short jacket with cropped pants and a white, scale-patterned scarf around his neck, he wasn't much different from his memory. And this is Roland. He just joined the guild yesterday and is currently on my team. When Levy introduced her boyfriend beside her, her tone couldn't help but become much more spirited. I remember you were on a team with Jet and Droy, weren't you? Happy landed steadily on the table, looking at the girl sideways with a thoughtful expression. Could it be you two have a thing going on? Don't talk nonsense. Levy, whose thoughts had been guessed, blushed and shouted loudly. This stupid cat, why is he so sharp when it comes to these things? Natsu, however, didn't pay any attention to this. His eyes were fixed on Roland, burning with fighting spirit as he issued an invitation. Fight me, Roland. It's Roland. At least get people's names right. Levy corrected him, feeling a bit frantic. Besides, who challenges someone they've just met for the first time? It's fine. Actually, I'd also like to see the strength of a mage raised by a dragon. Roland stood up with a smile, but his words made Natsu's expression freeze. Hey, how did you know I was raised by a dragon? He slammed his hands on the table, leaning forward in an exaggerated manner, almost pressing himself against Roland. The fact that he was raised by a dragon was something a newcomer who had just joined shouldn't know. Did Levy tell you? I didn't. Do dragons even really exist? Levy waved her hands, then couldn't help but retort at the end. Dragons do exist. Roland shook his head and explained. The dragon slayers, who were cared for and raised by dragons, are the best proof. Dragon slayers? Levy blinked, clearly grasping the key point. But before she could ask for details, Natsu beside her slammed the table and eagerly asked, Then do you know where Igneel is? You don't. Roland's answer was like a bucket of cold water, and Natsu instantly deflated, his expression full of disappointment. He had finally found someone who knew that dragons existed, but although I don't know the dragon's location, I do have information about other dragon slayers. That voice sounded, and Natsu's eyes lit up again. Can you tell me? I can, but only if you defeat me, Roland said slowly, a gentle smile on his lips. Chapter 14. One Loke in the guild is enough. The news that Natsu was challenging the guild's newcomer quickly drew the attention of everyone in the guild. Natsu and that Roland, huh? Wakaba said, a pipe in his mouth. He stroked his chin with one hand and looked up at Mikao, who was sitting across from him. So, you want to go watch? I have a feeling ITLL be boring. Even Laxus didn't last 3 minutes against that newcomer. If it's Natsu, Mikao paused, then continued. I'm afraid he won't even be able to take a single punch. After all, the guy could intimidate the entire guild just with the pressure he exuded. He couldn't even imagine how much pressure Laxus was under at that time. If it were him, he probably would have surrendered long ago. So, are we going or not? Wakaba blew a smoke ring and said, nonchalantly, Not many people saw the fight yesterday, you know? Then let's go. It's a good chance to see the newcomer's strength again. Mikao's eyes lit up, and he immediately stood up without hesitation. The fight was to take place in the guild's backyard. As the news spread, all the members present in the guild gathered around to watch the spectacle. There was even a scantily clad woman holding a barrel of liquor, drunkenly setting up a betting pool. She took a light pen, wrote Natsu's and Roland's names in the air, and shouted with a brilliant smile. The betting is open. The odds are 7-1 on Natsu, and 2-1 on the newcomer. 2-1? There's no money to be made in that. Well, bet 8,000 J on Natsu. Oh, it looks like Kana favors the newcomer. Many who hadn't witnessed the previous fight were baffled by the strange odds. Well, the newcomer is my type, you know, so I don't mind paying out a little extra, Kana said, sitting on a barrel and cupping her blushing cheeks shyly. Women, they're so cunning, aren't they? Yeah, she even deliberately used the newcomer instead of his name. The two middle-aged men, Mikao and Wakaba, broke out in a cold sweat. After exchanging a look, they decisively pulled out a wad of bills. After all, he's a newcomer. As his seniors, we should give him some confidence. Well, bet 10,000 J on the newcomer. It is worth mentioning that the two of them only spoke up after most people had already placed their bets on Natsu. After that, I'll bet on Roland too. 10,000 J, Mira Jane said with a sweet smile. I'll bet on Roland. In with my sister. Elfman looked away, a little embarrassed. After all, this kind of behavior was a bit shameless. Since everyone is so confident in the newcomer, they'll bet on him as well. Levy coughed lightly and quietly handed over a large stack of bills. I'll bet 200,000 J. The maximum bet is 50,000 J, little Levy. Seeing such a large bet, Kana unhurriedly held up a sign with the rules written on it. She had been prepared for this. As more and more people bet on Roland, the others began to realize something was wrong. Why is everyone betting on a newcomer? You don't know? Warren, who had a sausage-like mouth, scratched his head after placing his bet. Roland easily defeated Laxus yesterday. Wait, he defeated who? As soon as Laxus' name was mentioned, the group that had bet on Natsu instantly erupted. Kana, can I switch my bet on Natsu to Roland? Happy thought with a grave expression for a few seconds, then decisively turned and asked. Nope, all bets are final. Kana hummed a cheerful tune and refused without mercy. But that's all the savings Natsu and I have left. Happy's eyes welled up with tears, trying to appeal to the woman's emotions. However, she simply ignored him, even taking a slow sip of her drink. The sun is nice today. Roland stood in the center of the field, looking up at the glaring sunlight, and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. It was 10 in the morning. His strength hadn't reached its peak, but it was more than enough. Since even Laxus lost to you, they'll have to go all out. Natsu lowered his stance, a wild grin on his face, as red flames erupted from his hands. ID like nothing more. The next moment, Natsu lunged at Roland like a cheetah, his right hand charged and raised, the flames on his fist burning even more fiercely. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Roland stood his ground, but just as the fist was about to land, he tilted his body slightly, and the scorching heat grazed past his shoulder. Too slow. The movements, which seemed swift to everyone else, were like they were slowed down dozens of times in his eyes. TCH, what a fast reaction. His attack having missed, Natsu halted his advance, quickly twisted at the waist, and kicked at Roland's head with his left leg wreathed in flames like a fire whip. Fire Dragon's Talon. Natsu's eyes widened in disbelief. His sidekick had been caught by Roland, and the flames burning on it were completely useless. They had no effect at all. Isn't this guy afraid of getting burned? Before Natsu could recover, the Roland in front of him, with his back turned, vanished like an illusion. When he reappeared, he was standing right in front of him. Keep trying, Natsu. A light and cheerful voice sounded as Roland, controlling his strength, struck him in the abdomen with lightning speed. Boom! In an instant, the powerful impact sent Natsu flying backwards like a shooting star. With a loud crash, dust flew everywhere, and a section of the brick wall collapsed. Damn it, lying in the pile of bricks, Natsu tried to get up defiantly, but the sharp pain in his abdomen made him hiss. After several attempts, he gave up and lay on the ground. Is the gap between me and Roland really this big? Natsu, Happy cried out, tears in his eyes, and flew towards him. I controlled my strength, Roland said reassuringly, then added, at least he won't be lying in the infirmary for 2 days like Laxus. Don't worry, Happy, I'm fine. Seeing Happy's teary eyes, Natsu was touched for a moment. That's not it. All my remaining money. I lost it all. Happy turned his head away and said in a small voice. Just then, a scantily clad woman walked up to Roland and casually slung an arm around his shoulders. Thanks a lot, newbie. A happy voice sounded, and Roland could even smell the strong scent of wine. Thanks to you, I earn a lot of drinking money today. How about this big sister treats you to lunch at a fancy restaurant? Kana invited him with a grin. Wait, what are you doing, Kana? Seeing this intimate scene from a distance, Levy's eyes widened. She immediately ran to Roland's side, pulled the two who were pressed close together apart, and demanded with puffed cheeks. Although she was angry at Kana's actions, she couldn't help but glance at Roland. Isn't this boyfriend a little too popular? One loke in the guild is enough. Chapter 15. Roland and Mira make a good match? Oh, I see. Could be that you like Roland? Kana, who had been pushed away, rubbed her chin. She leaned forward slightly, her eyes suspiciously examining the petite, blue-haired girl before her. The two stood together, one tall and one short, one voluptuous and one as flat as the ground. The difference in their figures was like night and day. He hadn't thought much of it before, but now that the contrast was so obvious, he suddenly felt a little sorry for Levy. Roland pushed up his black-framed glasses and thought silently. Like, I just didn't want Roland to get the wrong idea. Levy's cheeks flushed red as she stammered, trying to find an excuse for her actions. Kana had a straightforward personality, and her words just now could easily lead to a misunderstanding the wrong idea. The wrong idea? Kana raised an eyebrow, then quickly understood what Levy meant by the wrong idea. So, she thought my words just now were a deliberate attempt to flirt. After thinking it through, a smile appeared on her lips, and she said slowly, everything I said just now was true. This newcomer's looks are exactly my type. The love spot was at work. Not just Levy, but even Roland was stunned by such a direct statement. This woman has no sense of shame. After being stunned, this thought subconsciously arose in Levy's mind. But it was immediately followed by a strong sense of crisis, and her gaze instantly became wary. The woman before her had been drinking since she was 13, and her figure could only be compared to Mira Jane's. Just from her appearance, She was the very picture of a bad woman who would seduce men. Although it was strange that despite having such an outstanding appearance, she had never had a boyfriend. But that didn't stop Levy from seeing her as the greatest threat. After all, that figure, which was the complete opposite of her own, undoubtedly held an absolute attraction for men. As if sensing Levy's gaze, Kana casually stretched, showing off her graceful figure to its fullest extent. This scene made Levy's face darken a few shades. Ahem. All right, seeing the atmosphere becoming increasingly tense, Roland quickly interrupted, saying with a bit of a headache, "Sorry, I have to work at the guild this afternoon, so I don't have any free time." "It's fine. We can go some other time." Kana, who had been rejected, didn't seem to mind at all. Her face flushed from the alcohol. "Just remember not to reject me again next time." Is she drunk? Smelling the strong scent of alcohol on her, Roland couldn't help but shake his head. Inside the guild tavern, the challenge had, as expected, ended with Roland's overwhelming victory. Macau and Wakaba, who had made a large sum of money, were excitedly arm in arm. Happy Natsu, who had lost the challenge, lay listlessly on the table, and Happy beside him was the same. Not only had he failed to get information about other dragon slayers, but he had also lost all his remaining savings. He couldn't even afford lunch. "Didn't you just get back from a quest?" Roland sat at the bar, took a sip of red wine, and asked with a peculiar expression. Logically, even if he had lost a lot of money, he shouldn't be so broke that he couldn't even afford lunch, right? That's because during the quest, Natsu accidentally burned down a magic item shop. All the quest money was used for compensation, and he even had to pay a lot out of his own pocket. Mira Jane explained, holding a tray in her hands. She smiled and said, "But well, this isn't the first or second time something like this has happened. You get used to it. Similar incidents are common in fairy tale. For example, Urza had once accidentally destroyed half a town's buildings while trying to catch a criminal when they went out on a quest. Forget about making money, it was good enough if they didn't lose any." "I see." Roland nodded in understanding. After a moment of thought, he walked over to where Natsu was, took out the gourmet tablecloth he had obtained yesterday. "Lunch is on me today. Is there anything you two want to eat?" "Ooh, is that you?" "Hold on." Hearing that someone was treating them, Natsu and Happy instantly perked up, their eyes shining and their voices high-pitched. "Thanks a lot." We knew you were a good person, Roland." Happy drooled and quickly praised him. "Please give me a plate of fire curry rice." I want to eat fish." Although he had no idea what fire curry rice was, Roland snapped his fingers and said softly, "Then a devilishly spicy curry and a sashimi platter it is." The taste of devilishly spicy should be similar to fire, right? He stroked his chin. As his words fell, to Natsu and Happy's astonishment, a steaming plate of curry rice and several plates of sashimi appeared on the table. "Is this your magic too?" "Amazing. Can we learn it?" "To be precise, it's a magic item, not my magic." After correcting them, Roland also ordered 2 honeydew parfaits for Levy and Mira Jane. Needless to say about Levy, Mira Jane had also taken good care of him since he joined the guild. Not to mention, he had an important quest involving her, since Levy was discussing the follow-up quest procedures with her former teammates. After delivering the dessert, he went to the bar. "Mira, you should take a break." Placing the parfait in front of the busy Mira Jane, Roland took a ballpoint pen, took her place, and said with a smile, although having the Shadowcon deliver food was much more convenient, processing orders and handling the cash register had to be done by Mira Jane or himself. Thank you." Looking at the white cream in the glass cup and the honeydew and chocolate adorning it, Mira Jane took it with curiosity. She had never seen this dessert before, but just from its appearance, it should taste good. She took a small bite. The wonderful sweetness mixed with the fresh scent of fruit spread in her mouth. Mira Jane closed her eyes in bliss, her slightly curved eyeliner looking as beautiful as a crescent moon. "How is it?" Roland handed the red wine in his hand to a Shadowcon and asked, turning his head. He didn't know if there was a difference in taste between the two worlds, but desserts should be more or less the same, right? The taste and texture are both unique. If you were to open a shop, it would definitely become a hit among women. Mira Jane tilted her head slightly and commented with a smile. On the other side, Levy, who had finished her business, was walking towards the bar when she suddenly stopped beside a plump member. She squinted at the drawing board in front of the member. It depicted a handsome man and a beautiful woman, chatting with smiles on their faces, the atmosphere looking very sweet. The painting was perfect. Both the characters' expressions and the surrounding scenery were exquisite and beautiful. But the problem was she knew that man. After all, they had just had a passionate kiss last night. "Read us, what are you drawing?" The light in Levy's eyes faded, and she asked in a cold voice. "Roland and Mira, don't you think they make a good match?" Read us was focused on his drawing, completely oblivious to the girl's expressionless face. Chapter 16. Mira Jane, you should probably put your glasses back on a good match. In what way are they a good match? Looking at the two laughing and talking behind the bar, Mira Jane had a brilliant smile on her face. Levy could even see her small, slightly red earlobes. Could it be that Mira likes Roland too? First Kana, and now Mira Jane. Levy sighed, feeling exhausted. Why do all these people have to fixate on him? Levy admitted that Roland was charming. After all, she herself had been inexplicably drawn to him, and had ended in love at first sight. But he shouldn't be so charming as to attract every single woman. Is there any difference between that and charm magic? At this thought, Levy stomped her foot in frustration. Levy, are you okay?" Hearing the commotion beside him, Ritas slowly turned around. Seeing the furious-looking blue-haired girl, he scratched his head and asked kindly, I was just thinking about some unpleasant things." Levy waved her hands with a forced smile. After taking a deep breath, she quickly walked to Roland's side. So what if many people liked Roland? After all, she had gotten his first kiss. In other words, she had a head start. Hold on. A familiar voice sounded as the cute, blue-haired girl sat down across from Roland, holding a glass of juice, her eyes staring at him with a hint of resentment. Noticing Levy's gaze, Roland didn't need to guess to know what had caused it. "Is everything settled with Shadow Gear?" Roland reached out and ruffled her hair twice, saying with a light laugh, "I've also found some good quests. Let's go out on a job tomorrow." Okay. Although being petted on the head in the guild felt embarrassing, Levy didn't dodge. She looked up, her gaze meeting his directly, and nodded with a flushed face. That was surprisingly easy to resolve. Seeing the smile gradually return to the girl's face, Roland couldn't help but think, "My, have you two gotten that close already?" Noticing their intimate interaction, Mira Jane, who was standing nearby, blinked in surprise. It had only been 2 days, yet the two of them were acting like a newly in love couple, although she usually enjoyed seeing love blossom among the guild members. For some reason this time, she had a strange feeling in her heart. She felt that the two of them didn't match. Suppressing the strange feeling in her heart, Mira Jane kept a smile on her face and said, against her better judgment, "Levy and Roland look good together." Mira, hearing her gentle voice, a trace of guilt appeared in Levy's heart. Mira was trying so hard to set her up with Roland, yet she was treating her like a love rival. Suddenly, an intense wave of drowsiness washed over her. Levy's vision began to blur. Her eyelids grew heavy, and with a thud, she slumped onto the table and fell asleep. Strange, I suddenly feel so sleepy. This feeling. Mistigan must be back. The lively crowd in the tavern all collapsed one by one. Some were slumped over tables, snoring, while others were lying back on wooden barrels. Natsu beside them had even face-planted into his devilishly spicy curry rice. "Don't worry, it's just a comrade from the guild," returning. Mira Jane swayed slightly, fighting against the drowsiness as she tried to explain. Before she could finish, she lost consciousness and fell into Roland's arms. A light, elegant floral scent wafted from her hair, feeling the voluptuous barmaid in his arms. Roland's heart couldn't help but beat faster. Mistigan? Taking a deep breath, Roland looked up towards the guild entrance. The door had opened silently at some point, and a man wearing a black hood, a black cloak, and a mask covering his face walked in slowly. the Jelal from Idolos, and also the prince of that parallel world. If I remember correctly, Mira's sister is in that world. Looking down at Mira Jane's quiet and gentle sleeping face, Roland gently poked her cheek twice. It felt surprisingly nice. Ah, he always makes such a big scene. The guild master's helpless voice sounded from the second floor, drawing both their gazes. If he hadn't suddenly felt his consciousness waver while writing his self-criticism, he wouldn't have known Mistigan was back. But as expected, you're fine too. Makarov sat cross-legged on the railing, looking at Roland, the only one still standing, with an expression that said he had expected this. With such powerful magic power in his body, it wasn't surprising that he could resist the sleep magic. There's someone else? Mistigan was stunned, a hint of surprise in his eyes hidden beneath his hood. Usually, only the master and Laxus could resist his sleep magic. Now there was another unfamiliar face. This is a newcomer who joined the guild yesterday. His name is Roland. Makarov introduced him naturally, his voice old, yet full of energy. A newcomer? Mistigan paused in his tracks, then continued towards the request board, picking out a quest flyer for himself. After holding it up for the master to see, he turned and left without any delay. Wait, aren't you going to undo the sleep magic? Makarov covered his mouth and yawned. It will wear off in a moment. The instant Mistigan stepped out of the guild, the unconscious members inside began to wake up one by one. The noisy atmosphere instantly replaced the silence. It was that guy again. Macau rubbed his aching head and said helplessly, "Yeah, his sleep magic is so over the top. Cough, cough, so spicy. So spicy." Natsu, who had woken up from his devilishly spicy curry rice, had a bright red face, and puffs of fire kept coming out of his throat. Miss Mira Jane also woke up. She groggily half-opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was Roland, wearing his black-framed glasses. She paused for a moment, then subconsciously took the glasses off Roland's face, revealing the mole at the corner of his eye. After staring for 2 seconds, Mira Jane's face turned an unnatural shade of red. She averted her gaze, looked away, and handed the glasses back to him. "The glasses suit you better. Tvepter seitzamentoista, lucky, Mira." "You're blushing? This woman, what is she doing?" Taking the proffered glasses, Roland stared at her, not understanding. But since she was awake, there was no need to keep holding her. Looking at the barmaid's cute posture in his arms, he took a deep breath and released his hands from her waist. "Oh, wait." Unprepared, Mira Jane blinked blankly. Without support, she started to fall towards the floor. She let out an involuntary cry and instinctively grabbed onto Roland's clothes. As a result, they both fell to the floor together. Thud! Ouch! As her head hit the wooden floor with a dull thud, tears welled up in Mira Jane's eyes. Roland, who had been pulled down, landed on top of her. Luckily, he didn't hit the floor, but feeling the softness pressed against the side of his face and the pleasant smell of shampoo, his expression became peculiar. So big, so soft as expected of Miss Mira Jane, who works as a professional model. "I'm so sorry. I wasn't paying attention." Mira Jane, having come to her senses, subconsciously apologized. However, the feeling of pressure on her chest made her voice grow softer and her beautiful eyes slowly widened. Hearing the instantly accelerated heartbeat in his ear, Roland quickly raised his head, pushed himself up with his hands on the floor, and then extended a hand to the blushing Mira Jane. "Let's get up first." "Thank you." As she stood up steadily, Mira Jane lowered her head slightly. Because of the embarrassing scene just now, she didn't dare to meet Roland's eyes. "It's fine as long as you're not hurt," Roland said with a reassuring smile on his lips. Looking at the boy's calm expression, Mira Jane clutched her chest and her tense body relaxed. But just when she thought it was over, Roland's next words made her newly recovered smile freeze. "Also, thank you for the treat, Mira." "I don't know what you're talking about." Mira Jane took a small step back. Although she was flustered, she forced a calm tone. "It's okay. You'll understand in the future." Roland chuckled, not forgetting that he had a quest involving Mira. At the current rate of progress, He would probably have to stay in the guild until it closed at night. My head hurts. Is this annoying feeling because of Mistigan? Levy rubbed her reddened forehead as she slowly woke up from her sleep. Except for Mira, none of the S-class mages in the guild are normal. She couldn't help but complain in her heart. Unfortunately, Mira couldn't use her own magic due to special reasons. At this, Levy looked up at Mira Jane, who was wiping a cup, but she soon noticed something was wrong. Why is Mira's face so red? Does she have a fever? Levy couldn't help but wonder. The afternoon sun was warm and comfortable. Roland sat by the window, slowly sipping his wine. Fish-scale clouds floated in the azure sky, and a gentle, warm breeze blew softly, rustling the black hair on his forehead. Levy, sitting beside him, wore a pair of pink glasses and was looking at the books on the table with great interest. The atmosphere between the two of them was completely different from everyone else. Mira Jane turned to look at the increasingly noisy hall and couldn't help but think. "Little Mira, a beer, please." Wakaba shouted. "I've been meaning to ask. Who are these dark guys?" Natsu pointed at the Shadowcon ninjas who were carrying trays and moving deftly between the tables, and couldn't help but shout loudly. He had only been out on one quest, and the guild suddenly had so many strangers? That's Roland's shadow magic. He's using them to work part-time at the guild, Mira Jane explained. But putting Roland aside for a moment, she thought about what had happened half an hour ago. How strange. It's already been half an hour. Why is it that whenever I think of it, I can't help but blush? My heart is beating fast too. By now, Mira Jane had more or less figured it out. The strange changes in her body and emotions when she was around Roland weren't they the same as when other people were in love. Although she had never been in love before, it didn't affect Mira Jane's judgment. But the problem was, how should she handle these feelings? Mira Jane thought with distress. If Roland didn't have a girlfriend, she might have tried. After all, it had been so many years since she had met a boy who made her heart flutter. But Levy also likes Roland, right? And she was a step ahead. Mira Jane looked up at the blue-haired girl who was reading, rested her chin on her hand, and after a long time, she sighed softly. As expected, I should give up. Suppressing this feeling of infatuation deep in her heart wasn't a bad thing, in fact. It was the most correct choice. "Joe, Roland, want to go on a quest together?" Natsu walked up to Roland with a quest flyer he had chosen and casually invited him. "If we can team up with Roland, we can eat grilled fish all the time." Happy flew in mid-air, holding a grilled fish, and said in agreement. A team-up request like that will probably be rejected. Mira Jane thought. "Sorry, I've already promised Levy that we'll go on a quest together tomorrow." Roland shrugged and decisively refused. "Damn it, the plan is ruined." Natsu had a look of frustration on his face. Looks like we'll have to go hungry for the next 2 days." Seeing the dejected Natsu and Happy leave, a slight smile appeared on Levy's lips. Night arrived as scheduled. A bright, full moon hung high in the dark curtain of the sky. The hazy, thin moonlight shone down on the town, and the streetlights lit up with an orange-yellow glow. Many people had left the guild, leaving only the 3 servers on duty. As for Levy, although she didn't want to leave, Roland persuaded her to go back, using the excuse of getting up early tomorrow. "Let me do it." Ordering the Shadowcon to take the brooms and stools from Lockie and Mira Jane, Roland said with a light laugh, "No matter how many times I see your magic, it's enviable. It's like being a king." A girl with purple hair and glasses, wearing a white uniform, exclaimed. Lockie Olieta, a girl who liked to use strange figures of speech, that was Roland's impression of her after 2 days. "Thank you for your trouble." Mira Jane folded her hands in front of her stomach and said with a friendly smile. "It's nothing, no trouble at all." Roland waved his hand and continued. "They'll just leave the Shadowcon here to clean up. They'll head home. They'll disappear after they've tidied up the guild." "Is that so?" Mira Jane pondered for a moment and didn't refuse. Outside the guild gate, the 3 of them stood at the intersection and said their goodbyes. Lockie lived in the girls' dormitory, so she had to go left, while Roland and Mira Jane went right. "See you tomorrow then, Lockie Senpai." Roland waved his hand and said a polite goodbye. "See you tomorrow." Are you two going together? Lockie replied, then asked with some curiosity. Yes, because Mira and I live on the same street. Yeah, so close as his voice fell. Not only was Lockie stunned, but even Mira Jane beside him was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Wait, do I have to go back with Roland alone? At this, Mira Jane took a deep breath, trying her best not to act strangely. Then I'll be going. See you, me. Mira. Lockie pushed up her glasses, said a calm goodbye, and turned to leave. But the moment she turned around, a look of shock appeared on her face. That Mira, she's blushing? Chapter 18. The cute mini Dora. The weather was nice tonight, with a clear view of the full moon. The surface of the river in the center of the street shimmered, reflecting the pouring moonlight. The glittering light looked like countless fish leaping from the water. The night view of this town is really nice. Walking on the wide, stone-paved street, Roland sighed in admiration. It was 10 o'clock at night, and there were few pedestrians on the street. Mira Jane, in a deep red dress, walked quietly beside him. A cool night breeze blew, causing her waist-length white hair to flutter and leave a faint, fresh scent in the air. Hearing the voice beside her, Mira Jane turned her head slightly, her bright eyes looking at him. At some point, the black-framed glasses had disappeared, revealing the beautiful mole at the corner of his eye. There was again that heart-fluttering feeling. Mira Jane quickly averted her gaze, gently pressing a hand to her heart. She could clearly feel her heartbeat was much faster than before. What's wrong, Mira? Are you not feeling well? Noticing her action, Roland asked with concern. No, it's nothing. I was just thinking about something. Mira Jane shook her head, forcing a smile. Is something troubling you? Something like that. Mira Jane sighed and responded softly. She didn't know what to do. If she responded to these feelings, she would become Levy's rival in love. But if she didn't respond to this infatuation, she felt extremely uncomfortable, as if she were handing over a beloved toy to someone else, letting an outsider leave their scent and marks on it. What if she then paraded the toy in front of her? No, I don't want that. Thinking of this possible future scene, Mira Jane unconsciously clenched her hands behind her back. If it's not a secret, you can tell me. Maybe I can help you think of a solution, Mira. Roland stopped and looked at her seriously, his tone carrying a soothing quality that put people at ease. It's not really a secret, it's just... Mira Jane looked conflicted and sighed almost inaudibly. She couldn't possibly say it that she and Levy liked the same person, and that person was him. Actually, it's about my younger brother, Elfman. Sorry, Elfman. After apologizing to her brother in her heart, Mira Jane's lips parted, and she began to speak slowly. He's good friends with Marcus, but recently they've both fallen for the same girl. Their pace gradually slowed, and Mira Jane's soft voice sounded very pleasant in the night sky. After listening, Roland pinched his chin thoughtfully. He understood. Elfman was meant to be Mira Jane, and Marcus was meant to be Levy, and the girl they both liked. So, what's troubling you, Mira? Is whether Elfman should pursue that girl? That's right. Elfman came after him. Just because of something like love at first sight, he wants to compete with Marcus? Mira Jane held up a finger, emphasizing the word after. There's no first or second in matters like this. As long as you like someone, you should try your best to win them over. That way, you won't have any regrets in life. This is a matter between Elfman and Marcus. True comrades wouldn't break off their friendship over something like this. If they did, their friendship would be too fragile. Look at Droy and Jet. Don't they get along very well? Roland said with a smile, giving an example. Oh, you're right. Mira Jane's eyes widened, a cute expression of realization on her face. It was a well-known fact that Droy and Jet both liked Levy and had for many years. Even so, there was rarely any conflict between them. Unfortunately for them, Levy liked Roland, so the two of them were destined to be out of luck. As the confusion in Mira Jane's heart was resolved, a smile reappeared on her face, and even her steps became much lighter. Thank you. I'll pass these words on to Elfman when I get back, Mira Jane said with a smile, touching her cheek with one hand. It's nothing. I hope Elfman can win that girl over soon, Roland said softly. After all, Marcus had already gotten the girl's first kiss. The house Mira Jane had bought was a small, two-story building. From the outside, it looked similar to the one Roland was renting. Through the window, he could see bright lights and the tall, sturdy figure of Elfman. "So, would you like to come in and sit for a while?" Standing at the door, Mira Jane tilted her head and asked in a gentle voice. "Not tonight. We'll visit some other time. See you tomorrow, Mira." See you tomorrow." With Mira Jane seeing him off, Roland's figure slowly disappeared into the night. Protagonist? Not so much. Has been completed. Please claim your quest reward. Hidden love. Has been completed. Please claim your quest reward. Light blue text glowing faintly arranged itself in midair, and Roland let out a light sigh of relief. Finally completed. Claim all quest rewards. As his voice fell, Roland suddenly felt a lot of unfamiliar knowledge enter his mind, images of endlessly striking down, flying swallows in a field. No, rather than calling those things swallows, it would be more accurate to call it the wind. Roland steadied his swaying figure and looked at his hands with a calm expression. His fingers were well-defined, his skin fair and smooth. His palms didn't have the calluses of a swordsman, but the unfamiliar memories flooding his mind made his muscles instinctively make a grasping motion in the air, and a sharp, blade-like aura erupted from him, as if he had been practicing the sword for decades. Swallow reversal, a good ability. Dora Dora? Just then, a cute voice suddenly sounded from beside Roland's ear. He subconsciously turned his head and saw a small, red, miniature version of Doraemon standing on his left shoulder. Seeing the familiar cat-type robot, Roland couldn't help but smile. "Good evening, Mini Dora." Mini Dora hugged his cheek and nuzzled him affectionately like a cat. Chapter 19. Repel Bandits? It's a travel date. Back in his rented room, the bright light illuminated every corner as Roland sat in a chair, observing the Mini Dora standing on the table. Other than its color and size, it wasn't much different from the Doraemon he remembered. Most importantly, it also had a semicircular pocket on its white belly. Mini Dora perched on the windowsill, looking out at the street with curiosity. It seemed very lively. "Are there any gadgets in your fourth-dimensional pocket?" Roland asked, gently poking its little head. Although his memory was a bit fuzzy, he clearly remembered that Mini Dora's fourth-dimensional pocket also contained quite a few gadgets. Even though they were all miniature versions with weakened abilities, it didn't mean they were useless. If it had a causality-type gadget like the what-if phone booth, even if he couldn't use it at a human scale, Roland could have Mini Dora change the very nature of this world. For example, changing the world of magic into a world of technology, making it so that the Black Dragon Acnologia never existed, or even Zerif. Zoza. Seemingly understanding Roland's words, Mini Dora cutely stuck out its tongue and pulled a square flashlight from the pocket on its belly. The shrink ray? Roland lightly pinched his chin, leaning forward to look at the gadget it held. "Are there any others? If so, take them all out for me to see." "Dorara?" Mini Dora scratched its head, but obediently took the gadgets out of its pocket one by one. The Hopter, the Anywhere Door, the Shrink Ray, the Air Cannon, Mama Dango, a box of unknown candies. All of them were miniature versions. The 7 or 8 scatter gadgets were laid out on the table, and Roland fell silent. "Are these all the gadgets?" He turned his head and couldn't help but ask. "Dora, Dora." Mini Dora nodded with its hands on its hips. "That's so few, although it's better than nothing." Sighing almost inaudibly, Roland didn't show any disappointment on his face. After all, he had been mentally prepared from the moment he saw the quest. With the Shrink Ray, these gadgets weren't entirely unusable. But can the Anywhere Door be used in this world? Roland picked up the small, red door, which was only the size of his palm, and muttered thoughtfully. That device could be used on Earth and in space, mainly because it had specific maps built in and was limited to a distance of 10 light years. This place and the Earth from his previous life weren't just in different universes. They were two completely unrelated worlds. To the Fairy Tale Guild. Roland stated the destination and then pushed open the red door with his finger. The next moment, the scene inside the guild appeared on the other side of the anywhere door. The familiar tavern was pitch black, and the empty hall was very quiet. It really works? Roland was stunned. Then a happy smile appeared on his face. Then next, to the girls' dormitory to find Levy. After pondering for a moment, he decided it would be better to experiment a few more times, at least to test the usage methods and range of the anywhere door. As his voice fell, he pushed open the door again, and a cloud of steam instantly rushed into the room, along with a familiar voice. Ah, the hot spring feels so good. Levy was lying on a smooth, wet bath stone, letting out a cute and lazy sigh. Through the hazy mist, Roland could clearly see the girl's fair back. He coughed lightly and closed the door without a second thought. I can't look. If I keep looking, I won't be able to sleep tonight. After a few more attempts, Roland had more or less figured out how to use the anywhere door. Its capabilities were no different from what was shown in the anime. Not only could it go to other countries he had never been to, but even the moon hanging in the night sky was no problem. However, it couldn't be used to go to some special places like the Celestial Spirit World and Idolas. What a pity. He had originally wanted to see the fairy tale of the parallel world. Roland thought with regret. Dora just then, Mini Dora pitifully tugged on his sleeve and uttered a series of syllables. Lan, hung vi. Although it couldn't form a complete sentence, Roland understood what it meant. You can talk. Roland first gave it a surprised look, then spread the gourmet tablecloth on the table and smiled. You should know how to use this. Eat whatever you want. Dorara, oh right, I forgot you're not fluent in speaking. How about dorayaki for dinner? Dora. The next morning, a thin mist filled the streets. Dewdrops condensed on the green leaves, then quietly fell. After finishing breakfast, Roland pushed open the door and stepped onto the street. The little red Mini Dora sat on his shoulder, holding a dorayaki, a blissful expression on its face. Good morning, Roland. A gentle voice that soothed the soul came from behind. Roland turned around and saw Mira Jane looking at him with a smile. Good morning, Roland replied with a smile. Also, you look beautiful today too, Mira. The white-haired girl before him was wearing a black dress, revealing a gemstone necklace that sparkled on her fair neck. Her soft, silk-like hair fell gently behind her. Oh my, you're quite the smooth talker. Mira Jane pressed a finger to her moist lips and tilted her head coquettishly. You must have deceived a lot of girls during your travels, right, Roland? Not all. I only say things like that to you, Mira. Roland replied in a light tone. Dorara. Mini Dora took a bite of its dorayaki and looked at the two of them with curiosity. This is... Mira Jane blinked and couldn't help but ask. A companion for my travels. We got separated a while ago and just found each other today. I see. How cute. Although she wanted to pet the cute little thing, Mira Jane suppressed the impolite thought and continued. Today is also your first day going on a quest, right, Roland? She remembered that Levy had registered a quest to repel bandits yesterday. The reward was only 120,000 J. Compared to the strength Roland had displayed, that amount of money was pitifully small. But rather than repelling bandits, it's actually a travel date. Mira Jane thought to herself. Chapter 20. A rainy journey, jealous former teammates. The two of them chatted as they walked and soon arrived at the guild entrance. Since it was 6 in the morning, the streets were deserted, and there were no members at the entrance. Let's go. They'll help the cute little Mini Dora register first. Pushing open the guild doors, Mira Jane said with a bright smile. Mini Dora had no objections to joining the guild. For it, as long as it was with Roland, it didn't matter where they went. All done. At the bar, Mira Jane stamped a sky blue emblem on Mini Dora's back and said with a light laugh, with this, Mini Dora is also a member of the guild. Dorara. Mini Dora held up its dorayaki and loudly echoed in agreement. Although neither of them understood what it was saying, from its appearance, it seemed happy. System, show me today's quests. Holding a cup of hot coffee, Roland sat at the bar, his gaze sweeping over the crystal panel in his line of sight. Today's quests have been refreshed. Quest 1. The Fishing Master. Quest description. How can one forget fishing during leisure time? Catch a total of 12 different types of fish. Quest reward. 1 lobsterfish from the world of Toriko. There are even things from the gourmet world? Roland's eyes flickered, and he then sighed lightly. Unfortunately, it was just food, not the gourmet cells he wanted, but even if he got gourmet cells, it didn't seem like he could get stronger in this world. Quest 2. Sorry, I'm the strongest in the guild. Quest description. Defeat all members in the guild, and make your name resound throughout the Fiori Kingdom as a victor. Quest reward. Complete collection of wood release ninjutsu from the world of Naruto. Seeing the description and reward for the second quest, the corner of Roland's mouth twitched. Putting the reward aside, the quest itself couldn't be completed in a single day. Guild Arts and Mystigan's whereabouts were uncertain, and Urza and Gray were also out on quests. He hadn't even seen them yet. Troublesome quest. Cheap. Without any hesitation, Roland looked down at the third quest slot. Quest 3. Love and Progress. Quest description. Welcome to the romance section. Please complete a date with Miss Levy and bring her desire to its peak. Quest reward. Levy user manual from the world of fairy tale. A user manual. What the hell is that? Roland put down his coffee cup, looked up slightly at the familiar name, and a trace of interest suddenly rose in his heart. I want this reward. But what does bring her desire to its peak mean? Roland whispered, slowly pushing up his glasses, his expression becoming a bit strange. Whatever it is, they'll figure out soon enough. Right? Desire? Levy had appeared beside him at some point, looking at him with a cute expression. The distance between them was so close that the fresh, elegant fragrance seemed to tickle his nose. Roland could even feel the warmth of her breath. It's nothing, just some things to pay attention to during the quest. Roland shook his head. Things to pay attention to? Levy pressed a hand to her soft cheek, tilted her head slightly, and then waved her hand with an amused expression. There's no such thing. As long as you don't destroy various buildings during a quest like Natsu and Urza, you'll be fine. By the way, the location of this quest is in the northeastern part of the kingdom, in a place called Oaktown. Because it's far, we might have to camp in the wild. As she said this, Levy secretly winked at him. Isn't it a bit late to prepare camping supplies now? Don't worry. I prepared them last night. Only then did Roland notice the huge travel backpack on Levy's back. He didn't know how a girl with such a petite body could carry it. Since everything is ready, let's set off. Seeing that Levy had prepared everything, Roland smiled lightly, ruffled her head, and took the travel backpack from her. Minnie Dora, we're leaving. As his voice fell, Minnie Dora, who was sleeping on a plate, barely opened its eyes and stood up unsteadily. Levy let out a cry of surprise, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. So cute. Another creature she had never seen before. The last time was Natsu's blue cat with wings. This is Minnie Dora, a companion for my travels. He just joined the guild today. Roland placed it on his shoulder and explained with a light laugh. Is it a special creature? In a sense, probably. After all, it's a biological robot. A biological robot? Having never heard such a special term, Levy's thirst for knowledge surged, and she quickly followed beside him, asking questions. Well then, Mira will be leaving now. As they passed the center of the hall, Roland greeted the barmaid. Be careful on the road. Mira Jane held a tray in her hands and blessed them with a smile. By some coincidence, Jet and Droy were sitting at the table behind her. I'm going on a quest. You two do your best. Levy smiled and waved at the two of them, then turned without a second thought to follow Roland. Wait, damn it. Droy watched their retreating figures and couldn't help but slump onto the table and cry out in sorrow. Looks like we don't have a chance. Jet patted his friend's shoulder comfortingly and downed his drink with a melancholic expression. Although he was jealous of that new guy, seeing the happy smile on Levy's face, he couldn't help but sigh. If this is Levy's choice, then all I can do is wish her well. I hope that guy doesn't make Levy sad. Otherwise, even if he defeated Laxus, he'll make him pay. Stepping out of the guild, a fine drizzle fell on the two of them. Is it raining? It's fine, I brought an umbrella. Levy pulled an umbrella from her backpack, opened it to cover the two of them, and a brilliant smile appeared on her face. But I only brought one, so we'll have to squeeze together. No, That's not a problem. It's just Roland felt the weight of the backpack. It didn't seem like enough equipment for 2 people. Never mind, forget it. Chapter 21. We can squeeze in a little bit. Threads of rain, like dense silver lines, fell silently from the lead gray sky, enveloping the entire town in a hazy mist. The quest location was Oak Town in the northeastern part of the kingdom. Although it was some distance away, it would take less than half a day by train or magic mobile. Were we going on foot? Leaving the town, Roland looked at the green meadows and the tall, dense forest in the distance, and couldn't help but ask, if not by train, at least a horse-drawn carriage. Couldn't we rent one of those? After all, this is our first time going on a quest together. Naturally, we should properly experience the journey along the way. As if to avoid the falling rain, Levy moved closer to him and explained slowly. If we take the train, we'll arrive in the afternoon, but we'll completely miss the feeling of traveling. Her tone changed, and she couldn't help but complain in a low voice. A quest like repelling bandits would only take a few minutes with Roland's strength. If they left in the morning and came back in the evening, what was the difference for not going at all? I see. Roland nodded in understanding. The woman had completely forgotten about the quest and was only thinking about the trip ahead. But that suited him just fine. If the third quest was what he thought it was, he should be able to complete it tonight. The rain soon stopped, and bright sunlight poured down through the thin mist, falling on the clear, blue lake in the distance. It was now afternoon. Thanks to his son Magic, Roland felt no fatigue at all, but Levy was a different story. As a girl who preferred books, after 6 consecutive hours of walking, she was exhausted and out of breath. She couldn't help but bend over, her cute face flushed from the exercise. Sweat stuck a few strands of her blue hair to her fair cheeks. I can't walk anymore. Can we rest? Feeling her legs go weak, Levy hugged his arm and pleaded pitifully. She suddenly regretted the decision she had made at the beginning. This wasn't a light and sweet trip at all. It was pure self-inflicted torture. Seeing her pitiful and disheveled state, Roland suppressed the smile on his lips and turned to look at the lake in the distance. He remembered he had a fishing quest. Then let's rest here for today. The scenery is nice, too. Okay, Levy leaned against him and drew out her words, responding weakly. They had only walked half the way. It would take another day to reach Oaktown. As expected, it would be better to rent a horse-drawn carriage tomorrow. The girl thought to herself. Dora, sensing that they had stopped, Mini Dora also poked its head out of the travel backpack, rubbing its sleepy eyes. Seeing the awakened Mini Dora, Roland pinched his chin and asked it to use the shrink ray to move a table and chairs from the guild. Dora, Dora! Mini Dora nodded. Then, to Levy's astonishment, Mini Dora took out the anywhere door from its pocket, opened it, and jumped right in. But its figure didn't come out from the other side. Is that a magic item, too? No, that is a scientific gadget, Roland said, wiping his wet hair with a towel and explaining softly. Its specific ability is to go anywhere in the world. Amazing. Isn't that like an incredibly powerful spatial magic? Science also existed in this world, so Levy quickly understood, but she found it a bit hard to believe. After all, it was hard to imagine that a pile of metal parts could be assembled into a gadget with such a miraculous ability. While the girl was in a daze, Roland also opened a travel backpack and took out all the items inside. As expected, there was only one tent. At this moment, the girl's intentions were laid bare. That noticing his thoughtful expression, Levy guiltily averted her gaze and said with a dry laugh, Sorry, I forgot to bring another tent. I see. Looks like I'll have to sleep outside tonight. Seeing the girl's expression, Roland sighed lightly. Wait, actually, we can squeeze in a little bit. She blurted it out subconsciously. Levy's cheeks flushed red, and she slowly lowered her head, her voice growing softer and softer until it was almost inaudible. It feels like I've gone from being the hunter to the prey. But a shy Miss Levy is also cute. Looking at the shy girl before him, Roland took a deep breath, slowly leaned down, and moved closer. As if sensing what was about to happen, Levy pressed her hands to her chest, slowly closed her eyes, and her cherry blossom-colored lips parted slightly, letting out a soft gasp. MMPH as a soft sound escaped her lips. The girl felt her heart beat faster, her blood boil. Her usually clear mind was now a blank, and she even felt a little dizzy. She could only passively respond to his actions. Even though she had experienced it once before, she couldn't help but immerse herself in it. Opening her hazy eyes, Levy slightly controlled her increasingly rapid breathing and responded in a very innocent and clumsy way. How does it feel? As a thin, crystal-clear silver thread broke in midair, Levy wrapped her arms around his neck, his face reflected in her amber eyes, and asked softly, "Goo." A smile appeared on Roland's lips. He reached out and brushed away the messy strands of hair at the girl's temple, tucking them behind her ear. "You know that's not what I was asking." Levy narrowed her eyes and pouted in dissatisfaction. "Why are you so skilled at this? Dans aucun sens. My first kiss was stolen by you." Although that was the truth, it felt wrong to say it like that. Chapter 22. A rainy night in the tent. The Levy user manual. Night gradually fell. A bright crescent moon was reflected on the dark surface of the lake, and the dense stars twinkled in the sky, adding a touch of profound beauty to the silent night. A bonfire crackled in front of the tent, its flames dancing as the alluring scent of grilled fish wafted through the air. "Are you going to keep fishing?" Levy poked the embers with a piece of firewood. Her blue hair was tied in a high ponytail behind her, and her bare white feet, with her boots removed, dangled gently by the lake water. This was the 16th fish had caught. Ever since their kiss, Roland had been sitting quietly by the lake fishing, not even glancing at her. And to think she had struck so many alluring poses. Oomph! At this thought, Levy puffed her cheeks in annoyance, her fair, jade-like toes occasionally skimming the calm lake surface, splashing water. "Fine, keep fishing then." "Almost done." Roland looked at the quest progress on the system panel and said, also feeling a bit weary. The first 11 were easy, but who could have known the last type of fish would put up a fight for half an hour? Mini Dora was lying nearby, leisurely nibbling on grilled fish. The bell on its collar jingled as it shook its head. Just then, a huge pulling sensation came from the fishing rod. Roland struggled to hold on. It was night now, and the immense magic power in his body had long since dissipated. Even his strength had returned to its pre-transmigration level. I wonder when he'll get the next template. He reeled in the line with all his might, unable to help but think, as ripples spread across the lake. A huge black creature leaped out of the water and was then fiercely pulled onto the shore. An Ago fish. The meat is tough and dry, and it tastes bad. Few people like to eat it. Levy propped her chin on one hand. As she explained, she couldn't help but yawn, a crystal tear welling up in the corner of her eye. It was clear the girl was sleepy from waiting. "Thanks for waiting, little Levy." Seeing the completed quest notification, Roland, satisfied, threw the fish back into the water and sat down beside her. "Little Levy, I'm a year older than you, so you should call me Big Sister." Levy rested her head on his shoulder and comfortably closed her eyes, but after hearing the intimate nickname, she couldn't help but look up and correct him. "If you want to hear it, I can call you Sister Levy." Roland handed her the seasoned grilled fish and said in a gentle voice, "Never mind." For some reason, she suddenly thought of Mira. After shaking her head, Levy took the grilled fish and took a small bite. The unfamiliar seasoning made her blink in surprise. The taste was surprisingly good. While she was savoring the grilled fish, a cup of warm strawberry milk was handed to her. "Thank you." Such a thoughtful gesture made the girl narrow her eyes, a sweet smile on her face. Dora. Having finished its dinner, Mini Dora rubbed its full belly, waved at Roland and Levy, and then slowly crawled into the backpack. "I'm going to sleep first." Its actions were so easy to understand that even without Roland's translation, Levy understood. Drip, a raindrop fell into the lake with a clear sound. A cool night wind, carrying rain, blew on Levy's cheek. Is it raining again?" She blinked, then looked up at the night sky. The originally quiet and empty night sky was now covered by large, dark clouds. A few flashes of lightning could be faintly seen flickering within the surging black tide. "Looks like the rain will be heavy. We should go rest too." Roland snapped his fingers. Several ninjas emerged from the surrounding shadows and quickly packed up their belongings. He also left 2 of them to guard the backpack outside. He couldn't let Minidora ruin his good time tonight. Whoa! Levy was startled by the sudden appearance of the ninjas. But she quickly remembered that this was her boyfriend's magic and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But as Roland took her hand and led her towards the tent, she subconsciously took a deep breath. Is it time? Although she was the one who had suggested it when a moment actually arrived, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Inside the tent, perhaps because it was a single-person tent, the space inside wasn't large. Fortunately, Levy was petite, so it wasn't too crowded for the 2 of them. Roland sat cross-legged on the soft carpet, propping his chin on his hand and staring intently at the girl reading beside him. "WH, what are you looking at me for?" Levy used the book in her hand to cover her mouth, revealing only her eyes, and said in a slightly unnatural tone, "I'm just curious. Are you really reading seriously?" Of course I am." Roland pointed to the book cover and kindly reminded her, "Your book is upside down." "I'm just a little nervous." Realizing her cover was blown, the girl put down the book, shyly turned her face away, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. "Nervous, huh?" Under her nervous gaze, Roland pulled the girl's small, cute body into his embrace and gently rubbed her stomach. At such an intimate, lover-like distance, Levy gradually held her breath, her eyes slightly closed, feeling both nervous and expectant of what would happen next. However, after waiting for a minute, the next step she was expecting didn't come. This made Levy open her eyes and look at Roland with a tilted head. "Aren't you going to continue?" she asked, suppressing the shyness in her voice. "Continue? Continue what?" Seeing the girl's cute reaction, Roland's lips curved upwards, and he asked, feigning ignorance. "He's doing it on purpose, definitely on purpose." Seeing the smile on his lips, Levy, unable to bear it any longer, turned around and sat on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. "I thought you wouldn't take the initiative. Are you an idiot? How can you let a girl?" Roland placed his hands on her supple waist. Before she could finish, he kissed her. A quiet moment began between them inside the tent, and he rested his hand gently on her warm stomach. "No, wait. At least not here." Levy's breathing became rapid and ragged. Feeling the sensation gradually moving downwards, her hazy eyes cleared a little, and she said in a trembling voice, "When we get to an inn, don't worry, I won't do that kind of thing here." Roland's other hand stroked her hot cheek, his voice soft. "But how about a little preview?" "A preview?" Her mind was fuzzy, and a cute, blank expression appeared on Levy's face. But after hearing his reassurance, she sighed in relief and nodded in agreement. Chapter 23. Juvia. The rain has stopped. The sky remained shrouded in clouds. Raindrops fell from above and drummed on the tent. Lightning flickered in the clouds, and the downpour only grew fiercer. Inside the tent, a bright oil lamp lit the cramped space. The chill creeping in outside did nothing to disturb the warmth within. Staring at the carpet dotted with water, Levy lay quietly in Roland's arms, her vacant eyes not yet focused. Did the original mean that? She raised an arm to cover her eyes and drew a deep breath. Reason and thought were cast aside. There was nothing left to think about. That's about enough, right? Roland lowered his head to her ear and asked in his usual gentle tone. With them so close, he could clearly catch the girl's scent, tinged with a trace of sweat. It wasn't unpleasant. It was even enticing. Hearing him, Levy slowly came back to herself and gave a small nod. If they kept going like this, there would be no mission tomorrow. They might not even make it out of the tent. A bit of pity. Little Levy looked so cute like that. Roland brushed the hair stuck to her forehead aside. Recalling how Shed looked moments ago, a pleased smile tugged at his lips. Levy said nothing, lowering her head as a faint blush rose. If he hadn't insisted on trying it, she wouldn't be this limp now. How does it feel? As her taut body slowly relaxed, Roland's voice came again. How am I supposed to answer a question like that? Good, that kind of feeling. Hesitating, Levy turned her head aside and stammered it out. Hearing the shy admission at his ear, Roland chuckled and ruffled her hair. Since the experience was good, let's get some rest. It's late anyway. Levy nodded quickly, then paused, her gaze drifting to the carpet soaked with droplets. The wet patch wasn't large. If it were just one person, you could lie a little to the side without much trouble. But there were two in the tent. They could still sleep, but one of them would have to lie on a damp spot. Don't worry, I can't prepare with a spare. Noticing her look, Roland calmly took a new blanket from his pack and replaced the wet one. At the same time, he pulled the tent flap open a little to let the stuffy air out. The cool night breeze slipped through the gap and brushed her skin. Levy instinctively clung tighter to Roland, burying her head against his chest. Like a small, soft pillow, she was held gently in his arms. "Good night, Miss Levy." Morning. The sky was still veiled in pale gray clouds with no sign of clearing. After ordering the Shadow Battalion to tidy the camp, Roland turned toward the blue-haired girl sitting in a chair sipping coffee. As for last night, Levy behaved as if she had amnesia and never brought it up. Because she's too shy. He closed the book in his hand and murmured, thoughtful. It was worth mentioning that the book in his hand was last night's reward, a volume titled Levy User Manual. It recorded the girl's likes and dislikes, even listing her height, weight, and physical dimensions. What Roland found most useful was the detailed breakdown of Levy's physique. In a way, the book was quite handy. Once had memorized the gist, he burned it to ash without a qualm. He had seen enough of that kind of reference. There was no need to let it exist in the world. Were you just burning something? At some point, Levy had come closer and couldn't help asking. Nothing important. Just useless scraps of paper. Roland shook his head. Best not to let the owner know about a manual like that. Watching the page crumble to ash between his left index finger and thumb, Levy couldn't help blinking, her cheeks tinged red. She remembered it clearly. After all, last night it had been only his left hand. Ahem. I should head for the next town along the route. She coughed twice to cover her secret and went on. According to today's plan, they'd hire a carriage in the next town, hasten straight to Oak City, finish the job, then take their time enjoying the trip. Commissions came with deadlines. Come on, let's go. Levy took Roland by the hand and set off at a brisk pace to lead the way. Judging from the smile at her lips, she was in good spirits. Oak City. As soon as they stepped into town, a fine needle-like drizzle started falling again. What is going on? Why has it been raining for 2 days straight? Levy puffed out her cheeks at the leaden sky and couldn't help grumbling. I thought you liked rainy days. That's for reading. When you're out on a job, who likes rain? Actually, I have a way to make it clear up. Roland raised his palm toward the clouds. Magic surged within him and quickly gathered into a blazing sphere. The drifting raindrops hissed into vapor at once, proof of its scorching heat. Levy stepped back on instinct. The searing heat made a sheen of sweat bloom on her smooth forehead. Merciless Sunday. He gently pushed the fireball into the sky. In a matter of seconds, the clouds scattered and brilliant sunlight broke through. In a corner of the same town, a girl with water blue hair stood frozen under an ornate umbrella, staring up at the sky. The rain has stopped. Chapter 24. The Rain Woman in Pursuit, a heart aflutter with love. Sunlight like scattered gold spilled over the umbrella's canopy. A warmth she had never known made Juvia stop in place, her sky-blue eyes staring blankly up at the clear sky. The rain has stopped. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Born with a high affinity for magic, the girl named Juvia knew all too well that wherever she went, rain would follow. Because of that powerful magic, she could hardly make friends and was even bullied by her peers branded the Rain Woman. Because of this, Juvia gradually came to hate the seemingly endless rainy days. A bright, clear day like this was the first time in her life she had seen one. So warm, even the hateful rain has vanished. Juvia tilted aside her ornate parasol and faced the gentle, radiant sunlight, eyes narrowing as her lips lifted. Under the sun, it felt so comfortable. No, wait, were there 2 suns in the sky? Peering into the glare, Juvia saw one large and one small sun above. She tilted her head, lost in thought. Wow, amazing. Watching the clouds scatter in an instant. Levy clasped her small fist before her chest and blurted out. So your magic doesn't just enhance yourself, it's this powerful too? Even from a distance, Levy could clearly feel the heat radiating from that small sun in the sky. If it hit someone, there probably wouldn't even be ashes left. My magic. Son, is it really unreasonable that it can make a miniature sun? Roland said it offhandedly. In truth, if he wished, he could detonate the sun head created at any moment. The power unleashed then would likely wipe this little town clean off the map. Completely unreasonable. Levy folded her arms and couldn't help rolling her eyes. A spell on that scale should count as super magic. To create something like that so easily, who could guess how vast Roland's reserves of magic truly were? Oh, what an enviable magic. Eyeing the great fountain at the square's center, Levy suddenly moved, light on her feet as she trotted up the steps. Reaching the top, she steadied herself and turned. Below the steps, Roland had followed at an unhurried pace and looked up at her. I'm tired, so please. The blue-haired girl smiled, holding out her arms, eyes sparkling with expectation. Seeing her gesture and hearing her tone, Roland understood at once and couldn't help smiling. You've walked barely 2 steps, and you're already this tired. I don't know what I'm going to do with you. Hee as Roland slowly crouched, the petite, soft girl settled onto his back. Cheeks flushed as she nuzzled against his shoulders with a satisfied little laugh. They'd handed the travel pack to the Shadow Battalion that morning, so she didn't feel heavy at all. With Levy's build, how heavy could she be, anyway? Supporting her pale, slender thighs beneath her dress. Roland followed her directions toward the carriage rental. Not long after the two left, a figure with an umbrella appeared nearby, staring fixedly at the close pair as they went and quietly tightening her grip on the handle. That boy, is he the one Juvia is looking for? Because Roland hadn't concealed his act of making a son, many people on the street had witnessed it and were abuzz with curiosity. What incredible magic! He changed the weather in an instant. A mage that strong wonder which guild he's from. If it's a guild, isn't there only that one near here? At that last remark, several fell silent, cold sweat beading on their brows. Hey, don't tell me he's from Phantom Lord? Hearing her own guild's name, Juvia kept her expression blank, lifted her head, and asked coolly, that maid from just now, where did he go? After asking around, she hurried to the town's central square. In the end, she only saw their backs as they left, the boy carrying a cute girl. Juvia will find him. Murmuring softly, Juvia followed without the slightest hesitation. Seated in the rented carriage, Levy sat beside him, absorbed in her book for once, not bothering him. Check today's quests. Gazing at the drizzle beyond the window, Roland propped his chin on one hand and spoke silently. Quest 1. Master of Reading. Quest description. Please speed read 20 books within 1 day. Quest reward. Light novel writing techniques from How to Raise a Boring Girlfriend. If he took this one, he'd have to borrow Levy's wind chant glasses. It would cost nearly an entire day. Roland shook his head and looked at the next quest. Quest 2. The so-called Ashinus Sword Saint. Quest description. Don't let the sword in your hand limit your thinking. Defeat 10 enemies by any means. Quest reward. Ashinus swordsmanship from Sekiro. Well now, even that showed up? Wouldn't it be perfect to finish while driving off bandits? Roland rubbed his chin and glanced at the third quest, then froze at its title. Quest 3. The Rain Woman's Fluttering Heart. Quest description. The Rain Woman, bullied since childhood, has finally found her son. Please answer her feelings. Quest reward. Terubzu from Doryman. The Rain Woman, Juvia of the Element 4. At the quest target, the image of that slightly Yandere girl surfaced in Roland's mind. No wonder it kept raining around me. So that's why. Chapter 25. Juvia. He likes me. Juvia. If nothing unexpected happened, she was probably drawn by the sun I threw into the sky. Thinking of the Rain Woman's identity, Roland watched the rain along the roadside outside the window, unable to keep calm inside. I can't anymore. I'm going to nap for a bit. Wake me when we reach Oak City. Closing the book in her hands, Levy covered her mouth with a yawn and naturally lay down on his lap. Because of last night, they hadn't slept until nearly 3 in the morning. Now she could no longer fight the drowsiness. No problem. Roland gently stroked her lovely short blue hair, his brown eyes quietly admiring the girl's sleeping face. Because she wore an off-shoulder dress, her porcelain white shoulders were in plain view. Look closely and you could even see the fine down. His gaze slid lower. Her slender waist and hips traced a graceful curve. Her fair, taut legs bent slightly, inviting the touch. Reining in the sudden urge, Roland turned back to the beautiful scenery beyond the window. Don't rush. Sooner or later, anyway. Half an hour later, the carriage stopped inside Oak City. Gently waking the sleeping Levy, the two stepped down at an unhurried pace. Imx Houstet. It feels like ever since I met you, I haven't had a single good night's sleep. She leaned her head weakly against his back. Tears glimmered at the corners of her eyes as she murmured her complaint. They'd only known each other not even a week, yet Shed had 3 sleepless nights in a row. As compensation, how about I sleep beside you when we're back? Nope. Men are forbidden in the girls' dorms. Levy crossed her arms in front of her chest to make an X. Then the corners of her lips lifted. But at night, I can go to your place. They had already done things far more intimate. Sharing a bed was nothing by comparison. That was clearly Levy's thinking now. Come on, if we don't finish the job this afternoon, the two of us will be making a trip for nothing with no reward. Seeing the deadline written on the commission slip, Levy couldn't help pushing him from behind as they headed for the town center. The client this time was a middle-aged merchant, and the task was simple drive off the bandit gang prowling near the road to his town. Leave it to me. Levy patted her chest, brimming with confidence. Though her 2 former teammates were gone, wasn't Roland even more reliable? Only 2 people for this job? Looking at the pair who had accepted the task, the middle-aged merchant hesitated, his expression uncertain. Unbelievable. That renowned guild had actually sent 2 kids who didn't even look of age. Should have posted this at Phantom Lord instead. The merchant shook his head helplessly. That guild's members were nasty one by one, and their fees were steep, but at least their strength was real. Et mystère dont underestimate people. At that, Levy frowned slightly, her tone displeased. In a situation like this, more words are useless. Better to show him our strength. Roland spoke softly, raised his hand toward the wide river nearby, and the magic granted by sun surged forth in an instant. In a heartbeat, the surging river turned into scalding steam. The entire town was wrapped in a mist like the haze that rises after rain. So hot, the exposed skin that touched the vapor made the merchant cry out and throw his coat over his head. That temperament again. Is it noon already? Thanks to the blanket the Shadow Battalion had passed to her in advance, Levy wasn't harmed at all. With the fluffy blanket over her head, she stared wide-eyed at the familiar yet unfamiliar Roland and understood immediately. By Roland's own account, he had 1 minute every day when he couldn't control his emotions and the magic in his body rampaged. So around noon the past 2 days, Roland would step away for a while to avoid hurting Levy without meaning to. With that lofty, contempt for all bearing, not even he could predict what might happen. Better to play it safe. Is that level of power enough? If not, I can keep turning it up, and it wouldn't just be a single river evaporating next time. Roland still wore his gentle smile, but his eyes were full of disdain, sending a chill down the spine. Enough. More than enough. Watching a river nearly 100 meters wide go dry in an instant, the merchant gulped in terror, nodding rapidly and shouting his reply. Terrifying. This one man was scarier than Phantom Lord's Gajeel. After obtaining the bandits' whereabouts, Roland and Levy left the town that had become a maze of alleys filled with vapor. Hold on. Walking along, Levy called to him softly, her amber eyes studying his expression. Tired again? Roland turned his head on reflex, his face already back to its earlier gentle look. So the minute had passed. Levy let out a tiny breath of relief. To tell the truth, when faced with that other side of Roland, Even she couldn't help feeling a thread of instinctive fear at the suffocating pressure he gave off. They walked on a while longer, and it was time for lunch. After gathering branches to build a small campfire, Roland took out the lobster fish head obtained yesterday, ready to cook it well. Never seen such a creature. Levy half squinted at the blue fish with a pair of massive crab claws. Ever since she'd been with Roland, he kept producing things that overturned her understanding. A cat-shaped robot with self-awareness. Sun magic no one had ever heard of. And now this species that looked like a crab crossed with a fish. Are you sure this thing is edible? Probably. Roland nodded with a hint of hesitation. He had brought it from the gourmet world. If it weren't edible, that would be impossible. As they worked, fine rain began to fall again, hissing as it struck the burning fire. It's raining again. So annoying. What is with this cursed weather? Watching the clouds gather once more, Levy suddenly felt weary. I actually like rainy days. For some reason, this kind of weather puts me at ease. Especially the crisp sound of the rain. Summoning the Shadow Battalion to hold umbrellas, Roland propped his chin on one hand, a gentle smile at his lips. He likes rainy days, and hidden behind a tree, a figure quietly pressed a hand to her chest. 2 blushes bloomed on her cheeks, and her quickened breaths turned to white mist in the air. He likes me. Chapter 26. Could this be a token of love? Hiding behind the trees, Juvia fixed her gaze on Roland's profile. He was more handsome than she had imagined. The teardrop mole at the corner of his eye especially made the girl who had never dated feel her heart stir. Her hands went weak, and the umbrella slipped to the ground. Her heart pounded like a startled fawn. Her blood seemed to boil, and as she secretly watched the boy's faint smile, Juvia's eyes shone with infatuation. Not just his magic, his looks and his temperament were exactly her type. She wanted to make him hers, a private possession, to wake each day and cuddle and squeeze him like a favorite toy. The only flaw was the real eyesore of a woman beside him. Fairy tale, that woman. Could she be Juvia's rival in love? A sudden stab of jealousy made her clutch the bark tight as she glared at the blue-haired girl with the guild emblem on her back. Since Fairy Tale was often targeted by her own guild, Juvia knew them well. Damn it, it'd be best to take her out right here. It's so cold. A chill out of nowhere made Levy hug her shoulders and edge closer to Roland. She couldn't tell if she was imagining it. It felt like something in the woods was watching. Levy peered toward the distant thicket, but after a careful look found no movement. Just my imagination. She let it go and turned to the lobster fish roasting crimson, a spark of anticipation in her eyes. She didn't know how it would taste, but judging by the look of the ingredient, it seemed promising. Give it a try. See how it tastes. Tearing off the giant crab claws on either side of the blue fish, Roland handed one to the eager girl beside him. Cracking the ruby-red shell open revealed snowy, velvety meat, and a rich aroma spread through the air. This tastes amazing. Levy took a small bite, then stared in disbelief. The firm white meat melted the instant it touched her tongue, a clean sweetness rising like a tide and gently wrapping her taste buds. Strange. With no seasoning at all, could the ingredient alone really taste this astonishing? Delicious. Unable to resist, she took another little bite, cheeks puffed as she chewed, cupping her face with both hands. A blissful smile blooming. Roland chuckled at how adorable she looked, then cracked a claw for himself and savored it slowly. This flavor worthy indeed of an ingredient from the gourmet world. On the other side, seeing the two so close with her own eyes, jealousy surged. Juvia clenched her teeth in frustration. Rebut. If she'd doubted before, now she was certain. They hadn't even met properly, yet she had already decided that boy was hers, and no other woman would be allowed to touch him. As her emotions spiked, the thin drizzle turned in an instant into a driving downpour. Raindrops battered the leaves in a dense roar. Why did it start pouring all of a sudden? Even with the Shadow Battalion holding umbrellas, the splash from the ground flew everywhere, soaking the girl's pale yellow dress and black boots. Levy pinched up the drenched hem, her voice full of grievance. Seriously, I hate the rain so much. There's no figuring out weather like this. Let's get into the tent. After ordering the ninjas to pitch the tent, Roland glanced toward the woods. Through the thickening rain, he could just make out a tuft of wavy blue hair. Head in first. I'm going to the bathroom, and he'll be right back. Okay. Levy nodded obediently and slipped into the tent. Only 4 ninjas remained, waiting quietly in the rain like kneeling retainers for their master's next orders. Keep watch here. Don't let any unwelcome things get close. With that soft instruction, Roland took an umbrella and walked toward where Juvia was. Unforgivable, unforgivable. That person, Juvia. As he drew near, Roland caught her muffled whisper. Another tear mole victim. He marveled inwardly. It wasn't just his charm that could make a girl head never met turn this obsessed. He opened the umbrella and strolled up beside the unsuspecting girl, shielding her from the rushing rain. Whoosh, the drumming on the canopy made Juvia look up. The first thing she saw was a white, translucent umbrella. Her gaze traveled down. When she saw that heart-stirring face, her eyes widened slowly. She froze where she stood like a child caught misbehaving. This downpour is your doing, isn't it? It sounded like a question, but his tone was certain. After a moment's silence, Juvia turned her head aside and nodded, her expression heavy. Would he hate her? Would Juvia be hated? She had finally met a man who liked rainy days and could even let her see a clear sky. Anything but that. Sorry. Juvia didn't know you hated such heavy rain. Noting the torrent outside, she more or less understood why he had come. Hate it? I actually like rainy days, Roland said with a gentle smile on his fine features. Whether a drizzle or a downpour. Juvia couldn't help pressing a hand to her chest. Even amid the noisy rain, she could clearly hear her heartbeat thudding. Your ability is interesting. May I know your name? I'm Roland Juvia. Before he could finish, Juvia cut in, too excited to hold back. My name is Juvia Locke, sir. Pleased to meet you. Roland blinked at the introduction. Then the corners of his lips lifted. Then, Juvia, do you like rainy days? Did she? Juvia hesitated, then slowly shook her head. Because it has troubled others since I was small. I hate this ability. After speaking, she looked at Roland, a little uneasy. After all, he just said he liked rainy days, but she couldn't go against her heart and pretend to like them. I understand. If it had rained every day for me growing up, I'd hate it too. Roland took from his pocket a white teru with a smiling face and handed it to her. Here, for you. Could it be looking at the doll in her hands? Juvia drew a deep breath, a blush rising to her cheeks. A teru can make a rainy day stop. Could it be a token of love? Chapter 27. Return to the Guild. Juvia's decision. Watching the girl blush herself into a daze, Roland let out a long sigh. Levy and Mira Jane had blushed when we first met too, but they wouldn't blur out their heartbeat like that. Well, except Kana when she's drunk. Who gives a token of love at a first meeting? This teru turns rainy days into sunny ones. He shook the little doll in his hand and explained. After I said I liked rainy days, the system notified me the quest was complete. The reward was subtly useless for most people, but tailor-made for Juvia, who had hated rain since childhood. Turn rainy days into sunny? The blush on Juvia's face hadn't faded. She slowly lifted her head and blinked those lovely sky-blue eyes. Could something like this really change the weather? She pressed a hand lightly to her chest. A teru charm hung from the deep blue first stole there as well, one she had made herself. As a child, she had made many such dolls. But no matter how many, they couldn't change the fact that she was a rain woman. Wherever she went, the sky stayed overcast, and she had never seen it truly clear until she met the man before her. You won't know until you try. Noticing her hesitation, Roland smiled, took her soft, pale hand, and placed the doll in it. She's holding my hand. Feeling the warmth around her skin, Juvia flushed scarlet and covered her mouth, her heartbeat once again pounding like a startled fawn. As the teru settled in her palm, the torrential rain eased, heavy sheets thinning into a fine drizzle. In just a minute, the clouds in the sky scattered completely. Sunlight poured down like a waterfall, filtering through the dense canopy and spangling the ground with gold. The rain disappeared again. Realizing what had happened, disbelief flickered in Juvia's eyes. She instinctively lowered her gaze to the doll clenched in her hand. There was no blazing miniature sun in the sky this time, so this was clearly the doll's doing. It actually worked. How does it feel standing beneath a clear sky, free of rain and clouds? So beautiful, facing the dazzling light. Juvia's eyes slowly closed, and a genuine, easy smile rose to her lips. What she had longed for since birth finally unfolded before her eyes. When she opened them again, tears shimmered in those gem-like irises. She looked up at the smiling Roland. "Thank you, Lord Roland." Cheeks still flushed, whether from shyness or the remnants of her excitement, she cried out and threw herself into his arms. Her fluffy blue high hat tumbled down. She nuzzled against his chest, sky-blue curls flying free in the air. Truly a woman of action. Watching Juvia lavish affection like a pampered pup, Roland wordlessly glanced toward the nearby tent. Not seeing a familiar petite silhouette, he quietly breathed out in relief. "She didn't push me away. Does that mean Juvia was accepted?" In his arms, Juvia's face showed rapt delight, her body trembling with excitement. A red maple leaf drifted from the treetops and came to rest above her head. Roland plucked it off and took a step back. "It's getting late. Levy and I have a job to do, so until next time." He set the fallen leaf on her shoulder and spoke with a soft laugh. "Miss Juvia, YMM. I understand." She had wanted to ask him to stay, but held back. With shy eyes, she looked at Roland and spoke softly. "May I ask, Lord Roland, are you also a member of the Fairy Tale Guild?" Juvia remembered the blue-haired girl traveling with him bore the fairy emblem on her back, put together with the way they were out on a job. "Yeah, I joined just 2 days ago, so I'm a newcomer at the guild." 2 days ago. Drat if only Juvia had met Lord Roland a little earlier. She bit her lip in secret. After a brief farewell, Roland headed for the tent up ahead, left where she stood. Juvia stared blankly at the maple leaf in her hand, lips parted, lost in thought. "Fairy tale, Lord Roland, wait for me." The job of driving off the bandits was as simple as expected. What is that guy, some kind of monster? Our weapons can't even get close, they melt away. Retreat. Boss. Watching the boy stroll toward them without a care, cold sweat beaded on the bandit chief's brow. Fear rose in his heart, and the saber in his hand trembled. It wasn't as if they'd never fought mages, and some of them could use magic themselves. But before this monster in human skin, neither magic nor weapons had any effect at all. Drive the bandits off? Okay, don't take lives. The blue-haired girl in the distance looked uneasy and called out a reminder. Her words only made many of the bandits turn even paler. Fall back for now. Once that monster leaves, we'll come back. After a few seconds' hesitation, the bandit chief obeyed his instincts and fled at lightning speed. So that's it, already over. Staring at the gang's vanishing silhouettes, Roland couldn't help tugging at the corner of his mouth. He had thought he could test his strength a little, but the moment he arrived, without even lifting a hand, they all ran. "You're too strong. If you really went at them, there wouldn't even be bodies left." Levy patted his shoulder with a squinting smile to console him. By now, she had a rough idea of her boyfriend's strength. Terrifying, and at noon, he might even be stronger than the guildmaster. All right, let's head back. Tonight we can soak in the hot springs at Hozinka Town. Chapter 28, Nighttime, Mutual Sparks. Because they had rented a carriage, it was already night by the time they returned to Magnolia. At this hour the guild must be closed, and am all sticky, uncomfortable. After getting drenched in the forest, Levy felt a bit out of sorts, then tilted her head with a bright smile. "How about we do what I said and go to the hot springs in Hozinka Town next door?" She could soak at the girls' dorm, but without Roland beside her, it was a completely different experience. "I don't mind a hot spring, but..." Watching the girl ahead of him spread her arms and walk happily along the river's edge, Roland pinched his chin. "Judging by that happy face, you don't mean a mixed bath, do you?" "Of course not a mixed bath. Why would I? What kind of girl do you think I am?" Levy stumbled and nearly fell into the river, hurriedly steadied herself, puffed her cheeks, and protested. Their feelings had warmed quickly, but they hadn't even bared it all to each other yet. At most those sorts of things. As for a mixed bath, that was at least something for after marriage. So you like it, Spick? Shut up. Hozinka Town, a hot spring village to the west of Magnolia. Its buildings all in Edo style, strikingly out of place beside the Western architecture elsewhere. Walking the broad streets lit by lanterns, Roland took in the bustling town and kimono-clad passers-by, and couldn't help musing. Even without a park lined with cherry blossoms at the south gate, he could accept this. Unlike first-timer Roland, Levy smoothly booked a room, then led him into a bustling hot spring inn. See you in a bit. After changing, Levy waved in her clover-patterned yukata and hummed a cheerful tune as she headed into the women's bath. Right, see you. Roland slid open the door to a spacious open-air bath. A bright full moon hung in the night, with a rolling mountain range and a faint waterfall in the distance. The view is better than I expected. Because they had reserved a private room in spring, there were only the two of them between the men's and women's baths. Crisp birdsong, a slightly cool night breeze, and a steaming spring at just the right temperature. Oh, this feels good. Sinking into the water, Roland leaned back against the bath rock and let out a long breath, a relaxed smile easing across his face. If he bought a house someday, he would definitely build a hot spring this big at home. Gazing at the distant night sky, Roland couldn't help thinking so. After soaking for about half an hour, Roland returned to the room. He slid open the shoji. Dinner was already set on the low wooden table. Salt-grilled sori, tempura, sake, all classic Japanese dishes. He poured a cup of sake and sat cross-legged on the tatami, just about to take a sip when the door sounded again. Looking up, a girl in a yukata with blue hair beaded in droplets stepped in. The skin she showed flushed warm from the bath. His gaze traced slowly up her soft waist. Then, with a complicated look, he glanced aside. Embarrassed? Levy toweled her damp short hair. Noticing his reaction, she teased with a smile. No, I just thought, really flat. Flat. Levy's smile froze. She didn't need to look down and know what he meant. Pervert. She huffed, cheeks blazing, and sat down opposite him. Anyone could tell the red on her face wasn't shyness. It's not my fault I don't grow. She snatched the sake and downed it in one go. Glaring at him. It's fine. Small is cute too. Propping his chin in one hand, Roland looked at the girl before him as if admiring a delicate work of art. Even after seeing her so many times, she was always this adorable. What is it? Why are you staring at me like that? I'm just curious why little Levy is so cute. Roland said with an easy smile. Cute enough to hold and tease properly. Don't tease me. Levy inched back, eyes drifting away on their own. Honestly, after that night, she felt like she'd become a little addicted to that feeling. Much better than reading alone. She remembered from her books that not only women, men needed things on that side as well. Thinking of those pages, Levy opened her mouth, found it hard to say, then mustered her courage and forced the words out. Doesn't it feel uncomfortable? Roland tilted his head, not understanding what she suddenly meant. About last night, I read in a book that she spoke in a mortified whisper, then couldn't help covering her face. What am I even saying? How can I say that in front of him? Roland was silent a moment, then moved to sit beside her. He rested his chin lightly on her head and asked in a soft voice. So what do you want to do? Actually, I can help too. Levy pressed through her shyness and went on. After all, mutual help. Chapter 29. Loke. So he's a newbie just like me? Morning. Gentle sunlight, like strands of golden gauze, spilled softly in through the open window, bringing a touch of warmth to the room. Her whole body was sore, and her lips felt a little numb. Levy half opened her eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling, her mind replaying last night on its own. She had been bold yesterday, Mim instinctively covering her eyes with the back of her hand. Levy let out a mortified little cry. Yet even as embarrassment flooded her, she couldn't help thinking of Roland. Why did that guy know so much, acting so practiced? With mixed feelings, Levy turned her head. Her amber eyes reflected the boy's face beside her. Roland opened his eyes and quickly met the gaze of Miss Levy, who was staring without blinking. "Morning, MM." She wanted to ask what was on her mind, but only managed a blushing nod before quietly burrowing under the covers. No, if I look at Roland, the scenes from last night, while unable to voice the question Shed cared so much about, Levy peeked out with just her eyes and stared at him. "What is it? You were so skilled last night. You must have had women before. What nonsense are you talking?" Roland sat up cross-legged and flicked her smooth forehead. "I've just read a lot of books on that side. Don't make things up." "Ow." Clutching her forehead, Levy yelped, tears glimmering at the corners of her eyes. "Sorry, I forgot the sun's up. It's a little hard to control my strength." Seeing the red mark, Roland looked away, chuckling awkwardly. He wasn't that practiced at controlling his power. It kept growing as the sun climbed. "But those techniques, why didn't I see them in the books I read?" Watching him suspiciously, Levy tugged the quilt around herself and sat up cross-legged too, her pale shoulders striking in the sunlight. Maybe different places have different levels of openness. So, the physiology books vary too? Oh, really? If we keep talking about this, it'll be afternoon soon. Roland patted her head and spoke helplessly. They still hadn't gone to Mira to turn in the job. "Let's head to the guild, little Levy." "Wait a sec. I haven't brushed my teeth at noon." The guild was at its most crowded. By the time the two arrived, raucous clamor was already echoing inside. "Fight me? You clothesless pervert." "Huh? Who are you calling a pervert? Be a man. You jerks my brand new booze." As lively as ever. Under Levy's weary gaze, Roland sighed and pushed open the guild doors. The next instant, a familiar figure came flying out and hurtled straight toward them. "Good morning. Marcus Senpai." "Roland? Great. Pull me." Seeing the blonde, middle-parted young man, Roland greeted him politely and, at the same time, pulled the unreactive Levy aside. With the obstacle gone, Marcus didn't even finish his words before crashing into the fruit shop across the way. Inside, the guild was already a mess. Tables and chairs went flying. Elfman even blasted out like a cannonball. "Oh my, you two are back?" Smiling, Mira Jane handed them 2 glasses of orange juice, her voice as gentle as ever. "Thanks, Mira." Taking the juice, Roland nodded with a smile. "Mira's the best." Levy clung to her arm and praised her brightly. It wasn't just the men women couldn't escape Mira's charm either. The three sat quietly, chatting idly while watching the chaos in the hall with interest. That one without clothes is gray. His magic is ice make. Worth noting, he gets along well with Natsu. Mira Jane tapped a finger to her lips and thoughtfully supplied the info. And that blonde hottie surrounded by beauties is Loke. Rumor says he's dating several girlfriends at once. She tilted her head and glanced toward the back. For some reason, Mira felt Roland and Loke were similar in a way both drew girls in. Would make surging waves of love. With a shout from the distance, the wooden floor heaved like a storming sea, slamming the guild members in the center and sending them flying. Lakis magic is pretty good, though the names are a bit odd. "Damn you lucky." A familiar figure came flying again, crying out in frustration midair. Seeing that same silhouette headed their way, Roland sighed and casually caught her. "You okay, Kana-senpai?" "Ah, thanks." Kana tossed the thanks over her shoulder as she landed and started to charge back into the fray, then stopped halfway. "That voice just now? Roland?" She turned back to check, fell silent a moment, then returned to them. "Mira, 2 beers." Sitting beside Roland, Kana rested her cheek on one hand. "No problem." Mira smiled with a nod and quickly set 2 beers on the bar. "Isn't that a bit little? Don't you usually drink straight from a barrel?" Levy tilted her head, puzzled. When it came to capacity, no one in the guild could match Kana, who had been drinking since 13. And broke. Kana waved it off, then silently pushed one of the beers to Roland. "A drink on me. You're not refusing this time, right?" "I don't mind. In fact, being able to drink with Kana-senpai is my honor." "Ha, an honor? What a cheesy guy." Kana looked away with a faint blush and a show of disdain. But the corners of her mouth crept up. Not far away, Loke, who had noticed the scene, pushed up his glasses and stroked his chin. "Looks like that newbie is the same type as me." Chapter 30. the Fairy Queen returns. Mira Jane, Kana, Levi, even the women at his side had their attention drawn away. So Loke found it hard to ignore the brand-new newcomer. Judging by looks and the temperament he showed, he was a sunny, gentle-type handsome guy, especially with that striking tear mole beneath his eye. Even Loke had to admit the newcomer's charm was a bit too much. After all, who steals someone else's girlfriend the first time they meet? Glancing at the woman beside him, cheeks flushed and lips lightly pursed, Loke couldn't help twitching the corner of his mouth. It was practically a live cheating scene. Who wouldn't suspect that Brat's magic was a charm type? On the other side, Roland, keeping someone company over drinks, checked his system just then. Yesterday, he had finished the Romance quest and the Ashina Sword Saint quest. The Teru Turubzu had been given to Juvia, and the Ashina sword style had poured straight into his mind, seamlessly integrated. Without a doubt, with that swordsmanship, he would be among the best in this world. Setting aside Ashina's special techniques, swallow reversal alone would astonish many a swordmaster. 3 slashes cast at once in different directions, an unavoidable art. I really should find someone to test it. Propping his chin with one hand and swirling the amber liquor with the other, Roland murmured. His magic called sun was simply too powerful, so he moved carefully day to day, afraid of losing control for even an instant. Swordplay had fewer shackles, no matter how strong it was. A single stroke couldn't wipe a town off the map. Test it. Perched cross-legged on a high bar stool, Kana turned curiously, not sure what he meant. Roland, you're not about to ask someone for a proper match, are you? Mira Jane blinked and asked on impulse. Spar with Roland? Impossible. In this guild, aside from guild arts and the master, no one should be his match. Levi tapped a finger against her light pink lips, tilted her head while running through the remaining S-class mages, then waved a hand. Don't forget Mistogon. Mira Jane reminded her with a smile. Almost no one had seen Mistogon's full strength. Even Mira Jane, his peer in rank, hadn't. For that very reason, he stood alongside Laxus and the rest as a candidate for the guild's strongest. But after Roland appeared, Laxus' name dropped straight down the list. A Laxus who could be one-shot so easily hardly deserved the title. Don't leave out Urza. Kana trailed off halfway, realized, then took a wry sip of her drink. Urza was strong, yet a bit behind Laxus. The guild had really picked up a monster. She couldn't help thinking so. You're exaggerating too much, but I do want someone to trade swordsmanship with. Roland shook his head modestly, then went on. Swordsmanship? Mira Jane and Levi both stared, clearly not having expected Roland to know that as well. For swords, it's basically just Freed and Urza, right? Urza goes without saying. And though Freed's magic is rune-based, his sword work is quite good too. Mira Jane touched her smooth chin and answered after thinking it over. Urza and Freed. Roland pictured the green-haired member of the Raijin tribe and, in the same motion, slapped the crashing Natsu back behind him. Hi there, Roland. Happy hovered in midair, ignored Natsu tumbling away, and hugged Roland's head excitedly. Let's eat fish. What did I invite you? You just had your eye on my gourmet napkins, didn't you? Roland said, speechless. Haha. Yesterday, when Natsu went out on a job, he accidentally wrecked half a street. Mira Jane giggled behind her hand. Because of that, the master is writing a written apology right now. No wonder the master isn't here today. Roland nodded in understanding. Normally, with a bar this chaotic, the master would have stepped in already, not letting the brawl run this long. Wanting to stop them? If this keeps up, the guild will need renovations, and the master will be heartsick. He had at least been a member for 3 days now. Roland felt obliged to share the master's burden. Yeah, I think you can before Mira Jane finished. The guild doors banged open. Marcus stumbled in, face full of panic. Be bad news, Urza is back. At those fear-laced words, the raucous guild fell eerily silent. Cold sweat prickled on foreheads all around. Looks like I won't have to. Hearing that familiar name, Roland spoke in a thoughtful tone. At that moment, a figure stepped in behind Marcus, silver armor throwing back the noonday light. Long crimson hair, a refined face without expression, a blue skirt and black high boots, and a silver cuirass bearing the fairy emblem, an uncommon kind of beauty. Most eye-catching of all was the flat cart behind her piled high with luggage like a small hill. At first glance, rather than a mage, dashing Lady Knight suited her better. Cool, right? Doesn't it make your heart flutter? Mira Jane's gentle voice sounded by his ear. Not as much as you, Mira. Roland answered softly without even turning his head. The teasing bounced back and made Mira Jane blush, a cute little sound slipping from her lips. Urza was certainly cooler. But compared to Urza, did he feel more for her? Mira Jane couldn't help the thought. Chapter 31. That Urza actually blushed? As Urza stepped into the guild, the noisy crowd seemed to hit pause and froze where they were. Welcome back, Urza. Pulling her thoughts back, Mira Jane greeted with a smile. I'm back. Also, is the master not here? Urza's gaze swept around, lingering especially on Natsu and Gray for a moment before she asked sternly. Eep feeling her eyes on them, Natsu and Gray immediately stiffened. Grins were plastered on their faces as they slung arms over each other's shoulders. Even though the two of them had been brawling the hardest moments ago, the master is upstairs writing a written apology. It won't be done anytime soon. An apology? You caused trouble again. Urza's eyes sharpened, her tone growing harsher. It's got nothing to do with me. The culprit, Natsu, broke into a cold sweat, panic on his face, and a tremor running through him. It's the same every time. Even if the master forgives you, I want. Surveying the wreckage strewn across the hall, Urza didn't even need to ask what had happened. Wakaba, the ash from your cigarette is about to fall. Macau, are you going to keep loitering in front of the request board? If you've got that kind of time, get to work. As serious as ever. Urza, Levy hunched in, trying not to draw attention, and muttered. Roland, sitting beside her, couldn't help nodding. Kana, added AGHM, for once you're not drinking from a barrel. I can behave when I want to. Relieved to have dodged a scolding, Kana sat up straight in a hurry and took a small sip from her mug. Good thing she was broke today, or she'd be getting an earful from Urza again. A new face? A recent recruit? Noticing the unfamiliar boy at the bar, Urza paused slightly, hands on hips. That's right, little Roland joined just recently. With Levy and Kana looking a bit awkward, Mira Jane took the lead with a smile. Roland, pleased to meet you, Miss Urza. Roland greeted with a light smile. Outsa Scarlet. Nice to meet you. A faint smile touched Urza's lips as she nodded politely. But after getting a good look at the newcomer's face, she froze for a beat. A strange feeling rose inside and made her knit her brows. Her heart seemed to be beating a little fast. She took note of the change, but didn't dwell on it. After all, in combat or training, one's pulse quickened the same way. Seeing Urza looking no different than before, Roland couldn't help being surprised. It was the first time Head met a young woman immune to the charm of his tier mole. After the brief introductions, the hall grew lively again. Roland-chan, be a pal and get this old man a beer. Hey, calling him that. Aren't you afraid hell deck you? Macau wiped a nervous sweat for his friend and couldn't help saying it. Drop that nickname, old man. Seeing Wakaba waving from the side, Roland's mouth twitched, and he had the Shadow Battalion deliver it. Joe, hold on. Let's go another round today. At that moment, Natsu's boisterous voice rang out as he slung an arm around Roland like an old buddy. Ever since his lightspeed loss last time, he couldn't accept it. He wanted another shot. Natsu, be nicer to your new comrade. Sipping a cold drink. Urza turned her head at that and frowned slightly. In her eyes, Natsu's behavior bordered on bullying a newcomer. Even if the guy wasn't on Roland's level, he was still a mainstay of the guild. No, I don't mind a challenge. But Roland tilted his head at the expectant Natsu. If you can't even beat Laxus, don't come picking fights with me. How about you deal with Laxus first? I'd love to, but that guy just won't fight me. Seeing the challenge fail, Natsu slumped for a second, then stuck out a hand to Roland with a big grin. Then can I borrow that tablecloth that produces food? Please. Sure. Just don't burn it. Watching Natsu eagerly spread the cloth over the table, Roland let out a lazy yawn and stood to go check the request board. Wait, Roland. Just as he stood, Urza, who had been listening, called out, unable to hold back the question in her heart. Did you mean you defeated Laxus? That's right. On his very first day, Roland beat Laxus with ease. Before he could answer, Levy, who considered herself his girlfriend, chimed in, brimming with pride. Defeated Laxus easily? Urza blinked in confusion, feeling the situation slip beyond her understanding. She had only been away 7 or 8 days had the guild changed into something she didn't recognize. My magic is unusual, that's how I beat Laxus. Setting that aside, thinking of the reward Head just obtained, a smile touched Roland's lips. Would you be willing to give me some guidance in swordsmanship? Miss Urza? Swordsmanship guidance? Urza pondered a moment, then nodded. All right, ITLL, also let me see your strength for myself. A newcomer who could defeat Laxus. Staring seriously at Roland before her, the strange feeling in Urza's chest only intensified, making her space out for a few seconds. When she came back to herself, Natsu, chewing roast meat nearby, was staring at her in shock, as if Head seen the impossible. You gotta be kidding me. Urza actually blushed. Chapter 32. Roland. All right, I'm fired up. No way. Staring at the never-before-seen look on Urza's face. Natsu's eyes went wide, as if Head seen a ghost. Could it be Urza actually blushing in front of man? Since he was little, he had never once seen Urza show an expression like that. What is it? Why are you looking at me like that? The unhidden shock in their eyes made Urza a little uneasy. Do I have something on my face? Aye, because Urza's cheeks are all red. Happy, perched on the bar and gnawing grilled fish, chimed in helpfully. Her cheeks are red. At that, not only Urza, but Mira Jane, Levy, and Kana all froze. Am I blushing? Urza touched her cheek on reflex, unable to stop herself from asking. You are. Could it be Urza likes Roland's type? Mira Jane laced a hand behind her back a little tighter, still smiling as she teased. Is a little red. Levy edged closer to Roland and looked at Urza, a glint of alertness flickering in her amber eyes. As for Kana, she took a drink with a complicated look and said nothing. What could she say? It had been hard enough to find a man who stirred her heart, yet he was surrounded by so many pretty, cute girls. Even Urza seemed drawn to him. It felt hopeless. Draining her beer in frustration, Kana stretched lazily, stood, and headed for the guild's backyard, calling out, Roland is challenging Urza. Anyone want to place bets? With a shout, the guild erupted in a boiling roar. As expected of our strongest rookie, he just took care of Natsu, and now he's challenging Urza. Roland versus Urza. Huh. I'd pick Urza. But that rookie did take down Laxus. Hovit, who's Roland? And what do you mean he took down Laxus? Quite a few members had only just returned looked blank, not understanding a thing. Are you all talking nonsense? Gray was even more at sea, half suspecting his ears had gone bad from not taking enough jobs. Watching the ruckus, Roland unhurriedly took the katana a shadow ninja offered and smiled. Then, please go easy on me, Miss Urza. Ah, no problem, and just call me Urza, no need to be so formal. Settling the feelings in her heart, Urza nodded seriously, facing a newcomer who had defeated Laxus. She couldn't help but feel keen interest rising. The guild's back garden, the same place Natsu had challenged him last time. The damaged walls had long been restored by the Shadow Battalion, and crowds ringed the field to watch. All my savings on Roland, having learned his lesson once. Happy bet on Roland without hesitation, pulling out 2,000 J from his pouch. He'll put mine on Roland again, Macau coughed lightly. Is no one betting on Urza? Gray rubbed his chin in silence. Despite having heard from other members how terrifying the rookie was, he still put his money on Urza. I choose Urza too. Loke, arms around 2 pretty girls, pushed up his glasses. As the bets piled up, by the cutoff, the numbers backing Urza and Roland were nearly even. Go. Urza, I put 10,000 J on you. Ooh, go newbie. This old man's booze money for the month is riding on you. Go, Roland. Urza, don't lose to a newcomer. All right, I forgot something. Perched on a barrel, Kana suddenly spoke up. Under everyone's gaze, she drawled, "This is mainly a swordsmanship duel. By the way, though, it doesn't make much difference." Unlike the noisy crowd, the two in the center looked perfectly at ease. Roland's right hand rested lightly on the hilt at his waist. Though his face remained gentle, a razor-edged aura arose from him. "Good aura. I can see you've delved deeply into swordsmanship." Urza centered herself. A brilliant magic circle bloomed at her hand, and a silver-white knight's sword appeared. "I was just bored and tried cutting a few swallows on the road." "Cutting swallows doesn't forge a presence like that." "Perhaps. Also, Urza, aren't you going to requip? You seem confident in your strength." A smile tugged at Urza's lips as her fighting spirit rose. "Very well, have it your way. Requip Heaven's Wheel armor." With a low cry, dazzling light wrapped Urza's body. When it faded, the plain knight's gear had been replaced by a finely wrought suit of silver armor. Only her chest and the sides of her waist were armored above. Below, an aristocratically elegant metal skirt flowed, and behind spread a pair of graceful steel wings like a butterfly. Delicate crimson hair now sported small wing-like ornaments at both sides, and a white throat bore a choker set with amethyst. Beauty, elegance. Roland's first impression was that Urza in this moment was like an exquisite work of art, something one couldn't help wanting to collect. A beautiful armor. Are there even stronger types? Roland praised in admiration. "Plenty. Let's see if you can make me bring them out." Urza raised twin blades. As flashes flitted around her, 16 Heaven's Wheel swords floated into the air. In that case, Roland lowered his body. The hilt and scabbard gave a soft click. He lifted his gaze slightly to the graceful Urza before him. Then fired up. Off in the distance, Natsu, watching intently, blinked in a daze. Why did that line sound so familiar? Chapter 33. Guild's strongest achievement unlocked. Huh. As the words fell, Urza's pupils shrank to pinpoints. She reflexively leaned back as two cold flashes skimmed across her brow. A few strands of scarlet hair, lifted by momentum, were sliced and drifted down. So fast, a single thought surfaced. The newcomer's speed outstripped what her eyes could track. What was that just now? Steadying herself, Urza brought her twin blades crosswise and murmured. From that distance, he had reached her in a blink, and if she wasn't mistaken, head swung twice in that instant. If Roland hadn't held back, her carelessness would have put her on the ground. Ashina-style secret art, cross-slash. Roland held the blade, one-handed, and explained, unhurried. Cross-slash was just that two intersecting cuts unleashed in the same instant, vertical and horizontal, leaving no angle to guard. Ordinarily, mastering such a finisher would take more than 10 years of harsh training, assuming enough talent. Set your stance. I'm coming again. With that brief warning, Roland glanced up at the sun and eased the katana back into its scabbard. It was already afternoon. He could feel his power ebbing. But so what? As strength waned, he could make up the difference with technique. As long as the sun hadn't fully set, he could fight. Catching his look, Urza fixed on him as if facing a great foe, her expression turning grave. Shing! Steel flashed free. This time she didn't lose sight of him, but her high guard met his rising cut and halted it only with effort. And then the endlessly shifting sequence that followed widened her eyes. A tight, rapid chain of rings on steel burst in the arena's center. His figure, like a dancer's, pressed in without let-up. Faced with ever-faster arcs of light, Urza abandoned offense and fell into pure defense. Am I seeing this right? In swordplay, Urza can't answer him. He's too strong. Magic or sword, what a monster. Urza, don't lose. Even under the barrage, Urza's years of battle experience left no gaps. She caught everything, but her breath had begun to quicken. The form, floating passage. Audits filed under Ashina style, but it works well. Breaking away, Roland glanced at the nicked and pitted edge of his katana, a wry note in his voice. The reward should have been only Ashina techniques. Yet the memories in his head held not just that school sword work, but archery and even gunnery. Perhaps that mix was why it was called the Ashina style. Ah? Astonishing swordsmanship. Urza drew short breaths, eyed her own battered blade, then summoned a fresh katana and tossed the ruined one aside. "I'm not done yet." Heaven's wheel, blade storm. No sooner had she gripped the new sword than her arms crossed, and she shot forward at terrifying speed. Clang the crash of iron on iron boomed. Roland raised his long blade vertical on reflex and caught her twin swords. The force drove through the steel. He slid back 2 or 3 meters, his feet furrowing the ground. With the sun sinking, his raw power was no longer what it was at noon. And Urza was S-class. At the same time, the 16 Heaven's Wheel swords behind her launched in a volley. With no time to spare, Roland slipped aside and battered the onrushing blades from the air, sparks spraying. More incoming. Urza's warning was almost gracious. Dozens more swords had already gathered at her back. As a set effect of the Heaven's Wheel armor, the storm of flying blades was her own technique as much as any form. Roland had no complaints meeting it head-on. Secret art, dragon flash. He sheathed again. When the blade flashed out, a wave of edge born from the air itself ripped forth and cleaved every flying sword from the sky. Requip, black wing armor. Crimson sigils flared. The elegant Heaven's Wheel set vanished. Replaced by a deep black panoply, the metal forewings turned to demonic pinions. In this set, her attack power spiked. Wings spread. Urza hefted a grotesque greatsword and disappeared, leaving only a blur. "That set's fine, but I prefer the last one." Roland appraised her lightly, unafraid, and stepped in smiling. Ashina style, Ikamanji. His blade swept across the pronounced curve of her waist with crushing weight. Urza's eyes flew wide. Her grip on the greatsword shook, nearly failing. She was hammered through the air into the wall, a roar and a cloud of dust erupting on impact. A plain, simple cut, nothing but a horizontal stroke, yet the force inside it was staggering. "Shall we continue, Miss Urza?" Ignoring the gaping stares around them, Roland turned toward the rubble and asked. He still hadn't used swallow reversal. Tempting, but if he did, someone might die. "Cough, enough. I've lost this match." Propping herself up from the wreckage, Urza stepped out, face dust-streaked, eyes complicated as they met his. Incredible those techniques. Seeing her concede, Roland's lips lifted. Guild's strongest achievement unlocked. Among S-class, he hadn't yet crossed swords with Guild Arts or Mystigan. But at high noon, he was certain he wouldn't lose. Chapter 34. Roland isn't an S-class mage yet? Sorry for the trouble, Miss Urza. Seeing Urza switch back into her silver armor, Roland nodded politely and handed her a handkerchief. Challenging the Fairy Queen today was partly to test his sword skills for real, and partly because the system had refreshed the daily quests. Quest 1. At this moment, I am the guild's strongest. Quest description. Defeat the strongest S-class mage presently in the guild and cement your title as the strongest. Quest reward. A knight does not die with empty hands from the Fate universe. As for the other 2 quests, Roland glanced at them and couldn't help facepalming. Quest 2. Guild daily life. Quest description. As a guild member, you can't just loaf around and flirt. Complete any commission task, your choice. Quest reward. Shinpachi glasses from Gintama. Quest 3. Secretly in love with Juvia. Quest description. Daily jobs can get dull. Go see Juvia for a romance, and give her the passionate kiss she dreams of. Quest reward. Weather controller from Doraemon. Never mind whether the Shinpachi glasses are useful. The weather controller would help, but it's not enough to make him run back to Oak City. It was already afternoon. By the time he arrived, it would be night, and Phantom Lord's base sat downtown. The 2 guilds were mortal enemies. He wasn't looking to invite trouble. No trouble at all, since you've joined the guild. We're all family. Urza took the handkerchief and wiped the dust from her face, shaking her head. As expected, the newcomer's strength was truly formidable. He had beaten her Heaven's Wheel with swordplay alone. Put that way, Laxus losing didn't sound unbelievable. After receiving the quest reward, Roland froze, then smiled and spoke seriously. "He'll be in your care from now on, Miss Urza." "Ah, yes, likewise." Looking at that refined face and gentle smile, for some reason Urza felt her heartbeat quicken and her breath catch. Even her words stumbled. In the end, she turned her head aside and forced a calm tone. By the way, I heard from Mira that you like strawberry shortcake and cream puffs. This afternoon I'll treat you. Roland added with a light laugh. Payment for the sword guidance, just now. Eat to your heart's content. Strawberry shortcake, all you can eat. Really? Urza's eyes lit up at once. She clenched her fists before her chest, the gallant knightly air turning suddenly girlish. A very cute contrast. On the other side, Kana was gleefully counting thick wads of paper bills, already planning to drink the night away. Because Urza was among the earliest S-class in the guild and had been around the longest, most people had bet on her. Natsu, I want my money back this time. Oh, nice work, Happy. Seeing the green bills in Happy's arms, Natsu pumped a fist, eyes shining. TC8, gray, shirtless, crossed his arms with a sour look and clicked his tongue. The ones who had just returned from jobs who could have guessed a newcomer of 3 days would beat that terrifying woman so easily. Hey, Flame Brain, you know that rookie well? After thinking it over, Gray couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked the nearby Natsu, who was pondering dinner. How are you calling Flame Brain? Want to fight? Ice block idiot? Damn it, I've had enough of you. Hey, you too, quit throwing sandals at my head. Shut it, old man. Back in the yard, chaos erupted again. Roland had just opened his mouth when the impatient Urza seized him and tugged him back toward the bar. 4 strawberry shortcake. She was even ditching her hall monitor role. At least pretend to scold them once. Ahem. It's always like this. Even if I stop them, they'll be brawling again soon. Noticing his look, Urza gave an embarrassed smile and explained with a small cough. As the two returned, Mira Jane and Levy came in from outside where they'd been watching. Nicely done, Roland. Recalling that swordplay that bordered on art, Mira Jane couldn't help praising him. Whatever the spectacle, beating Urza with pure technique was impressive enough. You had such amazing sword skills and never told me. Levy slipped naturally into the seat beside him, then slowly puffed her cheeks. I wasn't hiding it. You just never asked. Looking at her cute face, Roland couldn't resist poking her cheek with a finger. He kind of had a point. Levy batted his hand away in a huff and rolled her pretty eyes. He loved to tease. Roland pulled back his hand and spread the gourmet tablecloth head taken back from Natsu across the counter. Under Urza's gaze, he spoke softly. For orders of crab roast soup dumplings, 6 slices of strawberry shortcake, and 4 colas. In the next instant, steaming dumplings and fragrant cream cakes appeared on the cloth, along with 4 glasses of cola. No matter how many times I see it, it feels magical. With a tool like this, even chefs wouldn't be necessary. Mira Jane clasped her hands and marveled in her gentle voice at the food that had materialized. Not just chefs, the cost of ingredients vanished too. If he ever wanted to slack off, he could use it to open an otherworldly restaurant. Incredible. Not only the aroma, but the flavor and texture are perfect. Do these really appear out of thin air? Biting into the fragrant cake, Urza spoke in shock. A trace of white cream at the corner of her lips. Conjuring food out of thin air isn't something magic can't do. This tool is nothing like magic. Levy propped her fair chin on her hand and couldn't help retorting. If only we had something like this during jobs. Right, Roland? Team up with me. I have a well-paid S-class request right at hand. Urza crossed her legs with elegance and savored the cake. Mid-sentence, she changed tack, eyes expectant. No can do. Roland isn't an S-class mage, so he can't accept requests from the second floor. Before Roland could answer, Mira Jane replied for him with a warm smile. Chapter 35. The Proper Use of a Shadow Battalion. Mira Jane wasn't wrong. Even if his strength put him among the very top of the guild, rules were rules. Having joined only 3 days ago, Roland couldn't take S-class requests. To step onto the second floor, you first have to pass the guild's exam and become S-class. It won't be soon before the next exam, Mira Jane said seriously, holding up a finger as she explained. The S-class mage exam was held about once a year, with the master announcing who qualified to participate. The test site was Fairy Tale's Holy Land, Tenru Island. In that case, until the next exam, I can only accept lower-paying requests. Roland bit into the strawberry on his silver fork, letting the rich flavor spread through his mouth, and spoke with a touch of regret. Had planned to grind a few S-class jobs, earn real money, then buy a house of his own. For now, He'd have to find another way. If he used gadgets, there were angles. For example, using an enlarging lamp to change gold's volume and make a killing. But the enlargement had a time limit. Stop shining it and the gold would revert. Sell it and the truth could come out. Roland lifted his head and watched the Shadow Battalion bustling about the hall, an idea rising. What if the Shadow Battalion carried the gold to trade with dark guilds? He murmured, rubbing his chin. They were the worst of the worst. He'd feel no guilt making money off them. Hey, what were you daydreaming about? Levy waved her small hand in front of his eyes, head tilted. I'm thinking that once I've saved enough, I want to settle down here. The town's scenery is nice. If I'm going to stay long-term, I can't keep renting. He took her soft hand and laid out the plan. The landlord of their place would be back in 6 months. Better to buy than scramble for another rental in a strange world. So you're buying a house. Levy's eyes lit up. Her lips couldn't help curling into a smile. Property isn't cheap. Mira's saved for years, Urza said, dabbing her mouth with elegant precision. At some point her knight's armor had become a white sleeveless blouse, a deep blue guild mark bear at her shoulder. She lifted a steaming cup of coffee and spoke with a hint of nostalgia. Back then Mira took S-class jobs day and night. Oh, so me wrist that strong? Roland glanced over at Mira Jane, who was wearing the same nostalgic look and feigned surprise. That's right. At the time, her strength was on par with mine, Urza said with a firm nod. It's not that exaggerated, Mira Jane muttered, scratching her cheek, modest as ever. I've never actually seen Mira's magic. Propping his chin, Roland smiled toward the hostess behind the counter, openly curious. My magic? These days I'm best at transformation, Mira Jane said gently, fingertip to her slightly flushed lips. For example, transformation. Levy head only. Her body didn't change, but her head became Levy's. See? Fun magic, right? She winked at him, looking very cute. Wait. Why me? That looks so weird. Change back, Mira. Levy shouted in embarrassment at the sight of Mira Jane, looking exactly like her from the neck-up body aside. Unlike the flustered girl, Roland watched the transformation with keen interest. A cute Levy face on a sultry body wasn't a bad look. Next up, transformation. Urza head only. Mira Jane beamed, voice light. Oh, me this time? Arms crossed. Urza watched with genuine interest. A puff of smoke dispersed, and Urza's refined face, wearing a warm smile, appeared atop Mira Jane's body. Mira Jane hummed. One hand on her hip, the other pressed to her soft lips as she blew Roland a kiss. Ahem. Maybe change back first, Mira. Watching Urza's face make such a girlish gesture gave Roland a strange sense of dissonance, and he rubbed his brow. Roland, are you shy? Mira Jane blinked innocently and released the spell. Not shy. It just felt odd. Urza would never do that in her life, Roland said. Don't say never. I remember a lot of sexy outfits in Urza's wardrobe, daring swimsuits, dangerously alluring gowns, Levy said, recalling as a neighbor and nodding to herself. My favorite is the bunny girl set. The ear headband is adorable, Urza said without a hint of embarrassment, and even briefly revealed the bunny outfit. Shadows on the floor twisted and stretched. A shadow ninja stepped out, knelt on one knee, and presented a black briefcase with solemn respect. At the strange case, everyone paused, curiosity rising. Just a little experiment. Take the box back first. Roland drew a slow breath, forced down the smile, tugging at his lips, and gave the order. So this was the true way to use the Shadow Battalion. Chapter 36. Leisurely Days, Weekly Sorcerer. At his command, the Shadow Ninja withdrew with a respectful bow, its figure slowly melting back into the darkness as if it had never been there. Is it your magic? Urza tapped the shadow on the floor with her boot. It felt no different from usual. She couldn't tell how they slipped into it at all. My magic is the Shadow Battalion. I can summon 9 different core, and those were the ninja core. Roland took a sip of coffee and explained. They're weak in direct combat, but perfect as attendants. He wasn't unwilling to use the other 8 core. But compared to the otter-looking units, the humanoid ninja core were handier for cleaning, serving tea, and the like. After a lazy afternoon tea, Urza arched her back in a stretch. In an instant, the white sleeveless blouse she wore had shifted back into knight's armor. Leisure time ends here. I'm heading to the dorm to sort my luggage. And her crimson hair stirred in the breeze as she glanced at Roland with a light smile. Thanks for the treat today, Roland. Beyond that bottomless tablecloth that could produce strawberry shortcake, the newcomer's strength had been a delightful surprise. The more powerful comrades the guild had, the better for its name and growth. No need to be formal. Miss Urza. Roland snapped his fingers. The waiting shadow ninja neatly boxed up more strawberry cake and presented it with both hands. See you tomorrow. Urza didn't refuse. Taking the box, she turned toward the doors, a flatbed piled high with luggage trailing behind. What do you think? Our guild's fairy queen is great, isn't she? Leaning on the counter with her chin in her hands, Mira Jane smiled. She looks serious all the time, but her popularity here is sky high. I remember Loke once tried to court Urza and got beaten half to death. Cradling a warm cup of coffee, Levy said it offhand, her gaze sneaking now and then toward Roland, watching his reaction. Half to death is a bit much. She left him with one breath, Mira Jane corrected. Poor Loke. Hearing them, Roland fell silent for a moment, then couldn't help sympathizing. Seeing the look on his face, Mira Jane relaxed and hummed a little tune. Toward evening, the sky dimmed, clouds glowed like fire at the horizon, and seabirds wheeled above the riverside, calling in clear, lilting voices. After saying goodbye to Mira Jane, Roland left the guild with Levy to head home and rest. Halfway there, Levy suddenly remembered Shed forgotten toiletries and bedding and hurried back to the girls' dorm. So quiet out. Walking along the lip of the riverbank above the road, a cool breeze riffling his dark hair, Roland let out a slow yawn. A rare moment to simply be alone in peace. He slowed to take in the rippling light on the water and the scenery around him. Hey, kid, careful you don't fall in. It's deep there. A wooden skiff glided down the middle of the river. The man on deck called out kindly. Thanks for the warning, sir. Roland nodded with a smile. This town wasn't just beautiful. Even its residents were friendly to outsiders. Well, except for the fairy tale members who kept stirring up trouble. He was glad Head stamped his guild emblem on his shoulder instead of the back of his hand. Following the broad riverside for more than 10 minutes, Roland reached the house he was renting. It was dusk. Across the way in Southgate Park, many people were out for an evening stroll, their lively chatter carrying to his side of the street. He slid the wooden door open, shrugged off his coat, and headed for the bedroom upstairs. Creak. Pushing the door, he saw Minnie Dora sprawled asleep on the bed and shook his head. He could really sleep. Home 2 days and still snoozing. Roland flicked the bell on the collar at his neck. It jingled, and the little robot stirred. Dora. Minnie Dora rubbed sleepy eyes. Swaying on his feet, still half asleep. All right, wake up a little. Roland snapped his fingers again. Shadow Battalion. At the queue, a shadow ninja surfaced and handed him a briefcase before dissolving back into smoke. It was heavy. Judging by the weight, it had been packed tight with cash. He flicked open the metal clasps. Bundles of fresh green notes lay stacked in rows. There had to be tens of millions of J. This pays better than S-class commissions. Earlier, Head sent 2 shadow ninjas to purchase a gold bar, then used the enlarging lamp to magnify it several times, finally selling it to a dark guild at well below market price. They'd worn cloaks the whole time, and even the haggling had been done using a writing slate. So which dark guild did you sell to? Sitting back, Roland pinched his chin, curious. Eisenwald, a shadow ninja, held up the slate. The word made Roland pause. So this was his first brush with a dark guild since the story began. I'm coming in. Levy's lively voice rang from downstairs, quick steps tapping up the stairwell. She pushed the door open with practiced ease, arms full of books he hadn't seen before. And one cover looked awfully like Mira. Chapter 37. Levy. Slow down, idiot. Dora. Swaying, Mini Dora toppled onto the briefcase, shut his eyes, and fell back into sweet dreams. Even a house cat isn't this lazy. Warm light filled the small bedroom. When Levy came in, her off-shoulder dress had been swapped for a long-sleeve jacket, and she was hugging a tall stack of books. If you looked closely, the topmost cover had Mira Jane's photo on it, an old issue of Weekly Sorcererback when Mira was modeling. Well, interested. Not sure what she planned to do with that at night. Roland still felt the girl was up to something. 7 or 8 volumes thumped onto the table. Levy planted one hand on her waist and wiped the sweat from her brow with the other. You're not planning to read all of those tonight, are you? Arching a brow, Roland picked up the Weekly Sorcerer on top and flipped to the table of contents with interest. Exploring the unknown of the magic world. Guild visit Blue Pegasus. Mage interviews. Most popular boyfriend and girlfriend rankings. At a glance, it was clearly an entertainment magazine. I could probably finish them in one night. About this much is fine. Rubbing her sore shoulders, Levy flopped onto the soft bed and closed her eyes in comfort. Smells like Roland. Shame the room's a bit small, or ID, move my dorm bookshelves in here. Roland didn't answer. Her meaning was obvious. Not just a night, she'd probably be staying here from now on. They'd already done things that intimate. Living together wasn't strange at all. No, what would be strange is not living together. If this keeps going, confession, dating, marriage, a family, children. Levy hugged a pillow, blushing hard, buried her face in it, and let out a cute little hum from her throat. Women, what are you imagining now? Hearing the tempting little sounds beside him, Roland sighed inwardly and kept his eyes on the magazine. Most popular boyfriend-girlfriend rankings. At the top of the girlfriend list was, unsurprisingly, Mira Jane, very familiar to Roland. Even without continuing as a model, her popularity was absurdly high. Below that was Blue Pegasus, Jenny Raylight, golden wavy hair, a bombshell figure, and a luxe purple gown. In looks alone, she was on par with Mira Jane. Judging by the rankings, maybe the pure type had a slight edge. Cheeks still pink, Levy lowered the pillow and squinted at Roland propping his chin and reading. This guy. And last night he was so forward. She stood, tiptoed behind him, and craned her pale neck to see what had him so engrossed. Isn't it mostly the Blue Pegasus guys, and Loken there too? By the time she leaned in, Roland had flipped ahead to the boyfriend rankings. Me? How are you that bored? Levy lay across his shoulder, puffing her cheeks like a puffer fish and asking in a wounded tone. Blue hair spilled over his shoulder. Her warm breath tickled his cheek, and the fresh scent of her shampoo teased his nose. I'm trying to learn more about the kingdom of Fiore. Besides, you're on the list too. Roland tilted his head left. Their foreheads touched, and the warm air between them turned instantly intimate. My rank's low. I can't compare with Urza or Mira. It's just a subjective popularity vote. In my heart, little Levy's no less than either of them. Levy's lips curled in satisfaction. Scanning down the page, the top of the boyfriend list was full of Blue Pegasus members, with Loke at 8th. Worth noting above, Loke was Seagrain, one of the 10 wizard saints, Jalal's thought form. Thinking of Jalal, Roland instinctively thought of Mystigan and the parallel world called Edolos. If only he could visit someday. He closed the magazine and stretched lazily, then, to the girl's surprised squeak, scooped up her soft body and lay back on the bed. Be my pillow tonight. Jay, just a pillow? Aren't we going to do anything else? Levy set her hands against his chest, lips glossy and moist, clear eyes fixed on him. Seeing that look, Roland knew what she wanted. He didn't answer, he simply kissed her, fingers sliding into her silky blue hair. The room lights dimmed. Pale moonlight slipped through the window like a thin shawl draped over them both. Tick-tick. Fine raindrops tapped at the sill. Outside, a soft drizzle began to fall, like a lullaby easing the heart. Slow down, idiot. Morning. Haze rose over the town. Last night's drizzle continued, pattering crisply against the window pane. So cold. Awakened by the sound, Levy frowned and murmured, then instinctively snuggled into the warmth beside her, a satisfied smile stealing over her face. They hadn't taken the final step, but the sweetness of now made her reluctant to let go. "I'm going to make breakfast." Feeling her arms snake back around his neck, Roland poked her cheek. "It's still early. Sleep a little longer. Besides, we've got the gourmet tablecloth." Chapter 38. Mira Jane's heightened sense of crisis. Warmth filled his arms, the girl's soft, even breaths sounding against him. Her exhaled heat brushing his neck. Clearly, after staying up late yesterday, Levy had fallen asleep again. "Then let's sleep a bit more." Basking in her warmth, Roland closed his eyes contentedly, ready to doze as well. Only pressed so close together, and with the girl having changed her clothes so... "Hey, don't you ever get tired?" Levy cracked her eyes open, amber gaze fixed on his profile. "Strictly speaking, it's not my fault. What man could hold back in a situation like this?" Roland looked aside and kept talking, especially with such a cute girl in his arms. MMPH, whether from shyness or something else. Color bloomed over Levy's delicate face, rosy as a ripe apple, tempting enough to bite. Noon. Water pattered in the bath, steam billowing. Through the frosted glass door, the girl's graceful curve showed in soft outline. Outside, Roland washed his hands and took a new outfit from the wardrobe, laying it out. He headed to the bedroom. The gourmet tablecloth covered the low, round table. 2 steaming bowls of ramen sat there, and a separate bowl was heaped with dorayaki. Rebooted, Mini Dora sprawled happily atop the tablecloth, hugging a dorayaki and nibbling away. Last night, after Mini Dora fell asleep, Roland had forced a shutdown. Given how things might go, it could happen again. "Sorry, Mini Dora." He apologized inwardly, grabbed a book at random, looked like a biography from the title. Entertainment in this world is really sparse. Flipping the pages, Roland mused. From what had gathered these past days, relaxing meant drinking at taverns or wandering the streets. There was billiards or card games, but nothing you could do quietly in a bedroom at night. So besides doing the things lovers do, there was only reading. He suddenly missed having a phone. Propping his chin, Roland glanced at the briefcase on the desk. An idea arising. The bath door slid open. Steam rolled out as Levy stepped out and spotted the change of clothes. Obviously, they weren't hers. She held up the black t-shirt, something about it familiar, and thought back. Hadn't they bought this while shopping together? Towel drying her damp blue hair, Levy slipped into the shirt in high spirits and patted over. On a girl shy of 160 centimeters, the oversized black t-shirt hung like a loose dress, the hem brushing her thighs. No pants at all. Roland noticed the view beneath the hem, then calmly averted his eyes despite himself. Levy sat cross-legged on the clean carpet, staring at the steaming ramen. She yawned sleepily. All his fault. She had meant to sleep in, but not only hadn't she had ended up paying extra on top. Pervert. She shot him a sidelong glance and muttered. He accepted the title cheerfully and ate his ramen at an unhurried pace. Funny, who was it last night who got so out of it she even told me how she once disguised herself as a little kid to infiltrate a dark guild member's house. Roland's lips curved as he teased. In that state, Levy had answered everything he asked, and had learned plenty of interesting tidbits, like how Shed once done a covert mission by passing herself off as a little girl without using transformation magic, or how a guild member once used a portrait of Urza for dart practice and got beaten half to death when she found out. You were obviously leading me on. Levy bit hard on her chopsticks, flustered and annoyed. Lunch finished, they called it breakfast, but it was clearly lunch. The two dawdled a bit, then got ready to head to the guild. In this weather, sitting at home was dull, better to enjoy the bustle. Rain again? Stepping outside. Fine droplets kissed Levy's cheeks, cool and clear, freshening her head. She gazed up at the gloomy sky and murmured. Strange. Every time she was alone with Roland, it seemed to rain. It started last night. Isn't this mood nice? Roland opened an umbrella behind her and chuckled. It doesn't feel romantic at all. It's just cold. They walked close under the umbrella toward the guild. Fairy tale. By the time they arrived, it was 2 in the afternoon. The rain had kept many members had planned to take jobs inside the hall. Roland scanned the room and spotted quite a few unfamiliar faces. Joe, Roland. Wakaba, pipe in his mouth, called while playing cards with Macau. Nearby sat Jet and Droy. Both were staring hard at Levy trailing behind, emotions twisting inside them. There was barely any point dancing around the truth of those two's relationship. Jet, Droy. Levy waved with a bright smile, as lively and cute as ever. Jet and Droy met each other's eyes and realized the problem at once. Had Levy just woken up? If she'd come in with Roland, then hadn't they been together all night? Levy, it's afternoon now. Jet forced a stiff smile and reminded her haltingly. Looked like they really didn't stand a chance. You're late for your shift today. Just then, Mira Jane passed with a tray and reminded her gently. Sorry, I forgot to call the Shadow Battalion. Only then did Roland realize he hadn't given any orders today. He rubbed his neck, a little embarrassed. The motion made Mira Jane blink, her pretty eyes fixed on the red mark at his throat. That looked like a kiss mark. A powerful sense of crisis surged up in an instant. Chapter 39. 2 tickets to the world of Idolas. Roland hadn't hidden the kiss-like mark on his neck, so Mira Jane noticed it at a glance. No, rather than hidden. It was more likely he simply hadn't realized it was there. She withdrew her gaze without a trace, her smile unchanged, showing not the slightest shift. She tilted her head toward Levy beside him. Not just her hair, even her clothes were different from her usual style. Her blue short hair was tied back into a ponytail, with soft waves framing her forehead on both sides. She wasn't in her familiar dress either, but in an oversized black t-shirt. It looked like a men's shirt, and there was no similar mark on her neck. That discovery tamped down Mira Jane's suspicions. She tilted her head and smiled. Levy-chan looks cute today. You're exaggerating. I only changed my hairstyle. Flustered by the praise, Levy scratched her cheek. She had no idea where her headband had gone last night, and she'd been too sleepy after waking to look for it, so Shed had Roland tie her hair into a ponytail instead. Let's get today's work started, then. On the other side, Roland called out 6 shadow ninjas and issued orders. At his voice, they scattered through the hall. One of them naturally took the tray from Mira Jane's hands. Nice. Another day, I can nap on the tables. Lockie, who had been hustling nonstop around the hall, let out a long breath and hooped. After getting used to the newcomer's magic, going back to the old way of working really was exhausting. If you can lie down and collect pay, who wants to stand and run around? Declining Macau's invite to join a card game, Roland slid onto a high stool at the bar and ordered a malt juice. On the small stage, Marcus, with his blonde center part, was doing stand-up. Some listened intently, others clustered up drinking and playing cards. The lively din inside the guild and the lonely sound of rain outside felt like 2 opposite worlds. System, show me today's refresh quests. Taking a sip of frothy beer. Roland murmure inwardly. A light screen swirled into view. Azure letters flickered in midair. Quest 1. All right, I'm playing cards today. Description: win 3 times in any card game. Cheating, bribery, and other means are not restricted. Reward: honesty pills from Dorman, an unexpectedly easy quest. And the reward was solid. Propping his chin with one hand, Roland eagerly read on. Quest 2, a nemesis? Hardly. Description: Phantom Lord was founded to oppose Fairy Tale. Crush those weak yet arrogantly noisy ants with absolute power. Reward: Executioner's Blade, Cubic for Naruto. That reward didn't match the cost at all. His fingertips tapped the bar as he pondered. Leaving aside that it was already afternoon, an Executioner's Blade alone wasn't worth moving to wipe out a large, proper guild. Aside from its broken edge, regenerating after tasting blood. Did it have any other special features? He shook his head and looked to the 3rd quest. Quest 3. Do you enjoy a love triangle? Description: welcome back to the romance board. Have Mira Jane state her feelings to you out loud. Reward: 2 tickets to the world of Idolas. Note: Tickets are valid for 3 days only. 2 tickets to Idolas. Roland had been ready to pass based on the description until he saw the reward, and his eyes widened. Calming down, he glanced at Mira Jane, who was chatting and laughing with Levy beside him. Like Juvia's Terror Terrible, these 2 tickets were unmistakably tailored for Mira. After all, her sister Lisanna was in fairy tale over in that world. Now, that's a lucky pull. A warm smile touched Roland's lips, and the drumming of his fingers on the counter stilled. The quest was a bit tough, but paired with the first reward, it should be doable. Looking at the first quest reward Honesty Pills, Roland had an idea. Mira, want to play cards? A shadow ninja appeared at his side, respectfully offering a deck. Roland riffled it smoothly and asked in a gentle tone. No need to cheat or bribe, play enough rounds. And even with bad luck, he'd win 3. Cards? Mira Jane blinked, then nodded. Sure, am not too busy anyway. With the Shadow Battalion so industrious. Miss Mira Jane was mostly stuck at the counter doing the books. Imintul. Levy let the straw slip from her lips and raised a hand energetically. Just 3 of us. Is Kana not at the guild? Roland glanced around, but didn't see the woman usually hugging a beer barrel, and asked in mild puzzlement. She headed out on a job this morning. If she keeps skipping work, she won't have money for drinks tomorrow, Mira Jane said after thinking. Her words. In that case, how about Dodiju or Dayfug? Roland nodded in understanding, then explained the 2 different rule sets. After a few trial rounds, Levy opted for the one she knew better, Dayfug. Well then, let the game begin. Roland looked at Mira Jane across from him, anticipation in his voice. Those 2 tickets to a trip through a parallel world were as good as his. Chapter 40. Honesty Pills care for one? So my luck is really this bad? Staring at the 2 cards left in his hand, Roland fell silent. 4th loss in a row. He hadn't won even once. It's okay. You were just unlucky this round. Smiling as the victor, Mira Jane soothed him with gentle grace. It felt oddly like she was humoring a child. Why don't we switch to another rule set? Seeing the gloom on Roland's face, Levy poked his waist and couldn't help suggesting it. Works for me. Roland gathered the deck on the counter, shuffled, and began explaining the rules of Dodiju. No way he wasn't winning 3 today. All right, I'm playing cards today. Complete. Please claim your reward. Once they swapped to a familiar game, Roland went from 4 straight losses to 3 straight wins, and his tense mood loosened. Quest done at last. So, do you 2 want to keep going? Riding the win streak, the gloom vanished from his face, replaced by that warm smile everyone knew. Look at him, getting cocky after a few wins. Levy shot him a speechless glance and peeled the sticky notes off her face. They decided midway to add a little spice by betting something each round. Mira Jane had innocently proposed that the loser of the most rounds get plastered with sticky notes. Hey, can I join? A curious female voice chimed in. Roland turned his head on reflex. First to meet his eyes were the twin-horned headpiece and a lovely face. The newcomer wore a tiger-striped bandeau dress with a high-slit skirt that bared long legs, even down a tiger claw shoes. Altogether, she looked like she was deliberately playing a tiger wild and striking. Worth noting, a tiny bird in a black top hat perched on her head. Mickey, back from a job? Mira Jane blinked, then introduced her to Roland. This is Mickey Chikintager, captain of the Young Million Dead Squad. Young Million Dead Squad? Roland echoed, expression a touch wry. Strange team name. He also noticed how intently Mickey was staring at him. Head scene that looked too many times already the same look women on the street had given him. Another one pulled in by the tear mole. Nice to meet you, Miss Mickey. He'll be in your care. He tossed the stray thoughts aside and greeted her politely. MHM. Likewise. Mickey didn't even blink as she watched him, interest written plain on her face. Catching that unabashed attention, Levy's sense of crisis spiked. Her amber eyes fixed warily on the suddenly appeared, sultry tigress. Roland, how about we go check the guild library? I've got time right now. Under the table. She tugged his hem as if the idea had just struck her. One rival in Kana was already a headache. She didn't need another. Reading the look she threw him, Roland played along and nodded with a small laugh. Then I'm in your hands. Mira, We're heading to the library. If we have time tonight, let's play again." Before Roland could say his goodbyes, Levy jumped in and briskly led him away, guarding her meal through and through. Why'd they leave so fast? Watching the two backs recede, Mickey asked, puzzled. "She looked like she was scared of me, but I didn't do anything weird." "No idea." Mira Jane shook her head lightly and went back to polishing glasses. The guild library wasn't large, but the shelves climbed a dozen tiers high. Biographies, the history of Ishgar, ancient literature, even tomes on magic cultivation filled the stacks. Plant magic. Training methods? Seeing the book Roland pulled from the shelf, Levy pushed up her pink Gale Reader glasses and read the title aloud. "So, you're into plant magic?" she asked, surprised. "Not into it exactly. I just want a spell or two to quickly grow a sea of flowers." Roland sat beside her and opened the cover. The Shadow Battalion had gone out to trade with the Dark Guild again today. If nothing went wrong, another large haul of cash would arrive tonight. At this pace, he could probably buy a manor soon. Naturally, he'd want plant magic to decorate the grounds. "I see." Levy tapped her chin with a quill and went on. "I think Droy studies that kind of magic. If he gets stuck, you could ask him. Given where things stand between us, do you think Droy would teach me?" Roland rubbed her head twice, deadpan. "If he didn't get tossed out, it would be a miracle." "You got a point." Between the boy she liked and the childhood friend she'd grown up with, Levy felt a headache coming on. Why couldn't they just get along? While Levy slumped over the table with a sigh, Roland sipped a hot coffee and leafed through the magic text at his leisure. By the time they left the library, dusk was settling outside. After a simple dinner, Roland pulled out the same deck from the afternoon and sat down with Mira Jane and Levy for another round. Only loser eats one of these. Roland took a glass vial from his pocket, white tablets rattling inside, and gave it a shake under their curious gazes. Levy eyed it warily. "What is that? Looks suspicious. Definitely not something good. Honesty pills. Anyone who takes one can only tell the truth. Last 20 minutes. Roland turned his smile on the stunned Mira Jane across from him. "Mira, want to play?" Chapter 41. "Mira Jane, do you have someone you like?" Actually, even if Mira Jane refused this invitation, there were other ways to continue the mission. But of course, after hearing about the effects of the pills, Mira Jane's smile didn't change in the slightest as she nodded decisively in response. The poster girl was surprisingly easy to convince. "Isn't this a little inappropriate?" "Ah, where did you get such a strange item?" Levy looked at the glass bottle, shaking gently in his hand, unable to suppress her curiosity, and asked. "If something like this were to enter the market, it would definitely be classified as contraband, just like charm items." "Of course. I happened to get it during my travels." "During your travels again?" Hearing the familiar excuse, the corner of Levy's mouth twitched, and she could only helplessly press her hand to her forehead. "Last time, it was the little doryman with the gourmet tablecloth, and now it's a pill that makes people tell the truth. That Roland guy in the future, it'll definitely make him confess everything." The rain on the streets had stopped, and a bright, jade-like crescent moon reappeared. The guild hall was brightly lit. There was still some time before closing, and quite a few members were inside the bar. Among them were the usuals, Wakaba, Kana, Ritas, as well as Marcus and others who performed in the evenings, so it wasn't too quiet even at night. Today, aside from Kana, who was out on a mission, the other three were present. It seems Wakaba had a fight with his wife. He's been staying late before going home recently. Mira Jane whispered the information. This wasn't a secret in the guild. Only a newcomer like Roland, who had just joined a few days ago, wouldn't know. The reason for the fight was simple. Wakaba was simply tired of his wife, so he spent all day looking for pretty girls to team up with for missions. "Isn't that cheating? By the way, Baum," Roland first remarked. Then his eyes lit up as he played the cards in his hand. "Mira Jane, you lost." As Mira Jane's score went to 0, Roland won the second round. According to the rules they had set beforehand, the winner could ask the loser any one question. Levy had lost the first round, and Mira Jane had won. As for the question, Roland didn't know what it was because Mira Jane had whispered it in Levy's ear. After the question was asked, Levy's cheeks instantly flushed red. She stammered for a moment before finally answering no and lowering her head. It was probably a private question between girls. Oh my, is it my turn? Facing the impending penalty, Mira Jane showed no signs of nervousness. It seemed she had already prepared herself when she agreed to play the game, cutely touching her chin with her index finger. Mira Jane tilted her head and looked at the white pill in her hand before tossing it into her mouth and swallowing. So now I can only tell the truth? Mira Jane blinked curiously, not feeling any abnormal magic power within her body. If you don't believe it, we can test it first. Mira Jane, what color are the clothes you're wearing today? The color of my clothes? They're red. Mira Jane glanced over in surprise. She was about to say the opposite color, but the words uncontrollably changed as they left her mouth. It actually works. She couldn't help but widen her eyes, the surprised expression on her face looking incredibly cute. Ahem. So, what are you going to ask, Mira Jane? Snapping out of it, Levy coughed lightly, drawing their attention to her. Noticing their attention was now on him, Roland pretended to ponder for a moment before slowly asking, Mira Jane, is there any food you particularly like? Yeah. The unexpected question left both girls stunned. Who would have thought such a good opportunity would be used to ask that kind of question? Have I lost my charm? Actually, I could have told you that even without the honesty pill, I like my own cooking, although it can't compare to a professional chef's. Putting aside her complex feelings, Mira Jane thought for a moment, then answered with a smile as brilliant as the sun. You're cooking, Mira Jane? Suddenly, I'm curious what it tastes like. Roland said thoughtfully, stroking his chin. I can bring a portion for you two tomorrow morning. Mira Jane said with a gentle laugh. I get some too. Levy's eyes lit up, and she hugged Mira Jane like a koala, nuzzling against her. Mira Jane, you're the best. Stop it, Levy-chan. Watching the two of them hugging, Roland looked up at the clock on the wall, a faint smile touching the corners of his lips. There was plenty of time. Well, I'm heading out. After resting for a while, a sleepy Levy yawned, and a glistening tear sparkled in the corner of her eye under the light. After secretly giving Roland a meaningful look, the girl's figure disappeared into the night outside the guild. Since Roland was also part of the guild staff, he couldn't leave until closing time, which was why Levy didn't go home with him. She hadn't forgotten that Mira Jane and Roland lived on the same street. If they were to go back together, it would easily be discovered. I should get going too, Mira Jane. The guild closed after 9. As the oil lamps were extinguished one by one, the once brightly lit hall was plunged into darkness again. Ah, that felt good. Another day of lazing around at the desk. Lucky stretched comfortably, her exquisite curves standing out under the moonlight. Ever since this newcomer arrived, she had never had it so easy. After a simple wave goodbye, Roland and Mira Jane walked along the river toward the residential area. The night sky hung low, and the countless stars were reflected on the surface of the swiftly flowing river, making it look like a jewel-studded silk ribbon from a distance. Mira Jane, Roland spoke softly in the gentle night breeze. Do you have someone you like? Chapter 42. Mira Jane, the person I like. Is you? Why would you suddenly ask that question? Walking beside him, Mira Jane paused, tilting her head to ask with some curiosity. She had heard many similar questions before, but without exception, the ones asking were her suitors. After all, no one would be idle enough to ask others if they had someone they liked. At this thought, Mira Jane's breathing gradually hitched, and her heartbeat suddenly quickened. It can't be, right? No, I have someone I like. She had just opened her mouth to tell a lie, but the words changed involuntarily, causing Mira Jane's beautiful eyes to widen in surprise. The pill's effect hadn't worn off. Noticing her abnormal behavior, she instantly reacted. Wasn't that thing only supposed to last for 20 minutes? But it had been over half an hour since she swallowed the honesty pill. Why? Gradually slowing her pace, Mira Jane looked up at Roland beside her, the doubt in her heart growing stronger. I remember the time limit on that bottle of pills wrong. It's actually not 20 minutes, but an hour. Roland took the bottle of white pills out of his pocket and shook it gently under the moonlight, the pills making a crisp sound as they collided with the glass. This thing was surprisingly useful. Are you sure you didn't remember it wrong on purpose? Mira Jane looked at him suspiciously. She felt like he was lying, but she had no proof. After all, among the three of them who had played, Roland was the only one who hadn't taken an honesty pill. No, Roland shook his head, his expression extremely natural as he replied. It's no use. I can't tell if he's lying at all. Mira Jane stopped, her beautiful eyes staring at him intently for a while before she finally gave up and looked away. Although I don't know who the person you like is, if I ask so directly, you probably won't tell me, right? Roland poured a pill from the glass bottle, held it between his index finger and thumb to show her, and said with a smile, Anyway, we still have a ways to go before we get home. So are you interested in a game of truth, Mira Jane? The rules are simple. We ask each other questions, and the person asked must answer. Fair, right? All right. Mira Jane, who was about to refuse, thought of the answer Levy had given not long ago. After a moment's consideration, she agreed as if bewitched. She didn't know how far Roland and Levy's relationship had progressed. At the same time, she didn't know what kind of attitude Roland would have after getting her answer. Let's start with you, Mira Jane. After swallowing the pill, Roland sat on a bench by the riverbank, pinching his chin. Okay, for the first question. Did you intentionally remember the pill's duration wrong? Holding down her skirt that was being blown by the evening wind, Mira Jane sat down beside him unhurriedly and asked, tilting her head. Are you sure you want to ask that? Roland was silent for a moment, unable to resist confirming. Shouldn't she be asking something about personal privacy at a time like this? This question, I'm just curious if you're lying or not. Mira Jane nodded with great certainty. No, it wasn't on purpose. Roland answered smoothly, his tone not faltering in the slightest. It was true, it wasn't on purpose. He had done it deliberately. It was a clear twisting of concepts, but it was surprisingly successful. You really didn't forget it on purpose? A trace of surprise appeared on Mira Jane's face, as she clearly hadn't expected the answer to be the same as before. Next, it's my turn. Let's see. Mira Jane, what color clothes do you like? Black. Of course, sometimes it changes due to the weather or my mood, and I like other colors. Mira Jane responded without thinking. Then, just how strong are you? I don't know how to answer that, since I haven't used my full strength yet. Roland scratched his cheek and said hesitantly, but destroying more than half a country is something I can do. He was trying to be as tactful as possible. His sun magic at full power was practically a human-shaped natural disaster, especially when it was close to noon. Overturning and destroying the entire kingdom of Fiori was only a matter of time. More than half a country? What exaggerated power! The shocking words made Mira Jane's eyes widen subconsciously, a cry of surprise escaping her lips. Not even the 10 wizard saints had such destructive power, right? So Roland was this strong. That kind of power comes with a price. All right, let's continue the game. If they drag this on any longer, the effect on Mira Jane would wear off. Roland looked at the star-filled night sky and continued with the next question without pause. Who is the person you like? Mira Jane? No more probing, no more hiding. The young man's magnetic voice rang out in the silent night. It's here. That question is finally here. When he first introduced the game, Mira Jane understood his purpose. It was just that the earlier probing questions had allowed her to relax a little. The renewed sense of nervousness made her unconsciously rub the knuckle of her left index finger with her right hand as she looked up slightly at Roland. Who could it be? She murmured thoughtfully. This time, she chose not to answer, instead asking softly, Roland, don't you already know who I like? Probably that's right, I know. He was about to be vague, but the pill's power made Roland instantly change his words, speaking his true thoughts aloud. TSK, can I even give a vague answer? Then do you like Levy? Mira Jane showed no surprise. She lowered her head slightly, her silver-white hair falling like a waterfall, and continued to ask. That's a second question. How about you answer my previous question first? Really? Didn't you already say you know? Knowing and hearing it from you are completely different. Besides, what if I guess wrong? Guessed wrong. How could you possibly guess wrong? Mira Jane took a deep breath as if about to risk everything, and said in a small voice, "The person I like is you." Chapter 43. First Kiss Under the Moon. Her gentle voice was very clear in the night. Mira Jane brushed aside the silver hair that had been messed up by the wind, revealing her small, fair ears. The answer was not unexpected. Faced with the girl's confession, Roland didn't choose to respond immediately. He gazed at the street scene not far away, a smile appearing on his lips. "I like you too, Mira Jane. Not the admiration and worship others in the guild have, but the kind of like where I see you as a girlfriend. Is that so?" Hearing the voice by her ear, Mira Jane unnaturally turned her face away. Her small, soft earlobes gradually turned a shade of pink, as if they were soaking in a hot spring. To be honest, whether in the guild or outside, her pursuers were endless, and she had heard all sorts of heartfelt confessions. But this was the first time her heart had ever been moved like this. "My heart is beating so fast." She placed a hand over her ample chest. Mira Jane's breathing became rapid, as if to display her current feelings. "But don't you like Levy?" Suppressing the urge to respond, Mira Jane looked up at him seriously and said, word by word, "Roland and Levy's actions and conversations these past few days were clearly things that only couples in love would do." It wasn't just her. Most people in the guild had noticed. Otherwise, Troy and Jet wouldn't have gotten drunk at the tavern that night, only to be carried back by a disgusted Wakaba. Most importantly, during the game of truth, she had also learned from Levy how far the two of them had progressed. It could be said that aside from the final step, they had done everything else. "I like Levy too, and the feeling is exactly the same. There's no law in the kingdom of Fiori that says you can't like two people at the same time, is there?" Roland's tone was very frank, so frank that Mira Jane couldn't help but look at him, her crimson lips slightly parted. She looked like she wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. Although there really isn't such a rule, isn't that, being a player? Mira Jane looked at Roland with a complicated expression and murmured softly, "By your standards, Mira Jane, there are far too many players in this world, especially the nobles in the capital." Roland shook his head. That afternoon, he had looked up quite a few books on the social systems of the kingdom of Fiori. In a world with a setting similar to the Middle Ages, there was no so-called monogamy. Whether nobles or capitalists, most of them had wives and concubines. As long as one had power and influence, nothing was a problem. Besides, if I'm a player for liking two people, then what does that make Loke? The player of all players, the dregs of society. I wouldn't be surprised if he got stabbed to death by a woman on the street one day. At the mention of Loke, Mira Jane's lips curved into her usual gentle smile as she spoke very seriously. Based on her usual observations, that guy Loke had at least 8 girlfriends, and he would swap 1 or 2 out from time to time. She really didn't know what those girls were thinking to be willing to date him at the same time. In comparison, Roland liking 2 people at once didn't seem so serious. "It's getting late. I should be heading back." Pushing the complicated thoughts from her mind, all she wanted to do now was lie down on her soft bed, bury her head in her quilt, and rest for a while. She had finally worked up the courage to confess. Mira Jane stood up with a complicated feeling. Just as she was about to take a step, she felt her wrist being suddenly grabbed. The grip wasn't strong. With her current strength, she could have easily broken free. But for some reason, Mira Jane didn't struggle, and quietly stopped in her tracks. She wanted to hear what Roland had to say. "Mira Jane, can you turn around first?" Roland said softly, "I have a gift for you." "A gift?" After a moment of hesitation, Mira Jane slowly turned around and looked up at the young man bathed in the moonlight. The moment Mira Jane looked up, Roland suddenly reached out and pulled her into his arms, then leaned in and kissed her, his movements gentle yet swift. In that instant, Mira Jane froze on the spot, her mind going completely blank. I was kissed. Feeling the soft touch on her lips, she slowly widened her eyes. Her sapphire-like, moist eyes were filled with surprise, shyness, and a trace of bewilderment. All sorts of emotions mingled together, causing her to completely lose the ability to think. A long while later, Roland slowly lifted his head. A glistening, translucent thread of saliva broke in midair and landed on the girl's rosy lips. Ha ha! Mira Jane was panting in small breaths through her mouth, her cheeks as red as ripe apples. Her mind, which had gone blank from the stimulation, was now gradually clearing. Is that your gift? Trying to steady her breathing, Mira Jane looked up at him, her eyes still holding a hint of lingering surprise and shyness. You don't like it, Mira Jane? Roland asked with a light laugh, one arm wrapped around her waist. Idonli. I like it. The pill's effect kicked in again. The blush on Mira Jane's face deepened as she lowered her head, not daring to look at him anymore. Looking at the girl whose words betrayed her heart, Roland smiled and reached out a finger, gently pinching her smooth, fair chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. Since you like it, Mira Jane, let's do it one more time. MMPH. The moonlight was tranquil. Mira Jane walked ahead with a red face, her gaze having been fixed on the ground for a while now. On the way back, she had almost bumped into a lamppost several times. If Roland hadn't been following behind her, she probably would have been covered in bumps by now. Arriving at her familiar doorstep, Mira Jane took a deep breath and turned around with a heavy heart. I'm home. It was a very short sentence, making it clear she didn't want to say another word to this unfaithful man in front of her. He had already exchanged feelings with Levy, yet he accepted her confession, wanted to have it both ways. Yeah, see you tomorrow morning. Looking at the silver-haired girl with a resentful expression, Roland couldn't help but chuckle. Mira Jane acting like this was cute too. Chapter 44. Tomorrow is the anniversary of Lysana's death, a fickle guy. Watching the figure turn and leave, Mira Jane subconsciously touched her lips with her fingertips, as if the warmth from a moment ago still lingered. So this is how a kiss feels, so comfortable. Recalling that heart-pounding scene, she pushed the door open with a slight blush and walked in, immediately followed by Elfman's panicked voice. Cease. Your face is so red, are you sick? I have a slight fever. As the effect of the honesty pill wore off, Mira Jane cupped her slightly hot cheeks with both hands and nodded softly. I'm never taking that pill again. No. How should I face Levy now? Mira Jane walked slowly into the bathroom, slightly troubled. What happened tonight left her with mixed feelings. The good news was that her feelings were reciprocated. The bad news was that while he liked her, he also liked Levy and was trying to date them both at the same time. Although dating multiple girlfriends wasn't uncommon aside from that one person in their own guild, the male models from Blue Pegasus were often in the news for similar things. I remember a celestial spirit mage named Karen who was exposed for dating 4 boyfriends at once, and she seemed to be from Blue Pegasus too. In that case, Roland really is suited to be a host at Blue Pegasus. Mira Jane sighed sincerely. If that happened, he would undoubtedly be number 1 on Weekly Sorcerer's Mage ID, one as a boyfriend ranking. The place where Roland lived was not too far from Mira Jane's house. It only took him 4 or 5 minutes to reach his doorstep. Looking up at the second floor, a soft, orange-yellow light shone through the window into the night. It was Levy, who had returned early and turned on the lights. How much did we make from Eisenwald today? Instead of pushing the door open to go home, Roland leaned against the marble wall and snapped his fingers. The surrounding shadows began to twist and stretch. Indifferent scarlet eyes quietly emerged from the ground, and a ninja from the ShadowCon knelt respectfully on one knee, holding 3 chests full of coins. This was all from trading the enlarged gold. Gold is a precious metal, a hard currency in almost any world. As expected of a dark guild, they have so much money. Roland took a deep breath, the corners of his mouth uncontrollably turning up. He had counted yesterday. 1 chest was about 24 million jewels, so 3 chests would be close to 96 million jewels. With this money, he could buy a nice luxury house in the central business district of Magnolia. Unfortunately, I can't go trade with Eisenwald again. The magnifying lamp itself has a time limit, and since it was a product from Doryman, the duration was even shorter by half. By tomorrow morning, the large gold nuggets traded last night would have turned back into small particles. At that point, everyone in Eisenwald would probably go crazy. Imagining that scene, Roland let out a cheerful chuckle. As for whether Eisenwald would retaliate, what a joke. The ShadowCon ninjas wore hooded cloaks during the transaction, communicated using a writing tablet, and melted directly into the shadows after taking the money. With no clues whatsoever, where could they go for revenge? To the Shadow Kingdom? Good job. Take the money back for now. After giving the order, Roland walked towards the second floor, thinking about his next target. In fact, besides scamming dark guilds, he could do the same to the merchants of the Kingdom of Fiori. After all, they were all one-time deals. The wooden stairs creaked under his feet as Roland pushed open the door to the second-floor bedroom. Under the bright lights, a petite girl was lying on her stomach on the bed, engrossed in a book, her fair, jade-like calves dangling in the air. Roland quietly approached and grabbed her cute, constantly swaying little feet. Ugh, I'll let go. Doing something like this all of a sudden, feeling her little feet being gently massaged, Levy couldn't help but blush, her pearl-like toes curling involuntarily. Although she had bathed beforehand, so there wouldn't be any smell being played with like a toy by the person she liked, was so embarrassing. Thanks for the treat, little Levy. Sitting next to Levy, Roland turned her over and held her in his arms, resting his chin on the top of her head and continuing to play with her feet. To be clear, he didn't have a foot fetish. It was just that Levy was too cute. I told you to stop. Sorry, I can't do that. It's embarrassing. You idiot, Levy shouted with some embarrassment, struggled symbolically for a moment, and then stopped resisting. Closing her eyes with a slight pant, the girl snuggled into his embrace like a kitten, feeling an indescribable sense of peace in her heart. Ahem, why are you back so late today? Letting out a subtle hum. Levy instinctively held her breath and quickly changed the subject. I talked about some things with Mirene on the way and also enjoyed a wonderful view. Roland let go of her little feet and said softly. He was telling the truth. The things they talked about were about his confession. And the beautiful view he enjoyed was the girl looking dazed after being kissed. Mirene? Who? Levy didn't think much of it. After all, their rented houses were on the same street, so it was normal for them to walk back together from a guild. But speaking of Mirene, she suddenly remembered something and said softly, tomorrow seems to be the anniversary of Lysana's death. Lysana? Roland repeated, feigning ignorance. Yeah, Lysana is Mirene's younger sister. She passed away last year in an accident during a mission related to the Beast King. As a friend who also grew up with her in the guild, Levy remembered the date of her death clearly. I see. Roland looked at the dispirited girl, reached out to pat her head, and didn't say anything more. Fortunately, the somber atmosphere didn't last long, and Levy soon returned to her usual energetic self. She put on her Gale Force reading glasses, ready to finish the ancient book she hadn't completed while in Roland's soft embrace. It's just that, hey, you just touch my toes with your right hand. Seeing his fingers moving towards his lower lip, Levy questioned him, unable to bear it any longer. It's all part of me. Don't be so disgusted. No way. Go wash your hands now. Chapter 45. You're saying Lysana isn't dead? The next morning, sunlight like crushed gold filtered through the window like a thin veil, quietly scattering into every corner of the room. Yawn. Burying her head into the covers to block the harsh sunlight, Levy gave a drowsy yawn. Her messy blue hair hung over her forehead, the very picture of someone not yet awake. Roland, who had also gone to bed at 3 in the morning, was full of energy, unhurriedly preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Breakfast in bed. Little Levy, using the gourmet tablecloth as always, he produced golden, crispy croissants on a plate, with cream and rum blueberry jam on the side, as well as the tender meat from the lobster fish they'd roasted last time. Since the lobster fish was so large, and the two of them had only finished the 2 crab claws, the remaining fish meat was stuffed into Little Doryman's 4-dimensional pocket. As for Little Doryman, when they returned last night, Roland had taken it to the downstairs bedroom with a smile on his face. I don't want to eat. My whole body is sore, and so is my mouth. Levy unwillingly emerged from under the covers, staring at him with resentful amber eyes. She swallowed carefully. Her throat was still raw from all the shouting. About last night, while I was certainly at fault, you have to take some responsibility too, right? Roland leaned forward slightly, propping his chin on one hand with an amused look. What responsibility do I have? Weren't you the one enjoying it the whole time? Levy took a deep breath and retorted, the corner of her eye twitching. That's not very cute. So I get bullied just for being cute. Pulling her head back under the covers, Levy didn't feel like talking to him anymore. But after a short while, unable to stand the stuffiness, she poked her head out again, her fair forehead covered in tiny beads of sweat. It was August, after all. If it hadn't been cool last night, and if not for a girl's modesty, neither of them would have probably used a blanket. Forced out of bed, Levy sat across from Roland with faint dark circles under her eyes, swaying slightly as she finished her breakfast. It was clear how tired she was. I can't go to rest properly today, so am not going to the guild. Lying on the cleared table, Levy let out a listless yawn, a glistening tear forming in the corner of her eye. Also, I have to go to the bookstore this afternoon, and I need to organize all the unread books in my dorm. I won't be coming over tonight. Given the 4-tiered bookshelves that filled her room, just organizing them would take a whole day. Roland understood. He also had things he needed to do. Then I'll head to the guild first. You should sleep a bit more. Roland ruffled her messy blue hair, then lifted her into his arms princess style and placed her on the bed. As he was about to let go, Levy grabbed his collar, sat up slightly, and gave him a light, dragonfly-like kiss on the corner of his lips. A good morning kiss. That's how they describe it in the books I read. After letting go, Levy lay back down on the soft bed with a satisfied expression. I should be able to have a sweet dream now. If Levy knew what happened last night, she'd probably have a nightmare. Roland thought with a subtle expression as he put on the jacket hanging on the rack. Inside the guild hall, the moment Roland stepped through the door, a wooden mug flew toward him, but it turned to ash in midair before it could get close. So energetic, when he first arrived, he always found the noise inside unbearable. But after spending a few days with them, well, it was still noisy. Natsu, good morning. Passing by Natsu, who was sleeping on a table, Roland greeted him with a smile. Good morning. Happy flew in midair, holding a half-eaten grilled fish, and greeted him on Natsu's behalf. This is the complete opposite of his usual noisy self. Looking at the sleeping Natsu, Roland remembered what Levy had said last night and instantly had a guess. Is he uncharacteristically quiet because today is the anniversary of Lysana's death? Oh, Roland's here. Perfect. Come have a couple of drinks with your big sis. Noticing his figure, a tipsy Kana threw an arm around his shoulder, a drunken smile on her face. My treat. Not today. I have something I need to do. When I have time later, I'll drink with you for a whole day. Then it's a promise. Kana, who had been a bit downcast after being rejected, instantly perked up after hearing his promise. After saying goodbye to Kana, Roland walked toward the familiar bar, but he didn't see the familiar figure. Has she left? Are you looking for Mira? Makarov sat cross-legged on the bar and glanced at him. She and Elfman went to Cardia Cathedral today. Just as expected. I understand. Roland nodded in understanding, no surprise on his face. Wait, you know about Lysana? Seeing that he didn't ask any further, Makarov asked, looking slightly surprised. Yeah, Levy told me yesterday. Since he knew Mira Jane had gone to the cathedral, Roland had no intention of staying any longer. He said softly, in that case, I'd like to take a day off as well. Are you worried about Mira and Elfman? Although he hadn't been in the guild for long, this sincere friendship toward his comrades made Makarov smile with relief. Then go ahead. Cardia Cathedral is next to the town's central avenue. You should know where it is, right? I know now. Thank you, Master. Roland bowed slightly, then turned and left the noisy guild. Roland, he's a really good kid. Watching his departing figure, Makarov took a small sip from his mug and couldn't help but sigh. He was so much better than his own troublesome grandson. Cardia Cathedral. On the way, Roland stopped by a flower shop to buy a bouquet of white flowers. Although he knew Lysana wasn't dead, her siblings didn't, and he wouldn't be careless with such details. The magnificent cathedral stood in the center of town, its stained glass windows refracting light of various colors, like a huge, exquisite work of art. Guided by a priest, Roland arrived at the cemetery behind the cathedral. The cemetery was large, with rows of tombstones standing in an orderly fashion. From a distance, he could see 2 or 3 people paying their respects to their relatives. Among them were the siblings, Mira Jane and Elfman. Mira Jane, Elfman. Roland walked over unhurriedly and greeted them in a soft voice. Roland? Elfman's eyes widened in surprise, clearly not understanding why he was here. As a member of the guild, there shouldn't be anything wrong with me bringing a bouquet of flowers, right? Roland looked at the silver-haired girl who was looking down without a word and spoke seriously. No, thank you for your kindness. Mira Jane stepped aside, allowing him to place the flowers in front of the tombstone, and said softly, putting aside what happened last night, Roland's actions right now moved her. Beside her, Elfman also bowed his head slightly to express his thanks. Placing the white bouquet in front of the stone, his gaze fell upon the inscription on the tombstone. The guild mark, Lysana's name, and her dates of birth and death. Thank you for coming, Roland. Mira Jane's gentle smile returned, but hidden within it was a faint trace of sorrow. If Lysana knew such an outstanding newcomer had joined the guild, she would surely be happy. Looking at Mira Jane, whose eyes were gradually becoming moist, Roland let out a soft breath and said with a serious expression, Mira Jane, I have something important to tell you. Can you come with me for a moment? Something important? Yes, very important for now. Only you can know, or rather, only you're the most qualified to know. Sis, I just remembered I have a mission this afternoon. I'm heading home first. Hearing their conversation, Elfman very tactfully spoke up, then turned and walked out of the cemetery. Since it's something important that only my sister can know, it's better for me to leave first. Besides, Roland is usually so gentle. He wouldn't harm my sister, right? With Elfman's departure, only the 2 of them remained in the quiet cemetery. Then, to ensure that every word I say next is the truth under her confused gaze, Roland took out the bottle of honesty pills from his pocket, took one out, and put it in his mouth. Do you want one too, to confirm if the pill is real? I don't need one. But just what is it? That you'd even use something like this? Mira Jane quickly waved her hand, then couldn't suppress her curiosity. Well, I'm about to tell you. Roland looked down at the tombstone in front of them, his voice soft and slow as he spoke. Your sister Lysana, she didn't pass away. Lysana isn't dead? Chapter 46, The Parallel Worlds Fairy Tale? Lysana isn't dead? Mira Jane repeated blankly. Then her eyes slowly widened as she looked up at him in disbelief. He's joking, no. Roland's personality would never allow him to joke about something like this. He had just taken that strange pill, which meant that in Roland's own mind, those words weren't a lie, but the sincere truth. How is that possible? I clearly saw Lysana die right in front of my eyes. The absurdity of it all made Mira Jane stumble back a step, her heel bumping against the hard stone of the tombstone. Although a year had passed, the memory of that day, filled with grief and sorrow, was forever branded in her mind. At the time, Lysana had been trying to awaken Elfman's consciousness after he went berserk from absorbing the beast's soul, and she was killed by his attack. But now, Roland was telling her that her sister wasn't dead. That's why I took the honesty pill beforehand, mainly to make you believe I'm not lying, so that we can talk about what comes next. Roland tossed the bottle of pills in his hand as he explained. For a matter like this, where he couldn't produce any evidence, this was the only method he could use. After all, he couldn't just go to the world of Idolas and bring Lysana back. If Lysana isn't dead, then why didn't she come find me? Catching the bottle of pills, Mira Jane asked with a complicated expression. A person who had taken the pill couldn't lie. She had experienced that firsthand. Because of this, her mind was now a complete mess. Surprise, fear, and shock flooded her heart. If what he said was true, at this thought, Mira Jane's breathing grew rapid, and a glistening light shone in her sky-blue eyes. The world of Idolas. Under Mira Jane's unwavering gaze, Roland spoke a name she had never heard before. Your sister, Lisanna, is currently in that parallel world. That's also why she hasn't been able to return. Parallel world. Idolos, the literal meaning, wasn't hard to understand. Mira Jane quickly came back to her senses, taking a deep breath to force herself to calm down. Then came the question, if her sister was in another world, how would Roland, a newcomer, know about it? You're wondering how I know about your sister, right? Roland slowly stepped forward, reached out a fingertip to lift her fair chin, and met her sky-blue eyes that were as clear as a lake. Mira Jane nodded lightly. I'm sorry, but for certain reasons, I can't tell you the source of my information. In short, I wouldn't lie to you. Don't say things like you're sorry. Mira Jane was stunned for a moment, then comforted him in a soft, gentle voice. The fact that he could say those words so smoothly proved that he wasn't lying. He truly had reasons he couldn't speak of. For you to tell me this, really? Before she could finish, the long-suppressed emotions surged out like a bursting dam. Mira Jane's voice trembled slightly, and tears began to fall uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. She had already accepted the despair of Lisanna's passing, but now Roland had suddenly given her a hope that was within reach. A stream of uncontrollable tears blurred her vision. The next moment, she was gently pulled into an embrace, and the girl's suppressed sobs echoed in the silent cemetery. The cemetery was quiet and empty, and a warm breeze blew petals as white as snow. I'm sorry, I lost my composure. As her emotions gradually stabilized, Mira Jane looked at the jacket that had been soaked by her tears and lowered her head slightly in embarrassment. When we get back, they'll wash it for you after you change. It's just a piece of clothing, no big deal. Roland ruffled her smooth, silver hair and chuckled nonchalantly. Although he looked to be only 14 or 15, Mira Jane was 18. Standing together, they would undoubtedly be mistaken for brother and sister. But at this moment, facing a young man younger than her own brother, Mira Jane couldn't help but blush. He's comforting me. Rather than that, let's talk about what comes next. As he spoke, Mira Jane also looked up seriously, her moist, red eyes meeting his. Do you know how to get to that parallel world? Yes, I just recently found out. Under her tense and anxious gaze, Roland smiled and nodded. That's great. Mira Jane's eyes widened, a joyful expression on her face. She then threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly. Thank you, Roland. Imagining the scene of seeing her sister soon, she couldn't help but laugh, completely immersed in a sweet, honey-like joy. There's no need for such words between us, is there? Roland wrapped his arms around her slender, graceful waist and said in a feigned tone, the relationship between us. Mira Jane subconsciously thought of what happened last night, and the corners of her lips curled up unconsciously. I haven't agreed to be your girlfriend, you know, mister. Roland, who likes to have it both ways. It's all right, you'll agree eventually. Roland looked around the cemetery. There had been 2 or 3 people earlier, but now only the 2 of them remained. How about we find another place to talk? I happen to know a nice cafe. A cafe? Did Levy tell you about it? Mira Jane tilted her head slightly and asked thoughtfully, why couldn't it be that I found it myself? Roland flicked her fair forehead speechlessly. Watching Mira Jane cry out in pain as she held her forehead, he couldn't help but let out a cheerful laugh. He had wanted to do that the moment he saw her. Magnolia's commercial district. Soft, melodious piano music gradually filled the air, and the rich aroma of coffee permeated the cafe. Some people sat on comfortable sofas, chatting with smiles. Others were engrossed in the books in their hands. The atmosphere was very comfortable and peaceful. Roland and Mira Jane found a seat by the window and, under the envious gaze of the waiter, ordered 2 caramel coffees and a slice of strawberry cake. Because of Mira Jane, people around them would cast glances their way from time to time. As expected of the number 1 on the girlfriend ranking, Mira Jane. You're so eye-catching wherever you go. Oh my, that was a long time ago. The number 1 now is Miss Jenny from Blue Pegasus. Although she said that, Mira Jane squinted her eyes contentedly and took a sip of the hot coffee. Can you tell me about Edo? That parallel world now? Idolas. Roland reminded her, then propped his chin on his hand and began to explain the situation in that world. A world where humans can't use magic? And there's also a guild called Fairy Tale. After hearing the brief summary, Mira Jane's crimson lips parted slightly, her eyes filled with disbelief. Yes, the guild members there are basically the same as ours, except their personalities are the opposite. Their appearances and relationships are no different. I get it. Mira Jane unconsciously tapped her palm, her face showing sudden realization. According to what you're saying, in the Idolos Guild, there's another Roland who is very faithful. Leaving aside whether there's a me there or not, why would you assume my counterpart's personality would be faithful? Roland half closed his eyes, wondering what his image was in her mind. Well, it was just a joke. Mira Jane stuck a piece of strawberry with a silver fork and held it out to him, saying with a gentle smile, "Take this as an apology." Why does this feel like a mother feeding her son? Staring at the strawberry for a moment, Roland's expression was a bit strange, but he eventually bit into it. Might as well eat it. As for the Lysana we're looking for, she's in that world's guild. After swallowing the strawberry, Roland continued. So, you're saying there are two Lysanas in the Parallel Worlds Guild? Mira Jane tilted her head inadvertently, a very cute expression on her face. To be precise, one. And then what about the Parallel Worlds Lysana? It seems she fell off a cliff and passed away. Under Mira Jane's curious gaze, Roland was silent for a moment before speaking somewhat unnaturally. Is that so? Hearing this unfortunate news, the smile on Mira Jane's face became strained, and she fell silent. Why did Lysana in both worlds have to suffer such a fate? Actually, there are a few members in our guild who are from Idolos. Want to guess who? Seeing Mira Jane's spirits sinking, Roland sighed lightly. In our guild? From Idolos? Hearing his question, Mira Jane blinked in confusion, and a figure unconsciously appeared in her mind. Is it Mystigan? She asked tentatively. Most of the people in the guild had known each other since childhood. Even if they didn't know everything about each other, they were still familiar. Not like Mystigan. He had been in the guild for a long time, but he had never shown his face. If he didn't take on mission requests from time to time, probably not many people would even remember him. Correct. And there are two others, Roland said with a light laugh. Who else? How about you kiss me, and I'll tell you. No way. Chapter 47. Next time. Laxus the deal finally came to a close with the girl's blushing cheeks. The other two? No. It should be one cat and one person. Touching the side of his face where she had kissed him, Roland kept his promise and gave her the answer. One cat and one person? The cat. You don't mean Happy, do you? Mira Jane reacted instantly, covering her mouth in surprise. She had no clue about the other person, but if it was a cat, a strange cat that could communicate and use era magic, it could only be Happy, right? That's right. Happy is from a race called the Exceed. Roland nodded and explained slowly. The Exceed, who are born with magic power in their bodies, are far superior to humans in terms of power and status. To put it more concretely, they are probably something like godlike beings. Gods? Mira Jane's expression was strange. She clearly couldn't believe that the usually weak Happy was from such a powerful race. It didn't seem like it at all. The reason they're called gods seems to be because the Queen of the Exceed has the ability to control the life and death of humans. Although the memory in his mind was already fuzzy, Roland remembered the Exceed clearly. Though they were said to have the power to control life and death, it was actually just the ability of prophecy. The so-called queen was just putting on an act. After briefly talking about Happy, Roland also told her the name of the last person. The physician who lived in seclusion deep in the forest east of Magnolia, Porliusica. As a friend of the guild master, Mira Jane, the poster girl, naturally knew her. She had even led guild members to her treehouse for treatment several times. Although she acted like she despised humans and was rough with the injured, Mira Jane felt that Grandma Porliusica was a good person. Perhaps something like its Sundra? While the girl was lost in thought, Roland's gaze shifted to the system panel. Today's missions have been refreshed. Mission 1, Power, Prestige, and Status. Mission Description. Do you want to become a respected existence in a magical world? Then please become one of the 10 Wizard Saints. Mission Reward: 4-star Dragon Ball from the world of Dragon Ball. Another mission with super high difficulty and a useless reward. Roland glanced at it, unenthusiastic. To complete it in one day. There was no other way but to use force to intimidate others, and the 4-star Dragon Ball reward was useless. It seemed like an impossible mission like this was refreshed every day. Carefully recalling the previous daily missions, Roland seemed to have grasped the pattern of the system's mission releases. One extremely difficult, one simple, and one specifically for romance. Mission 2. Magnolia's Fastest Courier. Mission description: besides dangerous missions like subjugating monsters and annihilating dark guilds, the request board also has missions that are extremely friendly to the weak. Like delivering packages, complete any delivery-related mission. Reward: a strange Pokemon egg from the world of Pokemon. Cough, cough. The moment he saw the mission reward, Roland unexpectedly choked on his coffee, causing the silver-haired girl across from him to look over. Did you choke? Really? You're like a little kid. Mira Jane was stunned for a moment. Then a helpless smile appeared on her face. She took a napkin from the side, her exquisite body leaning forward, about to wipe the water from the corner of his mouth. Don't do something so embarrassing. Grabbing her approaching hand, the corner of Roland's mouth twitched. He found that ever since they confirmed their relationship, Mira Jane's behavior was full of wifely power, treating him like a son. After taking the napkin and wiping the corner of his mouth and the coffee spilled on the table, Roland looked at the second mission with a complicated feeling. Another mission where the reward didn't match the effort. He could get a Pokemon egg just for delivering a package. I hope it's not something like a Jinx or a Stunfisk. After secretly giving an order to a Shadowcon ninja, Roland couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Otherwise, he could only bear the pain and release it. Looking down from the second mission, the third mission was, as expected, related to romance again. Only this time, the mission seemed a bit peculiar. Mission 3. It's not like Lysana died or anything, right? Mission description: the former She-Devil has become so weak and powerless. How pitiful. Help Mira Jane recover her former power. Mission reward: slave contract from the world of Konosuba. God's blessing on this wonderful world. After reading the mission description, Roland looked up at Mira Jane, who was eating strawberry cake in small bites across from him. Perhaps because she had learned that her sister wasn't dead, the girl's face was brimming with a satisfied smile, her slightly puffed-out cheeks resembling a hamster's. Cute. I want to take her home and raise her. Quietly retracting his gaze, Roland decided to complete this mission before nightfall. After all, the slave contract was a pretty good reward. Leaving the cafe, it was already noon. Walking along the crowded street, Roland told her about the special training he had planned for the afternoon. You want to restore my power? Mira Jane's surprised voice rang out on the street, and she stared at him blankly. Yes, we'll restore your power today, and tomorrow morning we'll set off for Idolas. But I haven't been able to use that power for a long time. Ever since her sister's death. She had tried to use takeover magic, but had failed every single time. It was as if she had never taken over those demons. At this, Mira Jane's expression couldn't help but dim. Her right hand gripped her left upper arm out of anxiety, looking pitiful. It's because of Lysana's death that you couldn't use your power, right? Now that you know Lysana isn't dead, your mental block should be gone. Roland patted her head comfortingly, a gentle smile on his face. In any case, let's give it a try first. He'll accompany you this afternoon. Okay. Mira Jane hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded lightly. If she had a choice, who would be willing to remain so weak forever? After the two agreed on a location for the afternoon's training, they headed toward the guild. At the guild entrance, looking at the bar, which wasn't as noisy as usual, Mira Jane tilted her head curiously and subconsciously remarked, "Looks like everyone's out of spirits today." No, they already had a fight this morning. The master probably lectured them, so they should be quiet for a while. Roland corrected her, but just as he finished speaking, A bare-chested gray was thrown out from inside, landing beside him. Damn it! Loke, you bastard! Gray struggled to his feet, unable to stop himself from shouting. Roland looked up at the sky, speechless. Looks like you don't understand the guild well enough yet. Seeing his expression, Mira Jane covered her mouth and giggled. Oh, Roland and Mira, you're back. At that moment, Gray also noticed the two of them and greeted them as he stood up. Gray, your clothes. Roland looked at Gray, who was only wearing a pair of shorts, and reminded him helplessly. He really couldn't understand how this guy could instantly take off his pants and throw them aside when he was around. When did I? Gray's eyes widened in shock, the expression on his face not looking fake at all. Ignoring the pants-wearing Gray, Roland and Mira Jane walked into the bar. As expected, aside from the sleeping Natsu, the others were gradually starting to brawl again. Loke, who had thrown Gray out, was now sitting with a girlfriend on each arm, a handsome smile on his face as he tasted the red wine being brought to his lips. Are you envious? Following his gaze, Mira Jane asked softly by his ear with a gentle smile. Instead of me being envious of Loke, he should be the one envious of me. Roland nonchalantly retracted his gaze and looked at the slightly jealous poster girl, also smiling. Whether it was the cute and petite Levy or the gentle and beautiful Mira Jane, neither of them could be compared to the two girls across from them. Mira Jane didn't reply, just hummed twice in satisfaction, and then walked behind the counter. She and Roland wouldn't be at the guild this afternoon or for the next 3 days, so she had to arrange all the important matters beforehand, as well as ask the master for a long leave of absence. You're going on a mission with Roland? Makarov put down his mug and stared at the two of them with wide eyes, his tone a little surprised. Yes, we'll probably be out for about 3 days, so we'll have to trouble you with the guild's bills and mission registrations. Mira Jane held up 3 fingers and said with a beaming smile, then winked playfully. Oh, I can see that this is a good thing, but isn't 3 days a bit long? Makarov first nodded in relief, then couldn't help but ask tentatively. Don't worry, Lockie will help you out. Mira Jane said with a helpless smile. Is that so? That's great. Makarov's eyes lit up, and a smile blossomed on his wrinkled face again. By the way, what mission are you two going on? That's a secret. Mira Jane shook her head, not revealing that they were going to a parallel world. When Lysana returned to the guild, it would surely shock everyone. Thinking of that scene, she couldn't help but let out a light laugh. You can't even tell the guildmaster? Makarov pressed, unwilling to give up. Seeing the unconcealable happiness on Mira Jane's face, he really couldn't suppress his curiosity. Nope. Roland, who was drinking watermelon juice on the side and watching the scene with great interest, suddenly felt a faint numbing sensation on his skin. In an instant, he and Makarov both looked up at the second floor at the same time. Laxus, who they hadn't seen in a long time, was sitting on a bench, his sharp eyes fixed on him, arcs of golden light wrapping around his body. Laxus, no fooling around in the guild. Makarov's brows furrowed as he scolded in a deep voice. Clearly, it wasn't just Roland who had felt that numbing sensation just now. Everyone in the entire guild had felt it. I have no interest in playing house with this bunch of weaklings. Laxus snorted coldly, his eyes narrowing as he looked at Roland. His arrogant posture reined in slightly as he said, word by word, Roland, fight me again. Next time, Laxus. I have something to do this afternoon. The location will be under the big tree at Southgate Park. They'll be waiting for you there. Before Roland could finish, Laxus interrupted him in a deep voice. After saying his piece, he turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared from the second floor. It seemed he was going to the park to wait ahead of time. But I have things to do this afternoon. Roland sighed wearily. Can't this guy listen to what people have to say? Are you going? Like how I am. Chapter 48. Just think. Lysana dying at Urza's hands, looking at the empty second floor, Roland remained seated, having no intention of going to the appointment. If he were free, he wouldn't mind wasting a few minutes to teach Laxus a good lesson on the master's behalf. Too bad. He had more important things to do this afternoon. Mira Jane, are you done arranging things? Shaking his head with some regret, Roland turned to look at Mira Jane and asked, Yes, I'm all set on my end, but Mira Jane's tone shifted, and she reminded him with a smile. Aren't you going to tell Levy? No need. I believe little Levy will understand me, Roland said nonchalantly, then stood up and walked out of the guild. Understand? Understand his attempt to be a player? Watching his departing figure, Mira Jane sighed with a helpless expression. Suddenly, she didn't know how she was going to face Levy. She was first, after all. Well then, master, I'll be leaving the guild in your hands for the next 3 days. Pushing aside the slight guilt in her heart, Mira Jane also waved to the master and quickly followed after Roland. The back hills of Magnolia. Dense, tall forests stood, and a clear, cool stream gurgled by. From time to time, fish could be seen leaping out of the water, splashing droplets that glittered like diamonds. Mira Jane, dressed in a pure black dress, stood in the center of a flat, open area. Across from her, Roland was squatting by the water's edge, admiring the scenery. "I'm ready." Taking a deep breath, Mira Jane said with a serious expression, "All right, then I'm making my move." Tossing the grilled fish in his hand into the now boiling stream, Roland slowly stood up, his left hand resting on the tachi slung at his waist. He chose not to use his sun magic. Although it was the afternoon of time when the power in his body gradually weakened, even in its weakened state, it wasn't something the current Mira Jane could handle. If he accidentally burned her, Roland wouldn't know what to do. Transformation. The fire dragon in Natsu's heart. With a soft cry, a large cloud of smoke instantly spread out. A huge, fiery red figure loomed within the mist, giving off a strange sense of pressure. This is my most powerful transformation magic at the moment. As the smoke cleared, Roland fell silent as he looked at the so-called fire dragon form. Red scales, a chubby body like a lizard, and even a conspicuous lock of white vertical bangs on its head aside from the red scales. What part of it looked like a fire dragon? Forcibly suppressing the urge to retort, Roland held it in for a long time before giving his opinion. Cute. That's what Natsu said back then, too. The chubby lizard with sky-blue eyes squinted happily, its snake-like tongue flicking out. Wordlessly, Roland drew his long sword. Pitch-black magic power surged from his hand, spreading like veins from the hilt to the tip of the blade. Knight of Honor, an ability he obtained from defeating Urza. Its core ability was to turn any weapon he touched into a noble phantasm, even a tree branch. A true weapon master in every sense. The swordsmanship in his memory was already second nature to him. With a raise of his hand, he instinctively took a forward-thrusting stance. Boom, the dirt under his feet flew as a cold crescent moon-like slash of the blade suddenly cut through the air. While Mira Jane was still dazed, the blade had already landed on the chubby body. With a pop, the giant, cute lizard turned into a cloud of smoke. The silver-haired girl, back in her original form, knelt on the ground, subconsciously letting out a sound of confusion. Be a little more serious, Mira Jane. Pulling Mira Jane up from the ground, Roland patted the dust off her back and said helplessly, "But that was my strongest magic. Also, could you please not pat there? Ahem, sorry, I couldn't help it." After that playful exchange ended, Roland stopped holding back and began to get serious. He had to get Mira Jane back to her original state today. The result, wait, my clothes. The strap is broken too. Please stop for a moment. Half an hour passed. Mira Jane clutched her chest, tears welling in the corners of her eyes as she looked at Roland pitifully. Her delicate, fair face was covered in dust, and her pure black dress was slashed with numerous cuts, revealing her jade-like skin. She looked incredibly alluring. I really can't use takeover magic. Looks like we'll have to try another way. He had originally thought that after resolving her mental block, Mira Jane would be able to quickly recover from her psychological trauma. Now it seemed he had been too optimistic. As the sun gradually set in the west, Roland could clearly feel his own strength weakening, and a few beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Mira Jane, he called out softly. Mira Jane looked up, but before she could respond, she heard Roland continue. You should know that in the world of Idolas, the status of fairy tale is the complete opposite. It's basically equivalent to a wanted dark guild. Even the guild master, Makarov, died while being pursued by the Empire. In a sense, if we continue to let Lysana stay in that world, the possibility of an accident is very high. The master's counterpart is dead? Mira Jane's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, to cover the retreat of the guild members. Roland took a deep breath and continued. In short, to bring Lysana out of that world, we must use your power. But why isn't your power? Mira Jane looked at him, puzzled, her fingers clutching the tattered hem of her black dress. My magic is called sun. As the name implies, I only have sufficient power when the sun is out. As the sun sets, Roland placed his hands on her shoulders, slowly leaning closer to her ear, and said softly, Mira Jane, if you don't want anything to happen to Lysana, I don't. Feeling the warm breath by her ear, Mira Jane's body trembled slightly as she replied in an unnatural tone. Do you know Urza? Urza! Yes. The Urza in the parallel world is a fairy hunter. Guild Master Makarov died at her hands. Roland looked at her dazed eyes and said in a light tone, just think, your sister Lysana dying a desperate death at Urza's hands before Roland could finish. A torrent of magic power instantly erupted from her, blasting him into the air. Mission complete. Watching the demon-like figure in the center of the clearing, a slight smile lifted the corners of Roland's mouth as he flew through the air. Chapter 49. Mira Jane, I'm not going home tonight. The sunset arrived quietly, painting the clouds on the horizon a magnificent, fiery red. That hurts. Roland lay flat on the soft grass, feeling the pain of falling from a great height, and murmured softly. It felt like he hadn't experienced such a real pain since obtaining the Scanner template. Fortunately, the sun hadn't completely set. Otherwise, with his unenhanced physique, a fall from 4 or 5 meters high would have surely resulted in broken bones. Good thing this mission is complete. Roland looked up at the white figure in the center of the clearing, a relieved smile on his face. Mira Jane took a deep breath. Her white hair flew wildly in the sudden surge of magic power, and cracks spread across the ground around her at an astonishing speed. Countless pieces of gravel were pulled into the air by the immense, pitch-black magic power, then pulverized in a fine dust. Full body takeover. Satan's soul. The magic power she had suppressed for so long surged out like a bursting dam. An ominous, dark purple magic circle instantly appeared above her head. As the white light dissipated, her tattered black dress was replaced by dark purple armor that clung to her skin. Her smooth white hair shot up like flames, and dark purple markings appeared under the corners of her eyes. Her hands ended in sharp, demonic golden claws, and her forearms were covered in purple scales. Even more peculiar was the thick tail that had grown from her back. The gentle expression on her face was long gone, replaced by a cold, contemptuous look that held a great deal of deterrence. So, she's gone from a gentle, cute poster girl to a cold and aloof queen? Roland thought subconsciously. Roland, are you okay? At that moment, Mira Jane in the distance also noticed Roland, who had been sent flying, and quickly rushed to his side. It was just my magic power uncontrollably exploding. Just as she thought this, she suddenly remembered the magic Roland had described to her a few minutes ago. Because the sun is setting, not only his strength, but even his physique has weakened. Carefully helping Roland up and seeing that he didn't look seriously injured, Mira Jane secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, I'm fine. Well, my back hurts a little. Roland placed his hand on her outstretched palm and said with a gentle smile, Congratulations on getting your power back, Mira Jane. It's all thanks to your help. Feeling the long-lost Satan's soul, Mira Jane floated in mid-air and said softly, looking down, if it weren't for Roland, she probably would have never been able to recover her magic power in her entire life. With the afternoon's mission complete, the two of them sat side by side on the green grass, admiring the stream under the setting sun. Roland, do I look scary like this? Mira Jane couldn't help but ask, her heart filled with apprehension. Putting aside why you would come to that conclusion, I actually think the current you has a different kind of charm, Mira Jane. Roland took his hand off her tail and stroked his chin thoughtfully. So, are you a masochist? Roland? Mira Jane covered her mouth in feigned surprise and couldn't help but tease him. Believe it or not, I can turn you into a masochist. Oh my, it was just a joke, but Mira Jane waved her hand with a light laugh, then slowly leaned in, pinched his chin, and met his gaze with her light purple eyes. Faced with this Mira Jane, who was completely different from her usual self, Roland suddenly felt his heart beat a little faster. Then, he heard Mira Jane's voice by his ear, her words full of temptation. If you want to play tonight, I can keep you company. Roland took a deep breath and, under her expectant gaze, quickly leaned up and kissed her. An intimate atmosphere spread across the green lawn. Mira Jane responded passionately, quickly pushing him down onto the grass. As Satan's soul was released, her clothes changed back to the pure black dress that could be considered lingerie, her pearl-like, fair and delicate skin faintly visible. Roland placed his hands gently on her waist, feeling the warmth between them. Can we go somewhere more private? A long while later, Mira Jane leaned against his chest, catching her breath with a slight blush on her cheeks. Then how about tonight? Roland steadied his gradually ragged breathing and said in a soft, slow voice, "It just so happens that Levy isn't home tonight. So you two are already living together?" Mira Jane fell silent and looked at him with some confusion. Then why? When we were playing Truth or Dare last time, did Levy say you hadn't taken that last step, could it be? Hey, don't jump to conclusions. Roland speechlessly cut her off, flicking the girl's fair forehead as he explained, "It's just that Levy wasn't mentally prepared, and I wouldn't force her." Although they hadn't taken the final step, they had done everything they should have and everything they shouldn't have. In that case, will I be your first? Mira Jane nodded in understanding, then very cutely placed her index finger on her lips and asked with a smile, "Yes, really? Really the first? You're so annoying." They were intimate with each other until the sun set and the bright, full moon hung high in the sky. The dreamlike, brilliant galaxy reflected on the gurgling stream. The back hills weren't far from the guild, about a 10-minute walk. Is it necessary to go to the guild at this hour? Roland looked at the gentle girl holding his arm and couldn't help but ask. The guild would be closing in about an hour. Wouldn't it be better to just go home? It's Elfman. Mira Jane tilted her head slightly and explained with a beaming smile. If I'm not going home tonight, I have to let him know, otherwise he'll worry. That's true. Roland did. Inside the guild hall, there weren't many guild members at night. Lockie, the waitress, was sitting at a table playing with handcuffs out of boredom, while 3 ShadowCon ninjas were cleaning up. Elfman was sitting at a table near the entrance, chatting with Wakaba, Marcus, and the others. Cease. Seeing Mira Jane, Elfman greeted her in a deep voice. "I just happen to have something to tell you." Mira Jane waved at him with a smile. "Something?" Elfman stood up and walked toward them. "I'm not coming home tonight. Remember to lock the doors and windows when you're home, and prepare breakfast too." Mira Jane's expression was very natural, and her tone was gentle. "Not coming home? Then where are you going tonight, sis?" Elfman was stunned, then scratched his head and asked, puzzled. "Going to Roland's place for special training." "Spissy, kids shouldn't ask so many questions." Mira Jane interrupted with a smile. Although she was smiling, Elfman felt a rather familiar sense of pressure. "Well then, Elfman, they'll take good care of your sister tonight." Roland looked up at the night sky outside, a gentle, reassuring smile on his face. "So you can leave her to me without worry." Chapter 50. The Demon's Ecstasy. The Ulquiorra template. After saying goodbye to a bewildered Elfman, the two of them headed home. Drip, drop. The crisp sound of rain suddenly began. A cool night breeze carried droplets of water that fell gently and slowly, splashing on the stone path. For some reason, even though it wasn't the rainy season, a light rain had been falling inexplicably for the past 2 days. Fortunately, it wasn't heavy. Mira Jane, wearing a newly changed dark red dress, stared at the back in front of her, a bit of nervousness rising in her heart. After all, it was her first time. It would be strange if she wasn't nervous. A slave contract? Compared to the emotionally complex girl, Roland was much more relaxed, carefully observing the yellowed parchment scroll in his hand. This was the reward he had received after completing the mission to restore Mira Jane's power. Although the characters inscribed on it were unfamiliar, the moment Roland held it, some strange knowledge appeared in his mind. It was the method and limitations for using the slave contract. The method was simple. He just needed to write the target's name in the bottom left corner with their blood, and the contract would take effect. Then, no matter what command was given, the enslaved person, no matter how unwilling, could only grit their teeth and obey. As for the limitation, the target's magic power could not exceed Mira Jane's total magic power. Is this limitation here because it was a reward for Mira Jane's mission? Looking at the parchment scroll exuding a dark aura, Roland fell into thought. Who should I use this on? Where are you going? At that moment, Mira Jane's voice came from behind, causing Roland to subconsciously stop in his tracks. When he turned around, he realized he had walked too far. "Sorry, I was lost in thought," Roland said as he quickly walked back, taking a brass key from his pocket. "What are you thinking about?" "About you tonight, Mira Jane." "All right, stop talking." Hearing her name, Mira Jane instantly reacted and quickly cut him off. Lowering her head to hide the blush of embarrassment, the poster girl pushed him firmly from behind, and they quickly entered the house. Warm light illuminated the spacious living room, giving it a very cozy feeling. Mirayana, how about you go take a bath first?" Looking at Mira Jane following behind him, Roland took a deep breath, his gaze unconsciously shifting elsewhere. It wasn't that he was shyly avoiding her gaze. The girl in front of him was simply too alluring. Her silver-white hair was dotted with water droplets, and her soaked dress clung tightly to her body, her exquisite figure faintly visible. "It's impossible to control myself," Roland thought subconsciously. Following his gaze, Mira Jane also noticed her own condition, and her face couldn't help but turn slightly red. "Excuse me, where is the bathroom?" she asked in a shy, small voice. Opposite the bedroom on the second floor, there was no way they could shower together. Roland sat at the bedroom desk, boredly watching the drizzling rain outside the window. The sound of the rain outside and the water in the bathroom intertwined, letting one's imagination run wild. Glancing to the side, he could see the girl's graceful silhouette through the frosted glass. He had to admit, the landlord had some taste. Roland watched the scene in the bathroom, propping his chin on his hand in appreciation. The glass door to the bathroom was pulled open, and Mira Jane walked out wrapped in a sky-blue bath towel, her graceful figure enough to make one's heart skip a beat. "Here, let me blow-dry your hair." Roland coughed lightly and held up the hairdryer he had prepared. "Okay, thank you for the trouble." Having already mentally prepared herself, Mira Jane didn't seem so shy and embarrassed this time. Her gentle smile returned as she sat quietly in front of Roland. The warm breeze blew gently, and her rose-scented hair swayed in the air. Her usual vertical bangs were let down, making her look like a well-behaved girl from next door. Very cute. In terms of cuteness, she was almost on par with Levy. Mira Jane closed her eyes comfortably, resting her head lightly on Roland's lap, letting him play with her long hair. After her damp hair was dry, Roland prepared to go to the bathroom for a shower himself. "In the meantime, you should mentally prepare yourself, Mira Jane." "My preparations were made a long time ago." Watching Roland walk into the bathroom, Mira Jane murmured, cupping her chin. By the time Roland came out, it was already 12 o'clock at night. Mira Jane was sitting at his desk, distractedly looking at the copy of Weekly Sorcerer in her hands. It was the latest issue that Levy had bought, and the cover model was Miss Jenny from Blue Pegasus. I remember Levy mentioning that in the best girlfriend rankings, your name was always above hers. Roland said with a slight smile as he dried his hair. That was about half a year ago. Jenny is number 1 now. I'm not popular anymore. Mira Jane shook her head nonchalantly, not caring about such rankings. She had more important things on her mind right now. She had no mind to care about that Jenny. "So, are we going to do it, MPH?" Mira Jane's words were cut short as her tender lips were covered, causing her to let out an involuntary, cute whimper. Wait, this is too sudden. Without giving her a chance to react, Roland lifted her princess style and placed her on the soft bed. The only sounds in the quiet bedroom were their rapid breathing and increasingly fast heartbeats. A long while later, the two slowly parted. A thin, glistening silver thread was stretched between them before it finally broke under the strain. Hold on. Mira Jane's eyes grew hazy, and she took the initiative to kiss him again. Wait a moment, they'll go turn off the light. After they separated this time, Roland took a deep breath, then quickly turned off all the lights in the room, leaving only the bright moonlight from outside and the soft, hazy rain. The night ahead was long. Today's missions have been refreshed. Special mission triggered. Demon's ecstasy. Faintly, the system's notifications seemed to ring out in the room, but it was quickly drowned out by the sound of the rain outside. The next morning, a thin mist enveloped the entire town, and raindrops falling from the sky pattered lightly and irregularly against the window. Continuous rainy days were common in August. The crumpled bedsheets had been thrown onto the wooden floor, the sky-blue bath towel was tossed somewhere in front of the desk, and various things were scattered about. Another rainy day. Looking at the gloomy weather outside, Roland couldn't help but murmur softly. It felt like half of his time in this world was spent in the rain. It wasn't that he disliked rainy days, but the continuous rain was starting to get annoying, just like Juvia. She probably hated this kind of weather. Forget it. He'll sleep a little longer. Roland, who had been about to get out of bed to make breakfast, looked down at Mira Jane still sleeping soundly, curled up in his arms, and instantly dismissed the idea. This kind of weather was indeed better for sleeping in. Pulling the soft blanket up, Roland buried his head in the girl's shoulder, inhaling the faint, elegant fragrance of her body, and comfortably closed his eyes. When he woke up again, it was noon. The light rain had gradually stopped, and sunlight like crushed gold quietly shone through the window, falling into the messy bedroom. As if sensing the sunlight, Mira Jane opened her eyes drowsily, a soft murmur escaping her lips. So tired, and her whole body was sore. It felt as if all her magic power had been drained, and she couldn't muster a shred of strength. Remembering the embarrassing scenes from last night, the now awake Mira Jane bit her lower lip, an unnatural blush spreading across her cheeks. You're awake. Feeling the movement in his arms, Roland opened his eyes and looked at the girl's face, which was as red as a ripe apple. Just looking at it made one feel the tempting urge to take a bite. Good morning, Mira Jane. Morning. Forcing herself to remain calm, Mira Jane reached up and touched the beauty mark by her eye. Her familiar, gentle smile returned to her lips as she replied softly, Darling. Darling. Roland blinked, then couldn't help but chuckle. Want to get up, or sleep a little longer? Holding the small hand that was caressing his face, Roland smiled slightly. It should be noon now. He could feel the magic power in his body growing immense. Let's get up first. Levy could come back at any time, right? Mira Jane thought for a moment, then looked at him with a hint of resentment. She had finally found a man who made her heart flutter, only to have to share him with her best friend. Although she was the one who came later, it didn't stop a feeling of displeasure from rising in her heart. You have a point. Roland did. Although he wanted Levy and Mira Jane to get along. If Levy were to discover a scene like this, the two of them would probably break up for good. Getting the two of them together looked like it would take some time. While Roland was lamenting, Mira Jane had already slipped out of his arms and put on the red dress that had been washed and dried last night. Only, she couldn't find a hair tie for her bangs, so she could only let them fall loose, giving her a straight-across bangs look. After getting dressed, Mira Jane headed to the bathroom to wash up. With his pillow gone, Roland naturally had no choice but to get up as well. 2 servings of spaghetti, 2 servings of French fries. Is there anything else you want to eat? Looking at the 4 plates of food that had appeared on the gourmet tablecloth, Mira Jane touched a finger to her lips and thought carefully. 2 more cups of coffee and a slice of strawberry cake should be enough. Her appetite wasn't large. If it weren't for last night's exertions, she wouldn't have needed to order the strawberry cake. Eating strawberry cake for lunch too. Looks like you like sweets just as much as Urza. Looking at the pink strawberry cake, Roland took a sip of his coffee and teased her with a smile. Is there anything wrong with girls liking sweets? Mira Jane popped a strawberry into her mouth, a blissful smile on her face. Be careful, you'll get fat. I watch my diet. After a simple breakfast no. Lunch Mira Jane began to eagerly prepare for their trip to Idolas, as well as a welcome-back gift for Lysana. Roland took the opportunity to check the system missions that had refreshed today. Mission 1. Oxhead Shinigami. Mission description. Kill 10 Oxhead monsters and let them know who the real Shinigami is. Mission reward. Soy Fawn's casual outfit from the world of Bleach. To be honest, he really wanted this mission reward. If he had Mira Jane or Levi where Roland carefully pictured the scene, and the anticipation in his heart grew stronger. He would just send out the samurai and bat troops from the Shadowcon. Dealing with 10 Oxhead monsters shouldn't be a problem. After quietly assigning the mission, Roland continued to the next one. Mission 2. I can't protect anything. Mission description. Without controlling your rampaging power, defeat all the 10 Wizard Saints. Mission reward. Zanpakuto Tobium from the world of Bleach. Another reward from the world of Bleach? Roland looked at the mission name and description, thought for a few seconds, and decisively chose to give up. He remembered that Tobium was Hinamori Momo's Zanpakuto, with the ability to shoot fireballs and cause explosions. A completely useless Zanpakuto. Shaking his head, Roland continued to look down. Mission 3. Demon's Ecstasy. Special mission complete. Mission description. Welcome to the Romance Theater. Please use all means to bring Mira Jane Strauss joy. Mission reward. Character template. Ulquiorra Cipher from the world of Bleach. Wait, what is this thing? Seeing this mission reward, Roland froze on the spot, his breathing gradually quickening. A character template. An Ulquiorra template? Did I poke the Bleach Hornet's nest today? He couldn't help but remark. Putting aside the first 2 missions, the last special mission was basically a freebie. He'll claim yesterday's reward first. Suppressing his excitement, Roland took a deep breath and chose to claim yesterday's reward first. He remembered there was a Pokemon egg he hadn't claimed. As he spoke, a giant, pure white egg with strange patterns landed in front of him. It looked to be about 50 centimeters in size. No good. I can't tell what Pokemon it is just from its appearance. After examining it carefully, Roland sighed slightly. Looks like he would have to hatch it normally. At that egg, it looked so familiar. At that moment, Mira Jane, who was packing her luggage, walked over, looking at the giant egg on the table with a face full of surprise. Does it look like the egg Happy hatched from? Roland quickly guessed what she was referring to. That's right. Back then, Lysana and Natsu were always carrying that egg around a hatchet. It brings back memories. Mira Jane reminisced about the past, a nostalgic smile on her face, before she blinked in a daze. How did you know Happy was born from an egg? Are you some kind of dense beauty? The Exceed race are all born from eggs, so it was easy to guess. Oh, I see. Mira Jane showed an expression of sudden realization, clearly believing his excuse. Is that egg an Exceed like Happy too? No, this egg is a different creature. At least, I can't guess what it is right now. Roland shook his head. Right now, he just hoped it wouldn't hatch into some strange Pokemon. It's so big, could be a dragon egg? Mira Jane said thoughtfully. I remember Natsu was always shouting about picking up a dragon egg or something. That's possible. Roland propped his chin on one hand, staring intently at the giant Pokemon egg in front of him as he replied. He should find someone to look after this egg first. After all, he and Mira Jane were going to eat Olas for 3 days. They couldn't just bring a giant egg with them, could they? I should go find Levi. I can entrust both little Doryman and the egg to her care. After making his arrangements, Roland stretched and decided to head out to the back hills first. There was still a character template he hadn't claimed. Mira Jane, I'm heading out for a bit. Let's meet at the guild later. Roland turned to look at Mira Jane, who was cleaning up the house, a slight smile on his lips. Although it was the girl's first time as a demon, her powerful constitution allowed her to adapt quickly. As for that bit of pain, It was less painful than getting injured by a monster on a mission. Walking out of the house, Roland looked up at the clearing sky, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Ulquiorra, Chapter 51. Target Idolas. Laxus instantly defeated. A gentle breeze rustled the damp blades of grass. The post-rain air was filled with the scent of plants and earth. Magnolia. It was the same clearing from yesterday afternoon. The once flat green lawn was now covered in irregular cracks remnants from Mira Jane's full-power outburst last night. What a pleasant scent. Roland closed his eyes slightly, breathing in the fresh scent. Unsuppressible anticipation and joy welled up inside him, bringing a hearty smile to his lips. Time to claim today's mission reward, he murmured softly, and the system panel, shimmering with a faint light, appeared in his vision. Special mission. The witch's ecstasy has been completed. Character template acquired. Arrancar Espada Ulquiorra cipher. From the world of Bleach. Template description. After fusion, you'll gain hollow characteristics and possess abilities such as high-speed regeneration, hierro, and resurrection. Before he could even finish reading the prompt, Roland subconsciously clutched his head. A flood of unfamiliar memories poured into his mind, forcing him to grit his teeth. Sonido, solita vista, lanza del relámpago, resurrección. All of Ulquiorra's abilities and how to use them were being deeply branded into his mind, impossible to forget. TSK, can't you receive abilities in a different way? Pressing his hands on his knees, Roland broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't help but complain in a low voice. The Scanner template only had 2 or 3 abilities, so receiving them wasn't so uncomfortable. This time, with Ulquiorra, besides the methods for using his abilities, there were even numerous related combat memories. In that case, being uncomfortable for a while wasn't a big deal. Reiatsu. It's a completely different existence from magic power. After recovering a bit, Roland carefully studied the unfamiliar memories in his mind. He slowly extended his hand, and dark green Reiatsu emanated from between his fingers like thick smoke. At the same time, a long sword with a pure white scabbard appeared at his waist. Roland looked down, but when his gaze swept over his chest, he suddenly froze. A hollow hole? He looked at the black hole gradually appearing in the middle of his collarbone with a surprised expression. This was something only hollows had, so it was undoubtedly something he gained after fusing with Ulquiorra's abilities. But looking at the newly formed hollow hole, Roland tentatively retracted his Reiatsu. Then, as he watched, the hole slowly shrank, and finally, his fair skin was restored. It seemed it would only appear when he used his Reiatsu. Roland quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, when Levy asked, he wouldn't know how to explain. After all, a black hole suddenly appearing on one's chest would easily make people think of black magic or curses. Since everything was fine then, dark green Reiatsu shot into the sky. The once clear sky once again gathered thick, dark clouds. A huge amount of spirit particles gathered and swirled, finally turning into raindrops that poured down. In close, Murcielago. Roland drew the exquisite long sword in his hand and slowly recited the release command. As the rain formed from spiritual power dissipated, a pair of black, demon-like wings slowly unfolded, and a white, bone-like helmet covered the top of his head. The surrounding atmosphere was filled with a heavy and oppressive feeling, making it difficult to breathe. So strong, feeling the world-shaking power. Roland's left hand opened slightly, and the spirit particles in his body quickly condensed into a green, lightsaber-like weapon. With a light swing forward, a gash over 10 meters long was instantly left on the ground, and the tall trees in the distance were cut in half at the waist. This was only the first stage of his resurrection. If he went to the second stage and fired a Lanza del Relámpago, the entire town of Magnolia would probably be gone again. Crushing the moonlight sword in his hand, Roland went on to test his other abilities like Sonido and high-speed regeneration. By the time he released his resurrection state, the entire back hill was already in a state of ruin. More than half of the lush, tall forest had been cut down, and the flat grassland had become pitted and uneven. By now it was evening. It was just about the time he had agreed to set off with Mira Jane. The meeting point was at the guild entrance. What a reassuring power. Looking at the setting sun, Roland remarked to himself. Even without the sun, his strength was still at the top tier of this world. What came next was much simpler. First, say goodbye to Levy, then set off for Idolos with Mira Jane. I wonder if Mira Jane went to see Porliusica. When going to the world of Idolos, it was unknown if he would be affected, but Mira Jane's magic power would definitely disappear. So Roland had told her that Porliusica could make an antidote. As soon as he walked into the guild, Roland noticed something was off. It seemed like everyone was staring at him. "Roland, where were you yesterday afternoon?" A gloomy voice, suppressing anger, rang out. Roland turned his head to see Laxus, sitting at a table by the door with a sullen face. Judging by his impatient look and suppressed tone, he must have been waiting for a long time. "Training in the back hills. Didn't I tell you I had something important to do?" Roland said, tilting his head, his tone very natural. "Something important?" Laxus stood up and walked in front of him, staring with a blank expression, demanding an explanation. He had waited at Southgate Park until evening, but the guy never showed up. In the end, he was drenched by the rain. A date? You bastard. Are you messing with me on purpose?" Veins popped on Laxus' forehead, and his body was wrapped in golden arcs of electricity as he roared. "Don't look down on me." His muscles bulged as Laxus clenched his fist and struck out fiercely. The anger of being stood up, combined with that nonchalant attitude, made him disregard the fact that they were in the guild. His momentum was fierce, and the force of his punch was not small. If it were any other member, they might not even have had a chance to react before being sent flying. Only his target was Roland. "I told you, I'm not interested in fighting you right now." Roland took a slight step back, easily dodging the punch. Then, under Laxus' twisted expression, he was hit by a punch to the abdomen. Thud with a muffled sound. Roland clapped his hands and walked toward the bar as if nothing had happened. Behind him, Laxus remained frozen in his punching stance, completely motionless, his pupils trembling as if from an earthquake. Soon the tall figure, under the shocked gazes of everyone, swayed and collapsed onto the dusty floor. That Laxus, lost to a newcomer again, in a single punch. Roland didn't even turn his head, walking straight to the bar, his usual smile on his face. "Good morning, little Levy and Mira Jane. It's already evening, you idiot," Levy said with some dissatisfaction. She had waited for Roland at the guild all morning, but didn't see him all afternoon. Who knows where he had run off to? "Sorry. How about I be your pillow for the next few days?" Roland placed his hand on her head and stroked it gently. "Consider an apology. Don't say such embarrassing things. Mira Jane is right here." "No, really, you two don't have to mind me." Mira Jane was uncharacteristically silent, the smile on her lips gradually becoming strained. "We'll talk about that later. Are you ready, Mira Jane?" Roland looked up and asked. "Yes, my luggage is all packed. And I bought a lot of souvenirs." At the mention of this, Mira Jane couldn't contain her excitement and nodded vigorously. "What are you two talking about?" Levy blinked in confusion, completely lost. "I'm going out on a mission with Mira Jane for a little while. We'll probably be back in 3 days. So I'm leaving little Doryman and the Pokemon egg in your care." Chapter 52, Floating Islands and the Fairy Hunter. "Well, what?" Hearing those words, Levy's eyes widened in an instant, and she stared at the two of them blankly. He was gone for a whole night. Why have the two of them already arranged to team up for a mission for 3 whole days? "I'm sorry." Little Levy Mira Jane clasped her hands together and bowed, her face full of apology. "Because it's something important, you'll need to borrow Roland for a while. Why get back? He'll bring you a present." It's fine, Mira Jane." Levy quickly waved her hands, indicating that she didn't mind. After calming her complicated feelings, she looked up at Roland and asked the question in her heart, "But what mission are you two going on?" Mira Jane hasn't been out in a long time. Has she? To be precise, ever since Lysanna's death, Mira Jane, who had lost her magic power, had never taken another request. Well, it's something like a travel mission. We'll admire the scenery here and there, and then look for someone. Roland took the fruit juice Levy was drinking, took a sip from the straw, and said softly, "It's mainly to find someone. Admiring the scenery is just a bonus." Mira Jane gently corrected him. "A search request, huh?" Levy's face showed understanding, and then she couldn't help but ask, "Then can I go with you?" This. Mira Jane blinked, looking troubled. She really didn't know how to answer this question. After all, only Roland knew the way to the parallel world. Not this time. Roland shook his head decisively, his expression serious. "The place I'm going to is dangerous. It's even possible that the magic power in your body won't be able to be used normally. If it's that dangerous, why are you taking Mira, Actually, I've recovered my power." Before Levy could finish, Mira Jane interrupted with a smile, extending her right hand, which had taken over a demon's arm, to show her. What Mira Jane really recovered her power, feeling the ominous magic power from it. Levy subconsciously covered her mouth, her amber eyes filled with astonishment. "Roland helped me recover it." Before she could speak, Mira Jane spoke first. "So what on earth happened between you two yesterday, when I was organizing my dorm?" Levy fell into deep thought. "Mira Jane, could you please let me and Levy be alone for a moment?" Looking at the blue-haired girl who was looking down without a word, Roland coughed lightly. "No problem." Mira Jane nodded understandingly, but as she turned, she suddenly leaned in and said in a small voice, "Do your best. Do my best. Do my best to get us both in bed." The corner of Roland's mouth twitched. As Mira Jane left, Levy gradually came back to her senses, her beautiful eyes staring at him as she puffed out her cheeks in dissatisfaction. It was as if she was angry that he hadn't told her about these things beforehand. "Sorry, this time there's really a reason I can't let you go." Roland pulled the sulking girl into his arms, gently stroking her face with his palm, and comforted her softly. "After Mira Jane and I finish our mission, how about we go on a date next time? So who are you looking for, anyway?" Feeling the gentle touch on her cheek, Levy couldn't help but blush and quickly change the subject. "You'll know in 3 days. That person will be a big surprise for you, Levy." "A surprise?" "I can't think of anyone at all." Levy thought carefully, but found that there was no one she was particularly looking forward to seeing, except for a certain big idiot who had been missing since morning. "When are you leaving?" "Tomorrow morning?" Reining in her emotions, Levy asked. "In 5 minutes. Because time is tight. I have to find a person Mira Jane is looking for as soon as possible." Roland looked at Mira Jane, who had already packed her luggage and was winking at him suggestively. Clearly, the poster girl was getting a little impatient. "So soon?" Levy exclaimed in surprise. "Yeah, my luggage is all ready. Also, this is the key to my place." As he spoke, Roland took the brass key from his pocket and handed it to her. "I'm leaving little Doryman and the egg in the living room in your care." "Wait, there's an egg in the living room. It's about the same size as Happy's egg. Please let me hatch it." "Well then, see you in 3 days." Leaving a farewell kiss under Levy's shy and expectant gaze, Roland stood up and walked away from the bar. "MMPH, you're such a troublemaker." Her long, slender fingers touched her lower lip. Although Levy's words were complaining, the slight upturn of her lips proved that the girl was in a good mood. After settling things with Levy, Roland, and Mira Jane, under the surprised and envious gazes of Wakaba and the others, left the guild with their luggage on their backs. "Hey, did I see that right? Mira Jane is actually going on a request." Wakaba stared blankly at the empty doorway and couldn't help but turn to his friend and ask, "Isn't that a good thing? It proves that Mira has moved on from the incident with Lee-Sana." Macau took a sip from his mug and smiled with relief. In terms of seniority and qualifications, Natsu, Gray, Mira Jane, and Urza had all been watched over by these older guys as they grew up. So, seeing Mira Jane go out on a mission after so long, Macau was sincerely happy for her. Indeed. Then to celebrate little Mira getting over psychological trauma, Lucky-chan, another 8 beers. Wakaba shouted with a smile, a pipe in his mouth. Hey, don't drag me into this just because you're hiding from your wife and not going home." Macau said speechlessly. Although he didn't have a wife, he had a son at home waiting for dinner. "Shut up. I'm not hiding." "Well, Roland, I'm going to settle things with him today. Suddenly, the guild door was kicked open, and Natsu shouted with a face full of fighting spirit. He had heard from Marcus outside that Laxus had challenged Roland, so he had rushed over. What a coincidence. He just left on a mission with Mira, Wakaba said, stroking his chin with some regret. Too bad. He wouldn't get to see Natsu and Laxus lying on the ground together today. TSK, am I too late? Wait. Natsu suddenly looked up and asked in disbelief. Roland went on a mission with Mira? Natsu is so noisy. Passing by, Levi hugged the magic book in her arms and looked up at the fiery clouds in the sky. So where should I go next, the girls' dorm or Roland's bedroom? Outside Magnolia, on the quiet, long path, the afterglow of dusk fell like a soft, thin veil. This should be far enough. Roland stopped and took out the 2 tickets from the 4-dimensional pocket attached to his wrist. This 4-dimensional pocket belonged to little Doryman and had been temporarily borrowed. All their luggage was also inside. How do I get to that Idolos world? Mira Jane stood with her hands behind her back, her graceful body leaning forward slightly as she looked curiously at the ticket in her hand. According to the instructions, you just have to tear it. Roland handed one of the tickets to the girl beside him, then tore the remaining one in his hand without hesitation. The next moment, under Mira Jane's surprised gaze, Roland's figure suddenly disappeared before her eyes. Wait for me, she also quickly tore the strange ticket. Instantly, a strong sensation of falling appeared. The whistling wind blew Mira Jane's long white hair upwards, and she subconsciously held down her long skirt. In the air, Mira Jane looked down and saw a continuous chain of floating islands, as well as the ground, covered in a deep blue lawn that was rapidly growing larger. What a beautiful world! You idiot! Shouldn't you be worried about your safety at a time like this? Standing in midair, Roland grabbed her arm and pulled her into his embrace, saying helplessly. Fortunately, he had just obtained the Ulquiorra template. Walking in the air wasn't difficult, but it's truly dreamlike. Mira Jane wrapped her arms around his neck, her sky-blue eyes carefully observing the surrounding floating islands. Each island had all sorts of strange plants, and there were even waterfalls cascading down from the edges, with fish occasionally leaping among them. This was like a world described in a fairy tale. Landing steadily on the ground, Roland looked around but saw no buildings. The place they had landed was just an ordinary floating island. Let's rest for the night. We'll look for this world's fairy tale tomorrow morning. The time in the parallel world was the same as in their own. It was already nearing dusk, and a faint moon was hidden behind the clouds. All right. Mira Jane nodded in agreement and volunteered to gather the dead branches on the ground to prepare for camping for the night. As night fell, the two sat around a campfire. Roland grilled the fresh fish he had taken out of the 4-dimensional pocket, and they chatted leisurely. So Urza is the captain of the Empire's night order in this world? While biting into the crispy, tender white fish, Mira Jane listened to Roland's explanation of this world. She was clearly much more interested, especially when he mentioned Urza. That's right, most of Fairy Tale's members died at her hands. She's even known as the Fairy Hunter. Roland suddenly paused, took out the parchment scroll again, and slowly began to ponder. I might as well use this thing on Urza's counterpart. Chapter 53. Prey? No, I'm the hunter. Specks of sparks turned into fiery red butterflies and dissipated into the night. The aroma of grilled fish filled the air. In front of the camping tent, Roland lay on his side on the girl's soft, full thighs, comfortably closing his eyes as he inhaled a scent like white lilies. So soft. It was the perfect pillow. Since the guild in this world is defined as a dark guild and is being hunted by Urza and her people, it won't be easy to find them under these circumstances, right? Mira Jane gently stroked his hair. With her free hand, she brought an index finger to her lips, tilting her head slightly as she spoke. After getting a general understanding of this world situation, she couldn't help but feel a little more worried for the Parallel Worlds Guild. It's best to let nature take its course. If that doesn't work, we can find this world's version of Urza. As a fairy hunter, she should know their location. Roland half opened his eyes. As his gaze traveled, the girl's slender, fair feet came into view. Her pale skin and neatly shaped toes rested near some dark purple weeds along the ground. He reached out and brushed a stray stem away from her ankle. Feeling a warmth cover the tip of her foot, Mira Jane's eyes slowly widened. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks, and she squirmed slightly, seeming unaccustomed to the sensation. It's a little ticklish. Feeling her slight movements, Roland gradually increased his grip. Wait, don't just touch me wherever you want. Mira Jane's face grew redder, and her pearl-like toes curled instinctively as she quickly tried to stop him. Is Mira Jane this sensitive? I wasn't even using any force. A slight smile played on Roland's lips, his hands not stopping their movements at all. Force? Seeing the smile on his face, Mira Jane suddenly had a bad feeling. Haha, stop it, Roland. I can't breathe. The next second, his slightly sharp fingertips grazed the soft, tender sole of her foot. The ticklish and slightly numbing sensation made her arch her graceful body, and an irrepressible laugh escaped her lips. 2 minutes later, I felt like I was about to die. Mira Jane had tear stains at the corners of her eyes. Her mouth was slightly agape as she panted, her pair of sky-blue eyes staring at him pitifully. She looked so pitiful that it made one want to tease her a little more. Ahem, it's time to sleep. We have to look for the guild tomorrow morning. Looking at Mira Jane's adorable state, Roland cleared his throat, then picked her up and walked towards the tent. Feeling his hand rest gently on her waist, Mira Jane's face flushed slightly as she rested her head on his shoulder. I think we're a little unprepared for tonight, she murmured. Then let's take our time, he replied warmly. I'm also looking forward to seeing what kind of child Mira Jane and I would have. Just as they entered the tent, hearing the girl's slightly conflicted voice beside his ear, Roland brushed aside the white strands of hair from her lips and spoke in a serious tone. If it's a daughter, she'll probably be very cute. Having a child, isn't that a bit too soon? After a moment of silence, Mira Jane unnaturally turned her face away and muttered under her breath. As her body touched the fluffy carpet, Roland leisurely snapped his fingers. The shadows outside instantly twisted and stretched, and 2 shadow ninjas extinguished the burning campfire. The entire tent was plunged into a darkness so complete you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Cupping Mira Jane's chin, Roland kissed her without the slightest hesitation, savoring the girl's taste. The next morning, faint footsteps sounded from outside the tent. The subtle noise was like a pebble dropped into a calm lake, startling the sleeping girl awake. Opening her eyes, Mira Jane covered her mouth and yawned. Glistening tears appeared at the corners of her eyes, and a few strands of silvery white hair fell across her forehead. Last night, the 2 of them had gotten a bit carried away, not going to sleep until around 3 or 4 in the morning. She was fine it was mainly Roland, who was only 14 or 15. If he kept going on like this, his body would probably suffer, right? Next time, I definitely can't stay up playing with him so late. Mira Jane muttered to herself with a determined tone, then looked down at the pillow she was hugging tightly and blinked in a daze. I remember falling asleep hugging him. How did he become a pillow when I woke up? Putting on the pure black dress that was neatly placed beside her, Mira Jane opened the tent flap and stepped out. A warm, gentle breeze blew, slowly lifting her shoulder-length white hair and the hem of her wide skirt. It also carried the appetizing aroma of toasted bread and fried meat patties. Looking up, she saw Roland sitting cross-legged on a picnic blanket laid on the ground, admiring a waterfall that seemed to fall from the sky while drinking a cold cola. Noticing the movement from the tent, he turned his head and greeted her with a smile. Good morning, Mira Jane. Good morning, Mira Jane responded with a sweet smile, walked over quickly, and sat down beside him. While they were enjoying breakfast, Roland gently pinched his chin, slowly thinking about their next steps. This world's guild location is always changing. Without any clues, it would be difficult for just the 2 of them to find Fairy Tale within 3 days. The only remaining method was to go to the royal capital and directly kidnap this world's Urza, forcing her to find them. After all, professional matters require a professional. Using a fairy hunter to find fairy tale couldn't be more fitting. After we finish eating, he'll head to the royal capital. Having made up his mind, Roland turned his head and said, "By royal capital, do you mean this world's Crocus?" Mira Jane swallowed the toast in her mouth, a few crumbs lingering at the corner of her lips, and asked thoughtfully, "Crocus known as the floral capital, the capital of the kingdom of Fiori. No, the cities in this parallel world are not the same as in mine." Roland shook his head. Then, as if remembering something, a smile touched his lips. "By the way, Mistigan is a prince of that kingdom." "Mistigan is a prince?" Mira Jane looked surprised. Then why would Mistigan roar? As she was asking, a soul-shaking beastly roar suddenly came from overhead. Mira Jane of the fairies hat. "I've finally found you." Following the roar, a voice filled with killing intent descended from above. Roland instinctively looked up. The first thing he saw was a giant, wyvern-like magical beast. As his gaze moved higher, he was stunned. Urza?" Before he could finish, Mira Jane beside him tentatively called out her name. "Does she see the two of us as prey?" Gazing at the crimson figure in the sky, a smile of great interest appeared on Roland's lips. "Prey? Wrong. Am obviously the hunter." Chapter 54. Murcielago, the despair of two demons. "Is this the Urza of this world?" Mira Jane carefully sized up the crimson figure. Although she had heard Roland mention her several times, this was the first time she had seen her. Well, it was strange seeing a familiar comrade become so unfamiliar. Don't substitute the Urza you know for her. You should know that at least half of the guild members died at the hands of this fairy hunter. Roland stood up, his left hand casually resting on the long sword at his waist, a slight smile on his lips. He had just been about to go to the capital to find this fairy hunter, and in the next second, they were found by her, treated as prey. What a nice coincidence. Roar the dragon-like magical beast roared, the immense shockwave kicking up clouds of dust. The tent that had been set up nearby flew into the sky like a kite with a broken string. Compared to the Urza she knew, this Urza was completely different, aside from her similar appearance. Her long, crimson hair was tied into a high ponytail that bloomed like a pineapple flower. She wore a black scarf around her neck, and her upper body was clad only in a metal breastplate, revealing her graceful abdomen. In her hand, she held a strangely shaped spear. She looked just as heroic and valiant, but this one was clearly much colder. Following behind her were several smaller monsters, on which stood a large number of well-equipped soldiers. Bringing so many people. Are they preparing to besiege Fairy Tale? With just the two of you. Don't put up a pointless struggle. A cruel smile appeared on Urza's face as she pointed her spear at Mira Jane and said with killing intent, "Although, I don't know why you're here. Today, if you're going to fight, then hurry up. Don't waste time with such words." Roland interrupted her directly, then turned to Mira Jane beside him and asked, "Me?" He couldn't wait to put the slave contract on this cold and aloof older sister. When he brought her back to the guild, the expressions on Urza's and everyone else's faces would surely be interesting. "Let me. I haven't fought in a long time. This is a good opportunity to get reacquainted with Satan's soul." Mira Jane took a deep breath. She wanted to see just how strong the Urza of this world was to be able to kill more than half of the guild members. "Be careful not to get hurt. This Urza is strong," Roland reminded her. He remembered that when the two Urzas fought, the final result was mutual destruction from this. It was clear that this counterpart had some skill. "Okay." Mira Jane nodded in understanding, and then a dark, purple magic circle suddenly appeared above her head. Full body takeover. Satan's soul. Surging purple magic power enveloped Mira Jane's body. Her once gentle and cute expression became cold and domineering. Her white hair shot up, and a pair of demon-like wings slowly unfolded from her back. Seeing Mira Jane suddenly transform, Urza's pupils shrank abruptly. The sudden, powerful aura made her tighten her grip on the spear in her hand. "Strong, this person in front of me is stronger than anyone I've ever met. Why would the weakest person in Fairy Tale Mira Jane, become like this? Urza didn't understand. Come on, let me see the power of the so-called fairy hunter. Flying into the air, a smile split Mira Jane's lips. Paired with her wicked-looking makeup, she looked very intimidating. Fortunately, before coming to Edolas, she had followed Roland's instructions and gotten a magic-restoring pill from Grandma, Porliusica. Legion, Urza's expression grew more solemn. Without the slightest hesitation, she commanded the giant magical beast beneath her. With the command, the magical beast named Legion swooped down, rushing toward the small, floating island at an extremely fast speed. The soldiers of the 2nd Magic War Division behind her also followed closely, each holding an exquisitely crafted metal spear. But when others are dueling, it's not good for a swarm of flies to be so annoying, is it? Roland unhurriedly walked in front of them, his right hand slowly drawing the long sword from his waist as he whispered, "Enclose Murcielago." In an instant, a rain of dark green water fell from the sky. A heavy Ryatsu spread out rapidly from him as the center, and the entire floating island trembled as if it couldn't bear the weight. Huh, what is that? What on earth is that thing? I can't move. My body won't listen to me. Damn it, is it some strange magic item? Under countless terrified gazes, Roland, having completed his resurrection, walked toward them step by step, a moonlight sword condensed from Ryatsu in his hand. His slender figure, pitch-black demonic wings, dark green pupils, and the special tear marks under his eyes, it was a perfect match for Mira Jane just now. Like two demons who had just climbed out of hell. Watching the approaching figure, the once aggressive soldiers swallowed dryly and couldn't help but want to take a few steps back. But under the tangible pressure formed by the Ryatsu, let alone retreating, even moving a finger was a luxury. It wasn't just the soldiers. Even Urza and Mira Jane, who were fighting not far away, felt it. You got to be kidding me. Urza gritted her teeth, her hands holding the 10 Commandments spear trembling uncontrollably as she shouted, as if to vent. It wasn't fear or terror, but the Bodis instinct when facing a higher dimensional existence. A monster that kid is a monster through and through. Previously, when facing Mira Jane, who seemed to be using some strange magic, she had felt that it would be tricky, but it wasn't a hopeless fight. After all, with so many elite soldiers, it was impossible not to be able to take down 2 people. It would just be a matter of wasting more time and lives. But now, let alone fighting, she couldn't even muster the thought of escaping. The only emotion left was despair. Is that Roland? Mira Jane turned her head to look, also murmuring in disbelief. With an appearance so similar to her own, could it be that he had also taken over a demon? At this time, Roland walked in front of the group of soldiers, lifted one of them by the head with one hand, and then, under everyone's gaze, squeezed his fingertips slightly. Goodbye. Splat with a soft whisper. Blood splattered everywhere, and the thick smell of blood filled the air. In just an instant, everyone held their breath, and indescribable fear spread madly in their hearts. Chapter 55, Become My Slave. Urza, the blood scattering in the air, was incinerated and evaporated by an unimaginably high temperature before it could even get close to Roland. At the same time, the moonlight sword in his hand swept out. A flash of deep blue light. Clang, the steel spears were effortlessly cut in half, and their wielders were cut down at the waist along with them. Gushing blood stained a large patch of the deep purple grass red. The once quiet and beautiful floating island had, in this moment, turned into a complete and utter purgatory. Faced with such a brutal scene, the soldiers had long since lost their will to fight. They all stood frozen in place, their eyes filled with intense despair. Unable to escape, unable to move, they could only wait like lambs to the slaughter for the butcher's blade to fall. Watching this scene from a distance, Urza's eyes widened, a look of disbelief in their depths. The hands holding the 10 Commandments spear involuntarily dropped to her sides. One attack, just one attack, and more than half of the soldiers of the 2nd Magic War Division she had brought were dead. There were over 600 of these soldiers, even with the Empire's most powerful magic cannon. It would take several minutes to kill them all. Urza bit her lip, her entire being sinking into an unprecedented despair. I can't win. There's no way I can win against these two demons. Even if she brought all four of the other Magic War divisions, it would be impossible. Giving up so soon? Looking at the ashen-faced fairy hunter, Mira Jane pouted with disinterest, her sharp fingertips spreading open and pointing at her. She had originally wanted to have some fun with this Urza, but who would have thought that Roland's sudden take over magic would scare this group into giving up all resistance? Stupide Roland. It's over. Darkstream. A dark, purple magic circle appeared in front of her palm. Pitch-black magic power surged out, condensing in midair into several giant, dark claws that rushed toward the dazed Urza with unstoppable force. Sonic Spear. Faced with the black claws rushing toward her, Urza instinctively changed the form of her Ten Commandments spear and dodged at an extremely fast speed. You're definitely not the Mira Jane from that fairy guild. Who are you? And who is that guy over there? Urza said in a deep voice. She had been hunting that dark guild for nearly 2 years, so she naturally knew Mira Jane very well, a gentle personality, with little combat power, even when using magic items. This demon in front of her, rather than being Mira Jane, it was more like they only had a similar appearance. If the Mira Jane she knew possessed such immense power, she wouldn't have been able to hunt down more than 10 guild members. Even the guildmaster had died at her hands during the last siege. That's not an important matter. Well, talk after you've become our prisoner. After speaking, the wings on her back suddenly shot forward, and Mira Jane's hands were covered in a dark purple magic halo. Darkness spark. Boom! A howling hurricane swept past. Claws and spear collided. The immense impact forced Urza's figure back continuously, her iron boots plowing 2 deep trenches in the ground. She's so strong, too, this woman. In that brief clash, Urza felt the terrifying power contained within that slender body. Go for it, Mira Jane. After releasing his resurrection state, Roland sat leisurely in a chair and shouted loudly. The grass behind him was piled with corpses. The more than 600 elite Imperial soldiers had been completely annihilated. Perhaps because he had fused with the Ulquiorra template, he felt no resistance to killing for the first time. It was as if he had just stepped on an ant by his foot. The outcome of the duel was, without a doubt, Mira Jane's victory. Ha ha! Urza panted heavily, looking at Mira Jane, who was still in her original form, with a face full of unwillingness. A complete defeat. Facing Mira Jane in her demon state. No matter what form her Ten Commandments spear took, it couldn't close the gap between them. Not to mention that the other guy's oppressive presence had been there the whole time, making it difficult for her to breathe and her steps heavy. It's only been half an hour. Compared to the Urza from my world, you're really lacking in strength. Mira Jane grabbed her pineapple-like crimson hair, lifting her entire body up and forcing her to meet her gaze. Seeing the pained expression on Urza's face, a pleased smile appeared on Mira Jane's. My world, Urza? Forcing her eyes open, Urza noticed the key point in her words, and a guess gradually formed in her mind. Could it be that these two monster-like people were from another world? So, what are you going to do next? Under Urza's angry gaze, Mira Jane released the finger pinching her chin and asked with a curious tone, if I just ask about the guild's location, you probably won't tell me, right? Don't worry, I have a way to make you talk. Roland casually took out a piece of parchment from his pocket and squatted down in front of the kneeling Urza with a smile. Urza, could I trouble you to sign your name in the bottom left corner with your blood? Get lost. If you have the guts, kill me. Looking at the culprit who had slaughtered her army, the bound Urza's eyes were filled with killing intent as she squeezed the words out through her teeth. She didn't care if this parchment was a magic item. She would die before signing it. It was the pride of the captain of the 2nd Magic War Division. Should I use hypnosis magic? I happen to know a little. Mira Jane blinked, and pink magic power swirled around her fair fingertips. Although this kind of magic had almost no effect on people with ample magic power like Natsu or Gray, It should be no problem to control Urza, who had no magic power for 2 or 3 minutes. No need to be so troublesome. Actually, it will work even if I use your blood to sign. Roland waved his hand nonchalantly, then reached out and wiped some of the blood trickling from the corner of Urza's mouth. Then, under her increasingly uneasy gaze, he used his index finger to write her name on the parchment, stroke by stroke. Urza Nightwalker. Done, Roland stood up, reached out, and pinched Urza's chin, lifting her head slightly. Welcome to being my slave, Urza. Chapter 56, The Fairy Tale Branch. Is it over just like that? Looking at the unchanged Urza, Mira Jane couldn't help but be a little curious. Just by writing the other person's name on a piece of parchment, they could be turned into an obedient slave at will. She had never even heard of such an item, not even the markets that sold all sorts of contraband. There's one last step, to sign my name on the other side. As his voice fell, Roland drew his long sword across his fingertip, but it only left a white mark on his skin without drawing blood. I almost forgot about the hero ability. Roland was stunned for a moment, then reacted. After fusing with the Ulquiorra template, his physique could no longer be called human. It was similar to that of Hollow. Even if his entire arm were cut off, with his rapid regeneration talent, it would grow back in less than 2 seconds. But in that case, it's a little troublesome to get blood. Roland tried to suppress his high-speed regeneration, then covered the blade with his left hand and slowly increased the pressure. Drip, drop scarlet blood fell. As he wrote his name on it, the slave contract suddenly burst into flames, gradually turning to ash in midair. At the same time, a purple, butterfly-like pattern appeared on Urza's firm abdomen, looking very alluring. Looking at the slave crest below her navel, Roland fell into thought. This thing, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. What's this? Mira Jane also noticed the strange tattoo on her lower abdomen and leaned over curiously, her watery blue eyes observing it carefully. She couldn't detect any magic power from it. It looked just like an ordinary tattoo. I think it's a success. Feeling the faint connection between himself and Urza, Roland said tentatively, then, first stick out your tongue. Don't you dare insult me, MMPH. The fierce-eyed Urza shouted sharply, but just as the words left her mouth, she uncontrollably stuck out her tongue. Her moist tongue was exposed to the air. Urza's eyes widened subconsciously, filled with shock. My body is out of my control. Oh my, you look so cute like this. Urza Mira Jane's eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but reach out and pat Urza's head, stroking it like a pet under her mortified gaze. There's something even better. For example, from now on, you can only call us master when you speak. You must answer any questions, and you are not allowed to tell any lies. A smile of interest appeared on Roland's lips as he softly gave the command. Urza, give me the details of your measurements. Yes, master. Urza's face showed a struggle, but under the effect of the slave contract. She gritted her teeth and said in an extremely humiliated and resentful tone, My 3 sizes are 83, 57, 86, damn it. I can't resist the commands he gives at all. Those numbers are about the same as the Urza from my world. Mira Jane looked at the brutally honest Urza, pinched her chin, and couldn't help but tilt her head and ask, So, Urza, what's something embarrassing you've done lately? Thud. Urza clenched her teeth tightly and slammed her head into the ground with force. Blood trickled from her fair forehead. I absolutely cannot answer that kind of question. Dying here by banging my head is better than being played with like a toy by these 2 demons. Two times. Unfortunately, even with a bleeding head, the enslaved Urza still answered the question in a trembling voice. Mira Jane, don't bully Urza like that. She's our comrade in that world, you know? Looking at the eager Mira Jane, Roland said speechlessly, Was this really the time to be asking such irrelevant questions? Don't you want to know, Roland? Mira Jane stood up straight and looked at him with some surprise. Ahem. Let's ask about the guild's location first. Roland coughed lightly, then gave another command. From now on, self-harm is forbidden. Even deliberately seeking death is not allowed. He had finally found a slave. If she suddenly killed herself, Roland would have nowhere to cry. After adding a command to prevent Urza from escaping, Roland began to ask about the whereabouts of Fairy Tale. According to the news from the Empire, the fairy guild you're looking for is in this area. My goal in bringing the army here today was to besiege them, under the constraints of the slave contract. Urza revealed all the information she knew without any concealment. After speaking, the fairy hunter lowered her head, her crimson hair falling in front of her eyes. She was in a complete state of out of sight, out of mind. She couldn't escape, and she couldn't die. She could only be played with like a puppet. A slave. Faced with such a desperate situation, what else could she do? Having obtained the guild's current approximate location, Roland and Mira Jane didn't stay any longer. They packed their luggage and prepared to set off. The task of leading the way naturally fell to the silent Urza. Well, we can't just keep calling her Urza. When we get back to the guild, it'll be easy to get them mixed up. Mira Jane held Roland's arm, her long index finger resting on her cheek as she said thoughtfully, "After all, there was another Urza in their world. If their names were the same, it would surely cause a lot of trouble. Then let's call her Nightwalker. We can just use her last name instead of her first." Roland thought carefully, then suggested, "I have no problem with that. I wonder if the fairy hunter will accept it." Urza glanced coldly behind her. At these two who had just met her and were already changing her name, she slowly clenched her fists. Because Legion was frightened and its left wing had been torn off by Mira Jane in her demon state, the three of them were walking on foot. Fortunately, both of them had the ability to fly, so their travel speed was surprisingly fast. Passing through continuous rolling hills and floating islands like a sea of stars, Roland finally found the gathering place of the guild named Fairy Tale in a dense jungle. They found it the Fairy Tale Branch Chapter 57. A new guild member? No, a brother-in-law. Deep blue vegetation soared into the clouds. Strange, large fungi grew on the thick tree trunks, and bizarre-looking animals occasionally hopped out from the undergrowth. "Can you eat this mushroom?" Roland looked at the giant mushroom, which was a full 2 meters tall, with an amazed expression, and couldn't help but ask, "It's edible. Eating this kind of mushroom will cause slight hallucinations. Many nobles in the Empire are buying them up." Urzano, it should be Nightwalker, who was currently leading the way, heard the voice from behind and replied in a cold tone. She tried to hide the mushroom's special toxin in her words. Eat it and die, you two bastards." "So, will eating it be harmful to the human body?" Roland looked at her honest and well-behaved appearance and continued to ask. "TSK, this woman is really vigilant." Nightwalker clicked her tongue in annoyance, then said reluctantly, "Overuse will lead to addiction, and the toxins will gradually accumulate, eventually causing one to die unconsciously in a hallucination. It was indeed edible, but eating too much would lead to death." Hearing this, Roland also gave up the idea of taking the mushroom back as a souvenir for Troy. "But its edible at the beginning was deliberately misleading me," Roland said thoughtfully. "It seems this method won't work to change my perception of you in your mind." "Change my perception in my mind?" Hearing his words, Nightwalker's face gradually twisted. If her body wasn't out of her control, she would have long since rushed up and fought this guy, even if the result was a completely one-sided death. If we're changing perceptions, how about becoming Urza's lover, father, or superior? Mira Jane glanced at him, asking with great curiosity. Hearing those strange identities, Nightwalker's body trembled involuntarily, and the face hidden by her crimson hair gradually lost its color. How about a vicious stepfather who has been training you since you were a child?" Roland pinched his chin, thought for a moment, and then his eyes lit up as he spoke. "Roland, you're so perverted." Mira Jane took a step back without hiding it, her gaze gradually becoming strange. "How about we change it to the big brother next door instead? He'll listen to you." Roland shrugged indifferently and was about to give the command through the slave contract. "Next, I will change the impression I have in Urzus." Or rather, Nightwalker's mind tuned. Seeing that the following words were about to be spoken, Nightwalker's face turned pale, and she hurriedly spoke up to stop him. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to speak since being enslaved. "Oh, do you have an opinion on the identity of the big brother next door, Urza? I'm begging you, just kill me," Nightwalker shouted through gritted teeth. Rather than living like a pet, she would rather die at the hands of these two demons along with those soldiers. "Sorry, I can't do that." Roland refused decisively. What a joke. He had wasted a precious slave contract. It would be too much of a pity to kill her just like that. The answer was not unexpected. Nightwalker's eyes were filled with a dead silence as she prepared to accept the fact that her perception was about to be changed. At that moment, Mira Jane, who had walked ahead at some point, shouted with a pleasant surprise, "I found it! The Fairy Tale Guild is right ahead." Hearing this, Roland was stunned for a moment, then quickly followed. Looking over the small hill in front of them, a giant treehouse stood in a clearing. Besides the conspicuous doors and windows on the trunk, there was a wooden sign hanging with the name Fairy Tale. He had to admit, the guild building in this world was much more magnificent than in his own world. The Fairy Guild. Noticing that her perception hadn't been changed, Nightwalker, who had secretly breathed a sigh of relief, also followed. Looking at the target that was so close, she clenched her fists unwillingly, but then quickly loosened them as if all her strength had been drained. What's the use of finding it in order to besiege this group of fairies? Even I've been reduced to someone else's toy. Creak at that moment, the wooden door of the treehouse opened, and a weak-looking young man with a full head of white hair walked out, a happy smile on his face as he waved goodbye to the person behind him. "Sis, I'm heading out to work now." Although they had been chased like stray dogs since being classified as a dark guild, and had even fallen into a food shortage, there were still mission requests, and quite a few of them. Could that be? Looking at the thin but very familiar white-haired young man, Roland had a guess in his heart. There's no mistaking it. That's how Elfman looked before Lysana died. Mira Jane bit her lower lip, tears welling up in her eyes, unable to hide the excitement in her heart. If what Roland said was true, she would soon be able to see the sister she had lost for a year and a half. Phew, next. I have to work hard to complete my work, and try to let the others in the guild sis. He was giving himself a pep talk, but just as Elfman walked out of the guild's range, he saw the familiar figure in front of him and couldn't help but widen his eyes. "What's going on?" "Before I left, my sister was in the guild cheering me on." "Elfman." Mira Jane wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said in a gentle voice. Both her appearance and tone were no different from his sister's. Elfman swallowed and asked in a wary tone, "Why is my sister here?" Although the humans of Edolas had no magic power in their bodies, it didn't mean they couldn't use magic items. Did I get hit by a hallucinogenic item? Elfman couldn't help but guess. "Yo, nice to meet you." At that moment, Roland walked out from behind and greeted him with a smile. "Elfman of this world. This world means, who are you?" Elfman secretly shifted his feet, looking at the two of them nervously. "My identity?" Roland thought for a moment, and a smile couldn't help but appear on his lips. A new guild member might be a bit confusing, so let's put it in an easier-to-understand way. In the parallel world, my identity is your brother-in-law. Bro, brother-in-law. Chapter 58, A Long-Awaited Reunion in Zanpakuto. Sodi no Shirayuki. Faced with such an intimate address, a blush appeared on Mira Jane's cheeks, but she didn't refute it. After all, becoming Elfman's brother-in-law was only a matter of time. Brother-in-law, parallel world, sister. Elfman felt like his brain wasn't working, and he kept repeating the previous words. "My head itches so much. Don't get hung up on that. We mean no harm. We're just here to find someone." Roland revealed the golden emblem printed on his shoulder, showing him the mark of a guild member. At that moment, the treehouse behind Elfman suddenly became chaotic, and then 3 people walked out from the guild, looking at the two of them warily. But when they saw Mira Jane, the few of them couldn't help but be stunned. "There's another Mira across from us. It must be a transformation item. They're trying to trick the guild members out by turning into Mira. Damn it. This royal army is so despicable and shameless." It's really me," Mira Jane explained helplessly. but her voice was quickly drowned out by angry curses. Troy, Jet, and Lucy? Noticing the blonde girl, Roland's eyes couldn't help but widen, a look of surprise on his face. No. Why has the Edolos Lucy joined the guild? He remembered that in the otherworld Earthland, there was still about half a year before the start of the story. Jet, Troy, and a girl I don't know? Mira Jane also recognized the two comrades across from her, but when she saw Lucy, a trace of doubt flashed in her watery blue eyes. She's probably a new member of the guild. It's a parallel world, after all. Roland explained. While the two were talking, the three people on the other side had taken out their weapons and surrounded them with unfriendly expressions. Clearly, he and Mira Jane had been mistaken for lackeys of the Empire. In that case, Nightwalker, these fairies are all yours. Roland shouted with a slight smile, then reminded her, remember to go easy on them. Don't kill them. TCH, give me my weapon first. From the nearby forest, Nightwalker walked out with a cold expression, then extended her hand toward him, wanting her 10 Commandments spear back. They'll give it to you after you've defeated them. Nightwalker glanced at him, then walked silently toward the three people who were now showing looks of panic. That's the fairy hunter. Cold sweat dripped down Troy's forehead, and his hands holding his weapon trembled uncontrollably. What joke? We just moved to a new location 3 days ago. Damn it, how did they catch up so fast, Jet? Hurry and tell Levy to activate the teleportation magic circle. Lucy suppressed the panic in her heart and ordered loudly. So noisy, you lot. Nightwalker's gaze gradually turned fierce. The long-suppressed emotions in her heart instantly erupted as she clenched her fists and charged forward. Even without her 10 Commandments spear, her well-trained body could easily take care of this group of fairies. In less than 2 minutes, the three of them were lying on the ground in a pathetic state, not a single spot on their bodies left unscathed. Humph, not running away this time? Urza grabbed Lucy's long, golden hair and lifted her up, a cruel smile on her face. This bunch, if it weren't for them, I wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Didn't I tell you to go easy on them, Nightwalker? Roland squatted in front of Jet and Troy, looking at the two who were subconsciously covering their heads, and couldn't help but say, shut up, I'd go easy on them, and call me Urza. Perhaps realizing that she couldn't escape his control, Nightwalker was slowly resigning herself to her fate and retorted coldly. If it weren't for the constraints of the slave contract, she would have long since cut the three people she had been chasing for half a year into pieces. You dare talk back? Tonight, you will be punished severely. Thud, ouch. As his voice fell, Nightwalker's expression instantly darkened. She directly threw Lucy in her hand, causing her to let out a cry of pain as she was caught off guard. That's too rough, Urza. Mira Jane couldn't help but shout, helping Lucy up from the ground with a pained expression and gently patting the dust off her. Are you okay? Okay. Lucy clutched the back of her head in pain. Looking at the gentle-looking Mira Jane, she couldn't help but feel a sense of daze. This person is so much like the Mira in the guild. Could it be that the Empire's new disguise magic items can even disguise a person's personality? This should be enough to prove our sincerity, right? Roland summoned 2 ShadowCon ninjas, who dragged up the fallen Jet and Troy, and suggested with a light laugh, how about we go into the guild to rest for a bit, and then have a good chat? Looking at the captured Jet and Troy, Lucy fell into a brief silence. Besides accepting, did she have any other choice? Inside the Treehouse Guild, unlike the noisy guild in the original world, the guild here was much quieter. There's no hope left. Damn it. Even the 3 strongest in the guild have failed. I say we should just fight them to the death. As soon as he walked into the guild, Roland heard various arguments, and the air was filled with an atmosphere of suppression and despair. Good afternoon, everyone. Roland greeted them with a smile. Mira Jane also poked her head out from behind him, curiously sizing up the Parallel Worlds Guild. Gray wearing thick clothes, a thin and irritable Redus. Makeo, wearing glasses and looking very gentlemanly, Levy fixing a machine with a wrench, and behind the bar, with a sad face, Lysana, seeing her counterpart. Mira Jane's expression couldn't help but become a little strange. She didn't know if it was her imagination, but she felt like her counterpart's personality hadn't changed at all. Cease. At that moment, an incredulous murmur was heard. A girl with short, white hair stood there in a daze, the cup in her hand slipping and falling to the floor. It can't be. Why is my sister in this world? Lysana? The sound of the shattering cup drew everyone's attention. Mira Jane also saw her long-dead sister, and her eyes slowly widened. At the same time, Roland also received a notification that the mission was complete. Mission 1. A long-awaited reunion complete. Mission description. Please help Mira Jane and Lysana reunite. Mission reward. Zanpakuto Sodi no Shirayuki from the world of Bleach. Huh? Roland blinked in a daze. Chapter 59. Levy, the me from the parallel world, is also his girlfriend? The sudden notification sound made Roland forget to check the missions that had refreshed today. If it hadn't been for the late night last night, he wouldn't have forgotten about this. What's the situation? There's another Mira? At this time, the others in the guild also noticed that something was wrong and looked at each other in confusion. Everyone, don't act rashly. They shouldn't be enemies. A dusty Lucy walked out from behind, her gaze sweeping past Nightwalker and Mira Jane beside her, finally landing on Roland. If he hadn't spoken up, she and Troy would have long since died at the hands of the fairy hunter. Well, in any case, let's sit down and talk first. Ignoring the system notification sound in his ear, Roland sat down at the round table and tapped his fingertips on the tabletop. First, to introduce ourselves, Mira Jane and I are from the Fairy Tale Guild of a parallel world. We're mainly here to find a lost comrade. As his voice fell, everyone present widened their eyes, staring at him with extremely surprised gazes. The concept of parallel worlds existed in both Idolos and Earthland, so it wasn't hard to understand. It was just, do parallel worlds really exist? According to what you're saying, could it be that this Mira Jane and Urza are from a parallel world? Hey, what's the guild in that world like now? Has it also become a dark guild? There's one over there too. All sorts of messy questions rang in his ears. Roland sighed slightly, and the finger tapping on the table lifted slightly. Boom, the next moment, a Ryatsu as heavy as a mountain descended. Everyone in the guild, except for the two Mira Janes, turned red in the face and couldn't utter another sound. Fortunately, the oppressive feeling quickly dissipated. Calm down, all of you. It's too noisy with so many people crowding around. Although he was used to the noisy atmosphere in the guild, it didn't mean Roland liked having people shouting in his ear. In short, the guild on our side also has counterparts of Elfman, Gray, Natsu, Levy, and others. But aside from their similar appearances, their personalities and preferences are all the opposite. There's such a thing. Lucy's eyes widened, and she subconsciously asked, then what am I like in that world? I don't know. There's no one by that name in our guild. Roland shook his head. So, the me over there didn't join the guild? Lucy couldn't help but frown. Actually, in the last 6 months, the only newcomer to join the guild was Roland. Mira Jane said thoughtfully, by the way, is there no member named Roland in your guild? Never heard of him. Makeo and Natsu looked at each other, both looking blank. Clearly, neither of them had heard the name Roland. Is it possible? Mira Jane thought for a moment, then tilted her head and said, that Roland's counterpart over here is Lucy? Huh. Lucy was so startled that she almost fell off her chair. No way. I'm a man in the parallel world? It's certainly possible. Lucy was the last newcomer to join our guild. Makeo pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and said in a steady voice, stop guessing. And Mira Jane, your imagination is a bit too rich. Roland said helplessly. How did the topic suddenly turn to me? Art, I'm not praising you. Roland flicked her fair forehead, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Lysana, whose expression was gradually becoming complicated. Are you hesitating, Lysana? As the matter was explained clearly. Everyone in the guild also let down their guard and surrounded Roland, asking all sorts of questions. Yeah, so this sister from that world and Roland are lovers? Elfman looked surprised. Even the Mira Jane from the world of Idolos, who was serving drinks, had a strange expression and couldn't help but size Roland up. He was indeed her type. The beauty mark at the corner of his I was also in just the right place, making one's heart flutter. Didn't I tell you earlier? I'm your brother-in-law. I thought you were joking at the time. Wait, let's put the romance stuff aside for a moment. What I want to ask is, Lucy interrupted their conversation and asked with narrowed eyes, "You're here to find a lost comrade. So who exactly are you looking for?" Hearing this, the hand of the Mirror Jane beside her, who was holding a plate, trembled, and the smile on her face became a little strained. She had probably guessed who the other party was looking for. "You'll know soon enough." Roland took a sip of red wine and said unhurriedly, "A few minutes ago, Mirror Jane had gone to find her sister. The two of them should be experiencing the joy of a long-awaited reunion right now." At that moment, Nightwalker, who had been silent all this time, walked over and extended her hand straight toward him. "According to our agreement, give me back my weapon. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word on something like this." Roland kept his promise and gave her the 10 Commandments spear, then continued to drink his red wine, his gaze on the guild members who were completely different from their usual selves. Natsu had his arm around Gray's shoulder. A recovered Troy and Jet were lecturing the weak elfman. And Levy, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Noticing the gaze from the side, Levy narrowed her eyes, looking very carefree. "Oh no, the cute Levy has turned into Kana." "Ahem, nothing. I was just curious. Is your hobby fixing machines?" "Well, I wouldn't say I like it after all. To escape the Empire's pursuit, we can only rely on me to maintain the equipment." Levy propped her cheek on one hand and glanced at him unconsciously. She didn't know if it was her imagination, but she felt a strange flutter in her heart. "Hey, can you tell me about the Levy from my world?" she suddenly asked. "The Levy from my side. She's very cute. If you coax her a little at night, she'll willingly be your pillow." Levy stiffened and looked up, her gaze gradually becoming vacant. A pillow at night. Wait, the me from the parallel world. Could she also be his girlfriend? Chapter 60. Well done. We'll give you a reward tonight. You mean? Levy took a deep breath, put down the cup in her hand, then suddenly looked up at him, her voice filled with disbelief. "The me from the parallel world and you, your relationship is so good you're already at the point of sharing a bed?" Being used as a pillow at night was such an intimate thing. It seemed like something only couples would do, like Biska and Alzak, who were always so lovey-dovey. But the problem wasn't this guy Mirror Jane's lover just now? So what's this about being a pillow? Suddenly, the corner of Levy's eye twitched, and a bad guess appeared in her mind. The parallel world me. Could she be the third party? Just like with Mirror Jane, the Levy from that world is also my lover. Roland looked at the dazed expression on her face and couldn't help but chuckle. This look on Levy wasn't common. It's a shame he didn't bring a Lacrima vision. Otherwise, he would have recorded all the members with their contrasting personalities and brought it back to the guild for a public execution. To actually be two-timing a him, does Mira know about you? And me? Levy subconsciously raised her voice. She was in no mood to continue drinking at this point. She leaned forward, her expression serious, as she asked, "Of course she knows. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said it so directly." Looking at the familiar face so close to him, Roland resisted the urge to pinch it and nodded in reply. After hearing this, Levy couldn't help but fall silent. To be honest, she really couldn't imagine sharing a boyfriend with Mirror Jane, with both of them knowing about it. If her boyfriend were to engage in such player-like behavior, according to her personality, she would have long since charged at him with a magic item. "Me? How on earth did you do it?" "Who knows? Maybe I'm just too charming." Faced with the question by his ear, Roland replied slowly, "What kind of narcissist are you?" Levy glanced at him speechlessly. She had to admit, this guy was indeed very handsome. Just meeting him for the first time was enough to make her heart flutter a little. Since Roland and the parallel world her were lovers, the boyfriend over there probably looked the same, right? At this thought, Levy couldn't help but feel a little expectant, and the corners of her lips turned up inadvertently. It feels like her mood has brightened up quite a bit. Looking at the blue-haired girl whose legs were swinging back and forth, Roland pinched his chin, a bit puzzled. Hold on, right? Can you tell me the specific situation of the me in the parallel world?" At that moment, Jet and Troy, who had recovered from their injuries, walked over and casually threw their arms around his shoulders, a grin on their faces. You too? Because accidents always happen when you're on missions. You're often mercilessly lectured by Elfman. Glancing at the two who had been beaten miserably by Nightwalker, Roland said nonchalantly, "Wait, the two of us are lectured by the weak Elfman?" Troy and Jet looked at each other, both seeing the disbelief on the other's face. Even the Elfman nearby had a look of surprise. "Is the me from the parallel world that amazing? You gotta be joking, right?" Jet, Troy, and Lucy are known as the guild's strongest candidates. Natsu, with goggles on his forehead, couldn't believe his ears and subconsciously swallowed. "I'm not joking." A gentle voice came from behind. Mira Jane, wearing a dress, walked down the stairs from the second floor, her usual smile on her face. Behind her, Lysana also slowly emerged, with faint tear stains on her delicate face and slightly red eyes. It looked as if she had just had a good cry. "In my guild, the ones called the strongest candidates are Mystigan, Laxus, Gildarts, and Urza." Here, Mira Jane paused thoughtfully, then tapped her index finger on the corner of her lips and said, "But Laxus and Urza were defeated by Roland, so currently there are only 3 strongest candidates left." "I've never heard of any of those names." "Wait." Hearing the names, Gray first shook his head, but quickly realized something was wrong. "That Urza, why would the fairy hunter join the guild? Although I don't know what's up with the Urza here. The one I know joined the guild when she was a child." Mira Jane shook her head and said in a gentle voice. Nightwalker, sitting in the corner with her spear, looked up wordlessly, a faint light flashing in her cold eyes. "Is it because the parallel world me joined Fairy Tale that I wasn't killed? TCH, what pointless pity." Nightwalker glanced at Roland not far away, then closed her eyes again. I've been wanting to ask since just now." Looking at the crimson figure in the corner, Lucy couldn't help but point. "That couldn't be the Urza from your side, could it?" Although she had been beaten badly just now, she knew clearly that the other party hadn't used lethal force. If it had been a fairy hunter, she would have been long dead. "No, this time, only Mira Jane and I came to Edolas." Roland waved his hand and continued. "This is the fairy hunter you all know. This morning, she was preparing to lead her troops to besiege the guild, but I happened to stop her." "Oh, I see." Lucy subconsciously took a step back, the smile on her face becoming a little strained. It was a miracle she hadn't been killed just now. It wasn't just her. The other members of the guild also tacitly moved away from the corner. After all, having been hunted so many times, the other party's strength, cruelty, and the comrades who had died had long since become a psychological trauma. There's no need to be so panicked. Nightwalker is very obedient now. As he spoke, Roland snapped his fingers. Hearing the familiar snap, Nightwalker instantly opened her eyes and looked up unhappily, her expression full of vigilance. Ever since the slave contract was established, she had often been made to answer questions so shameful they made her want to kill herself. "Don't worry. I just want you to go give me a glass of water." "Yes, master." Nightwalker secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then stood up with a blank expression, filled a glass with water, and brought it over. "Well done. I'll give you a reward tonight." Taking the glass, Roland, under the shocked and twisted expressions of everyone, smiled and ruffled her crimson hair. Chapter 61. The Fairy Queen's Defeat. Feeling the pat on her head, Nightwalker remained expressionless, her brown eyes showing no emotion. Since she couldn't resist as a slave anyway, she might as well give up. At least her current situation wasn't as bad as it could have been. That was good enough. As Nightwalker sat down beside him under his command, the guild members who had been surrounding them also gradually dispersed, leaving only the 2 Mira Janes and Lysana. He had to admit, Nightwalker's deterrent effect was quite strong. "Nice to meet you, Miss Lysana." Roland looked at the girl with short, white hair in front of him, a gentle smile on his face. "I'm Roland, a newcomer who just joined the guild a short while ago. I've heard my sister mention you." Lysana wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and forced a smile. Just now, on the second floor, the long-lost Mira Jane had told her about Roland's identity beforehand. "So, This was her brother-in-law. Looking at the young man who was about her age, Lysana's eyes were filled with a thick curiosity. She didn't know what had happened to her sister during her time in Idolas, why she had become so gentle and had suddenly found a life partner. But before understanding these things, she had to explain the whole story to the Idolas sister. At this thought, Lysana took a deep breath, her sapphire-like eyes filled with worry and panic. She was afraid that after she told the truth, the Mira Jane and Elfman of this world wouldn't be able to bear the blow. Mira Jane, as Lysana's hesitant words fell, the Idolas Mira Jane gently hugged her, tears welling in the corners of her eyes. Lysana, actually Elfman and I both noticed. The Idolas Mira Jane gently stroked her short hair and comforted her in a soft voice. After all, falling from such a high place, it's impossible for anyone to survive. Mira Jane reached out and gripped her left arm, her expression gradually dimming. The joy of finding her sister had also vanished because of this scene, although she had her suspicions about the Lysana counterpart who had never appeared. After hearing the cause of death straight from her, she couldn't suppress the sadness in her heart. Why was Lysana's fate in both worlds so tragic? Imsoli, Mirayana. I didn't tell you the real situation at that time. Feeling the warmth of the other's embrace, Lysana's voice gradually became choked with sobs. Hot tears quietly slid down, soaking the fabric on her chest. If she had told them her situation beforehand, the farewell wouldn't have become so sad, and she wouldn't have had to see her sister fall into grief again. Really, aren't we all family? Why are you suddenly apologizing? The Idolas Mira Jane looked up, reached out to wipe away her falling tears, and put on a gentle smile. You're as gentle and considerate as the Lysana who passed away, so you can't let your real brother and sister be sad anymore, okay? Here, she turned to look at the other one and requested with a serious expression. You'll leave Lysana in your care. Please rest assured, Mira Jane said just as seriously. Absolutely, I will absolutely not lose a family member again. Watching the moving scene before her, Nightwalker's heart was slightly touched, but she quickly gritted her teeth and glanced to the side. What a joke. I won't be moved by something like this. You should know, I've killed more than 10 members of that guild. As for Roland, he had shifted his attention to checking today's missions. It was better not to get involved in such a farewell scene. System, check today's missions. As he thought this, the glowing system panel appeared in his vision. Mission 1, a long-awaited reunion complete. Mission description, please help Mira Jane and Lysana reunite. Mission reward, Zanpakuto Sodi no Shiryuki from the world of Bleach. This mission had been completed after he walked into the Fairy Guild, but he just hadn't claimed it yet. Sodi no Shiryuki, known as the most beautiful ice-type Zanpakuto in the Soul Society. Roland fell into deep thought. This reward was actually quite good, but the problem was that it seemed he had no use for it. The second stage Resurrección a Murciélago was better than Sodi no Shiryuki, and this thing's Bankai would change his appearance. If he remembered correctly, the user would get white hair and wear a white kimono. Picturing the scene after Bankai, the corner of Roland's mouth twitched slightly. Can this thing be used by others? He asked in his mind. This Zanpakuto has been adapted. With the host's consent, its use is not restricted to anyone other than the host. Please note, overuse of this Zanpakuto carries a serious risk to life. As expected, a slight smile appeared on Roland's lips as he thought about who to give Sodi no Shiryuki to. First, a female with weak strength that would have to be the slave, Nightwalker, with the slave contract to bind her. He didn't have to worry about her betraying him. They'll have Nightwalker try it out tonight, Roland said to himself. After making his decision, he looked at the next two refreshed missions. Mission 2, the Dragon Slayer's Doomsday. Mission description, let those arrogant Dragon Slayers see your true strength. Please defeat 5 Dragon Slayers. Mission reward, Digivice from the world of Digimon. He wanted it, but he couldn't complete it. The two of them had to stay in Idolas for 3 days, and he couldn't find any Dragon Slayers here. Mission 3, the Fairy Queen's Defeat. Mission description, duel with the most admired Urza. See who can score the most points in 3 hours. Mission reward: 3 sins of beans from the world of Dragon Ball. Wait, what does points mean? Is this duel really a proper one? Chapter 62. You can't pull any tricks on Urza tonight. He'll claim the mission reward first. Roland speechlessly closed the mission panel and silently recited in his mind. As his voice fell, he felt a slight weight at his waist. Looking down, a regular black tachi had appeared next to his white Resurrección tachi. One sheath was black, and the other was white, giving off a strange sense of disharmony. At the same time, memories of Sodi no Shiriki Shirkai, its true name, and combat techniques flooded into his mind, as if he had been using it for hundreds of years. He had to admit, this method of pouring memories into his head was really convenient. A thoughtful expression appeared on Roland's face. He wondered if these memories could be given to Nightwalker. It would save him the time of teaching her how to use it. Impossible. This method is only applicable to the host. All right then, looks like I have something to do tonight. Roland sighed with some regret. As noon approached, Lysana had also finished saying her goodbyes to the Idolos Mira Jane and Elfman, her delicate face covered in tears. Goodbye. We'll be thinking of you over there. Lysana took a deep breath, her watery blue eyes filled with reluctance, but she forced a smile. Although they weren't her real sister and brother, after spending a whole year together, she had long since come to see them as family. Don't be so sad. They'll have a chance to come back. Looking at the short-haired girl with tear-stained cheeks, Roland comforted her. Putting aside whether Grandma, poor Liusica, and Mystigan in the original world had a way to return. When the king of this side used the superdimensional magic anima to plunder magic power, he would have to come back again. But that magic called anima was interesting. Roland pinched his chin, his eyes flashing slightly. If he had time in the next 2 days, he would go to the capital and get his hands on that parallel world-traveling magic first. At that time, with his godlike power, wouldn't the entire world of Idolos be his backyard? You can really come back? Hearing his words, Lysana's eyes widened in an instant, and she looked at her first-time brother-in-law with pleasant surprise. Otherwise, how do you think Mira Jane and I got here? Oh, right. Lysana nodded in realization, then asked with some confusion, but how did my sister and brother-in-law know? How did you know I was in the Idolos Guild? Sister? Brother-in-law? Mira Jane blinked her beautiful eyes, hearing this address from Lysana for the first time. Her relationship with Roland. Has it been acknowledged by my sister? A guess. Roland took a sip from his wine glass and replied naturally. Liar. I even called you brother-in-law. Hearing the extremely perfunctory answer, Lysana puffed out her cheeks and muttered under her breath. Never mind brother-in-law. Even calling him darling would be useless. Roland nonchalantly looked at the gradually livening guild. The scene, which was completely different from usual, had a unique flavor. It's lunchtime. Would you two like to try our food? An imposing Lucy walked over, holding 2 plates of what looked like fish dishes, and said with a raised eyebrow, I'll have one, please. Roland nodded. Then I'll have one, too. Mira Jane sat down beside him, a gentle smile on her face. Placing the dish on the bar, Lucy leaned forward slightly and studied Mira Jane carefully with a frown. You're so much like the Mira Jane on our side, in both appearance and personality. If one didn't look closely, it would be easy to confuse the two. I remember you saying, aren't the personalities of parallel world counterparts the opposite? Why? Looking at the equally gentle Mira Jane behind the bar, then at the Mira Jane sitting next to Roland, Lucy was at a loss for words. If it was really as he said, then that Mira Jane's personality should be rough, right? At this question, Lysana, being her sister, also cast a curious gaze. About that, although it's a little embarrassing, Mira Jane glanced at Roland beside her and couldn't help but scratch her slightly red cheek with her fingertip as she explained in a small voice. This gentle personality of hers had only changed after Lysana's death. Her standard personality was foul-tempered and hot-headed. She often got into fights with Urza at the drop of a hat. In a sense, she was no different from a delinquent girl. So that's your original personality? Lucy sat boldly on the high stool, a strange expression on her face. That Mira Jane with the gentle, sunny smile becoming so aggressive. No, she couldn't imagine it at all. That sounds cute. Can you show me some time, Mira Jane? Quietly putting down his knife and fork, Roland turned the grilled flying fish and the plate it was on to Ash, then turned his head and smiled. This dish was worse than he had imagined. When he went back, he would pack some for Happy. Brother-in-law, I advise you to drop that idea as soon as possible. Recalling the memory in her mind, Lysana took a deep breath and quickly advised against it. Cute, that's clearly terrifying, right? After simple lunch, Roland, Mira Jane, and Lysana began to plan for the next 2 days. Today, they would stay the night at Fairy Tale. Tomorrow, they would go to the nearest town to buy souvenirs. The third day, which was also the last day, Nightwalker would lead the way to the capital, and they would find a way to get the details of the anima magic. Are we really going to the capital? Won't it be a bit of a stretch with just the 3 of us? Lysana looked at the plan map route and asked with a worried expression. Even if her magic power was restored, she wouldn't be of much help. No matter how strong her sister and brother-in-law were, they couldn't fight for that long. It would be easy for them to be worn down by the royal army, right? Don't worry, Roland is much stronger than you think. Mira Jane shook her head and continued, compared to that topic, and more concerned about Nightwalker. The guild in the world of Edolas was strange. Besides a room for storing clothes and miscellaneous goods, there was only the Treehouse Guild itself. Most of the sleeping arrangements were in a collective dormitory. Although there were single rooms, they were few in number. Since the 2 sisters hadn't seen each other in a long time, they naturally had a lot to talk about, so the 2 of them would take one room. As for Roland, it didn't matter. A single room or the dormitory were both acceptable. That only left Nightwalker. If she were to stay in the girls' dormitory, it would probably cause a great panic. Leaving her to stay in a room alone wasn't reassuring either. After all, she was the fairy hunter. So don't bully Urza tonight, Roland. Mira Jane looked at the bewildered Roland and said with a beaming smile. Chapter 63. Dance. Sode no Shirayuki. Nightwalker's Shirkai. Roland naturally had no objections to the arrangements Mira Jane made. In any case, he was planning to give Sodi no Shirayuki to Nightwalker tonight, and, if possible, he could also complete the mission that had refreshed today. The sins of beans that could bring people back from the brink of death were good stuff. As the arrangements for the next few days were finalized, Lysana eagerly pulled Mira Jane toward the second-floor bedroom, wanting to properly catch up on the guild's recent situation. Brother-in-law, I'm borrowing my sister for a while. Slow down a little, Lysana. As she stepped onto the wooden stairs leading to the second floor, Mira Jane subconsciously looked back at Roland and gave him a slightly apologetic smile. He'll find you later. She mouthed silently. Really, I'm not that petty. Roland shook his head with a laugh, then stretched vigorously and turned to say, let's go. Come with me for a stroll outside. After all, it wasn't often that he got to visit a parallel world. He had to satisfy his curiosity. Nightwalker stood up with a blank expression, holding the strangely shaped 10 Commandments spear in her hand, and followed slowly behind him. Stepping out of the guild's main gate, her pineapple-like crimson hair was blown by the wind, revealing her delicate face. Her eyes stared coldly at Roland, who was picking mushrooms. Can you eat this one? A magnetic voice came from a distance, making her turn her face away in annoyance. No. Nightwalker, are there people living on these floating islands? All sorts of questions that could be considered common knowledge came one after another, causing veins to pop on Nightwalker's forehead. The corners of her mouth twitched as she suppressed her irritation. So annoying if I weren't no match for him. I would really kill this guy here. Fortunately, Roland didn't torture her for too long. After finding a floating island with nice scenery, he took Nightwalker and walked up into the air. His steps were as if he were treading on invisible stairs, approaching the sky step by step. He's not using a magic item. Watching this scene, Nightwalker suppressed the shock in her heart, her amber eyes narrowing slightly. From their first meeting, she had sensed that something was off. These 2 were like the Exceed, who were born with magic power in their bodies, able to cast magic without the help of any items. All right, here we are. Roland released the arm wrapped around the girl's waist, then took out the gourmet tablecloth from the four-dimensional pocket and prepared to enjoy today's lunch. As for the grilled flying fish from noon, he could only say that even Happy might not eat it. Barbecue, soda, oh right, do you like strawberry cake? Halfway through his sentence, Roland suddenly paused and turned his head to ask, Ido. She could have kept quiet or said she didn't like it. But Nightwalker, who had been commanded not to lie, could only force the two words out through her teeth with an ugly expression. I see. It seems that even if your personalities are different in the two worlds, the things you like don't change. Roland nodded in understanding, then ordered 3 more slices of strawberry cake for her. Since becoming a slave, Nightwalker hadn't eaten anything, so he might as well order some for her. Looking at the 3 strawberry cakes that had appeared out of thin air on the tablecloth, Nightwalker was silent for a moment, then turned her head to the side in disdain. It was true that she liked it, but that didn't mean she would eat it. Not eating? Then how about you finish all 3 strawberry cakes in half an hour? Looking at the extremely untruthful fairy hunter, Roland unhurriedly snapped his fingers and softly gave the command. The slave contract was no mere decoration. Don't go too MMPH. Nightwalker had just opened her mouth to protest when her hands, which were out of her control, picked up a slice of strawberry cake and stuffed it in her mouth without another word. Her words were choked back, leaving only a mortified whimper. After a leisurely lunch, the two strolled around outside for a while, and time quietly passed into evening. 3 bright moons hung in the black curtain of the sky. The moonlight and starlight intertwined, falling gently like gauze on the deep purple forest. Inside the guild, since the members had made their homes in the treehouse, it was still very lively even late at night, the air filled with excitement and the smell of alcohol. According to the Idolos Mira Jane, after the original world's Mira Jane went upstairs with Lysana, the two of them didn't come out, even for dinner. They were probably talking about guild matters. Let's go. I happen to have a nice gift prepared for you. After a moment of thought, Roland decided to take Nightwalker back to the bedroom first and teach her how to use Sodi no Shiryuki. Hey, are the two of us going to be in the same room tonight? Uncontrollably following him up to the second floor, Nightwalker hesitated and couldn't help but ask. Although a similar thought had crossed her mind after becoming a slave, she hadn't expected it to be so soon. That disgusting thing, absolutely not. Besides me, who else would be in the same room with you? Roland pushed open the door nonchalantly and continued. Don't get any funny ideas. I currently have no designs on you. No designs on me, for now. Nightwalker glanced at him unhappily, instantly understanding the meaning behind his words. As the door closed, Roland also drew the Zanpakuto from his waist and slowly handed it to her. Try it. What do you mean? Taking the hilt with some hesitation, Nightwalker couldn't help but look confused, not understanding what he wanted her to do. Try shouting, dance, Sodi no Shiryuki. Danse, Sode no Shirayuki. As her voice fell, Nightwalker's eyes widened in a daze, a look of surprise in their depths. Chapter 64, Fountain but Nightwalker. The blade's appearance, has it changed? As a cold chill suddenly bloomed in the room, the blade, hilt, and guard all turned pure white. A light, white ribbon was tied to the end of the hilt, moving with the air. Is it a special weapon, like the 10 Commandment spear? Feeling the icy touch in her hand, Nightwalker subconsciously thought of the magic spear forged by the Empire. It could also transform into different forms and allow the user to master special abilities. Sodi no Shiryuki, this is an ice and snow type Zanpakuto. Roland stroked the white ribbon floating in the air and explained, in the Soul Society, it's known as the most beautiful Zanpakuto. I think it suits you. Zanpakuto must refer to the sword in my hand, right? Then what kind of place is the Soul Society? Hearing the unfamiliar terms from his mouth, Nightwalker narrowed her eyes slightly, a bit of curiosity rising in her heart. But due to her pride and dignity, she wouldn't open her mouth to ask this guy. Instead of these unimportant things, why not test Sodi no Shiryuki's power? Roland reminded her with a smile. Understand, gripping the pure white hilt. Nightwalker took a deep breath and swung down at the wall. The white ribbon danced in the air. A biting, cold chill, carrying ice crystals, landed on the wall, and a sharp gash suddenly appeared. The cold air spread out from the gash like ripples. Wherever it passed, the wall was completely covered in a pale frost. In no time, the temperature of the entire bedroom dropped instantly. Looks like the power is pretty good. The corner of Roland's mouth lifted slightly, and then he explained all the ways to use Sodi no Shiryuki, preparing to have her try them one by one. Some no mai, Tsukishiro, Tsugi no mai, Hakurin, San no mai, Shirafune, and low temperature control lowering her own body temperature, with a limit reaching absolute zero. Haha. Nightwalker panted slightly. Her face was pale, her crimson hair was covered in a thick layer of frost, and her body was trembling uncontrollably. She had only maintained absolute zero for half a second, and she felt like she had almost frozen to death. The rapidly chilling body, the blood that stopped flowing, and the gradually fading consciousness, that near-death feeling. She would absolutely never experience it a second time. Remember to gradually raise your body temperature. Don't suddenly control it back to normal temperature, as that will cause permanent physical damage. Roland pulled the trembling girl into his arms, using his own body heat to dispel the chill from her body, while also holding a cup of hot coffee he had prepared in advance. At this time, she couldn't care about her pride anymore. Nightwalker took a sip with trembling lips. It took about 10 minutes for her to gradually recover. Looking at Nightwalker, who had buried her head in his chest, Roland stroked her cool hair. And after a moment of thought, he asked, Do you feel, a new kind of power similar to magic inside your body? A power similar to magic? Nightwalker frowned slightly. Although she didn't quite understand what he was saying, she closed her eyes to feel the changes in her body. Are you talking about this? After a short while, Nightwalker slowly opened her eyes, tentatively extending her palm, and a milky white spiritual power covered it. This strange power, it doesn't look like magic power, does it? Even though she had no magic power in her body, Nightwalker had used many magic items, so she could naturally judge easily. I see. It seems that after transferring a Zanpakuto, the transferee's body also develops spiritual power. Feeling Nightwalker's not-so-strong Ryatsu, Roland thoughtfully pinched her cheek, causing the girl in his arms to grit her teeth. Although that Ryatsu wasn't strong, it was enough to support the Zanpakuto's Shurkai. As for Bankai looking at Nightwalker, who was half frozen to death but still looked annoyed, Roland sighed with regret. At least for now, there was no hope of seeing it. The bright moonlight shone into the room through the window. The pleasant chirping of insects and the rustling of leaves in the wind blended together, as melodious as a concerto. Why would you give me something like this? Nightwalker sat upright at the desk, her fingers stroking the cold blade of Sodi no Shiryuki, and asked after a long silence. According to our statuses, we should be enemies. Instead of killing me to eliminate future trouble, you give me such a powerful and strange weapon. Aren't you afraid it'll seize the opportunity and turn on you? There aren't so many whys. I just felt that Sodi no Shiryuki suited you, so I gave it to you. Putting down the book he had swiped from Natsu, Roland said nonchalantly, Actually, I'm quite looking forward to seeing what Nightwalker looks like after her Bankai. Training her then would definitely be interesting. Unfortunately, I can only wait for later. Is that an answer? Nightwalker glanced at him, really not understanding what he was thinking. He turned me into an obedient subordinate, arbitrarily changed my name from Urza to my last name, and forced me to confess my most private personal habits each week. At this, she clenched her fists tightly, her gaze gradually turning cold. If you don't kill me now, later you'll regret it sooner or later. Growing angrier and angrier, Nightwalker left him with a harsh threat. Don't worry, I never do things that make me regret. Roland yawned, then looked at her with great interest and kindly reminded her, You should drink more water next. After all, the night is long. Nightwalker ignored him, returning to her cold appearance and closing her eyes on her own. I really hope you can keep that expression on for a while longer. With a wave of his hand, Roland summoned several Shadowcon ninjas, having them stand guard outside the door, forbidding anyone from approaching tonight. As for whether anyone would hear Nightwalker from now on, you must not reveal anything about what happens here, and you are forbidden from leaving this room without my permission. After softly giving the command, Roland looked at the instantly wary Nightwalker and couldn't help but laugh. Then first hand over those cumbersome clothes, and then take care of yourself. His cheerful voice was clearly audible. Nightwalker's expression gradually turned ugly, her eyes staring at him deadly. Do your best, Miss Urza. Roland sat on the edge of the bed with his legs crossed, a gentle smile on his face. Damn bastard, sooner or later, one day, he'll kill you. Nightwalker forcibly suppressed the anger in her heart, her gaze filled with chilling, killing intent as she uncontrollably removed the stockings from her feet. The sound of rain quietly arrived outside the window. The raindrops pattered on the dense jungle, making an extremely pleasant sound. It's raining again. Roland closed the window in front of the desk, unhurriedly wiped the water splashed on the back of his hand, and chuckled to the side. What annoying weather, right? Godi. Chapter 65. Mira Jane. Urza, didn't you sleep last night? The sudden light rain continued until 4 in the morning, and a misty water vapor permeated the dreamlike forest. Lying quietly on the wooden floor, Nightwalker stared blankly at the ceiling, her crimson lips slightly parted as she panted continuously, as if she had lost all her strength. 9 times she remembered the number very clearly. Only after that guy had recited the number with a delighted expression did he stop the physical and mental torture. Want some water? Roland squatted beside her, thoughtfully holding a cup of hot water, and asked with a slight smile. The gentle, sunny smile paired with his handsome face might have made an ordinary woman blush uncontrollably, but Nightwalker was clearly no ordinary woman. Get lost. An extremely hoarse voice sounded. Nightwalker turned her head to the side, completely ignoring the bastard. She had been exhausted from a night before. It was a wonder she wasn't cursing him out loud. Such a hot temper. It seems the training wasn't enough. In that case, wait. Before he could finish, Nightwalker's eyes widened in an instant, a rare look of panic and humiliation on her face. If that stimulating thing happened a few more times, she would definitely die. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken to you in that tone. She gritted her teeth, her voice intermittently begging for mercy. When you apologize, what should you call me? Roland's fingertips traced the girl's firm abdomen, feeling the cool moisture on it, as he leaned in and reminded her softly by her ear. My master. Taking a deep breath, Nightwalker tried to suppress the anger in her heart and forced a smile. Although it was clear she was being forced to say it, Roland accepted the address. After all, this kind of training had to be done step by step. In any case, they had plenty of time to spend together. After you've rested, put on this set of clothes. Your original clothes are unwearable anyway. Roland reached out and tucked the hair by her cheek behind her ear, then placed the prepared black backless outfit beside her and said with a smile. As for her original clothes, they had been soaked during the 3rd time last night. Even if they were washed and dried, Nightwalker probably wouldn't wear them. Master, Nightwalker murmured, as if resigning herself to her fate. That's right. You have to keep being this obedient. Roland patted her head in satisfaction, then stood up and walked to the window, pulling open the closed curtains. Soft sunlight shone into the room, seeming to dispel some of the dampness. Facing the sudden light, Nightwalker subconsciously half-closed her eyes and forced her weak body to stand up. Her long, crimson hair fell down her back and over her shoulders, covering her graceful figure. From a distance, she looked like a finely crafted statue. Nightwalker clutched her chest and slowly bent down to pick up the black clothes on the floor. As the full view of the outfit was revealed, the corner of her eye twitched. The clothes she usually wore were daring enough, but compared to this shoulder-bearing outfit that resembled a sexy apron, they could only be described as conservative. Fortunately, Roland also knew what Soy Fawn's casual outfit was like, so he had thoughtfully prepared a white inner shirt to prevent any wardrobe malfunctions. In the first floor hall, as the two of them walked down the stairs, many members immediately greeted them in a friendly manner. "Good morning, Mr. Roland." Natsu waved at him with a smile, looking very polite. Why is that fairy hunter still here?" Noticing Nightwalker following behind him, Gray, who was sitting beside them, stiffened slightly and muttered fearfully. It was clear that the psychological trauma from being hunted for so long could not be overcome after such a short period of interaction. What's more, many of their familiar comrades in the guild had died at her hands. Looking at the crowd, who were angry but too afraid to act, Roland couldn't help but sigh. The Idolos Guild, compared to the one on the other side, was indeed too weak both in strength and spirit. If it were the guild from the original world, they would have charged forward without fear, even if there was no chance of victory. After Mira Jane and Lee Senna come out, let's set off for the nearest town, Roland said without turning his head. Compared to the rather boring fairy guild, he was more interested in strolling through a parallel world's town to see if he could buy any nice local products. Nightwalker didn't reply, just quietly followed behind him. By the time the two sisters, Mira Jane and Lee Senna, came down, Roland had already planned the route to the town of Luen. "And we're leaving so early?" Lee Senna poked her head out from behind Mira Jane and said with a surprised expression. She thought they would be leaving this afternoon. "We're currently on the continent west of the royal capital. We have to cross a strait in the middle. If we don't set off early, we won't have enough time to get to the royal capital later." Placing the map drawn by Nightwalker on the table, Roland explained seriously. According to Nightwalker, without relying on legion or magical transportation, it would take at least 4 or 5 days to reach the royal capital from here. "I can leave at any time." Mira Jane looked at the planned route and said in a soft voice. The main reason for coming to Idolos was to find her sister. Now that her sister was found, there was naturally nothing urgent left to do. Although she didn't know why Roland wanted to go to the royal capital, he must have had his reasons. "Since you both said so, I have no objections either." Lee Sin aside with her hand on her hip, then quickly returned to the second-floor bedroom to bring down the luggage she had packed last night. Taking advantage of this time, Mira Jane turned her head to look at Nightwalker, a trace of doubt flashing in her watery blue eyes. She had been curious since just now, why did today's Urza look so tired, as if she hadn't woken up properly? Urza, didn't you sleep last night?" Looking at the dark circles under her eyes, Mira Jane couldn't help but tilt her head and ask. Chapter 66. The Idolos Backyard Plan. At this question, Nightwalker lowered her head in silence, the long crimson hair falling in front of her face, hiding her darkened expression. If she could, she really didn't want to bring up those humiliating things. Did something happen? Looking at the silent Nightwalker, Mira Jane grew more curious, her gaze unconsciously falling on Roland. "Last night, we just played a little game, that's all." Roland feigned seriousness and coughed lightly, then continued to ask, "By the way, after we arrive in Luen, are there any shops you want to visit?" "Mira Jane? Isn't that a bit of a blunt way to change the subject? What kind of little game is that?" Mira Jane half closed her watery blue eyes, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly leaned forward. As the two of them got closer, her nose twitched slightly. A faint scent of roses wafted from his body. Very pleasant. I don't smell that familiar, strange odor." At this, Mira Jane quietly breathed a sigh of relief, and her usual gentle smile returned to her face. "What are you doing?" Seeing his girlfriend's little movements, Roland's expression couldn't help but become a little strange. He could probably guess what Mira Jane was trying to do. But the problem was he had also been accidentally splashed with a lot of water last night. After cleaning up the room, he had gone to take a comfortable hot bath. If she was trying to judge by smell, she wouldn't get the truth. "I'm just helping little Levy confirm if you've been cheating on her outside." Faced with his question, Mira Jane placed her long fingers on her cheek and said with a very natural expression, "Are you sure you're helping Levy?" The corner of Roland's mouth twitched slightly as he thought to himself. At that moment, Lee Santa also came down from the second floor, dragging a large bag of luggage, a rather strained expression on her face. "When are we leaving?" The heavy bag fell to the floor. Lysana wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked up at the two of them. "Any time is fine. But aren't you going to say goodbye to the Mira Jane and Elfman of this world?" Roland snapped his fingers, and two Shadowcon ninjas instantly emerged from the surrounding shadows, very conscientiously dragging the luggage into the shadows. "So cool. Your magic is so convenient." "Brother-in-law," Lysana first exclaimed, then said softly, "I've already told them about leaving. My sister and brother helped me pack this luggage." Although she had mentally prepared herself yesterday, at the moment of true departure, she couldn't help but feel a little sad. After all, she had lived with them like family for over a year. "Don't be so sad, didn't I say? They'll come back again in the future." Roland ruffled the girl's soft, white hair, a gentle smile on his lips, like an older brother who was several years her senior. "Yeah, I know," feeling the pat on her head. A faint blush appeared on Lysana's cheeks. She took a deep breath and replied, "Brother-in-law is so gentle. His personality is so much like the Idolas sister." After getting ready, the four of them left the lively guild without alerting anyone, preparing to head to the nearest city, When. The guide was naturally Lysana. Having lived here for nearly a year, her familiarity with this forest was far greater than Nightwalker's. As for the mode of travel, Roland chose to walk, so he could admire the strange scenery of Idolas along the way. In the deep purple forest at noon, sunlight poured down like a waterfall, barado the dense treetops and scattering mottled light and shadow. Along the way, one could see purple grasslands like a brocade of flowers, bizarre giant rock cliffs, and floating islands hanging high in the sky like a sea of stars. This journey, rather than a rush, was more aptly called a trip. It took them a whole morning to reach the city of When. "Let's buy some local products in this town today, and then tomorrow morning we'll speed up and head to the royal capital. What do you think?" Roland turned around and asked with a smile. "I have no objections, but won't it affect what you need to do?" Mira Jane tilted her head curiously and asked. She remembered that When was some distance from the royal capital. If they continued to walk the rest of the way, it would take at least 3 days. "Don't worry, it won't be a problem." Roland shook his head nonchalantly. With his Resurrection form and Mira Jane's Satan soul, the four of them could cross the strait in the middle at an extremely fast speed. Once they crossed the strait, the rest of the journey would be much simpler. Whether they bought a magic vehicle or flew directly, it would be no problem. After arriving at the royal capital, he could also begin to implement the Idolas backyard plan. Since brother-in-law has said so, then next, he'll lead everyone on a tour. Lysana volunteered, a playful smile on her face, looking very lively. As for Nightwalker, she still maintained that very cold and aloof posture. Giving no response, her gaze calmly fixed on the town. When Street, in the center of town. Inside the magic shop. This is the Flame Sealing Sword. It has fire magic stored inside, and you can adjust the size of the flame at will. Lysana took a fiery red, giant sword hilt from the shelf and said with a beaming smile, "If you're giving it to Natsu as a souvenir, he'll probably be very happy. He'd probably dislike such a small flame, right?" Roland tentatively activated the Flame Sealing Sword. The weak flame that emerged made him shake his head decisively. Too weak. It wasn't even qualified to be Natsu's food. Then take a look at the sky rending cannon. It's a can with wind magic stored inside. You just have to unscrew it a little. Lysana slowly unscrewed the blue gas can in her hand, and a gust of wind instantly surged up from below, gradually lifting her long dress. But just as her ankles were revealed, Lysana closed it again, and her skirt instantly fell back down. Although the power is also small, it's quite suitable as a gift for a child. Roland pinched his chin, feeling inexplicably tempted, while the two of them were picking out gifts for the guild members. Mira Jane and Nightwalker behind them were whispering. Well, one was responsible for asking, and the other was forced to answer. Since the Empire doesn't allow the existence of guilds that misuse magic items, why haven't these shops that sell items been shut down? Mira Jane stood with her hands behind her back, leaned curiously next to Nightwalker, and couldn't help but ask. Yesterday, she had learned from Lysana that the reason why Fairy Tale had become a dark guild. Mainly, there was only so much magic power in this world. In order to prevent the magic power from depleting too early, the Empire had ordered all guilds to be disbanded. Fairy Tale, which had refused to obey the order, had naturally become a wanted dark guild. According to the latest news from the Empire, the king will issue an edict to seal all magic shops within 3 days. We can only wait until then. Hearing the voice by her ear, the pensive Nightwalker uncomfortably took 2 steps back and explained with a blank expression. Right now, she was thinking the Idolos backyard plan that guy proposed on the way. What on earth does it mean? Chapter 67, Mira Jane, those 2 times, I couldn't have gotten pregnant, right? The words Idolos and backyard linked together, for some reason, gave her a bad feeling. That Urza! Mira Jane's face flushed slightly as she suddenly spoke, subconsciously glancing at Roland, who was picking out items in front of them, and asked in a very low voice, "Do you like Roland? Why would you think I like him?" Hearing this question, Nightwalker's expression instantly twisted, and she whispered in an icy tone. She wished she could cut off his limbs, hang his corpse on the walls of the royal capital, and after it dried, feed it to the royal army's hounds. It was just a joke. Don't be so worked up. Seeing her intense reaction, Mira Jane completely relaxed and said in a soft voice. Just a joke. Veins popped on Nightwalker's forehead. She could see it now. There was definitely a reason why those 2 became lovers. At this time, Roland and Lysana in front had selected a large pile of magic items and were preparing to pay. Thank you for your patronage. 13 items, a total of 180,000. The middle-aged shop owner had a friendly smile on his face, his hands rubbing together in excitement. Ever since those guilds had been disbanded, he hadn't had such a big order in a long time. So expensive, Lysana muttered, then took out her wallet without hesitation, preparing to pay. Since the currency in the 2 worlds was different, this money was useless to keep anyway. It was better to spend it all before leaving. Tossing the backpack full of magic items into the 4-dimensional pocket, Roland turned to look at Mira Jane and Nightwalker behind him. For some reason, he felt that the look Nightwalker was giving him was as if she wanted to kill him. I didn't do anything excessive to her today, did I? So, she wants to be trained again? Roland couldn't help but think. For the rest of the time, they visited almost all the shops in Luen, buying a special souvenir for everyone in the guild. For example, a special pair of restraining handcuffs for Loki. Once put on, one would lose all strength and feel a slight, numbing stimulation from time to time. As for Levy's souvenir, go and clear out the libraries and bookstores in this town. Remember to categorize the books. Looking at the groups of Shadowcon ninjas in the alley, Roland thought for a moment, then gave the order. For a literature girl, biographies, history books, and novels from a parallel world should be the best gift, right? Are you going to clear out the entire city of Luen? Aren't you? Spoiling Levy a little too much? Hearing such an exaggerated act, Mira Jane puffed out her cheeks slightly, her eyes under her hood staring at him faintly. Clearly, the girl was a little jealous. I can't help it. After all, I promised to give Levy a surprise. But if you want one. Roland pinched his chin, his brown eyes looking at the silver-haired girl beside him, a smile of interest gradually forming on his lips. I can give you a unique gift later. A unique gift? Mira Jane blinked her eyes cutely. Then, as if she had thought of something, her eyes suddenly widened, and a blush like that of a drunken person spread across her fair cheeks. Isn't it too early for that kind of thing for the 2 of us? At the very least, it should be after we get married. At this, Mira Jane suddenly remembered a rather important matter. Those 2 nights she had spent alone with Roland, neither of them seemed to have thought things through. It couldn't be that much of a coincidence, right? Mira Jane subconsciously touched her soft lower abdomen, her expression a little strange. I've booked the inn for tonight. There happens to be one suite left. While she was hesitating whether to tell Roland, Lysana, who had gone to book the inn, came running back wearing a hood, and said with a lively smile. At the same time, a few patrolling soldiers were also walking toward them, looking like they were conducting an investigation. "They'll leave it to you, Night Walker." Roland pulled the two hooded sisters behind him and said without turning his head. "I know." Night Walker didn't hesitate at all, directly walking forward to meet them, her cold eyes staring at the group of patrolling soldiers. "See, Captain Urza?" "Lady Urza." Seeing the familiar face and crimson hair, the few patrolling soldiers on the scene instantly straightened their backs and quickly greeted her with a respectful attitude. Although they didn't know why Lady Urza, who was pursuing the Fairy Guild, would appear here, it wasn't something they as soldiers could ask. "It's nothing. Go and patrol the other street." Night Walker crossed her arms and said with a cold expression. She didn't give any extra explanation, just a command-like sentence, and those soldiers quickly left, covered in sweat. There was no helping it. As the captain of the Empire's 2nd Magic War Division, Urza's name was too well known. Her methods were cruel, her strength was immense, and she never showed mercy to her enemies or her subordinates. It would be a ghost if ordinary soldiers weren't afraid of her. After easily resolving the unexpected situation, the four of them, led by Lee Sana, also arrived at the inn they had rented. The room looked spacious, with 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom. It could completely accommodate 4 people. As the sky completely darkened, the streetlights on the side of the road also lit up brightly. Roland leaned against the soft sofa, holding a cup of warm black tea in his hand, taking a sip from time to time. As for Lee Sana and Night Walker, one had gone to the bathroom alone to take a shower, and the other was sitting in a corner like a recluse, slowly polishing the 10 Commandments spear in her hand. Mira Jane sat quietly beside him, her watery blue eyes staring out the window, gradually lost in thought, her mind on who knows what. The next moment, she couldn't help but look at Roland, a hesitant expression on her face. Sure enough, I have to know Roland's opinion on that matter. Although the chances are small, what if? Hold on. Mira Jane rested her head on his shoulder and called out softly. Those 2 times, there shouldn't be any lasting consequences, right? Chapter 68. Urza, have you betrayed the Empire? Probably not, right? Roland was stunned. He hadn't expected her to suddenly ask such a thing, but after hesitating, he replied with an uncertain tone. Setting that aside, was he currently still human or a creature called a hollow? After all, since fusing with the Ulquiorra template, the traits his body exhibited, like high-speed regeneration and hierro, seemed to have surpassed the limits of a human. Which brought up the question, do hollows and humans have reproductive isolation? If, Mira Jane quietly glanced toward the bathroom, a blush unconsciously creeping on her cheeks, her voice suddenly growing quiet. What if I get pregnant? Then we'll have the baby. What else can we do? Pinching her soft cheek, Roland couldn't help but chuckle. A shy Mirene really is cute. Oh, I thought you would say we'd get married. Receiving his answer, Mira Jane rested her head on his shoulder, her eyes narrowing slightly as the corners of her mouth curved up. Can't those 2 pay attention to the other person in the room? In the corner of the room, Night Walker's forehead twitched uncontrollably, clearly annoyed. Fortunately, this period of torture didn't last too long. After Lysina finished her bath and came out, it was Mira Jane and Night Walker's turn. Come to think of it, I don't think I've bathed with Urza since the hot spring trip. Mira Jane reminisced thoughtfully. I'm really looking forward to it. Hey, can I bathe alone? Night Walker fell silent for a moment, then looked up at him, her fine eyebrows furrowed. If she could, she would rather not bathe at all. But after this morning's experience, she felt sticky all over, and it would be very uncomfortable not to bathe. Request denied. And don't look at me so angrily. Mirene requested it. Roland shook his head, decisively passing the blame to Mira Jane, who was taking off her dress. All right, hurry up and get in. Before Night Walker could turn to ask, Mira Jane pushed her back, which was clad in a white undergarment, and walked smilingly into the bathroom. Because Roland had initially ordered her to obey his and Mira Jane's commands, Night Walker was unable to struggle and could only walk in, filled with resentment. What on earth does this woman want? 15 minutes later, forced to finish her hot bath, Nightwalker walked out with a flustered and angry expression, wrapped only in a white towel, and rushed into the bedroom. Bang! The door slammed shut with a loud bang, making Roland, who was reading, and Lysana, who was eating snacks, look up. Arnu, no twoker. What's wrong? Lysana caught herself halfway through the name and quickly corrected it before asking. I don't know. Mirane probably ordered her to do something. Otherwise, she wouldn't be that furious. My sister. A complicated expression appeared on Lysana's face. Ever since they were kids, her sister and Erzin never got along. They would sometimes have huge brawls in the guild, dragging Natsu and Gray into it. Now that she finally had this chance, knowing her sister's personality, she definitely wouldn't let it go, would she? Soon, Mira Jane also came out, having finished her bath. She was lightly humming a happy tune, her silver hair soaking wet, water dripping from the tips. Compared to the flustered and furious Nightwalker from earlier, her expression was relaxed and cheerful. What did you do to Nightwalker in the bathroom? Roland grabbed a hairdryer and walked up behind her, thoughtfully offering to dry her hair. He couldn't help but ask curiously. Oh, nothing. We just played a little game. Feeling the warm air on her shoulders, Mira Jane's beautiful eyes curved into crescents, her voice laced with pleasure. Why does that sentence sound so familiar? Can you be more specific? Roland kneaded her damp, glistening shoulders. He could smell the wonderfully pleasant floral scent from her body, which couldn't help but stir his desire. I just made Erzin kneel on the floor, stick her rear up high, and then I spanked it hard. The corners of Mira Jane's lips curved up, and she squeezed her right hand in the air, seemingly recalling the soft sensation from a moment ago. Is she a sadist? Roland suddenly felt a wave of sympathy for Nightwalker. She had already been tormented for 5 hours early this morning, and now she had to be dealt with by Mirane in the bathroom. As expected, my sister's personality is no different from before. Lysana pressed her hand to her forehead, sighing helplessly. She might look much gentler on the outside, but she's just as scheming on the inside as she's always been. I hope my brother-in-law will be okay in the future. Silently, after they finished washing up, Mira Jane and Lysana shared one room. Roland took a room for himself, and Nightwalker slept on the sofa in the living room. The next morning, after packing their luggage, the group headed toward the royal capital under Nightwalker's guidance. The journey required them to pass through Sika Town, a strait separating the two lands, and Toria Town, before they could finally reach the royal capital of Idolos. However, when they arrived in Sika Town, a group of well-equipped royal army soldiers happened to be there. The leader was an acquaintance of Nightwalker. What a coincidence! Urza, a flashy-looking man in pink armor and a golden pompadour, pinched his chin, a playful expression on his face. By the way, didn't you lead a team to exterminate the fairy tale Guild the day before yesterday? Did you manage to wipe them all out? And who are those 3 people behind you? Sugar Boy, looking at her colleague before her, the captain of the 4th Magic War Division, Nightwalker's pupils contracted sharply. Damn it, why did I have to run into him here? Watch out, Ugg. Just as she was about to shout a warning, the sound of a finger snap came from behind her. Her eyes flew open, and a muffled groan escaped her lips. Senior Nightwalker, do you not understand your current situation? Roland slowly walked to Nightwalker's side, wearing a gentle, refined smile. Hey, are those slaves? Are you being held hostage? Sugar Boy looked confused, but he quickly noticed the pained expression on his colleague's face and instantly became vigilant, placing his hand on the long sword at his waist. Who the hell are you 3? You're surrounded by the royal army. If you know what's good for you, let Urza go immediately. As punishment, Roland ignored his question, instead turning his head to look at Nightwalker, who was dripping with cold sweat from the pain. He spoke softly. You'll be the one to kill that guy. I understand. Responding in an uncontrolled low voice, Nightwalker's expression turned grim. She tightly gripped her 10 Commandments spear and aimed it at the astonished Sugar Boy. Damn it! Sugar Boy went on high alert. He felt a bone-chilling, killing intent, as if he were being targeted by a ferocious beast. This woman is definitely going for the kill. Urza, have you betrayed the Empire? Chapter 69. Why can't I be the king? What are you doing, Urza? Narrowly dodging the piercing explosive spear, Hughes pulled out the rose sword in his hand, his face looking rather grim. If he hadn't been on guard beforehand, that spear would have pierced him, and he would have died on the spot. The Ten Commandments spear, in its explosive state, was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Nightwalker didn't reply. The Ten Commandments spear in her hand changed form again, the tip quickly flipping to aim at his body once more. Ten Commandments spear. Vacuum spear. The magic crystal embedded in the spear's shaft glowed faintly, and an air cannon constructed from wind magic suddenly burst forth. Bang! With a loud bang, Hughes' eyes widened. He immediately raised the long sword in his hand to block, but he was completely unable to stop the formless air cannon. After only a brief contact, his entire body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing hard into the Royal Army soldiers behind him. So fast, blood trickled from the corner of Hughes' mouth, and the pink armor on his body was dented inward. He looked a complete mess. Even though he knew all the forms of the Ten Commandments spear and their corresponding weaknesses, he couldn't react in time. After all, the user was the Empire's strongest. Urza, I really didn't think there would be a day when I would become your enemy. Hughes slowly stood up with the help of his soldiers, looking with a complicated expression at the expressionless Nightwalker walking toward him. They had been colleagues for 4 or 5 years, so he was naturally very clear about the strength of the fairy hunter before him. Considering the gap in strength between them, a strong sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart. He definitely couldn't beat her in a one-on-one fight, so everyone attacked together. Capture Urza alive, but you don't need to worry about the other 3. Hughes waved his hand behind him, decisively choosing the most advantageous tactic. He didn't believe that no matter how strong Urza was, she could be stronger than 800 elite Imperial soldiers. Do we need to temporarily avoid the brunt of the attack? Looking at the soldiers swarming toward them like a tide, a drop of cold sweat trickled down Lysana's forehead, the smile on her face a little strained. With so many people, no matter how good Mira Jane and Roland were at fighting, the magic power in their bodies would eventually run out, right? Don't worry, Roland is very strong. Mira Jane took off her hood and comforted her with a smile, putting aside that strange sun magic. The demon form he had shown 2 days ago was enough to sweep away this group of soldiers. She hadn't forgotten the hellish scene on that floating island. Hundreds of Imperial soldiers had been turned into dismembered remains in less than 3 minutes. I should have a talk with Roland when I have time later. Recalling the scene from that day, Mira Jane made a decision in her heart. She wasn't against killing, but she didn't want Roland to become someone who disregarded human life because of too much killing. There were quite a few people like that in the Dark Guilds. At this time, Roland looked at Nightwalker, who was gradually struggling under the siege of the soldiers, and a smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Nightwalker, go all out in the next battle. All out? Nightwalker subconsciously looked at the Sodi no Shirayuki at her waist. Without much hesitation, she immediately drew it. Dance! Sode no Shirayuki. As the soft chant echoed through the crowd, a strange chill permeated the air, causing many people to shiver. The white ribbon danced in the air. Nightwalker took a deep breath of the cool air, recalling the combat techniques Roland had taught her. Suji no mai, akuren. As Nightwalker plunged the cold, glowing blade into the ground, a powerful chill, like an avalanche, surged forth. The several soldiers in front of her were instantly frozen into blocks of ice. What's that? Seeing this scene, Hughes, who had retreated behind the army, had a look of astonishment on his face and muttered to himself. That Tachi-type magic weapon, it seemed he had never seen Urza use it before. As more and more soldiers were frozen, everyone noticed the strange weapon in her hand, and they all looked terrified, not daring to approach. Since they couldn't get close to Urza, many people turned their target to Roland and the 2 Mira Jane sisters. It was impossible for these three to be stronger than Urza. Ah, you've completely picked the wrong opponent. Looking at the soldiers surrounding them with spears in hand, Roland couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and say as if sighing, "You should know, the time now was approaching noon. This guy's too arrogant." Everyone attacked together. None of the three have magic weapons in their hands. "Don't look down on us, you brat." The surrounding soldiers shouted chaotically. Roland nonchalantly extended his left hand, and an unimaginable heat gradually rose. "I kindly reminded you. You would have had a chance to survive on Nightwalker's side, but you insisted on coming to my side to die." As his voice fell, a small fireball instantly condensed in his hand. The fierce temperature from it caused the steel spears to melt into molten iron. Cruel Sunday gently pushing the fireball in his hand. The scorching temperature continuously distorted the surrounding air as it rushed toward the group of soldiers with a heat that could melt everything. There was no escape, and likewise, no avoidance. The moment they saw the fireball form at close range, the weapons in their hands and the armor they wore began to melt. There was not a single scream, not a single wail. Most of the soldiers turned to ash as the fireball approached. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, and the extreme heat pierced through the distant mountains. Seeing such a shocking scene, the remaining soldiers all swallowed and threw their weapons to the ground, trembling. No, if they didn't surrender, what were they waiting for? Faced with this kind of monster, how could they fight? Hughes stared dumbfounded at the distant scene that had turned into a volcano, too shocked to speak. At that moment, Nightwalker kicked him to the ground, the sharp blade in her hand about to pierce his heart. "Stop for a moment. I suddenly have something to ask this gentleman." Looking at the about-to-die Hughes, Roland suddenly remembered something important and quickly canceled the command he had given her. "Are you asking about the anima magic?" Nightwalker put away her sword with a complicated expression and turned to ask. "That's right. Didn't you say you didn't know any clues? So I thought I'd ask him." Roland nodded with a smile. It wouldn't be too late to kill him after asking. "I've been wanting to ask since yesterday. What are you looking for that magic for?" Nightwalker pursed her lips and finally asked the question in her heart. "What for?" Roland was stunned for a moment, then pinched his chin. "Of course, to build a parallel world backyard." To put it simply, why can't I be the king?" Seeing her slightly dazed expression, Roland changed his explanation. Chapter 70. The Defecting Chief of Staff. "Please allow me to pledge my loyalty to you." That wasn't an exaggeration. Possessing the Ulquiorra and Escaner templates, Roland could basically do whatever he wanted in the world of Idolos, where magic power was gradually disappearing. Unlike those Exceed who lied about being gods with their precognitive abilities, his strength was that of a true god. Being king shouldn't be too much to ask. "You want to replace the king of the Idolos kingdom?" Looking at the brilliant smile on his face, Nightwalker was stunned for a moment, her expression gradually becoming complicated. If it were anyone else saying such things, she could have dismissed it as a joke and a provocation against the Empire and naturally wouldn't have taken it to heart. But Roland was different. This monster-like guy really had the strength to replace the aging king. "Do you have an opinion on me becoming king?" Roland walked to her side, placed a hand on the girl's fair, cool shoulder, and murmured softly, "Nightwalker, no." Nightwalker lowered her head slightly, letting his fingers slide over her shoulder, up her slender neck, and finally stop at the corner of her slightly red lips. As a slave, could she have an opinion? Did she dare to have an opinion? After so many days of training, Nightwalker had long since learned to be obedient and no longer resisted as she had when they first met. "Since you have no objections, then use your best torture techniques to make that flamboyant gentleman tell us everything." "I understand." Under Hughes' terrified expression, Nightwalker approached him with a blank face, her long fingers tightening around the shaft of the 10 Commandment spear. Soon, miserable screams suddenly rang out in the forest, startling a large flock of birds. In just over 10 minutes, Hughes, unable to bear the torture, revealed all the information he knew. "You're right. The kingdom's magic research is all under the management of the Chief of Staff, so the superdimensional magic is most likely there. Looking at Hughes, who couldn't even speak properly, a trace of pity flashed across Nightwalker's face, and she turned her head away, unable to bear to look. Although she enjoyed the pleasure of torturing people, it didn't mean she was ruthless. But this was good too. At least Hugh's life was spared. Nightwalker slowly stood up, thinking to herself. After getting the information, Roland had no intention of staying in the town any longer. He prepared to speed up and head to the royal capital first. Mira Jane and Lisanna naturally had no objections to this. They rented a magic vehicle from Sika Town with the familiar Nightwalker driving and headed straight for the royal capital. So cool. The magic vehicles in this world can run so fast without a magic power reception device. Looking at the scenery flying past the car window, Mira Jane's eyes widened in amazement as she exclaimed, "You should know, the magic vehicles in the original world were driven by human magic power, and a slight carelessness could lead to life-threatening danger in comparison. The magic vehicles here were much more convenient. It should be because the humans of Edolas have no magic power in their bodies, which is why technology has developed." Roland looked at the magic crystals embedded in the car and couldn't help but ponder. If he brought this thing back to the original world, studied it thoroughly, then established a company and sold it in batches, he would probably make a fortune. Speaking of magic vehicles, I have to mention the Natsu here. Lisanna was lying on the back of the front seat, her soft chest squeezed into a ball, but she nonchalantly told an interesting story about the guild here. Don't be fooled by Natsu's cowardly appearance. The moment he gets in a car, he instantly becomes a different person. The girl was like a singing lark that couldn't be stopped. Only when they arrived at the gates of the royal capital did she reluctantly stop. Thanks to Nightwalker being the driver, the three of them were not subjected to the royal army's inspection and very easily slipped into the magnificent royal city. Mira Jane, you two go and stroll around the capital's commercial street for a while. Nightwalker and I will go to the palace to take care of some things first. Okay, be careful. Mira Jane smiled and waved at the two of them, then used her transformation magic to turn into Roland's appearance, preparing to go out and admire the local customs of the royal capital for a while. Lisanna tilted her head in thought, then transformed into her sister's childhood appearance. A black bout tied her silver hair into a ponytail behind her. She wore a pure black dress, and a cute smile appeared on her delicate face. "How is it, brother-in-law? Am I cute?" Lisanna reached out and hugged Roland's arm, the corners of her lips gradually turning up as she asked with a grin. This was how her sister looked as a child. "Yes, very cute." Roland couldn't help but chuckle. "How about next time I'll have Mira Jane turn into this and have a good experience?" Inside the royal palace, the spire in front is the Chief of Staff Byro's Research Institute. Most of the magic items in the royal capital come from there. Walking on the marble-paved corridor, Nightwalker introduced as she walked. "I have to say, to be able to research magic that can travel to parallel worlds, that Chief of Staff is also a genius in the field of magic." Roland pinched his chin. "A genius?" Hearing the praise, Nightwalker did not deny it. As the two of them gradually approached the spire, the number of patrolling soldiers around them also increased. It was clear that the king attached great importance to this place. "Is Chief of Staff Byro in?" Nightwalker walked up to the soldier in charge of guarding the door and asked in a cold voice. "Captain Urza, Lord Byro is currently inside." The guarding soldier instantly straightened his body and replied with a serious expression. "Remember, no matter how much noise you hear later, do not rush in." Nightwalker pushed open the door in front of her, glanced at him, and said coldly. These Royal Army soldiers were all her subordinates, so they were extremely obedient to her commands and quickly replied. Roland slowly followed her in. The room was very dark. Magic crystals shimmering with a faint light were scattered messily on the table, and a hunched-over old man was thoughtfully taking notes. The quality of the 7th batch of magic crystals from Earthland is quite good, but why does Anima always shut down suddenly? Is it possible that Misto No, Jalal, is playing tricks in Earthland? A gentle voice came from behind. At the same time, The notebook on the table was picked up, and he asked curiously, "Is the superdimensional magic anima recorded in this book?" Before Byro could react, the spear in Nightwalker's hand was pressed against his chest, causing cold sweat to trickle down his forehead. Yes, what's recorded in it are the usage methods and process records of anima. He subconsciously swallowed and answered very honestly. "Say, old man, how about you follow me? It's a waste of your talent to stay in this world." Roland flipped through a few pages with great interest and asked casually, "This world, the guy from the original Earthland? Even Urza has defected." Byro took a deep breath, his mismatched eyes gradually becoming firm, and he said decisively, "Please allow me to pledge my loyalty to you. It'll save my life first." Chapter 71, Allegiance and Nightwalker's Kiss. Between betrayal and loyalty. Byro, the chief of staff of the Empire, chose to live without the slightest hesitation. What a joke to be loyal to the Empire. One must first be alive. You betrayed them a little too quickly, didn't you? Roland closed the book in his hand, a speechless expression on his face. For him to give an answer so quickly, it was hard not to suspect that his surrender wasn't sincere. "Then do you think I had any other choice?" Byro looked at Nightwalker, whose gaze was gradually becoming dangerous, and forced an ugly smile as he asked tentatively, "Of course you do. The other choice is to die at Nightwalker's hands." Sitting backward in the chair, Roland propped his chin on one hand, a slight smile on his lips. "Nightwalker, does he mean Urza?" Although the man looked old enough to have one foot in the grave, Byro's memory was strong, and he instantly remembered the owner of that last name. "Then isn't that no choice at all? Please don't kill me. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you, just like Urza." Byro suppressed the panic in his heart and quickly bowed his bald head with an obsequious smile. Although he didn't know why that woman had chosen to betray the Empire, come to think of it, even the Empire's strongest, Urza, had chosen to submit. What reason did he have to struggle? He would surrender first. After the two of them let down their guard, he would take the opportunity to escape and find reinforcements. Having secretly made his plan, Byro quietly sized up the young man before him and said cautiously, "If you wish to understand the anima magic, I can explain it to you in detail." This Earthland person had spoken the name anima, so he was clearly here for it. If only Nightwalker had been so sensible back then. "All right, you can put down your spear now." Looking at his subservient and fawning appearance, Roland couldn't help but chuckle and give the order. "This old thing is so afraid of death." Nightwalker looked at him coldly and reluctantly put away her Ten Commandments spear, standing quietly to the side. She had been forced to defect, not bound by a slave contract. She was completely unlike this spineless creature. Phew! Seeing that the threat was gone, Byro wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just call me Roland." Looking down at the notebook in his hand, Roland said nonchalantly, the writing in the two worlds was no different, so he could understand what was recorded in it, but understanding the words didn't mean he could understand the content. It seemed he would have to let Levy decipher it. "Lord Roland," Byro said with a respectful expression, "the superdimensional magic recorded in this book is the culmination of 7 or 8 years of the king's hard work. It will take a lot of time to learn. Is there a way to simplify it? For example, by removing the magic crystallization and large-scale use, and only opening a passage between the two worlds?" Roland raised an eyebrow slightly and asked softly. He needed a way to travel between the worlds so that he could better prepare for his future plans. "That's simple enough," but Byro looked at him, hesitating, and asked in a small voice, "My lord, you are from the world of Earthland, aren't you?" "Earthland?" Nightwalker half closed her eyes. She suddenly realized that this chief of staff seemed to be hiding something. Hearing the old thing's tone, it was clear that he knew Roland was from a parallel world and had even come up with a name for it in advance. "So what if I am? Are you going to turn me into a magic crystal?" Roland glanced at him. "No, you wouldn't dare. I would never have such a treasonous thought." Byro sucked in a breath of cold air and quickly shook his head with a dry laugh, at the same time tossing the magic crystal he had been playing with just now into the trash can. "Damn it. What did this guy find out about the magic crystals? This plan has clearly not been made public. There are only 5 people in the Empire involved. Even the captains of the Magic War divisions don't know about it. Hey, Byro. Nightwalker frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask, "Where Earth, land, and magic crystals?" This, can I tell her? Byro subconsciously looked at Roland beside him. Seeing him wave his hand casually, he explained with a pained expression. Earthland was the name for the other world. Magic crystals were formed from the living beings in the parallel world. The superdimensional magic called anima was essentially a way to convert living beings with magic power in their bodies into magic crystals to be consumed by the Empire. You should also know that if we continue to consume magic power like this, the magic power in our world will disappear one day. This plan is to solve the magic power problem. As Byro's voice fell, Nightwalker fell into silence, her fingers slowly clenching into fists. Of course, she knew about the scarcity of magic power in Idolas. Over time, she had even developed a fear for the future. If Roland didn't exist after hearing this plan, she probably wouldn't have hesitated to join in. Are you resentful of me, Walker? Looking at the faint look of unwillingness on her face, Roland unhurriedly walked over and said by her ear, "No." Nightwalker shook her head decisively. "Answer me again. From now on, you're only allowed to tell the truth." A little, uncontrollably speaking her true thoughts, Nightwalker lowered her head, preparing to await the impending punishment. "Why are you lowering your head?" Roland pinched her soft chin, making her look up at him, their eyes meeting. "If I have a way to make the magic power in this world abundant, would you be willing to follow me?" Abundant magic power. Nightwalker stared into his brown eyes, unconsciously drawn to the beauty mark at the corner of his eye, her heartbeat suddenly quickening. If he can really do it. Nightwalker turned her head away and said in a small voice, wasn't the reason she had been hunting the Fairy Guild for so long to delay the fact that magic power was disappearing? If Roland could really do it, don't worry, I never lie to you. Roland's fingertips traced the corner of her lips as he said thoughtfully, then, as payment, "How about you show me your loyalty?" Hearing the voice by her ear and the touch on the corner of her lips, Nightwalker took a deep breath, then looked up at him seriously. "I hope you're telling the truth." Of course, it's the TR before Roland could finish. Nightwalker grabbed him by the neck and kissed him very quickly. Chapter 72. Stealing Magic, but Kazuma sat. Royal Capital, inside the Spire Research Room. Nightwalker slightly raised her head, her movements swift and clean, stretching her neck, and went straight in for a kiss on her tiptoes. After all, even that shameful thing was done in front of him now, only offering her first kiss in exchange for the recovery of the Idolas world's magic power. She felt there was no reason to refuse. Their lips met, exchanging breaths, and a tingling sensation instantly swept through her body, causing the girl, who was kissing for the first time, to hold her breath, her heart pounding fiercely. She didn't know why she should hate this guy, but the moment the other party responded, she suddenly felt an inexplicable subtle feeling. It felt like falling in love. Such an absurd thought arose in her heart, making Nightwalker unable to help but open her eyes, her breathing slightly rapid. After a long time, as the two slowly separated, a crystal-clear silver thread gradually stretched in the air, finally breaking, unable to sustain itself. Is this kind of loyalty acceptable? Nightwalker gasped slightly, her chest rising and falling, looking straight up at Roland, and asked in a calm tone. Perhaps due to the emotion of the kiss, or maybe just a lack of oxygen, a faint blush could be seen on her cheeks. To be honest, it was quite average, but setting aside the senior's first kiss, he'll reluctantly accept this kind of loyalty. Roland said with a smile playing on his lips, regarding the matter of the Idolas world's magic power. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. To solve the problem of Idolas magic power depletion, the optimal choice is to select a few creatures with vast magical power from Earthland, such as a black dragon or Xerif-type creatures. If Anima can truly manage them, this world's magic power reserves could last for at least 1,000 years. The thought is appealing, but the problem is he doesn't know if anima will work on those too. I'll have a chance to try it on that black dragon later. Roland stroked his chin, then came up with a more reliable idea. The death row inmates and dark guild members of the Fiori Kingdom. Since those guys are just wasting life by living, they might as well be brought to the Idolos world and properly utilized. Byro, roughly when can you research the anima magic used for a teleportation gate? After finding a solution, Roland looked at the hunched old man secretly creeping towards the door behind him and leisurely snapped his fingers. The next moment, the surrounding shadows twisted strangely and two shadow ninjas emerged from them, blocking the doorway, one on the left and one on the right. These strange guys, could they be magic from Earthland? Looking at the shadow ninjas blocking the door in front, Byro, with a repulsive, sickening smile on his face, answered unhurriedly, "It will take about 3 days, Lord Roland. 3 days. If nothing unexpected happens, he has to return to Earthland this afternoon, leaving no extra time." "That's a bit too long. How about 3 hours?" Roland smiled and extended his index finger, on which a dark green light condensed, and materialized spiritual pressure instantly filled the room. The heart-stopping oppressive feeling fell upon the aged body, making breathing extremely difficult, and with every heartbeat, he drew closer to death. "No problem. Give me some apprentices who are proficient in magical knowledge. 3 hours will be enough." Byro's eyes widened suddenly, his face turned pale, and he quickly bent down, speaking respectfully. He finally understood the reason why Urza would submit to the young man in front of him. It wasn't a betrayal of the Empire, but a necessity. Are all humans from Earthland this kind of monster? See? Wouldn't it have been better to just agree earlier? Nightwalker, go with him to count the manpower. Hearing this, Roland retracted the condensed spiritual pressure. He still needs this old guy for now, so he might as well let him live a little longer. As the strong oppressive feeling dissipated, Byro gasped for air, and his aged body instantly relaxed. "Please rest assured and leave it to me, Lord Roland." If the initial address was purely pretense, then Byro's voice now held a hint of sincerity. "They'll keep an eye on him." Nightwalker strode towards the outside, and as she passed by him, she whispered softly. As the main door closed again, the entire spire fell silent. I wonder what kind of expression those people will have when they see another Urza after I return to the guild. Roland leaned back in his chair, suddenly choosing not to check today's tasks. System. Open today's tasks. As his voice fell, a crystal-clear panel appeared in his line of sight. Task 1. The drunken girl's trouble task description. The girl in the guild who likes to drink seems to have a crush, but is troubled about how to approach the other person. So please help the girl complete the date. Task reward. Drunkard Peanuts from the Dorman world. That girl who likes to drink couldn't possibly be Kana, right? Roland skipped it with a subtle expression, continuing to look at the task slots below. There's no helping it, even if he knew who Kana liked. He couldn't complete this task after all. This is Idolos. He can't possibly go on a date with this world's Kana. Can he? Recalling that elegantly dressed Miss Kana, Roland couldn't help but shake his head. Task 2. Farewell gift. Task description. When leaving Idolos, please leave a deep impression on the residents of this world. Task reward. Kazuma Sat's stealing magic from the Konosuba. God's blessing on this wonderful world. Wait, why does the name of the user have to be added before stealing magic? Roland lightly pinched his chin. Suddenly, Kazuma Sat's stealing magic seems a bit improper. If there's time, he'll do this task. Task 3. Make an awkward request. Task description. Please say the above sentence to any female. Task reward. A mysterious potion from the Friarin. Beyond Journey's End World. After seeing today's romance template, Roland couldn't help but cover his face. What on earth? Chapter 73. Be careful, don't break my royal palace. Half an hour later, Byro and Nightwalker returned to the Research Institute with 5 apprentices. As for the remaining task of researching and isolating the teleportation magic, Roland, having never dealt with this field, couldn't interfere. He could only read a book out of boredom. Beside him, Nightwalker dutifully served tea, her expression as cold as ever, giving her the air of an ice queen. "Thank you." Roland took a sip of the hot tea in his cup, propping his cheek on his hand as he watched her. Nightwalker was now wearing the soy fawn casual outfit. From his vantage point, he could just see her delicate collarbone and her fair, smooth shoulders. Looking further down, the white inner shirt meant to prevent any wardrobe malfunctions couldn't be seen at all. When they were alone later, he'll have her take off that cumbersome white inner shirt. Noticing his undisguised gaze, Nightwalker couldn't help but think of the earlier kiss, and she looked away, her expression slightly unnatural. She didn't know if it was her imagination, but when she looked at Roland's face, she always felt a strange flutter in her heart. "Oh my, what a cute expression. As long as you like it, sir." Nightwalker subconsciously used a respectful tone and replied softly. Ever since pledging her loyalty, she had also accepted her identity as a servant. Both her words and attitude were becoming similar to that of maid. "Well, I'm a little unused to this." Roland placed the book face down on the table and couldn't help but say, "How about you go back to your arrogant posture?" Sure enough, compared to her current maid-like appearance, training the fairy hunter was more interesting. Nightwalker didn't reply, her eyes staring at him thoughtfully, her mind on who knows what. While they were chatting, the apprentices, led by Biro, quickly completed the simplified version of the anima magic within 3 hours. I almost forgot that the magic here is activated by items. Looking at the design schematics for the large, ring-shaped gate, Roland was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He had to admit, although the humans here had no magic power in their bodies, the quality and abilities of the magic items they created were no worse than those on the other side. "Lord Roland, I don't know what you plan to do with this world-crossing gate." Biro looked at the satisfied expression on his face and suddenly had a bad feeling as he asked cautiously. "World-crossing gate, a fitting name. What am I going to do?" Roland stood by the high tower's window, his gaze overlooking the bustling scene of the royal capital, a slight smile on his lips. "I'm just going to turn this world into my own backyard. That's all." "Babakiyat?" Besides Nightwalker, the other 6 people all had expressions of disbelief, even suspecting that their ears had heard wrong. "Ha ha ha." As expected of Lord Roland, what a magnificent ideal. Biro let out a sinister laugh and agreed in a fawning manner. Ever since he had helped create the world-crossing gate, he had, in a sense, also betrayed the Empire. If the king were to find out, he would have no choice but to go to the gallows. After all, as the chief of staff, he knew too many of the Empire's secrets. If this guy from Earthland really had the strength to turn this place into his backyard, then following him wasn't out of the question. Having gotten what he wanted, Roland prepared to leave the palace and meet up with Mira Jane first. "But before leaving you, eat this pill." Roland tossed the honesty pill in his hand. Seeing the increasingly strange expression on Biro's face, he said. Although he didn't want to eat this strange pill, with Nightwalker standing by with her spear, Biro could only brace himself and swallow it. He was prepared to die from poison. But after waiting for a long time, he didn't feel anything amiss. "Did you tamper with these schematics?" Roland asked with a smile. "No." Biro shook his head decisively. "Good. Then, Chief of Staff Biro, we'll meet again in a few days. Next time we meet, it will be my turn to be king here." As he thought this, Roland was about to call Nightwalker to leave when a knock came from the distant door. "Biro, His Majesty has called an emergency meeting. You're the only one who hasn't arrived yet." A deep, rough voice sounded from outside, accompanied by a heavy knock on the door. Panther Lily, the guy outside, is the captain of the 1st Magic War Division, and also an Exceed. Nightwalker's gaze sharpened, her left hand resting on the hilt of the sword at her waist as she introduced him softly. There weren't many people in the Empire whose strength was on par with hers, and this Lily was one of them. "So it's the Iron Dragon's cat." Roland nodded slightly, having an impression of that giant black cat. "What should we do? Should we find a way to bluff our way through?" Nightwalker turned her head to look at him and asked calmly. "According to the king's recent orders, she and Hugh should both be besieging the Fairy Guild at this time. They clearly shouldn't be in the royal capital. No need for that. We'll just break out of the royal capital, Roland said nonchalantly. He hadn't forgotten that he had a mission to do that steal magic from Kazuma's Satu. To be honest, he really wanted it. Also, isn't it almost time to go back? I understand. Nightwalker nodded in understanding, then quickly walked forward, the 10 Commandments spear in her hand, suddenly piercing through the door. 10 Commandments spear? Seeing the spear pierce through beside him, Lily's eyes widened, and his tall figure quickly retreated. Bang! As the door was kicked open, the crimson figure and a young man he had never seen before appeared before his eyes. Urza, do you know what you're doing? Lily's face darkened as he took the magic greatsword from his back and roared. Cut the crap. Explosive spear. Nightwalker charged forward, the 10 Commandments spear in her hand imperceptibly changing form, the tip glowing with a red light. Boom! A huge explosion rang out. The marble-paved floor was blasted into a deep pit, and a sturdy figure was sent flying. Be careful. Don't break my royal palace. Chapter 74. Everyone. I'm back with gifts. A deafening sound exploded from deep within the royal palace. A surging blast wave, carrying rubble, spread across the area, blasting a huge crater in the ground. The crimson figure burst through the dust, diving in pursuit at a speed nearly impossible for the naked eye to follow. The 10 Commandments spear, converted to the gravity spear, appeared with a black halo and thrust toward Lily. Clang! Lily's expression changed. He hurriedly blocked with his greatsword, and the clash of metal sent out fierce sparks. His just steadied figure couldn't withstand the force and was sent flying back again, crashing straight into the thick palace wall. Urza, an angry roar came from within the dust. The corners of Lily's mouth split to reveal sharp teeth. The magic greatsword he gripped tightly was covered in magic power, instantly growing to be 6 or 7 meters long. The powerful and heavy blade cut through the air as he attacked Nightwalker without holding back. Although he didn't know why the woman had gone crazy, he had a vague feeling that if he didn't go all out, this woman would really kill him. The soldiers, not understanding the situation, looked at each other. After a moment's hesitation, they also took out their weapons and aimed at Nightwalker, who had attacked first. However, before they could get close to the center of the battlefield, Roland, who was following behind, just glanced at them, and an invisible pressure descended upon them. In an instant, their mouths gaped open, their faces turning red as if they couldn't breathe, and like fish out of water, they all collapsed to the ground. Just a slight release of his Ryatsu had an effect on these ordinary people comparable to Conqueror's Haki. Retracting his gaze, Roland watched the battle between the person and the cat with great interest. The outcome of the fight was, without a doubt, Nightwalker's victory. If it were 3 days ago, with the magic power in Lily's body and his superhuman physical strength, the winner would have been uncertain. Are you going to look for King Faust? Releasing Sodi no Shirayuki's Shurkai, Nightwalker looked at the large black cat frozen in a block of ice and turned her head to ask. Just now, that guide said the king was holding an emergency meeting, so his location must be the conference hall. It wouldn't take much time to get there from here. Later, Roland shook his head. Now was not the time to take over this empire. After all, in a few hours, he would be returning to his original world. After going back, he would have to spend some time creating the world crossing gate. See you later. Biro. Roland waved his hand without turning back and walked leisurely out of the palace, showing no sense of crisis at all. Looking at his departing figure, then at the frozen Lily beside him, Biro wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It seemed he had found a good partner. If he really let him become King the Exceed, the queen who controlled the life and death of humans, would be nothing to fear by then. Royal Capital Commercial District. After leaving the palace, Roland and Nightwalker headed to the coffee shop they had booked in advance, waiting for the two sisters who were out shopping. The originally lively coffee shop became much quieter after the two entered. The gazes of the surrounding crowd were all on Nightwalker, and then they couldn't help but look at the handsome young man sitting across from her, their eyes filled with surprise, envy, curiosity, Some even had obvious jealousy. So you're this famous in the royal capital? Roland put down his coffee cup. Noticing the conspicuous stares from all around, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Do you need me to take care of it? Nightwalker looked up at the surroundings, her expression very calm, as if she were talking about a trivial matter. Do you have some misunderstanding about me? Roland sighed helplessly. Did he look like a cruel guy who would even kill civilians? Sorry, I misunderstood. Nightwalker was silent for a moment before she understood what he meant by misunderstanding and said with a strange expression. There was no helping it. The impression Roland currently gave her was that of a demon who killed without batting an eye. Even now, she remembered that floating island stained with blood. The expression on your face says, "You don't believe me at all. Forget it." Roland didn't dwell on this issue any longer. He turned his head to look at the street scene outside the window and slowly drank his coffee. Looking at the bustling street, he also made plans for the future of this world and kingdom. According to the information provided by Nightwalker, the aging Faust had long since swept away the other countries on the continent, so it would save a lot of trouble after he took over. The only thing to consider was the future development path of this country. It's a little troubling. Troubling? As his soft murmur fell, a familiar voice suddenly came from his ear. Roland subconsciously turned his head to look. Mira Jane, wearing a hood, had walked in at some point. Her delicate face was filled with curiosity, and she was about to sit beside him. Lysana, following behind her, was carrying 4 or 5 shopping bags. She skillfully sat down next to Nightwalker and gestured to the waiter to order 2 cups of coffee. Because both of them were wearing hoods, their side became even more eye-catching for a moment. I was thinking about whether I should buy a house after I go back. After all, with Nightwalker and Levy, there aren't enough bedrooms in the rented house. Roland said thoughtfully. Currently, there were only 2 bedrooms in his house. Putting aside little Doryman and the Pokemon that would hatch in the future, just for Levy, Nightwalker, and Mira Jane, there weren't enough rooms. The bed in the room was also a bit too small. Anyway, he had money now. It was more than enough to buy a piece of land and build a villa near the commercial street. Oh my, are you going to buy property? Mira Jane was slightly stunned, cutely tapping her chin with her fingertip. If she remembered correctly, Roland had joined the guild less than half a month ago. A newcomer who had just joined. Even if he took on missions day and night, it was impossible for him to have earned that much money, right? Also, why would a Nightwalker from my world live with you? Mira Jane tilted her head in confusion. Well, that's not important. As a maid, Nightwalker would definitely have to follow him, but it seemed this kind of thing was hard to explain. Roland shook his head, then looked up at the 2 girls sitting across from him. Nightwalker seemed not to have heard their conversation just now and was eating her strawberry cake on her own, a look of enjoyment inadvertently appearing on her face. Sweets were super effective against Urza, no matter which world she was from. That's not right. Why would brother-in-law live with Levy, and you too, sister? At that moment, Lysana, who was lying on the table, suddenly widened her eyes. She had discovered that something was wrong and quickly looked up to ask. Nightwalker also thought so. Why was even Levy living with her brother-in-law? About Levy? Well, how much longer until we go back? Mira Jane scratched her blushing cheek with her fingertip, her gaze guiltily averting to the side as she changed the subject. I can't just say I became the third party in someone else's relationship and then successfully took over. No, Lysana absolutely cannot know about that kind of thing. We arrive around 6 in the evening, so we have about 4 hours left. Roland felt the magic power in his body gradually dissipating and said softly, "There's still some time, right, when we return to our original world. Can we take Lysana and Urza with us?" Mira Jane asked with some worry. "Don't worry about that. We just have to shrink them and put them in the 4-dimensional pocket. I didn't experiment before." Roland comforted her with a light laugh. He had first thrown a wild rabbit into the 4-dimensional pocket. Then, after arriving in Edolas, the rabbit in the pocket had not disappeared. In other words, the system had defaulted it as his item. That's good. Besides Mira Jane, Lysana, who had been dissatisfied, also quietly breathed a sigh of relief, gently patting her chest. After enjoying a leisurely afternoon tea, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Inside the Royal Capitol Inn, a gentle breeze blew into the room through the open window. Roland closed the small biography in his hand and propped his chin on his hand out of boredom. Perhaps because it was their first time in the Royal Capitol, or perhaps because she wanted to experience the atmosphere of shopping with the sister she hadn't seen in a long time. Mira Jane and Lisa had gone out again. I might as well go and finish today's 2 missions. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. Roland called out the system panel again. But mission 2, a parting gift. Complete, bro. When did I complete this? Looking at the mission description, Roland couldn't help but fall into deep thought. When leaving Edolas, leave a deep impression on the residents of the Royal Capitol. But I haven't done anything impressive, have I? Wait, could it be? Roland suddenly thought of a possibility. He remembered that in the coffee shop, because of Nightwalker, he had attracted the attention of many local residents. You can complete a mission like that. Claim. As his voice fell, memories of the steel magic appeared in Roland's mind. A stealing magic related to luck. As long as your luck is high enough, you can steal the best things. Roland looked at Nightwalker, who was sitting on the sofa with her eyes closed in meditation. He tentatively extended his palm and softly chanted, "Steal." The next moment, Nightwalker's eyes snapped open, a look of hesitation on her face. She felt like something on her body had disappeared. Was it my imagination? Looking at her clothes, which were all intact, Nightwalker frowned slightly. At the same time, Roland, not far away, looked at the deep black fabric in his hand, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. So Kazuma's sadist steel magic can only steal underwear? Nightwalker, this is for you. Looking at the soft fabric in his hand, Roland turned his head and called out, casually tossing it over. My thing? Reaching out to catch it, Nightwalker fell into silence for a moment after seeing the black fabric clearly. There was no mistaking that this thing was definitely hers. How did you get it? Nightwalker took a deep breath, then looked up at him, her hand holding the fabric slowly tightening, indicating the turmoil in her heart. Ahem, I got a pretty good stealing magic from somewhere else, so I tried it on you. Roland coughed lightly, then continued. Let me be clear, I didn't intentionally steal your underwear. The value of the items stolen by this magic is all related to the user's luck. If you're lucky, you can steal the 10 Commandments spear. If you're unlucky, it might be something like a strand of hair. Is that so? Then it seems your luck isn't very good. No, I think stealing that kind of thing is probably hitting the jackpot. Nightwalker didn't reply. She took the black fabric, turned around, and walked into the bedroom, slamming the door shut. Bang ses angvi. Hearing the loud sound from the wooden door, Roland thought silently. For the next 3 hours, Nightwalker never came out of the room. Not until Mira Jane and Lisa returned. In a moment, it'll shrink the 2 of you and put you in my pocket. It should only take about 3 or 4 minutes. Okay. Looking at the excited short-haired girl, Roland scanned her body with the shrinking light in his hand, along with Nightwalker beside her. As the light shone, the 2 of them instantly shrank to the size of a grain. It was impossible to see them without looking closely. He extended his index finger to let the 2 of them climb on. Then, under Mira Jane's surprised gaze, Roland placed them into the 4-dimensional pocket on his wrist. Let's go. It's time for me to leave this world too. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was around, Roland leaned closer to Mira Jane, bent down to kiss her neck, and said with a light laugh. Okay, a happy smile appeared on Mira Jane's lips, and she gently hooked her arm around his. It was time for this trip to the parallel world to end. Ticket expired. Commencing return trip. The system's notification sound quietly rang out. The lavishly decorated inn was now completely empty. Earthland. Outside Magnolia. The afterglow of dusk fell like a thin veil. The fiery clouds in the sky were piled up like cotton, slowly pushed by the wind. At that moment, 2 figures appeared out of thin air on the road. After steadying himself, Roland looked around and found that he was at the same spot where he had left. The walls of Magnolia were not far away. Are we back? Looking at the familiar scenery, Mira Jane blinked her beautiful eyes and murmured, Right, Lysana? She took a deep breath and looked up at Roland beside her. Let them out. They'll help you restore them. Roland ruffled her head, then used his fingertip to open the four-dimensional pocket, and two tiny figures climbed out. As the accompanying enlarging light flashed, Lysana and Nightwalker's figures slowly grew taller, finally returning to their original state. Enlarging and shrinking, your magic items are so similar to the Master's magic. Brother-in-law, Lysana first exclaimed, then looked up at the surrounding scenery. Although it was nearing dusk, and although she had been gone for a year, she recognized where this was at a glance. It really brings back memories. Lysana stood there in a daze, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. Her lips moved slightly, emitting an almost inaudible whisper. It's only been a year since I left. Why are you being so sentimental? Lowering her head to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes, Lysana put her hands behind her back, a bright and lively smile blossoming on her face. I'm back, sister. Brother-in-law, and Nightwalker. Hearing her name, Nightwalker, who was observing her surroundings, clicked her tongue with disinterest. Since it's not closing time yet, how about we go to the guild first? Roland suggested. It was just about dinner time now, so there should be quite a few members in the guild. It was a good time to give him a surprise. I want to say hi to everyone, too. Lysana nodded eagerly. Is the other me in the guild? At the mention of the fairy guild, Nightwalker perked up and looked straight at Lysana. Ever since she learned that her parallel world self had joined the fairy guild, she had wanted to meet the counterpart known as the Fairy Queen. Urza should be there, right? Lysana replied, a little unsure. Your hopes might be dashed. Urza went out on a mission 3 days ago. It will probably take her 7 or 8 days. Mira Jane said with a smile, but we can't rule out the possibility that she finished the mission early. After all, the Urza on this side is very strong. Roland shouldered the backpack full of gifts, followed Lysana, who was leading the way, and added, Strong? Yes, about on par with you. The Fairy Tale Guild. The lively sounds were endless. Roland pushed open the main door with a slight smile and shouted loudly, Everyone, I brought back gifts for you. Chapter 75. A levy who doesn't want to hold back, and a Nightwalker forced to eavesdrop. Oh. Roland's back. You're finally back. Fight me, Roland. Seeing the figure outside the door, many people in the guild raised their mugs to greet him, and there was even a pink-haired young man with flaming fists who charged forward with fighting spirit. Fire Dragons, Iron Nightwalker, he's all yours. Facing the aggressive Natsu, Roland easily sidestepped and said without turning his head, who's Nightwalker? And don't ignore me. After his attack missed, Natsu immediately changed direction, his legs igniting with scorching flames, clearly not giving up on his idea of a rematch with Roland. However, before he could take a step forward, the white, scaly scarf around his neck was suddenly pulled, and he fell to the floor. Cough, that bast. Arso. Before he could finish, Natsu saw the expressionless crimson-haired girl, and a cold sweat instantly broke out on his face. He even had trouble speaking. Didn't Urza go out on an S-class mission? She's back so soon. You're Natsu, right? Glancing at the pink-haired young man, whose face was covered in cold sweat and whose fear was unconcealed, Nightwalker frowned slightly and quickly recalled his name. Every time she besieged the Fairy Guild, she could see this guy hiding behind his comrades, crying in panic. We welcome back, Urza. Natsu immediately stood up straight, a forced smile on his lips, his voice trembling slightly. Why does this guy look so scared? Is it because of my counterpart? Nightwalker uninterestingly retracted her gaze and turned to look at the members in the bar, a trace of surprise flashing in her eyes. Makeo, Jet, Elfman, even the members she had killed with her own hand were all sitting safely at the tables, laughing and talking with each other. The atmosphere was very lively. It seemed it was really as Roland had said. Except for their hairstyles, personalities, and clothes, they were basically identical to the members of the Idolos Fairy Guild. A little interesting. Nightwalker ignored the nervous Natsu beside her and walked straight into the guild hall, observing with great interest. Phew, I thought I was going to get beaten up. Looking at Urza's departing back, Natsu first breathed a sigh of relief, then couldn't help but scratch his head. He didn't know if it was his imagination, but he suddenly felt that today's Urza was a little different. While Natsu was about to fall into thought, Roland, not far away, had already distributed gifts to everyone. A magic pipe. It can simulate various flavors of smoke. I specially picked it for you, Uncle Wakaba. Oh, I've never seen this type of magic item before. Wakaba tried taking a puff. The smoke coming out of the pipe turned dark purple, and a great flavor filled his mouth. Such a rare item made the old man's eyes widen, and he couldn't help but praise, "Thank for the gift, Roland-chan. If you're really grateful, please remove the chan from the end of my name." Roland shook his head speechlessly, then tossed 2 gift boxes to Jet and Troy, who were drinking. "I picked these out for you too. One is a special plant seed, and the other is a pair of magic shoes that increase speed. Even we could share?" Jet and Troy looked at each other, a slightly surprised expression on their faces, and they were a little touched. "Thanks, Roland," Jet said with a smile. "I like this gift." Troy took a deep breath and said in a low voice. His specialty was plant magic, while Jet's was god-leg magic. The 2 gifts were obviously chosen with care. It made the 2 of them develop a trace of goodwill toward Roland. If Levy were to be with a gentle person like Roland, it wouldn't be so hard to accept. "Glad you like it," Roland replied with a smile, then looked around and said with some doubt, "By the way, is Levy not at the guild today?" According to Levy's personality, if she knew he was back, she would definitely be the first to pounce on him. "She hasn't been to the guild for 2 days. It seems she's hatching a pet." Jet handed him a beer and couldn't help but say, that egg looks about the same size as the one Natsu brought back when he was a kid. Could also be a flying cat." Troy stroked his chin and added, "I see." Roland nodded in understanding, then said with a slight smile, "I have a surprise for her later, so look forward to it." "A surprise?" Jet and Troy were stunned. Before they could ask, Roland had already headed to the bar. At this time, Guildmaster Makarov was sitting cross-legged on the bar, taking a sip from the large mug of beer in his hand, a look of relief on his face. Although he had only been in the guild for a short time, Roland seemed to have integrated into this noisy family. "In back, master." Roland had a gentle smile on his lips as he handed over the gift box in his hand. Oh, you shouldn't have. You even bought me a GIF." A happy smile appeared on Makarov's face, and he was just about to reach out to take it. But the gift box was handed to Lockie behind him. "I heard from Mira Jane that you like restraints and such, so I bought you a pair of handcuffs specially used for interrogation in the kingdom. I hope you like them." The moment she heard restraints, Lakis' eyes lit up, and she quickly took the gift box. "Thank you. So it wasn't for me." Makarov's outstretched hand froze in midair, and his expression gradually turned gray. "All right, all the gifts have been taken care of now." Roland stretched, placed the empty backpack on the table, and said to himself, I am, Roland." Makarov beside him coughed twice, casually sidled up to him, and reminded him in a low voice, "Didn't you forget something? Why does even Laxus have a gift, but I, the guild master, don't?" That's right, Roland had even prepared a gift for Laxus this time, and had Mikhail deliver it for him. Roland tilted his head in feigned confusion. "The gift? Where's my gift?" Makarov shook his shoulders without any regard for his image and asked loudly, "Don't worry. Although there's no gift, I've prepared a surprise for you." Roland couldn't help but laugh. He raised his mug to look at the guild's main door and said softly, "Didn't Mira Jane bring you a surprise?" Because she had been away for over a year, Lisena wanted to adjust her mentality before facing everyone, so he had distributed the gifts first. "A surprise?" Makarov looked puzzled, but as he followed his gaze, his face instantly went blank. That figure. It can't be. At that moment, the others in the guild also noticed the 2 silver-haired sisters at the entrance. When they saw the short-haired figure, they were all stunned in unison. The entire guild instantly became much quieter. "Is that Lisana?" The cup in Gray's hand fell to the floor. His eyes slowly widened, his face filled with shock. "Hey, stop talking nonsense. Are you drunk?" Loke, across from him, couldn't help but frown. Lysana had been dead for a year. It was impossible for her to appear in the guild. This guy must be drunk. Maybe. Hey, you're kidding, right? Is it a hallucination? I knew I shouldn't have drunk so much. As a series of disbelieving voices rang out, everyone's gazes couldn't help but turn to the entrance. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, Lysana, wearing a white dress, stood there, a smile unconsciously appearing on her face. Mel, I'm back, everyone. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Lysana suppressed the excitement in her heart and shouted loudly. Lysana, is it really Lysana? Natsu and Happy's eyes widened in disbelief. At the same time, the guild fell into a brief silence, as if everyone was waiting for the girl's answer. Long time no see, Natsu, Happy. Lysana waved lively. Lysana. After confirming that this was the Lysana they all knew, tears welled up in Natsu's and Happy's eyes. Unable to hide their excitement, they shouted and flew toward her. But they were intercepted halfway by a Shadowcon ninja that emerged from the shadows. You too, control your emotions. Roland looked at the tearful person and cat, then turned to look at the dazed Makarov beside him and said with a light laugh, What do you think of this surprise, Master? It's indeed quite a surprise. But didn't Lysana pass away a year ago? After a long silence, Makarov looked at the crowd surrounding Lysana and couldn't help but ask, You should know about Idolos, the existence of the parallel world, right, Master? Yes, I know a little. Makarov nodded with a complicated expression. Not only did he know, but his good friend Poryusika was from Idolos and was currently living in seclusion in a treehouse deep in the forest east of Magnolia. So, is this the parallel world Lysana? No, she's the Lysana from our world. Roland shook his head and explained, Lysana didn't die back then. She was transported to the world of Idolos by dimensional magic. The purpose of our mission this time was to go to Idolos and bring Lysana back. I see. Makarov looked at Natsu and the others, who were raising their mugs to celebrate, and a smile slowly blossomed on his lips as he jumped down from the high platform. This surprise from you, and Mira, I like it. He didn't press Roland about how he knew. After all, everyone had their secrets, even as the guild master. He shouldn't inquire. For example, the mysterious Mystigan, the always drinking Kana. Welcome back, Lysana. We'll have a party today and drink to our heart's content. Yay, a welcome party. After Mira Jane's explanation, everyone also learned about Lysana's situation, and a fervent cheer instantly erupted in the guild. Looking at his sister, who was buried in the crowd, Elfman wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, suppressing the urge to cry with joy, and roared, You guys, stop crowding around with those improper looks. All of you, stay away. Ahaha. Looks like not just my sister, but even my brother Elfman has changed a lot. With the help of the Shadowcon ninjas, Lysana quickly left the crowd. Looking at Loke, who had been thrown out by Elfman, a smile appeared on her lips. After all, after you went to Idolos, things happen here too, Mira Jane said, tilting her head slightly. I also didn't expect to suddenly have a brother-in-law. Lysana held the cup of orange juice, her soft pink lips holding the straw as she remarked with a muffled voice. Who would have thought that in just one short year, her hot-tempered sister would become so gentle and find a brother-in-law who was about her age? Really, don't just say whatever you want in a guild. Mira Jane subconsciously looked around. After confirming that no one else had heard, she quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Levy wasn't at the guild, otherwise her and Roland's affair would definitely be exposed. Why are you so nervous? Lysana blinked in confusion. Ahem, Mira Jane, can you lend me the guild stamp? At that moment, Roland, who was sitting beside them, interrupted their conversation and called Nightwalker over. The guild stamp? Mira Jane was stunned for a moment, but after looking at Nightwalker, a look of realization appeared on her face. I see. You want to make Nightwalker a member of the guild? Can I not join? Hearing that she was to join the Fairy Guild, a look of resistance appeared on Nightwalker's face, and she couldn't help but ask, What color do you want the stamp to be? You can also choose the location freely. Roland selectively ignored her request, reached for the stamp in the box, and asked with a smile. Black. Put on my back. Nightwalker closed her eyes and said with a blank expression, out of sight, out of mind. She would just put the stamp on her back and pretend it didn't exist. No problem. But to put it on your back. Roland looked at her back, which was tightly wrapped in a white inner shirt, decisively put the stamp in his pocket, and said with a slight smile, "He'll borrow that stamp for now. We'll do it tonight. Can I take it back?" Nightwalker couldn't help but think. After the surprise at the guild was delivered, Makarov also took the lead in preparing a grand banquet, so most people wouldn't be going home tonight. This was especially true for Lysana, the star of the banquet. As for Roland, he had a blue-haired girl at home who was hatching an egg, so it was impossible for him to attend the banquet. Then he'll head home first. After the banquet is over, he'll have the Shadowcon ninjas send you two back. Roland snapped his fingers, and 6 Shadowcon ninjas emerged from the surrounding shadows, kneeling on the ground like loyal servants. Then he'll have to trouble you. Mira Jane didn't refuse, and said in a gentle voice, if she could, she also wanted to let her sister stay at her long-lost home. After a simple farewell, Roland took Nightwalker and left the guild. Is this your home? Looking at the 2-story residential building in front of her, Nightwalker frowned imperceptibly. I'm just renting. He'll go buy some land tomorrow and build a manor. Under the moonlight, Roland took out a bronze key and opened the door. He could vaguely see a light coming from the second-floor window. Levy should be in the bedroom. Wait in the living room for a bit. He'll go upstairs and check the situation. After giving his order, he walked up the stairs to the bedroom door and was about to knock. But at that moment, the wooden door was suddenly pushed open, and the blue-haired girl's small head poked out from the crack. When she saw Roland outside, a bright light flashed in her eyes, and a smile couldn't help but appear on her lips. You're back, yes. Thanks for looking after the house for the past few days. Roland stroked her soft blue hair and greeted her softly. As the concealing door opened, Levy threw herself directly into his arms, her eyes half closed in comfort. Looking at her cute appearance, Roland had a gentle smile on his face as he picked up her petite body and placed her on the bed. He'll go downstairs first before he could finish. Levy wrapped her arms around his neck, and her soft lips covered his. Can he other things? Wait until tomorrow? Levy bit her lower lip lightly and said in a soft and seductive voice by his ear. She couldn't hold back anymore, especially after Roland and Mira Jane had been out for 3 days. It had given the girl a strong sense of crisis. I understand. Don't regret it. I've long been prepar MMPH. In the living room, Nightwalker put down the magazine in her hand, looked up at the ceiling, and the corner of her eye twitched slightly. That guy, what on earth did he go upstairs to do? Chapter 76. Mira Jane's frank confession. What's wrong with a man liking a harem? Faced with the blue-haired girl's seduction, Roland took a deep breath and kissed her without hesitation. Feeling the gentle touch on her cherry blossom-colored lips, Levy's eyes widened, her heart pounding, and her heartbeat suddenly quickened. Although they had done similar intimate things many times, she knew clearly this time was different from all the others. Once they started, there would be no chance to regret it. But so what? She only knew that she liked Roland, wanted to be with him, get married, build a family, and accompany him to the very end. That was enough. Huh! As their lips parted, Levy panted in small breaths, slowly opening her misty eyes, which reflected the young man's handsome face. He was no different from when they first met, so heart-stoppingly handsome that it made one want to hold him tight and ravish him. Relax, leave the rest to me. Roland tidied her messy hair, gently kissed her forehead, and comforted her in a soft voice. Before that, do you need me to take a shower? I just got back from mission, after all. No need, this is fine. I like the smell of you, Roland. Levy replied, almost inaudibly. Perhaps because the answer was too embarrassing, she couldn't help but bite her lower lip with her canine teeth. All right, they'll listen to you. Faced with such a cute gesture, Roland completely stopped suppressing the restlessness in his heart. 2 a.m. A gentle night breeze blew in from the window, flipping a few pages of the magazine on the table, just happening to open to the most desired girlfriend ranking column. Looking at the 4th place ranking in the magazine, Nightwalker had no mood to care the moment. As for the reason, she looked up at the ceiling, listening to the faint sounds coming from the second floor, and unconsciously clenched her fists. After hearing those suggestive sounds, Nightwalker instantly understood what was happening upstairs. No wonder that guy hadn't come down for so long. Forcibly suppressing the suicidal urge to go upstairs and knock on the door, Nightwalker leaned back on the sofa and closed her eyes with a blank expression. But the intermittent sounds from above and the faint pleas she could hear made her gradually clench her teeth, her expression twisting. Can't you be mindful that there's someone in the living room? In the morning, sunlight like silk threads shone into the room through the window. A gentle warmth filled the air, and the atmosphere was very cozy. So tired, Levy stared blankly at the ceiling, her delicate face showing unconcealable fatigue and laziness as she murmured softly. It turned out to be more manageable than she had feared, and she felt a pleasant sense of relief wash over her. And her face couldn't help but flush as she shyly burrowed into the covers. Only her slightly messy blue hair was left exposed. "Good morning, little Levy." Looking at the bulging quilt, Roland found it amusing and patted the top of her head, greeting her with a light laugh. He had woken up the moment the girl made a move. "Ah, sorry, did I wake you?" Hearing the familiar voice, Levy poked her head out from under the covers and said with some embarrassment. Perhaps because she had just woken up, her voice sounded soft, as if she had no strength. "It's all right. I don't feel tired anyway." Looking at the girl's incredibly cute cheeks, Roland couldn't resist pinching them a couple of times. Soft and smooth. "Not tired. There was no sun last night. So why is your stamina so good?" Feeling the kneading on her cheeks, Levy recalled last night's experience and couldn't help but ask with a red face. This guy's stamina, compared to what was written in the books, was simply off the charts. Is it possible that's my original strength? Really? Looking at the girl's suspicious gaze, Roland raised an eyebrow and pulled hard on the hand that was pinching her cheek. "Ouch! What are you doing?" The sudden pain brought tears to Levy's eyes, and she puffed out her cheeks, staring at him with dissatisfaction. "From now on, you're not allowed to question your husband." "Who, husband?" "All right, let's not worry about such small things for now. Sleep with me for a while. I really can't do anything about you." After a moment of hesitation, Levy buried her head in his chest. As her eyes gradually closed, the corners of her lips couldn't help but turn up. When they got out of bed again, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Because of their unrestrained behavior last night, Levy felt sticky all over, so she prepared to go to the bathroom for a shower first. "Don't you dare sneak in." Levy held her yukata in her arms and, leaning against the wall, laboriously walked to the bathroom opposite, turning back to warn him uneasily. If Roland were to follow her in, something would definitely happen. At that point, forget about showering, she probably wouldn't even be able to walk. Really, is it necessary to be so vigilant? Looking at the blue-haired girl who had locked the bathroom door from the inside, Roland shook his head speechlessly, then walked downstairs. He hadn't forgotten that he had brought Nightwalker back. In the first-floor living room, Roland walked in, refreshed. He quickly found Nightwalker sleeping on the sofa, and several magazines were placed on the table at the same time. "Did you spend all night studying Urza?" Roland casually picked up a magazine. Seeing the personal interview with Urza in it, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Although he knew Nightwalker was interested in her counterpart, was it necessary to spend the whole night studying her? At that moment, Nightwalker, who had sensed the slight movement beside her, opened her eyes and quickly stood up. But upon noticing Roland, her expression instantly became wary, and a flash of mortification appeared in her eyes. "This guy, he kept me up all night." Even stuffing her ears with tissues had no effect. As soon as she closed her eyes, her mind would involuntarily conjure up arousing images. "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly looking at me like that?" Roland pinched his chin in confusion and continued. "I don't think I've given you any strange commands, have I? Last night, couldn't you have been a little quieter?" Nightwalker took a deep breath and reminded him. "Last night's sounds." Hearing this, Roland immediately reacted, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. So, she hadn't stayed up all night studying Urza, but had been kept awake by the two of them. "Don't worry. There won't be any similar incidents in the future. He'll go find someone to buy property tomorrow. How about you be the head maid then? I know. Looking at the master who was arbitrarily making decisions for her, Nightwalker didn't refuse, but sat back down on the sofa on her own. After spending so many days together, she had come to understand Roland's personality a little better on the surface. He was gentle and polite, but inside, he was a complete egoist. So even if she chose to refuse, he would probably ignore her. Hold on, aren't you going to take a shower? A pleasant, girlish voice suddenly came from the stairs, instantly drawing the attention of the two in the living room. The woman from last night? Nightwalker crossed her arms and turned her head slightly to the side, asking thoughtfully. This woman isn't even using honorifics anymore? Roland glanced at her strangely and nodded in reply. Yes, Levy McGarden. You should have seen her counterpart in Idolas. Levy from the Shadow Gear team? A look of understanding flashed in Nightwalker's eyes. She had some impression of that name. After all, that blue-haired woman's two teammates were the strongest candidates in the Fairy Guild. As her steps got closer, Levy, with a bath towel on her head, quickly came down the stairs, humming a cheerful tune, looking to be in a good mood. Levy's voice suddenly stopped. She stared in disbelief at the crimson-haired girl in front of her, the smile on her face gradually stiffening. So. Wait, why? Why is Urza here? Levy subconsciously covered her chest with the bath towel. Her brown eyes filled with shock and shame, and her voice became stammering. Why can't I be here? Nightwalker's gaze fell on her covered chest, a contemptuous smile on her lips as she retorted. So that guy, besides liking Mira Jane's type, also likes this plain and unremarkable type? No, I didn't mean that. Levy quickly tried to explain, but she didn't know what to say and could only look at her boyfriend for help. Don't be so nervous. This isn't the Urza from our world. She's Nightwalker from the world of Idolas, although her real name is also Urza. Roland walked to her side, helped her dry her damp hair, and then explained unhurriedly. Not the Urza from our world. Idolas, then? Hearing this, the literature girl showed a rare look of confusion. At the dining table. So you and Mira Jane went to a parallel world to find the lost Lysana, and brought back Urza's counterpart along the way? After summarizing, Levy looked up slightly, her expression complicated as she looked at Nightwalker, who was elegantly eating toasted bread. No matter how she looked at it, this Urza was no different from the one in their world. Logically, the members on our side and in Idolas are complete opposites, both in terms of strength and personality. Roland propped his chin on one hand and handed a piece of crispy bread covered in strawberry jam to Levy's mouth. So is Miss Nightwalker weak? After taking a small bite of the bread, Levy chewed her food like a hamster and asked curiously. There are exceptions. Nightwalker is known as the fairy hunter in Idolas. She's probably about a 70-30 split with the Urza on our side. Roland continued. After all, Nightwalker had obtained Sodi no Shiryuki. Relying on the advantage of her Shurkai, she could probably take down Urza quickly. Cough, cough. The fairy hunter? Levy instantly spat out the coffee she had just drunk and couldn't stop coughing because she had choked. She stared wide-eyed at the calm-faced Nightwalker, and a bad feeling suddenly rose in her heart. No, that title doesn't sound right at all. If fairy refers to the guild members, then the meaning of hunter, it's just as you think. Nightwalker isn't a guild member. She's an executioner from the Empire, specializing in hunting down fairy tale. Roland kindly patted her back and stated the facts with a smile. If she's that dangerous, why did you bring her back? After recovering from the extreme shock for a while, Levy finally calmed down. She subconsciously moved closer to Roland and couldn't help but ask. Don't worry. Nightwalker is very obedient now. You don't have to worry about any accidents. Here, Roland snapped his fingers and ordered, go and clean the bedroom on the second floor. Without feeling any forced command, Nightwalker didn't even raise her head and continued to enjoy her lunch. Although she had chosen to pledge her loyalty, it didn't mean she had to listen to everything, especially cleaning the bedroom on the second floor. Whoever wants to go can go. In any case, I won't go near that place. Nightwalker, Perform your water spouting trick, I'm very sorry. They'll go and clean up right away. Before he could finish, Nightwalker's expression changed, and she quickly stood up and walked up the stairs. See? Nightwalker is very obedient. Looking at the back, walking up to the second floor, Roland turned his head and said, "Can you tell me what water spouting means?" Levy was silent for a moment, then asked with feigned curiosity. The blue-haired girl, who had clearly been through a very rough experience the previous night, was obviously very sensitive to this aspect. Ahem, I should be heading to the guild. I happen to want to see Lysana too. Roland silently averted his gaze, pretended that nothing had happened, and changed the subject on his own. Tell me the truth. Don't you dare change the subject. Levy puffed out her cheeks, grabbed his collar, and started shaking him, gritting her teeth. No wonder Roland had felt so skilled from the beginning of last night. After Nightwalker finished cleaning the second floor with a dark face, she followed Roland to the guild. But the atmosphere on the way was not right. Looking at the pouting blue-haired girl walking in front and the sighing Roland following behind, the corners of Nightwalker's lips turned up unconsciously. Although she didn't know what had happened, it didn't stop her from gloating. The guild was a little quieter this afternoon, probably because Mikhail and Gray had gone on a mission. Roland, can I trouble you to lend me the tablecloth that can conjure up delicious food? As soon as he walked into the guild, Natsu's eyes lit up. He was instantly in front of him, very skillfully throwing his arm around his shoulder. Did you break something again during your mission? Roland said speechlessly. Natsu accidentally broke the roof of the inn. Happy flew in midair and added with a raised hand. Be a little more careful. And remember to return the gourmet tablecloth to me after you're done eating. Oh, thanks. Natsu excitedly took the tablecloth. At this time, he also noticed the expressionless blue-haired girl beside him and raised his hand to greet her. Good afternoon, Levy. Good afternoon. After Levy replied in a calm tone, she walked straight to the bar, her expression looking cold. Levy seems a little strange. Natsu looked at Roland in confusion and couldn't help but ask, did someone make her angry? Who else could it be? Roland helplessly pointed at Nightwalker behind him, then walked toward the bar. It's all Nightwalker's fault for being disobedient. Otherwise, that matter wouldn't have been exposed. They'll have to punish her properly tonight. At the bar counter, did you have a fight with Levy? Mira Jane placed a glass of orange juice in front of him, her watery blue eyes shifting between him and Levy, and finally asked in a small voice. Something like that. She found out about me and Nightwalker. Huh? The unexpected answer made Mira Jane blink in a daze, her mind unable to process it for a moment. What do you mean she found out about you? And Nightwalker, shouldn't it be the two of us? You and Nightwalker. Looking at Nightwalker sitting alone in the corner, Mira Jane was at a loss for words, a strange expression on her face. Don't get the wrong idea. We haven't taken that step. Roland coughed lightly and said in a small voice, what's wrong with a man liking a harem? When did you become so much like Loke? Mira Jane also poked his cheek with some dissatisfaction, then sighed, forget it, they'll go and explain for you. They'll take this opportunity to tell Levy about us. If I replace Nightwalker with myself, Levy should be more accepting. Chapter 77. The Wish for Three, the Manor's Blueprint, the Hatching Dratini. The oak mug full of liquor fell to the floor. Levy stared blankly at her best friend, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. No way. Even Mira Jane, I'm sorry. Facing her gaze, Mira Jane guiltily lowered her head, her hands behind her back, her long fingertips fidgeting uneasily. Although she acted relaxed in front of Roland, this was also the first time she had experienced such a thing, so it was inevitable that she would be nervous. Seeing her expression, Levy fell silent, her small hands quietly clenching into fists. Today had been too much of a shock for her. First, she had gone all the way with Roland. Then she had discovered the special relationship between the parallel world Urza and her boyfriend. That wasn't enough. Now Mira Jane was added to the mix. The blue-haired girl's mood was a complete roller coaster. That guy has only been in the guild for less than half a month. How on earth did he do it? Levy gritted her teeth secretly. You should know, as the former #1 on the weekly popularity charts, It was no exaggeration to say that the number of Mira Jane's suitors could stretch from Magnolia to the royal capital, and there was no lack of handsome men and rich young masters among them. Yet she had taken a fancy to Roland. I picked him up first, but in the end, besides her first kiss, she couldn't even keep the man's first time. If you really mind as compensation. Of course I mind. But this has nothing to do with you. Mira Jane, it's all Roland's fault. Levy took a deep breath, her brown eyes staring at her, as she said in a serious tone. They had been comrades for many years, and she understood Mira Jane's personality, no matter now or in the past. She was not the type of woman to steal someone else's beloved. No, actually, it's my fault too. You can't blame it all on Roland. Mira Jane scratched her cheek in embarrassment and asked in a small voice, "So, can you forgive me?" "No way." Levy glanced at Roland, who was peeking at them from not far away, and glared at him fiercely, shaking her head decisively. At the very least, she had to give this guy the cold shoulder for 2 or 3 days. "Mira Jane, when did you fall for Roland?" Putting away the complicated emotions in her heart, Levy pursed her lips and asked subconsciously, "Probably the first time we met." My heart couldn't help but flutter at first sight. The first time we met. Hearing this, Levy's expression became a little strange. So when I brought Roland to the guild, Mira Jane already had ideas about him. While the two were talking, Roland, who had been glared at, propped his chin on his hand, his gaze fixed on the amber liquor in the glass. Since Levy was willing to talk to him, it meant she wasn't so angry as to cut off their relationship. He would find some time to coax her tonight. He had to admit, the polygamy in this world was really nice. At this, Roland thought of Loke in the guild, and couldn't help but feel a little admiration. To be able to make 7 or 8 girlfriends live together peacefully, he didn't know how he did it. Wasn't he afraid of being cut into pieces and divided up later? He would find some time to have a chat with Loke in the future. System, check today's missions. Downing the liquor in his cup in one gulp. Roland whispered. He had gotten out of bed in the afternoon today, and with the matter of Levy and Nightwalker, he hadn't had a chance to check the missions. Today's missions have been refreshed. Mission 1. Fairy King, am going to be it. Mission description. The limited time challenge mission has begun. Please defeat 30 guild members within 1 day and become the Fairy King. Mission reward. Great grade sword Nidai Kitetsu from the world of One Piece. Fairy King. My ass. Roland looked at the mission panel. Just as he was about to complain, the sound of something cutting through the air suddenly came from behind him. He subconsciously turned his head and saw a long table flying toward him. The guild hall was in chaos. They're fighting again. Roland looked at Natsu, who was in a table-flipping pose, and helplessly reached out to grab the flying tabletop. The magic power in his body gradually surged. Knight of Honor. The next moment, black magic power wrapped around the table like veins, and it was mercilessly thrown back. Roar, you're finally making a move. Natsu's eyes lit up, and he grinned excitedly, looking at the wooden table covered in black magic power. He clenched his fist, and crimson flames instantly rose and burned as he shouted, "A mere table. Watch my fire dragons iron bang." The rest of his words were cut off. Natsu was directly smashed into the wall by the table, unable to move anymore. That idiot! Roland speechlessly retracted his gaze and continued to check the next mission. Mission 2. Romeo's request to become a disciple. Mission description. Ever since hearing the news of you defeating Laxus, Romeo Conbold has been filled with admiration for you. Please accept him as your disciple. Mission reward. Voice-changing bow tie from the world of Detective Conan. Troublesome. Not doing it. The voice-changing bow tie was also useless. You should know, this was a world of magic. Forget about changing voices. Even changing one's appearance was very simple. After lingering on Romeo's name for a while, Roland's gaze turned to the 3rd romance slot. After summarizing the past few times, the rewards given by the romance section were quite rich, and the difficulty was not high. Mission 3. Triple match today. Mission description. It doesn't matter who as long as they're female. Indulge your desires tonight. Mission reward. Demon Sword Ben Izakura from the world of Gintama. Roland silently closed the mission panel. He took back that shallow guess. The difficulty of this mission was a bit ridiculous, putting aside Levy's side. He was afraid Mira Jane wouldn't agree. As for Nightwalker, her opinion was not important. Roland subconsciously looked toward the corner, but didn't see her figure, and couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Where did that woman run off to? The originally chaotic guild quieted down in less than 5 minutes after Nightwalker joined in. Most of the people were bruised and swollen. So scary today's Urza is so scary. Looking at Urza, who was attacking without mercy, Warren subconsciously swallowed, a thick fear in his eyes. Ah, indeed scary. Our Urza isn't so ruthless. Hiss. That hurts. Could be her period. Pfft. Before Marcus could finish his sentence, Nightwalker glanced at him coldly, and then he was sent flying with a single strike of her spear. Faced with such a brutal Urza, everyone squatted on the ground, trembling, not daring to breathe for fear of attracting her attention. Next time you throw a mug at my head, it'll kill you. Nightwalker looked around with a grim expression, her gaze lingering on Elfman for 2 seconds. Only after seeing him break out in a cold sweat did she turn and leave. At the guild bar, are you still angry at Levy? Don't worry, I've explained it to her. She'll probably be fine soon. Mira Jane said with a smile. By the way, Levy also knows about the two of us. So you mean? Roland asked with great curiosity. Although she was shocked and confused at the beginning, she quickly calmed down, and then she talked to me about you. Mira Jane wrapped a strand of silver hair around her finger, a faint smile on her face as she continued. In short, it's all your fault. My fault? Roland refute. Knowing that the matter was resolved, he was in a pretty good mood now. My fault it is at least I can get 2 girlfriends in return. One with a graceful figure and a gentle personality. The other petite but cute. Worth it. Since the matter is resolved, Mira Jane, are there any manors or villas for sale nearby? Roland asked, considering that Mira Jane might also move in, plus himself, Levy, and Nightwalker. The bedrooms in the rented house were obviously not enough. Not to mention that there was a little Doryman and an unhatched Pokemon at home. What if a Snorlax, a Steelix, or something like that hatched? Are you moving so soon? Mira Jane blinked in a daze, but after thinking seriously, she replied, there are no manors near Magnolia, but there are a few villas. Unfortunately, none of the owners have any intention of selling. Is that so? Then it seems you'll have to spend money to hire someone to build a manor. Roland nodded in understanding. He had originally wanted to take the convenient route, but now he had no choice but to buy land and build. But if he were to build, he turned to look at the noisy crowd not far away, found Redus, who was drawing, among them, and pinched his chin. He would just entrust the design of the manor to a professional. Mira Jane, give me a cup of coffee and a fruit platter. At that moment, Levy walked over with a calm expression, holding 2 books in her arms, and sat down beside him on her own. During this time, she didn't even glance at Roland, as if treating him like air. Are you still angry? Roland walked behind her, put his hands under Levy's armpits, and placed her on his lap as he asked in a gentle voice. After that, he rested his head on the girl's blue hair, his nose sniffing the scent of roses. ID idiot, this is the guild. Levy's earlobes instantly turned a shade of red, and her expression was a little flustered as she couldn't help but struggle. Isn't this unfaithful guy afraid of being watched by the guild members? So what if it's the guild? I hope everyone knows how intimate we are. That way, it will solve the problem of people hitting on you. Who's intimate with you? You're talking nonsense. Didn't you call me husband when we got out of bed today? As his voice fell, Levy, who had been trying to struggle, immediately quieted down, gritting her teeth and shrinking into his embrace, her face completely red. The girl's blush was not out of shyness, but because of shame. Oh my, you actually use that kind of a dress? Mira Jane covered her mouth, her eyes shining, her expression unconcealably surprised. I didn't use that kind of a dress. Although she wanted to refute loudly, considering that it would attract everyone's attention, Levy forcibly held it back. After that, no matter how Roland teased her, she didn't speak again, silently burying her head in her book. During this time, quite a few people noticed the situation on their side. For example, her former teammates Jet and Troy, who were watching closely, Biska and Alzak, who were curious about the newcomer. Hey, since it's boring to stay here anyway, how about we go on a mission? Jet sighed with a complicated feeling and looked up to ask. Oh, let's go. Troy stood up shakily. Although he had long known that Levy and Roland would have such a day, after seeing it with his own eyes, he still felt terrible. That newcomer has only joined for a few days, and his relationship with Levy is already that good? Biska, with long, emerald green hair, couldn't help but ask. Oh no? Marcus thought for a moment and replied, about 7 or 8 days. Levy brought him into the guild. Just 7 or 8 days. And they've progressed so quickly? Alzak pressed down the cowboy hat on his head, glanced almost imperceptibly at Biska beside him, his tone inexplicably envious. He suddenly wanted to ask the newcomer for advice. At night, after finishing dinner at the guild, the few of them also prepared to go home. Since there were ShadowCon ninjas to handle the cleaning and closing, and since she wanted to see her sister at home, Mira Jane also chose to get off work early. The streetlights on both sides of the road were lit, and a cool night breeze blew gently, causing ripples on the surface of the river. Mira Jane, is Lysina not at the guild today? Levy quickly walked to Mira Jane's side, hugged her arm, and looked up curiously. She remembered Roland mentioning that Lysina was back and had originally wanted to meet her at the guild. Yes, she needs to get used to the changes in the town, so she'll only go to work at the guild tomorrow. Mira Jane said with a light laugh. Yeah, then can I go to your place to see her? Levy said nonchalantly. She suddenly had a bad feeling. If she went home with Roland, something terrible might happen. Ahem, Lysina needs to rest too. Let's go and visit tomorrow. Roland, who was following behind, coughed lightly, walked forward and pulled the girl's collar, making her stop unwillingly. They were just at his doorstep. Mira Jane, do you want to come in and sit for a while? I won't disturb you. Enjoy your time together. Mira Jane had a gentle smile on her face as she waved at Levy and Nightwalker, then walked into the night. Let me be clear. Don't you dare make a sudden move on me after we go in. Watching Roland push open the door, Levy said with some vigilance. Otherwise, he'll ignore you for 3 days. Roland walked into the house nonchalantly and turned on the living room light. But as the light came on, a snake-like creature covered in light blue scales was coiled on the sofa. It had white fins on both sides of its head and a large, round white nose on its face. Its overall image was very strange. A Dratini? Roland blinked in a daze and subconsciously murmured. Chapter 78. How can you be so selfish picking up a drunk girl to spring of age rope? I can't believe a Dratini hatched. Looking at the snake-like creature coiled on the sofa, Roland's eyes flashed slightly, a hint of surprise in his heart. Levy had guessed before that it might be a dragon egg, and it turned out to be a real dragon-type Pokemon. Dragonites pre-evolution. What's that? Levy, following behind, also noticed the stranger in the house. She tilted her head curiously and couldn't help but mutter to herself. A creature I've never seen before. Although it looks like a snake, it has shell-like white fins on both sides of its head, making it look like an aquatic animal. Nightwalker glanced at it, then indifferently retracted her gaze. She didn't care. After all, in Idolas, there were swamp frogs that could grow to be 2 or 3 meters tall in comparison. This snake with gills seemed rather ordinary. This snake, no, it should be a Dratini. It hatched from the giant egg you were in charge of looking after for the past 3 days. A dragon? Levy was stunned by the word he used, her brown eyes subconsciously sizing up the sleeping Dratini. No matter how she looked at it, it looked like a snake. She couldn't see any of the dragon-like features described in the ancient books. Yes, it's only in its larval stage now. It will grow into a large, fast pillow later on. Roland explained as he walked forward and gently stroked the Dratini's small head. Its light blue scales were soft and smooth, cool to the touch, like a refreshing piece of ice. It would be nice to use it as a pillow in the summer. Mew with the stroking, the Dratini opened its amethyst-like eyes and looked up. letting out a pleasant, crisp cry. It sounded like it was in a good mood. And it's quite cute. Looking at its cute appearance, Levy subconsciously leaned closer, her eyes sparkling slightly, and she couldn't help but reach out to touch it. Mew the Dratini twitched its round, white nose, sniffing the familiar scent on the girl, and couldn't help but squint its eyes happily. Its small head couldn't stop rubbing against her fingers. Good girl. A joyful smile blossomed on Levy's face as she comforted it in a soft voice. Most women had basically no resistance to this kind of cute creature, except for Nightwalker. Looking at the two interacting figures, Roland chuckled lightly, then stroked Levy's head. Both of them are so cute. System, can you check the Dratini stats? Roland asked tentatively in his mind. As he thought this, glowing text arranged itself in midair, forming a string of information. Currently known information name, Dratini gender, female height, 1.4 meters nature. Cheerful, it was a very brief introduction, not as detailed as in the games, but it was enough. After closing the system panel, Roland turned and sat down next to Nightwalker, letting out a lazy yawn. Sorry, you'll have to make do with the sofa for a few days. He had told Ritas his ideas. The latter would complete the design schematics in 3 days at the latest, adding the time to hire people to build, even if they could use magic. It would take at least 7 or 8 days. But building it himself wasn't a bad idea. At least he wouldn't have to live in someone else's secondhand house. I know. Nightwalker sat with her legs crossed elegantly, holding a cup of hot tea in her hand, and replied calmly. If those two aren't careful with their noise again, Tisk, with my strength, it seems I can't do anything about it either. Letting out an almost imperceptible sigh, her beautiful, black stocking-clad legs swayed slightly in annoyance, exuding a strange sexiness. It's really hard to look away. Ahem. Then Levy and I will go back to the bedroom first. I'll leave Dratini and little Doryman in your care. Wait a minute, I'm not sleepy. Roland stood up nonchalantly, pulling along the extremely reluctant blue-haired girl as he turned and walked toward the stairs. Little Doryman had been turned off for the past few days and was only turned back on this afternoon after they got out of bed. He was probably in the first-floor study, reading manga now. In the second-floor bedroom. I'm not even sleepy. You're just trying to take advantage of the night to bully me. Levy sat on the edge of the bed with puffed-out cheeks, her eyes staring at him with dissatisfaction. She was clearly angry. It seemed he had to take out the gift in advance. Faced with this situation, Roland silently took out a book and held it in front of her. The exquisite cover was printed with the title chronicles of the Idolas Empire, which made the serious literature girls' eyes widen. Idolas, isn't that the parallel world Roland was talking about? Noticing the name of the book, Levy's breathing hitched slightly, and then a flash of pleasant surprise and longing appeared in her eyes. A history book from a parallel world had a huge appeal to someone who loved literature. Is this book for me? Levy looked at him with great anticipation, a complete contrast to her previous self. She changes her tune so quickly. Roland's mood was a little strange. Then, under her dazed gaze, he put the book away on his own. I originally brought this gift back for you, but seeing how angry you are, you probably won't accept it. He paused deliberately, then continued. So I'll give it to you after you've calmed down. Wait, I forgive you. Levy threw her arms around his arm and said quickly. Then, if I have a relationship with Nightwalker in the future, can you forgive me too? Feeling the soft touch on his arm, Roland wrapped his arm around her waist and couldn't help but ask. I've already forgiven you. Don't push your luck. Hearing this, Levy took a deep breath, her gaze gradually becoming dangerous. She had already made such a huge sacrifice. Mira Jane, too. Did this guy really think he could add to his household with just one book? If you dared to have a relationship with Nightwalker. Illinois. How about 2 more books? Before she could finish, Roland took out 2 more books and whispered in her ear. Look, as the main wife in the future, you can order Urza around as you please. Make her do whatever you want. That's not okay either. Subconsciously picturing the scene in her mind, Levy was inexplicably tempted, but she quickly bit her canine teeth and shook her head decisively. Aren't the two of us enough to satisfy you? 3 books. 2 of them are detective novels by a famous Idolos author, and one is an autobiography written by the king in his youth. Looking at the 4 books placed on the desk, Levy struggled for a long time. After much hesitation, she finally sighed. Anyway, this guy's relationship with Nightwalker is a little improper. That kind of thing is only a matter of time. I might as well just agree. After getting the 4 books as she wished, Levy ignored the unfaithful guy and began to study the history of the Empire with a serious expression. Are you really not going to sleep? Roland looked at the girl who was completely absorbed at the desk and asked with a helpless expression. Half an hour had passed, and Levy had been sitting at the desk, without moving except for the sound of her quickly flipping through the pages. She had basically made no other sound. I'm almost done with half the book. If you're sleepy, you can go to bed first. The girl replied without looking up, just from the content of the book. She couldn't help but develop a great interest in Idolos, especially the race that called themselves the Exceed. Actually, I have a lot on my side. Want some? Roland coughed lightly, then snapped his fingers. As the sound fell, 2 Shadowcon ninjas emerged from the shadows on the wall, holding 2 boxes of books. How many did you buy? Levy subconsciously turned her head. Seeing the 2 large boxes of books, she couldn't help but ask. Not many. I just cleared out of town's library. Roland slowly handed her a book and said with a smile, Want it? A whole town is too exaggerated, isn't it? Levy opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say and could only nod subconsciously. Then, in exchange, open your mouth first. Why? Be good. Don't you want it? Roland waved the book in his hand and said in a seductive voice. After a moment of hesitation, although she had a bad feeling, she did as she was told. 2 hours later, you're so selfish. Looking at the sleeping Roland, Levy's face was flushed with anger, and she pounced on him, unable to hold back any longer. My problem hasn't been solved yet. The next morning, sunlight like crushed gold shone through the mist, warmly and gently scattering into the bedroom. Roland opened his eyes, refreshed. Recalling what had happened last night, a pleased smile appeared on his lips. So easy to trick. He turned to look at the sleeping girl beside him. A satisfied smile was on her cute face, and her soft blue hair was slightly messy. Last night's deal well. All in all, neither of them had lost out. After getting dressed, Roland headed downstairs, preparing to see if Nightwalker had slept well last night. In the living room, looks like you didn't sleep well again. Looking at Nightwalker sleeping on the dining table, Roland thought for a moment and didn't wake her. After all, because of him and Levy, she hadn't slept all night. Waking her now would be a little inhuman. Mew the Dratini, curled up on the sofa, saw Roland and wagged its small tail as if greeting him. Good morning. Roland gently stroked its head. After thinking for a moment, he prepared to take it to the guild. Since little Doryman was a guild member, Dratini also had to get member stamp. Leaving a note saying he was going to the guild, he took Dratini and walked in that direction. The newborn Dratini seemed to be curious about everything, and its cute appearance also attracted the attention of many neighbors. Many women even came up to him with red faces to ask for his name. Phew, I haven't worn glasses in a long time, have I? Roland looked at the departing women and sighed wearily, deciding to wear his glasses the next time he went out. Walking on the street toward the guild, he also checked the missions that had refreshed today. Mission 1. I want to be your partner for life. Mission description. As the date gets closer, the drunken girl seems to have something on her mind. Please form a partnership with her. Mission reward. Spring of Age rope from the world of Doryman. Wait, what is this reward? Roland stopped in his tracks, looking at the reward with a surprised expression. He remembered that this item could change a person's age. With this, wouldn't he be able to stay young forever? This reward, I must have it. The mission is to form a partnership with Kana. Looking at the mission target this time, Roland couldn't help but fall in a deep thought. The date gets closer in the mission description. Was something going to happen recently? Mew. At that moment, the Dratini, who had been curiously scouting ahead, suddenly cried out, drawing his attention. What's wrong? Roland quickly followed. He soon arrived in front of a dark alley and looked inside, following the Dradane's direction. Soon he noticed something was wrong. The alley reeked of alcohol. Wine bottles were scattered on the ground, and a black-haired girl was sleeping soundly on a wooden box. Perhaps because of the cold weather, she was wrapped in a coat, making it a little hard to see clearly. Kana? The corner of Roland's mouth twitched slightly. He slowly walked forward and lifted the black hair, covering her face. As expected, it was the big sister he was supposed to go on a date with. "How can you drink like this?" Roland squatted down, poked her cheek, and said speechlessly. This was great. He had originally not known where to find the mission target. Now he had just picked her up on the side of the road. Chapter 79. Please team up with me. The S-Class exam Juvia's arrival. The morning mist gradually rose. Roland looked at Kana, who was sleeping soundly on a crate of goods, and sighed helplessly. He knew Kana liked to drink heavily, but not to this extent. He couldn't even wake her up. It seemed he had no choice but to carry her back to the guild. Retracting the hand that was patting her cheek, Roland quickly picked her up and turned to walk toward the guild. "Let's go. Be careful not to get lost on the way back." Mew the Dradane followed closely behind, its eyes looking at the two of them curiously as it let out a pleasant sound. Roland also bought some raspberry cookies on the way to feed it. Thank you for your patronage." The girl at the bakery watched the young man's departing back, her expression becoming strange. If she wasn't mistaken, the person that young man was holding was Miss Kana from Fairy Tale, right? Not only was her figure hot and her looks outstanding, but she had such a handsome boyfriend, and most importantly, he looked to be only 14 or 15. Damn it, I'm so envious all of a sudden. Not far from Roland was the guild entrance. The magnificent wooden door was wide open, and the lively scene inside was in full view. That droopy-eyed guy is up to something. "How you want to fight, you squinty-eyed guy?" In less than 10 seconds, veins popped on Nat Sue's and Gray's foreheads, and they were locked in a fierce fight. Mugs, tables, and chairs flew everywhere in the guild hall, affecting many of the nearby members. During this time, a few Shadowcon ninjas were hit by the ice Gray had created and dissipated in a black smoke in midair. Today's guild is no different from usual. Roland unhurriedly passed through the crowd, carrying the sleeping Kana in his arms as he walked to the bar. "Good morning, this is..." Seeing the familiar figure, Mira Jane first greeted him happily, but when she noticed the woman in his arms, she couldn't help but be stunned. Her shoulder-length black hair was scattered, and a strong smell of alcohol emanated from her body, giving one a strange sense of déjà vu. Could it be Kana? Mira Jane said, a little unsure. "Miss Kana was picked up by me from an alley on the side of the road. I don't know why she's dead drunk." Roland placed Kana on a high stool beside him, letting her lie on the bar in a more comfortable position to continue her sweet dream. To be honest, he still didn't understand what the system meant by the date approaching. Could it be that Gildarts was coming back? Does she usually drink like this? No, she doesn't. Although Kana started drinking heavily at the age of 13, she actually has a sense of proportion. Hearing his question, Mira Jane gently tapped her chin, and a look of realization suddenly appeared on her face. It must be because that thing is coming soon, which is why Kana is drinking so much. It's like this every year. What thing are you referring to? Seeing the mysterious smile on the girl's face, Roland asked tactfully. In 2 months, there will be the S-Class promotion trial. At that time, qualified members will be selected. It's worth mentioning Mira Jane turned to look at the sleeping Kana and said in a low voice, "Kana has participated for 3 consecutive years. But isn't it still early for 2 months from now?" It's not early. There are requirements for participating in the S-Class trial, such as the number of requests completed, choosing a partner in advance. All of these have to be completed within 2 months. Here, Mira Jane looked at the crowd not far away, paused, and continued. For example, Gray and Loke have already arranged to be partners, although they haven't been selected for the past 2 years. That's a pity. Roland took a sip from his mug, then propped his chin on one hand. Compared to those who weren't selected, the girl who had participated for 3 consecutive years and failed every time was more pitiful. By the way, if nothing unexpected happens, You should be on the selection list this year. Mira Jane winked at him. Have you thought about who you want to choose as your partner? Clearly, the poster girl had exclusive guild intelligence. No, Roland shook his head. He wasn't surprised that he could make it onto the candidate list. After all, being able to easily defeat Laxus was enough to prove that his strength was at least on the same level as Gildart's. My head hurt so much. At that moment, Kana, beside him, woke up, clutching her head. The after effects of the hangover made her suck in a breath of cold air. It's been a long time since I've drunk so recklessly. I should be more careful next time, the girl thought with some regret, then shakily looked up at Mira Jane standing across from her. When did I get to the guild? Oh my, you're awake. Seeing that she was awake, Mira Jane very thoughtfully handed her the honey water she had prepared and said in a gentle voice, after a hangover, drinking a cup of honey water helps to relieve headaches and dizziness. Thank you. Kana subconsciously took the honey water and looked down at the amber liquid in the cup, smelling a sweet floral fragrance. Her throat moved as she swallowed. Then she raised the cup and drank it all in one gulp. There was a faint trace of bitterness in the sweetness. Overall, the taste was good. Mira, why did I suddenly appear in the guild? Kana put down the cup in her hand, let out a slight breath, and asked with a puzzled tone. She remembered drinking on a bench in the park last night. That was a long way from the guild. Could it be? It wasn't me. Roland carried you back from the alley. Mira Jane shook her head. Roland? Hearing the familiar name, Kana subconsciously looked around and quickly noticed the young man beside her. Thank you so much, little Roland. Instantly, a smile blossomed on the girl's face, and she hugged his head in a very familiar way. You're welcome. A slightly muffled voice came from her embrace. Even through his outer clothes, Roland could clearly feel the other's very heavy, soft chest and the faint fragrance mixed with the smell of alcohol. It wasn't unpleasant. Can you two be a little more mindful of the occasion? Mira Jane still had a smile on her face as she quietly separated the two of them and reminded them through gritted teeth. It doesn't matter. Levy isn't here anyway, Kana said nonchalantly. So what if Levy was here? She would still dare to hug him in front of her. By the way, why was Kana sleeping in the alley? Noticing Mira Jane's gaze, Roland nonchalantly broke free from her embrace and asked. The top priority now was to form a partnership with Kana and then obtain the reward item. The spring of age rope, it could freely control one's age without any side effects. He didn't dare to imagine the chaos it would cause in this world if those kings and nobles were to find out. I just drank a little too much. That's all. Kana was uncharacteristically silent for a moment, then replied nonchalantly. Is it really just because you drink too much and not for some other reason? Roland looked at her with a smile and said, If you have any difficulties, you can always ask me for help. Really, what difficulties could I have? Kana turned her head away, her gaze fixed on the honey water in the cup as she murmured softly. Participating in the S-Class promotion trial. What could a newcomer who just joined the guild know? Wait. Suddenly, her eyes widened and her mind, which had been muddled by the hangover, gradually cleared. This guy defeated Laxus. Roland. Kana looked at him seriously and took a deep breath. Can I ask you for something? Of course you can. Roland nodded lightly. For the S-Class promotion trial in 2 months, can you be my partner? Please. After Kana finished speaking, she looked at him with some unease, afraid that her request would be rejected. In exchange, after the trial is over, I can grant you any 3 requests. Okay, that's great. Thank you. Seeing Roland nod in agreement, Kana clenched her fists in excitement and suppressed her excitement as she spoke. With Roland joining this year would definitely be the most promising year. After I become an S-Class mage, I'll go and confess to that man. Actually, even without the 3 requests, I would have agreed. Seeing the girl's overjoyed expression, a smile unconsciously appeared on Roland's lips as he added, It doesn't matter. Since I've already said it, you can make any request at that time. Kana wrapped her arm around his shoulder, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly as she leaned in and whispered in his ear. The words in the middle were a little hard to make out, But based on the other's intimate tone, it wasn't hard for Roland to guess. Kana is much bolder than I thought. Roland sniffed the strong smell of alcohol on her body and couldn't help but think. But after choosing to be a participant's partner, you'll be considered to have automatically forfeited your qualification. At that moment, Mira Jane suddenly spoke up to remind him. A participant? But isn't Roland a newcomer? Kana's eyes widened in astonishment, her voice becoming a little incoherent, the panic on her face unconcealable. No, not that. I finally found such a powerful member as a partner. In terms of status, he is indeed a newcomer, but have you ever seen a newcomer who can defeat the long-famous Laxus and Urza? Mira Jane retorted with a smile. That's true. Then what should I do? Kana lay on the table dejectedly, her eyes staring at the liquor cabinet not far away, gradually losing focus. No, don't give up so quickly. Seeing her dejected expression, Roland said softly, since I've agreed, it'll definitely help you complete it. As for my promotion trial, it doesn't matter if I wait until next year. After being promoted to an S-class mage, the biggest benefit was being able to freely go to the second floor and take on those S-class missions with bounties of over 1 million. But the problem was, he had enough money. Even if he didn't take on mission requests in the future, he could still support Levy and Nightwalker at home. Really? Hearing his promise, Kana immediately sat up straight, her eyes shining as she looked at him, and she couldn't help but feel moved. He's actually willing to give up his qualification to participate for my sake. Thank you so much. As her voice fell, Kana immediately pounced on him. She leaned in close to him. No, there's no need to thank me like this. Roland sighed, feeling overwhelmed by the moment, his voice slightly muffled. With the matter of the partnership confirmed, he had also completed the mission issued by the system. I won't claim it for now. You'll check the next 2 missions first. Roland said softly. Mission 2, the pressure. Mission description. In order to show off your power, please defeat 30 humans with your own Ryatsu. Mission reward. Yoruchi Shihuin's outfit. From the world of Bleach, good heavens. Have I collected the outfits of both master and servant? The corner of Roland's mouth twitched slightly, and he then looked at the romance slot below. Mission 3. The Rain Woman's Reunion. Mission description. As the time of separation grows longer, Juvia, wanting to see you, has secretly come to Magnolia. Please meet with her in the outskirts. Mission reward. Weather box. From the world of Doryman. Juvia is looking for me? Roland closed the mission panel, looked up at Mira Jane, who was wiping a mug, and, after a moment of thought, decided to go and see her first. Mira Jane, can I trouble you to look after the Dratini? I have to go out for a bit. Yes, leave it to me. Looking at the cute Dratini in front of her, Mira Jane had a gentle smile on her lips and couldn't help but reach out to stroke it. Mew the Dratini rubbed against her palm, letting out a comfortable cry. Then he'll be off. After leaving his farewell, Roland also headed out of town according to the location given by the system. Juvia should be easy to handle, right? Chapter 80. Juvia wants to join the guild, a newcomer from Phantom Lord Loke's utter defeat, leaving the guild. Roland headed to the outskirts of town according to the location given in the mission description. Outside Magnolia, the sky was as clear as if it had been washed, and the bright sunlight pierced through the sparse clouds, scattering onto the green grass. That fairy guild, is it in this town? Looking at the tall city walls in the distance, Juvia pressed her hands on the Terubozu on her chest, her face showing unconcealable anticipation and excitement. I can see him again soon. Lord Roland, who rescued me from the endless cloudy days. Ever since she started wearing the Terubozu, the girl could see the dazzling sunlight every day when she opened her eyes, no longer having to endure the damp and gloom of rainy days. Even the umbrella that had accompanied her for many years, she had never touched it again. Sunny days, Lord Roland. Recalling the young man's face, Juvia's body couldn't help but sway, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Not only was he handsome, but his personality was also very gentle even now. She still remembered the heart-fluttering smile on his face. No, is she some kind of stalker? Roland in the distance, stopped in his tracks. The hand he had extended to greet her was nonchalantly withdrawn as he thought to himself. After a moment of hesitation, he walked over. Where should I live in the future? Ah, I wonder if Lord Roland likes boys or girls. Perhaps because she was immersed in her fantasy. Juvia didn't hear the footsteps behind her until the felt hat on her head was pressed down from behind. Miss Juvia, may I ask what you are muttering to yourself here? Hearing the soft murmur from her mouth, the corner of Roland's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but interrupt. Juvia. A gentle and familiar tone was heard, causing Juvia's eyes to widen subconsciously, a unique cry of surprise escaping her lips. This voice has a flavor. Lord Roland. At this thought, she suddenly turned around and, without hesitation, hugged the young man behind her, rubbing her soft cheeks against his embrace. Lord Roland, Juvia missed you so much. Juvia's muffled voice came from his embrace. She was like a coquettish cat, looking very cute. Although it was only their second meeting, in the girl's mind, this kind of behavior was not inappropriate. After all, aren't all couples in love like this? Faced with such an intimate greeting, Roland didn't know what to say for a moment. He could only sigh silently, then reached out and patted her back. The hug lasted for a full 5 minutes, until Juvia felt like she was about to suffocate. And only then did she reluctantly look up. Her dark purple eyes glistened like jewels, a trace of daze and infatuation in their depths. It's really been a long time. Seeing that she was a little more normal, Roland first greeted her, then said with feigned confusion, "Why would Miss Juvia appear in Magnolia?" Although he knew her purpose from the mission description, he had to ask as a formality. "Well, I'm here to join the Fairy Tale Guild." Juvia's eyes sparkled as she replied in a high-spirited voice. "Joining the guild is true, but the main purpose is to get Lord Roland. I haven't forgotten the female companion who was with the young man when we first met. Their relationship was so good they were even sharing a tent. If I don't act now, I'll probably regret it for the rest of my life. So I must act quickly. You want to join our guild?" Roland raised an eyebrow slightly and asked back in surprise. "That's right." Juvia nodded seriously and added, "To show my determination, Juvia has quit my original guild, the Element 4, Phantom Lord. Compared to Lord Roland, these are nothing." After her voice fell, she deliberately showed the spot where her guild mark used to be. Her smooth, fair skin was already devoid of any traces. "This woman is a complete love-struck fool. Since you've said so, then come with me." Looking at the anticipation on Juvia's face, Roland let out a laugh, then walked in front to lead the way. "Lord Roland." Juvia's lips curled up happily. She obediently put her hands behind her back and quickly followed. On the way, unable to hide her curiosity, she kept asking all sorts of strange questions. For example, what style of underwear he liked, whether he wanted a boy or a girl, and if he wanted a bento for lunch. Roland walked in front in silence. He didn't know if Juvia would be able to ask these questions so optimistically after she found out about his situation. In front of the guild's main gate, looking at the lively scene in the hall from outside, Roland suddenly felt a little hesitant to go in. If Mira Jane finds out that Juvia joined just for me. At this, he turned to look at Juvia behind him and took a deep breath. This is Fairy Tale. When you go in later, just go straight to the bar and find Miss Mira Jane. She's in charge of new member registration. Aren't you going in, Lord Roland? Retracting her gaze from the guild, Juvia subconsciously looked up, her dark purple eyes looking at him with confusion. It's not convenient for me to go in because of certain things. You'll know in the future. Also, Roland couldn't help but remind her, if possible, please don't mention my name in front of her. Please, this is the only request in my life. He didn't dare to imagine Mira Jane's attitude after she found out about this. Although she wouldn't hit him, she would at least ignore him for 4 or 5 days. If Levy were to find out about this at that time, then he would be completely doomed. After all, he had just barely gotten her to agree to the matter with Nightwalker. Now, suddenly adding Juvia to the mix would cause a huge problem. The only request. Juvia was stunned. Then her breathing gradually quickened. and she agreed without the slightest hesitation. "Leave this matter to me." After speaking, she turned and walked into the guild, leaving only a deep blue, graceful back. He had to admit, Juvia's figure was on par with Nightwalker's. Roland stood in a corner, his gaze on her departing figure as he slowly pinched his chin. "Forget it. I'm a little worried. They'll just have the Shadowcon in the guild keep an eye on things." At the same time, inside the guild hall. "Oh ho, is that a client? Look, Warren, it's a pretty girl." She's indeed pretty, but she looks strangely familiar. At his friend Marcus' reminder, Warren also saw the blue-haired girl walking toward the bar and muttered thoughtfully, "I feel like I've seen her somewhere. Is she a member of another guild?" Looking at Juvia in her blue long dress, Warren couldn't help but scratch his head. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with anything. He had thought of a certain executive of a rival guild, but that person always carried a signature umbrella wherever she went, and the weather would uncontrollably rain. At the guild bar, as a popular character in Weekly Sorcerer, Mira Jane naturally recognized the other's appearance, so she didn't waste much time. Juvia ignored the gazes from the surrounding crowd and walked straight up to the poster girl, saying, "Hello, I'd like to join the guild." "Yeah. Oh, please wait a moment." Hearing this, Mira Jane, who was feeding the Dratini, was stunned for a moment, then quickly stood up, her face showing her signature gentle smile. "May I ask your name? And also, do you use magic?" Taking out a list from the drawer, she asked softly. "My name is Juvia Locke, sir. The magic I use is water magic." Her name is Juvia, and she uses water magic? Mira Jane looked at the list she had recorded, and the expression on her face became increasingly strange. If it were just the same name, that would be one thing, but even her magic was the same. Could this girl be the Rain Woman I know? As the poster girl and the master's assistant, she was naturally familiar with their mortal enemy, Phantom Lord, let alone the members of the Element Four, who were equivalent to S-class mages. "Excuse me," and the water element of Phantom Lord. That's Juvia. But Juvia left Phantom Lord last night, Juvia said with a calm expression. That posture was as if she were talking about an unimportant matter, and indeed, it was. Leaving Phantom Lord, a guild whose style of conduct was comparable to a dark guild, she didn't feel the slightest bit of sadness. "Oh, is that so?" Mira Jane pursed her lips, a slightly troubled expression on her face. This was the first time she had encountered someone from a rival guild joining their own. For a moment, she didn't know whether she should let the other party join. What if she was an undercover agent or a spy? Oh my, a little girl from Phantom Lord? This is a rare situation. At that moment, an old voice suddenly came. Makarov sat cross-legged on the bar, stroking his chin with one hand, looking to be in deep thought. This was the first time in history that a member of a rival guild had joined, so, welcome to the guild. A kind smile blossomed on Makarov's face as he spoke. If that old geezer Jose were to find out that his ace had joined a rival guild, the expression on his face would probably be interesting. Thinking of that situation, the smile on Makarov's face grew even brighter. Because she had the master's confirmation, Mira Jane didn't dwell on it any longer and directly took out the stamp and stamped it on Juvia's thigh. The color was naturally her exclusive water blue. "I have to go back to Oaktown this afternoon to pack my luggage. I'll come to work tomorrow." Juvia glanced almost imperceptibly at the door, her expression still calm, but her heart was a little anxious. "I wonder if Lord Roland is waiting outside?" "No problem. Then I'll be leaving first." "Oh, right. Please take care of me in the future." Juvia had just turned to leave when she suddenly paused, turned her head back, and said seriously, if nothing unexpected happened, she would be working here from now on, so in order to better help Lord Roland, she would build good relationships first. "Uh-huh. Please take care of me too." Although she didn't know why she had become so polite, Mira Jane returned a gentle smile. "This is great. The guild has another newcomer." After leaving the guild, Juvia saw Roland, who was chatting with someone in a corner, at a glance, and immediately walked over quickly. As she got closer, she also saw clearly who he was chatting with. A blond man wearing glasses, whose handsome appearance made him look like he worked at a host club. There's no trick to it. You just have to be sincere when pursuing a girl, and then conquer her with gentle and sweet words. Yes, it's that simple. So, you can make 7 girlfriends be your girlfriend at the same time just by relying on sincerity and sweet talk. Ahem, of course, that aspect requires a little skill. You're too young. You don't need to learn. Loke pushed up his glasses. The moment he looked up, he saw the blue-haired girl walking over not far away, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. He paused, turned his head to Roland, and said, "Watch carefully. We'll demonstrate for you once. Next time I'll have to charge." As his voice fell, Loke, under Roland's strange expression, walked toward Juvia in a very dashing manner. "Hello, this beautiful young lady. Sorry, I don't have time." Before Loke could finish, Juvia directly ignored him and walked briskly to Roland's side. Then, under Loke's incredulous gaze, the blue-haired girl pounced into the other's embrace like a stalker, rubbing her cheeks against him nonstop. "Be good. We'll hug later, okay? I have something important to discuss with my comrade." Roland pinched her cheek and said in a gentle voice, "Okay, Lord Roland." Juvia very obediently let go. Then, with a sweet smile on her face, stood quietly by his side. "No, bro. Does this level of skill need to be taught?" Loke was silent.